The sterile scent of antiseptic clung to the air like a second skin. Machines whispered softly beside him, constant, rhythmic, indifferent. A muted heart monitor pulsed with green lines, each beat a stubborn reminder that he was still here. Noel lay still. The hospital bed creaked when he breathed. His body felt like lead bones, brittle, muscles hollow, skin stretched over what little remained. The morning light barely filtered through the pale curtains, painting the white room in cold, colorless hues. This place smells like death, he thought dryly. His eyes, once sharp green, now dulled with exhaustion, scanned the ceiling. There were tiny cracks near the light fixture. He'd counted them dozens of times before. They hadn't moved, unlike everything else in his life. The wall clock mocked him. What the hell is life anyway? A one-way ride in a shitty car with no brakes, or some cosmic joke where the punchline is, you die anyway? He let out a breathless chuckle, the sound more rasp than laugh. Talking Jevon thinking felt heavier these days. He was 22, 20-fucking-2, and already dying of terminal cancer. So much for plenty of time, huh? He thought back brief flashes. His old apartment, small and messy, books piled on the floor, the cold glow of a monitor during all-nighters, a life spent reading fantasy novels and tearing apart plot holes with surgical precision. That was his therapy. Fiction was always better than reality, cleaner, more honest. Reality didn't care if you were smart, it didn't care if you played fair, it just kept swinging. He shifted slightly, pain flaring through his back like static. Can't even take a shit without feeling like I ran a marathon. Pathetic. The IV dripped beside him, the sound constant, irritating. It reminded him of water torture. He swallowed hard. His mouth tasted like metal. No one tells you how fucking boring dying is. Silence returned. No visitors, no family, no tears, and that was fine. He hated fake people. He didn't need some estranged cousin showing up with flowers and fake sympathy. He'd burned most bridges years ago, on purpose, but still. Even he wasn't so heartless that the loneliness didn't sting just a bit, just a bit. He closed his eyes. The hum of the machines kept him company, so did the bitter cold creeping deeper into his chest. Maybe tomorrow I won't wake up, he thought. Might be the best fucking gift this hospital ever gave me. The door creaked open with a soft push, breaking the silence like a whisper in a chapel. Footsteps followed like careful, a familiar rhythm, morning shift. Good morning, Noel, came a voice that was far too chipper for a place like this. He didn't bother turning his head. It was her Aginth nurse with the tired smile and sunshine voice. Late 20s maybe. Brown ponytail, faint shadows under her eyes, hands that trembled ever so slightly when she adjusted the IV bag. He never remembered her name. He didn't care to. How are we feeling today? She asked, voice gentle as she checked his chart. Noel's lips twitched, a beat of awkward silence. She gave a polite laugh, more out of habit than amusement, and went back to checking the vitals. Well, your numbers are holding steady. That's good. Right, holding steady while I'm circling the drain. Hooray for medical science. She didn't respond to that one. Smart move. He turned his head slightly, enough to catch her silhouette against the morning light. Her uniform was clean, her posture careful. Her eyes avoided his. Most of them did. He was a walking reminder that even young people die. No one liked that. You don't have to pretend, you know, he muttered. She looked at him, confused. Pretend what? That you give a shit. This smiley, bright-eyed nurse act. You've got at least a dozen more patients to tend to. Just do your rounds and skip the inspirational bullshit. Her lips parted, then shut again. Her jaw tightened. I do care, she said quietly. Noel scoffed. Sure, and I'm the fucking Pope. She didn't say anything else after that. Finished updating the monitor, checking his IV line. Hands slightly faster than before. He stared out the window at nothing in particular. Why do they even bother? You don't comfort the dead, you bury them. Try to get some rest, she said finally and turned to leave. He waited until the door clicked shut behind her. Then for a moment something flickered inside him. Guilt, maybe. She was just doing her job. Maybe she did care in her own way. Fuck, he thought. She probably cries in her car during lunch breaks. And here I am being an ungrateful bastard. But the feeling passed as quickly as it came. He closed his eyes again. Alone, still, always. The hospital office was quiet, too quiet. Muted beige walls, framed degrees, a small window that didn't open. Everything sterile, clinical, and fucking beige. Noel sat across from the doctor, arms crossed. He hated this room. It was like waiting for a jury to read the verdict, except he already knew he was guilty. The doctor, a man in his 50s, balding, wearing glasses that didn't quite fit, folded his hands on the desk and cleared his throat. Noel, he began, I'll be direct. Oh good, Noel thought, no sugarcoating, a rare breed. You have stage 4 metastatic cancer. It spread to your lungs, liver, and spine. The room didn't spin. His vision didn't blur. No dramatic gasp. No slow zoom in like in the movies. Just silence, then laughter. Noel laughed. Sharp, bitter, short. You serious? The doctor nodded, visibly uncomfortable. I wish I weren't. Fuck me sideways, Noel muttered, leaning back in the chair. I thought it was just a collapsed lung or some shit. This is next level. We can begin aggressive treatment, the doctor offered gently. Chemotherapy, radiation. It won't cure it, but it might give you some time. Time to what? Binge more anime and die puking my guts out instead of quietly in my sleep. The doctor didn't respond. Of course he didn't. This wasn't a conversation, it was a formality, a warning label before the inevitable. Noel looked at the ceiling. There were no cracks here. What's the estimate? He asked finally, if the treatments are effective. Maybe a year, without them, 6 months, maybe less. He gave a low whistle. Guess I better cancel my gym membership. The doctor didn't laugh. Noel stood up. His legs felt hollow, but they held. He turned to leave, paused at the door. Hey, doc. Yes, the doctor gave a tired smile. You're welcome. Noel walked out, hands in his pockets. He didn't cry, didn't call anyone, didn't scream at the sky. He just lit a cigarette outside the building, Jevon, though he'd quit 2 years ago and watched the smoke curl toward a sky that looked too damn blue for the news he'd just gotten. So this is it, huh? Fuck you, fate. And the wind didn't answer. The sun had shifted. Warm light bled lazily through the curtains, staining the hospital room in amber and gold. Dust drifted in the rays like falling stars with nowhere left to go. Noel shifted, slowly, painfully, until he was facing the window. His pillow sagged under the weight of his head. He could barely lift his arm anymore, but he managed to tug the curtain just enough to peek outside. It wasn't much of a view, a parking lot, a distant tree, a sky that looked like it had something better to do, but it was better than looking at white walls. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. This again, he thought. Afternoons like this made him think too much. The pain wasn't sharp enough to distract him, and there was too much silence between the beeps. His eyes stayed on the window, on the slice of sky he could see. What is life, really? He didn't expect an answer. A long-ass test with no answer key. A punishment for sins I don't remember committing. The question twisted inside him, deeper than sarcasm. He remembered a book he read when he was 17. A fantasy epic with swords, dragons, and tragedy. He'd loved it and hated it. The ending had wrecked him. The world had ended in fire. No heroes left. No hope, just silence. He used to scream at the author in forums, typing mile-long rants about wasted potential and cheap nihilism. But now he understood it a little better. Things die, stories end, people break. That's the real fancido. Think we can escape that. He watched a bird land on the tree in the distance. Tiny, pointless, beautiful. His throat tightened unexpectedly. Fuck, his eyes burned just a little. Why the hell does this stupid world have to be so beautiful right when I'm about to leave it? The colors looked sharper, the air felt cleaner, like the universe had saved its best tricks for last just to mess with him, and it worked. Because for all his bitterness, for all his hatred of people and their fake smilish, had loved things too. He had loved stories. He had loved rainstorms and shitty jokes and the feeling of winning a game at 3 a.m. With a bag of cold fries on his desk, he had loved being alive, even if it was unfair, even if it hurt, this life. It was cruel, but it was mine, and that somehow made it beautiful. The room was darker now, not from the lights that were still on, humming faintly above him, but from something else. The kind of darkness that crept in through the cracks of time and settled in your bones. Noel couldn't move much anymore. Even shifting his fingers felt like dragging bricks underwater. His mouth was dry. His lungs worked like tired bellows, wheezing with each inhale. The monitor still beeped beside him, but the rhythm was slower. Hollow tick, tick, tick. The clock mocked him again. Still here, he thought, seriously, can't even die on time. He let his eyes fall shut. The air felt colder, not from the room, from inside. A cold that wasn't on his skin but beneath it, curling through his chest like frostbite. He knew what this was, the final stretch. His breath caught on sharp hiccup of air, then release. It wasn't panic, not really. There was no tunnel of light, no choir, no dramatic revelation, just Audie failing, quietly, without flair. So this is it, huh? He waited for regret. Waited for some overwhelming surge of fear, or pain, or sorrow. But there was nothing dramatic, no epic montage, no flashing memories of a life flashing by, just stillness. A strange kind of peace. Not warm, but not cold either. Flat, empty. Like standing at the edge of a cliff, staring into fog. His fingers twitched, once, twice, then stopped. Guess I don't get a goodbye. Beep, beep, silence. There was no pain. No sound, no color, just black, deep, absolute, endless. Not the kind of darkness you see when you close your eyes, but something heavier. Something that felt like it had weight, like it could smother the universe. Noel floated in it, or maybe he didn't. There was no sense of body, no breath, no beating heart, no warmth, just thought. This is it. His own voice echoed in the void, though no lips moved. No ears heard, no flames, no wings, no pearly gates, not even hellfire. What a fucking scam. The silence pressed in. For a second he felt nothing, not peace, not fear, just nothingness. Then a spark, a pull, sudden and violent, like being yanked from deep underwater. And then air. Noel gasped. His back arched slightly as breath punched into his lungs like ice. His eyes flew open. He wasn't in the hospital anymore. Stone walls, high ceilings, a flickering blue-tinted lamp floating above his head emitting a soft magical glow. Rich velvet curtains, a carved desk, an ornate wardrobe, and a bed far too luxurious to be his. Everything smelled clean, too clean, like wood polish and dried herbs, and something else, mana. He didn't know how he knew that word, but it was there, lingering in the air like static. Slowly, shakily, he sat up. His body felt different, not just healed, younger, stronger. He looked down hands that didn't feel like his, not thin and wasted, not marked with IV bruises. What the fuck? His voice was raspier than he expected. The words felt alien in his mouth. He scanned the room again. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with leather-bound tomes. A fireplace sat unlit across from the bed. Everything screamed nobility, magic, fantasy. It wasn't Earth. It couldn't be. Noel swallowed, then muttered under his breath. Where the fuck am I? The sheets were too soft. That was the first thing Noel noticed. They weren't scratchy hospital linens. They felt like silk wool, smooth, luxurious, and the air. It didn't stink of antiseptic. No chemical tang, no sterilized emptiness. It smelled like dried herbs, dusted books, and something warm humming beneath it all. Mana. He didn't know how he knew the word. He just did. His eyes blinked open. Slowly. The ceiling above him wasn't stained tile. It was smooth stone, a polished grayish-white with golden trim running in straight, intricate lines. A blue light floated in a corner, suspended in the air, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. Okay, this ain't the ICU. He sat up too fast. There was no IV, no tubes, no pain. In fact, he felt strong. His limbs responded instantly. No stiffness, no fatigue, just clean movement like his body was freshly oiled and built from scratch. He looked down, hands steady, pale but not sickly, fingers long, smooth-skinned, strong, definitely not his. What the fuck, he muttered, voice hoarse but clear. He pushed back the sheets and stood. His legs didn't wobble, his knees didn't scream. He took a slow, tentative step across the cold marble floor. His feet met polished stone, not tile, not vinyl. It gleamed like obsidian, catching the light from that floating lamp above. The room was massive, easily 3 times the size of his apartment back on Earth. High ceilings, velvet curtains draped across tall windows, barely letting in sunlight. Bookshelves stacked with tomes, a massive desk with a feather quill and sealed letters on it, a wardrobe carved with elven symbols, and rugs thick enough to bury your toes in. Everything screamed nobility, luxury, fantasy. This isn't a dream. He turned on the spot, heart pounding. This is not a fucking dream. Noel walked toward the far wall, toward the silver-trimmed mirror gleaming in the corner, but stopped just short. Not yet. First, he closed his eyes and exhaled. The air felt electric. Magic. He didn't need a manual. It was in the air, in the room, in him. He could feel it curling in his chest like a second heartbeat pulsing beneath the surface. A warmth that didn't belong to blood or breath. Mana, he thought again. This world runs on mana. It wasn't a question. It was a fact. And somehow, impossibly, his body understood it. The mirror was massive, ornate, framed in silver leaves and phoenixes carved mid-flight. It stood taller than him and gleamed without a single smudge or crack. Noel stood in front of it and stared. What looked back wasn't a dying 22-year-old from Earth. It was a boy. No, a young G-man, maybe 16 at most, tall for his age. Slender, but there was strength in his shoulders, the kind that came from hours of sword drills and training, not gym reps or desperate survival. His hair was a messy golden blonde, thick and unkempt, yet somehow regal. His skin was clear, pale but not sickly. And then there were his eyes, sharp, deep green like fractured emeralds, with a gaze so cold and analytical it almost looked inhuman. They didn't blink. Neither did he. Noel whispered. He leaned in. No familiar lines. No sunken cheeks. No chemo scars. This face. It's not mine. His hand rose to touch his jaw. The mirror hand followed, perfectly synchronized. He turned his head left, then right, still the same stranger staring back. But it feels like mine. His heart pounded, not in panic, more like distant thunder, slow and heavy. His breath fogged the glass slightly. He wiped it away. Who the hell are you? He muttered. No answer, just that same face. Cold, noble, detached, and then a flicker. Something in his mind twitched. A pulse behind the eyes, not pain, memory, not his own. It started with a name, Noel Thorne. The moment it echoed in his mind, something cracked open. A cascade of images spilled into his brain, jagged, disjointed, like pieces of a film reel playing out of order. He stumbled back from the mirror, clutching his head. His vision blurred not from pain, but from overlap. Sword strikes on a training field. Cold, stern voices barking orders. Dinner tables surrounded by nobles dressed in silence. A private tutor lecturing about mana theory and etiquette. A classroom, high ceilings, glowing chalk tracing glyphs into the air. All of it him, but not. What the fuck is this? He dropped to one knee, gritting his teeth. The emotions were distant, numb, filtered through layers of discipline and indifference. This other. Nolthai's noble's son didn't smile. He didn't cry. He didn't shout. He studied. He observed. He endured. An elite student, detached, unremarkable in the social ladder despite his skills. A background character in a gilded cage, and then silence. The wave of memory stopped as suddenly as it had come, like a faucet abruptly shut. Noel's breathing was heavy, shaky. He pressed a hand against the marble floor to steady himself. Those weren't my memories. But I can feel them. He knew the layout of the room without looking. He could recite a basic mana control exercise without needing a book. He could remember a birthday that wasn't hissin that no one ever celebrated. He slowly stood back up, staring once more at the boy in the mirror. "So you were a ghost in your own story," he said, voice quiet. "Noel Thorne, a name I don't remember reading, a face that never showed up in the original cast." He narrowed his eyes. "Why the hell would I wake up as you?" The mirror, of course, had no answer, but the name still rang in his skull. Noel Thorne, and it didn't feel like coincidence. Noel sat heavily in the nearest chair, a high-backed armchair upholstered in deep crimson fabric. The wood was dark, polished, carved with elegant grooves that screamed aristocracy. His fingers gripped the armrests like lifelines. His heart was still racing. That name. Noel Thorne, the memories, the mirror, the mana. It was all too much too fast, but it was real. Then something on the wall caught his eye. A crimson banner hung just above the fireplace, bearing a silver crest, a sword entwined with 3 stars over a circle of flame, and in an instant. It clicked, his breath caught in his throat. He'd seen that crest before. Not in this room, not in this life, but on the cover of a book he once tore through in high school, sleepless and obsessed. A novel, a long, brutal, haunting fantasy that never left him. Echoes of a shattered world. The name hit like a bullet. He felt the weight of it slam into his gut. No. No way, he stood, backing away from the banner like it had grown teeth, but the memories came rushing anyway. The story, the plot, 3 continents. Valor Velmora and Ilarith, a magical academy in the human capital. Valeria, a boy named Marcus, a noble girl named Clara, the cold prodigy. Selene, the golden-eyed elf. Elena, the cunning council vice president. Elira, olive-themed, ranted about, rooted for, cried over. He remembered the war arcs, the betrayals, the secrets, the descent into despair, and the ending, the goddamn ending. The world drowned in fire and void. Everyone died. The heroes failed. The villains won. Everything crumbled. And now? Now he was in that world, inside a story that was already doomed, inside the body of a character he didn't even remember existing. He ran a hand through his blonde hair, eyes wide. "What kind of fucked up ice guy bullshit is this?" he muttered, and then. The air pulsed, the air changed. 1 second everything was still silent, eerie. The next it hummed, like static crawling along his skin. The light in the floating lamp above him flickered once, then glowed brighter, brighter, until it wasn't just a light, it was a presence. Something not physical but very much there. Then. A soundless chime. A translucent screen flickered into existence in front of him, hovering midair like a hologram in a sci-fi movie. It pulsed once and displayed, "Welcome, Noel Thorne, initializing Soul Sync Protocol. Mana core rank, novice, unique quest activated, save the world." Noel blinked, stared, then deadpanned. "Oh, come on." He waved his hand through the screen. It shimmered but didn't vanish. "Note, this is a one-time directive. Failure will result in universal collapse." "You've got to be shitting me." He rubbed his eyes, then looked up toward the ceiling like he could glare at whatever higher power was responsible. "So this is my reward? I get cancer, rot in a hospital, and instead of peace I get a fucking fantasy deathmatch with apocalyptic stakes." No answer. He jabbed a thumb at the floating text and scowled, "And I didn't even get Truckund, nothing, no divine voice, no system tutorial, just a blinking reminder that the world was about to end, and apparently he was the only guy who could stop it. Who the hell writes these setups, he muttered, but his heart wasn't in the sarcasm anymore, because this wasn't just a joke, this was real. And the system had just dropped the biggest twist of all, unique quest, save the world. Noel stared at the glowing words. Unique quest, save the world. It hovered there like a threat dressed as a gift. His lips twisted. No, the word came out flat, cold, absolute. He folded his arms. "Not my world, not my people, not my fucking problem." He turned his back on the screen and began pacing. The boots, because yeah, apparently he had boots no-clicked against the stone floor. Find some chosen one with a hero complex. Get Marcus, he's the protagonist. I read the damn book, I know how this goes. He's your guy. The screen didn't move, didn't fade, didn't care. He sighed through his nose, stopped and spun around, jabbing a finger at it. "Seriously, I just died. I should be sipping cosmic mojitos in some soul lounge right now, not playing RPG hard mode." The message didn't change. He tried to swipe it away, agonizing. Then the text pulsed once. "Quest rejection detected." Noel blinked. "Wait, what?" The message shifted. "You cannot decline a unique quest. If you fail, the world will perish, and you will die." Silence, stone cold. Noel stood still, frozen. The glow from the screen lit his face, and for a second there was no sarcasm in his eyes, just realization, heavy, cold, real. "This isn't a game." He slowly exhaled, shoulders dropping, the last edge of denial burning off like fog in sunlight. Shit. The screen had vanished. The room was quiet, agging too quiet. Noel stood alone, unmoving in the center of that ornate, absurdly polished chamber. The air still carried that faint buzz of mana, something warm, something powerful, but his attention was locked on one question. When the hell is this? He paced slowly, eyes scanning the walls, the dacre, the clothes laid neatly over a nearby chair. Everything felt pristine, untouched, not yet shaped by conflict or blood. If I'm in echoes of a shattered world, then I need to figure out where the story is right now, he thought, running a hand through his messy blonde hair. The beginning of the novel. It all started with Marcus entering the Imperial Academy. That was the point where everything spiraled into war, betrayal, forbidden magic, political chaos. So if he was here Noelive in this body, not forgotten or killed off already, then this must be just before it all begins. He turned toward the window. Outside, early sunlight bathed the distant courtyard. Carriages were being prepped. Maids moved like shadows across the garden paths. A few young nobles sparred on the lawn with wooden Bladeseeker reckless. It was too peaceful, like the world didn't know it was already burning. So this is my window, Noel thought. A sliver of time before everything goes to hell. He exhaled slowly, folding his arms. And I'm Noel Thorne, a nobody, a footnote. He remembered rereading the novel and never seeing this name. No mentions, no titles, not even a death scene, which meant either the old Noel did nothing worth remembering or he wasn't meant to be remembered. Now that was different. Now he was here. He glanced down at his hand. It was steady, strong. Well then, let's see how much noise a ghost can make. Knock, knock. Two gentle taps against the polished oak door cut through the stillness. Noel turned slowly. Right, rich people don't barge in. They announce themselves politely before stabbing you with words. Come in, he said, voice steady. The door creaked open, revealing a girl no older than 15, dressed in a modest black and white maid uniform. She had chestnut hair pulled into a neat braid and soft, downcast brown eyes that flicked up to meet his only for a second before lowering again. Young master, she said with a small curtsy, your family is waiting in the dining hall. Noel studied her for a beat longer than necessary. She looked nervous, habitually so, not afraid of him, necessarily. More like she was used to walking on eggshells in this house. Toxic noble household. Classic. The girl blinked, maybe surprised he didn't bark an order or ignore her. He walked past her and out into the hallway. As he did, he caught his reflection in a decorative mirror mounted along the corridor wall. Tall, impeccably dressed, composed. But inside, he was planning, calculating, filing everything away. Stay quiet, stay clean, no attention. He couldn't afford to start changing the story before he understood what variables were already in motion. So for now, he'd play the role he'd been handed. Noel Thorne, the invisible extra. And like any good ghost, he'd haunt the background. Until it was time to strike. The doors to the dining hall were tall twin arcs of lacquered mahogany engraved with the thorn crest 3 stars over a flame-wreathed sword. The butler stationed outside gave a short bow and opened them without a word. Noel stepped inside. The dining hall was lavish, almost absurdly so. A grand chandelier floated above the long table, its crystals infused with mana, glowing softly with shifting hues of gold and ivory. Tall arched windows bathed the room in morning light, filtered through stained glass depicting battles and bloodlines long dead. The table stretched across nearly the entire length of the room, set with silver cutlery, porcelain dishes, and neatly folded crimson napkins at every seat. Already seated were 6 people. They all turned to look at him. No one smiled. At the head of the table sat Lord Albrecht Thorne, the patriarch, mid-50s, with sharp gray eyes and hair swept back like steel. His back was straight, his expression carved from stone. Next to him, on either side, sat his wives. Lady Myrtle Thorne, first wife. Regal, raven-haired, with frost in her eyes and posture stiff enough to splinter wood. Lady Serena Thorne's second wife. Warm smile, honey-blonde curls, but her green eyes watched like a cat waiting for something to move. Across from each other, seated like chess pieces, were the siblings. Cale Thorne, 21, the heir apparent. Tall, charming, with that practiced noble smirk that never reached his eyes. His hair was jet black, his features sharp your Myrtle. Damon Thorne, 18, all muscle and ego. His shirt stretched slightly across his chest. He looked like he solved problems by punching them until someone else cleaned up. Livia Thorne, 19, composed, delicate in appearance, her voice as smooth as her insults. She had Lady Serena's poise and none of her softness. Sylvette Thorne, 17, quiet, watching everything with amused eyes. She never spoke unless it was to cut. Noel approached the last open seat at the far end. No one said a word. He pulled it out, sat, lifted his napkin with slow precision, began to eat. The food was exquisite teflaki bread, spiced eggs, fresh fruit, and something like roasted venison. But the silence was sharper than the knives. Finally, Albrecht spoke, his voice low and firm. You've recently turned 16. Tomorrow you leave for the academy. Noel didn't look up. He sliced through a piece of meat with perfect calm. I see, you'll depart at dawn. Carriage will be waiting, no escort, just the driver. That was all, no encouragement, no farewell speech, just logistics. Noel set down his knife calmly, understood. He could feel their eyes on him, judging, probing, but he didn't meet their stares. He didn't need to. He wasn't here to win them over. He was here to learn, to wait, and when the time came. To burn the script, the sound of silver against porcelain echoed in the silence. Noel kept eating with the slow, meticulous efficiency of someone who knew better than to rush in enemy territory. He didn't speak, didn't meet their eyes, but that didn't save him. Still alive, little brother. Damon's voice cut through the calm like a thrown rock. I heard your monocore nearly collapsed last year. Maybe you'll die halfway through the entrance ceremony. Cale chuckled softly, swirling the wine in his glass with practiced grace. Don't be so cruel, Damon, he said, smiling without warmth. Maybe he'll survive long enough to trip over his robes and embarrass House Thorn in front of the faculty. That would be a nice way to be remembered. Livia let out a musical, utterly fake laugh. Sylvette just watched, her lips twitching like she wanted to enjoy the show. Noel didn't respond right away. He chewed, swallowed, wiped his mouth neatly. Then, finally, he looked up. His green eyes locked on Cale's with all the cold, surgical indifference of a man observing a minor stain on a white wall. Wow, Noel said, voice calm. That's impressive. Cale blinked. Noel tilted his head, expression neutral. 2 whole sentences, and you still managed to sound like a pompous fuckwit. You practicing that in the mirror, or does it just come naturally? Silence. Damon choked on his drink. Livia froze mid-bite. Even Sylvette's eyebrows rose slightly. Lady Myrle's eyes narrowed. Lady Serena set down her fork a little harder than necessary. Noel didn't flinch, didn't smirk, just reached for his cup and sipped like he hadn't just insulted the air in front of everyone. Cale recovered first. His jaw tensed, but his smile returned colder this time. I see the academy might teach you some manners, assuming you survive long enough to learn them. Noel stared at him for a second longer, then looked back to his plate. Let me know when yours kick in. I'll send flowers. Lady Myrle inhaled sharply. Albrecht Lord Thorn didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Enough, he said, tone absolute. There will be order at this table. Everyone went still. That was the end of it. No more laughter, no more taunts. Just the quiet sound of a knife carving through meat and a subtle shift in the air. Because this wasn't the same Noel, and they all felt it. The silence didn't last. Not here. Not in this house. Lady Serena dabbed her lips with a napkin, her voice light as air. My lord, with Cale entering full noble duties soon, it may be time to formalize succession. The estate cannot remain without a clear heir. Cale didn't look up, but the slight raise of his chin said enough. Lady Myrle, seated beside him, added smoothly, he has proven himself capable. His mana aptitude is second only to yours, and his service in house diplomacy has been exemplary. Noel didn't look at either of them. He sliced through a piece of fruit with surgical precision. But his ears were wide open. Lord Albrecht set down his utensils and folded his hands. Cale straightened. So did Damon. Livia sat a bit taller. Sylvette stilled. Even Noel paused, fork halfway to his mouth. Everyone at the table knew. This was a moment, but the patriarch's eyes didn't go to Cale. They didn't go to Damon. They didn't go to any of his children. He simply said, the matter of succession. Wait, Cale's jaw visibly clenched. Lady Myrle blinked once slowly. Of course, she said smoothly. As you say, my lord. Lady Serena smiled, but it didn't touch her eyes. Noel resumed eating, unbothered, but inside, his thoughts were spinning like blades. So the old man's not ready to name a successor, and it pisses them off. Cale wanted the seat. Damon probably didn't care about ruling, just wanted to win. The sisters were wild cards, and Albrecht, he was waiting for something, or someone. Could be an external factor, or maybe he's watching us all dance before he cuts the music. Either way. Noel was listening. As the last of the dishes were cleared away, Lord Albrecht leaned back in his chair. The staff moved silently around them, clearing plates with the efficiency of ghosts. Then the patriarch spoke. Noel, the table quieted again. 7 heads turned. Noel looked up, cool and unreadable. Yes, father, you depart for the Imperial Academy tomorrow. A pause, you'll leave at dawn. A carriage is arranged. You'll travel alone with only the driver. Nothing more. It wasn't phrased as a request. Or a discussion, it was an order. Noel inclined his head slightly. Understood. No surprise in his voice. No protest. Cale smirked. Livia gave him a sidelong glance as if gauging whether he'd flinch. He didn't. Lady Myrle cleared her throat, clearly unimpressed. You'll send him off unescorted. It's a 3-day journey. Lady Serena added gently, at the very least, a proper escort would. Lord Albrecht raised one hand. Both women fell silent. He will go alone. His gaze didn't waver from Noel. There was no malice in it, no warmth either, just calculation, like he was placing a chess piece on the board and waiting to see what it would do. Noel met his eyes without blinking. Message received. He wasn't being protected. He was being tested. Noel stepped back into his room as the sun dipped toward the horizon. The warm glow through the curtains bathed the space in amber, making the stone walls seem almost gentle. He shut the door behind him and exhaled slowly. Silence, finally. He moved toward the tall armoire in the corner, dark wood, engraved edges and golden handles. Inside, perfectly folded travel clothes waited, high-collared uniforms, dark cloaks with silver trim, fine gloves and belts. Every piece screamed nobility. He packed quickly, methodically. No ceremony, just precision. And then he saw it. Half buried behind the cloaks, tucked beneath a spare coat, was a long case wrapped in black leather. He froze. Reaching for it, he pulled the latch and opened the lid. Inside, resting on deep red velvet, was a sword. Its sheath was dark as ink, trimmed in silver. The hilt was plain, almost Spartan-wrapped in worn black leather, but there was a faint symbol etched into the guard, the crest of House Thorn. Noel lifted it from the case. It was heavier than he expected, but balanced, natural. His fingers curled around the grip like they'd done it 100 times. And as he drew it halfway, the steel gleamed with a dull, pale shimmer, not quite enchanted. But not ordinary either. Then's. A soft chime, a screen flickered to life in the corner of his vision. Item identified, name, Revenant Fang. Type, weapon, sword. Grade, unawakened. Description, a relic blade passed down in the Thorn bloodline, once meant for a forgotten son. Resonates with souls bound to second chances. Status, bound to user Noel Thorn. Trait, increases clarity under life-threatening pressure, evolves under extreme stress. Noel stared at the screen, then at the sword, then back again. Second chances, huh? He slid the blade fully back into its sheath and hooked it to his belt. No flair, no bravado, just a quiet acceptance. I'll take that, he muttered. Then he closed the armoire, set his bag by the door, and walked to the bed. Tomorrow he would leave. Tomorrow he'd step into the academy like a shadow, not to be seen, not yet. But the world wouldn't forget his name forever. Somewhere deeper in the manor, past the grand staircase and behind a door rarely opened, a quiet chamber glowed with the warm flicker of mana-lit sconces. Lady Myrle and Lady Serena sat across from one another at a round obsidian table. Their expressions were composed, their postures perfect, but the tension between them was sharp as a drawn blade. 2 porcelain teacups steamed between them and touched. Myrle was the first to speak. That little brat dares to insult Kale in front of everyone. Her voice was ice wrapped in silk. Serena exhaled through her nose, slow and silent. He's always been nothing, a background shadow. But now he wants to grow teeth. Myrle's lip curled. He's still weak, barely able to form a proper mana shield. I doubt he'll last a week at the academy. Serena sipped her tea without drinking. Weak, yes, but disrespect must not be allowed to bloom. Myrle nodded once, crisp and deliberate. Letting this slide sends the wrong message, especially to the staff. To the children, they must know who stands above. She reached into her cloak and drew out a black envelopino crest, no markings, just a faint metallic scent on the wax. She slid it across the table. Serena opened it and scanned the contents. Her eyes didn't change. Timing, route, number of attackers, contingency plans. At the bottom, a name written in blood-red ink. The hollow blades, ghosts in the form of men, trained to kill, paid to disappear. Tomorrow, Myrle said. Second Valley, no guards, no witnesses. Serena folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. No loose ends, they're professionals. Noel will be a name we never have to hear again. Serena finally lifted her tea. Good. Let our sons rise without dead weight dragging them down. Myrle's eyes gleamed, for the good of the house. They drank in silence at noblewomen, cloaked in grace and poison. The morning air was crisp, sharp with dew, and the faint scent of pine drifting in from the eastern grove. Noel stood at the estate's front steps, dressed in a navy blue noble's coat with silver trim and a crisp white shirt beneath. His boots were polished. His hair, for once, was neatly combed. The sword hung securely at his left side, the black scabbard gleaming faintly in the early sun. Behind him, the great manor loomed elegant and cold, like a monument to expectations he was never meant to meet. The carriage waited at the bottom of the stairs, polished black wood, silver trim. 2 midnight-colored horses pawed quietly at the cobblestones. The staff stood in line beside the doors, expressionless, and then the family arrived. Lord Albrecht led the procession, stoic, towering, dressed in a dark, high-collared coat with the family crest across his shoulder. He looked at Noel as one might study a statue checking for cracks. Behind him came the wives. Lady Myrle wore deep violet silk and a thin, unreadable smile. You're truly traveling alone? She asked, her voice smooth as glass. How brave. Lady Serena stepped beside her, her expression softer but no less hollow. Do stay safe, dear. It would be such a shame if something happened. Noel inclined his head slightly. I'll do my best to disappoint you. Myrle's smile twitched. Serena blinked just once. The siblings came next, each in various states of disinterest. Kale gave him a slow, deliberate smirk. Try not to embarrass the family, or die. Damon chuckled. Both, probably. Livia barely acknowledged him. Sylvette gave a lazy wave. Noel offered a single word to all of them. Goodbye, no warmth, no venom, just finality. Lord Albrecht stepped forward. His gray eyes met Noel's. You will represent House Thorn. Conduct yourself accordingly. Noel nodded. Of course, father. No reaction, just a faint lift of the chin. With that, the patriarch turned and walked back inside. The rest followed without a word, like wolves returning to their den. Noel stood alone at the top of the steps. Then he turned, his boots echoing against the stone, and descended toward the waiting carriage quietly, like a man heading toward a crossroads, not a destination. Just before reaching the carriage, Noel paused at the tall mirror mounted near the manor's outer entrance, a final flourish of aristocratic vanity before stepping into the world. The morning light framed him perfectly. He looked like a painting. The navy blue coat clung to his frame in all the right ways. The white shirt beneath was crisp, the collar stiff, the buttons polished. His hair, golden and slightly tousled, caught the sun like fine silk. The sword at his hip added just enough gravity to the image discipline without ostentation. A prince from a story he didn't belong to. He stared for a long second, then scoffed under his breath. If I'd had this face in my last life, he muttered, maybe I wouldn't have died single. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, fleeting and dry. He stepped away from the mirror, the brief crack in his armor fading back into cool indifference. Without looking back, Noel climbed into the carriage and shut the door behind him. The carriage rolled steadily down the gravel path, wheels crunching over stone and dirt as the Thorn estate faded into the distance behind him. Noel sat alone, arms crossed, eyes half-lidded as he watched the trees blur past through the small window. Tall oaks lined the road, their leaves catching the morning sun in flashes of green and gold. Birds chirped somewhere overhead. The breeze was light. The sky clear. It was peaceful. Suspiciously peaceful, too peaceful. He leaned back in the seat, letting his fingers tap idly against the pommel of the sword at his waist. Revenant Fang, the system had called it. Not enchanted, not legendary, but bonded. Evolving. We'll see if that wasn't just dramatic flair, he thought. The first day passed without incident. No bandits, no wild beasts, no magical anomalies. Just the driver, a man in his late 40s, silent and focused in the open road. Noel spent the time thinking. About the book, about Marcus and the others. About how none of them knew what was coming. And about how Hesomion, who was never supposed to exist, was now on the board. But not for long. Not yet. He couldn't afford to move pieces too soon. One wrong move, one butterfly wing too loud, and the story could break in ways he couldn't predict. Stay invisible, he reminded himself. He ate sparingly from the food packed in the carriage compartment. Rested as the sun dipped low and the carriage pulled off the road for the night. No campfire, no talking, just a bedroll, a closed door, and a blade near his hand. He slept with one eye open, just in case. The second day began like the first, quiet. The sky was overcast now, a blanket of dull gray smothering the morning sun. The road curved gently through low hills and thickets of forest that grew thicker with each mile. Noel watched it all through narrowed eyes, something felt. Off the carriage bounced slightly as it turned from the main road onto a narrower pathless gravel. More dirt, more trees, too many trees. He leaned forward, knocking once against the wooden panel separating him from the driver. This isn't the main route to Valyria, he said flatly. No answer. He knocked again louder. Where are we? The carriage didn't stop. Noel's eyes sharpened. He reached for the door, pushed it open, and stepped out mid-motion, landing in the dirt with a soft thud. His boots slid slightly on the uneven ground, but he recovered instantly, hand already on his sword. The carriage rolled a few more feet before halting. The driver climbed down, slow, deliberate. He didn't look Noel in the eye. Noel stepped forward, drawing his blade halfway from the scabbard in one smooth, controlled motion. The silver glint of steel caught the light. The blade's edge hovered just beneath the man's chin. Talk. The driver trembled. I'm sorry. Noel's grip didn't waver. Not good enough. They have my family, the man said, voice breaking. They said if I didn't take this road, they'd kill them. I didn't want this. Noel's eyes didn't soften, but his thoughts raced. Mercenaries, or worse, they knew the route, knew the schedule. This was planned. And then rustling, branches snapped behind him. He turned. Figures stepped out from the trees. 10 of them, dark cloaks, blades drawn, masks covering everything but their eyes, surrounding him in a perfect circle. No one spoke. Noel sighed, of course. He took a step back, sliding into a low stance. The blade fully unsheathed now, glinting in the low light. The assassins closed in, 10 to 1, no magic, no backup, just a sword and instinct. Noel didn't hesitate. He pivoted, fast, low just in time to avoid the dagger aimed at his neck. Steel flashed. He retaliated without thinking, blade carving across the attacker's ribs. A sharp scream. Blood hit the dirt, one down, the others surged forward, 10 total, encircling, coordinated. Noel stepped back, keeping his blade up, breathing steady. Too many, no time for mana, not that he could use it properly yet, but the body remembered. The old Nold one who trained alone while the rest of the family ignored him had drilled every movement into muscle memory. Sword forms, dodges, parries. This body didn't hesitate. Noel ducked under a slashing arc, rammed the pommel into a masked throat, then pivoted and drove his blade into the side of another. 2. He turned and caught a spear with the flat of his sword, deflected it, then slammed his shoulder into the attacker, sending him sprawling. They regrouped fast, circling, pressuring, forcing him to move. His breaths were sharp, controlled, but already his arms were aching. His strikes slowed. A knife grazed his ribs. A kick sent him staggering back. They're wearing me down. He killed another. 3, but it was getting harder. Blood dripped from his arm, his vision blurred at the edges. They moved in again, faster. He tried to breathe but his chest felt tight, muscles trembling, legs burning, too many, too fast, and then It happened, a pulse in the back of his skull, cold and bright. Trait activated, Revenant Fang, clarity enhanced combat focus increased status update, adaptive evolution triggered, the world slowed, not literally but in his mind. Suddenly he knew where each opponent stood, where the next strike would come from, their weight distribution, their stance, their openings. All of it like a chessboard unfolding mid-combat. He didn't think, he moved, blade arcing clean through an exposed throat, turning, parrying, sidestepping two, dropping a third, blood sprayed in crescents, painting the dirt with every motion. 4, 5, 6, breathing hard now, covered in cuts, eyes burning. 7, 8, he stabbed the ninth through the spine. One left. The final assassin ran at him with a wild scream. Noel ducked, sidestepped, and slashed Oncyclean. The man fell. Noel staggered, panting, drenched in blood not entirely his own. His sword trembled in his grip. His vision swam, but he was alive. The clearing was silent now. 10 bodies lay scattered around Noel, the grass soaked red beneath them. His breathing was ragged, his limbs aching with every pulse. He stood in the center, covered in blood, his shirt torn, his side bleeding but alive. The driver, still kneeling behind the carriage, stared at him with wide, horrified eyes. Noel turned toward him slowly, his expression unreadable, cold, focused. He sheathed his sword. Get up. The man scrambled to his feet, shaking. Yowie, you killed them all. Noel didn't answer. He walked to the leader's Bodith, one who had moved first, barked silent orders, coordinated the ambush, the one with the best weapons and the finest boots. Noel crouched beside the corpse and reached for the blade still embedded in the man's chest. He wiped it clean, then without ceremony took the man's head. One clean strike, it hit the dirt with a dull thud. The driver flinched violently. Noel stood again, holding the head by its hair. Blood dripped steadily from the severed neck. He approached the driver and dropped it at his feet. That's for the 2 noble wives of House Thorn, he said, voice like frost. Deliver it. No name, no words, they'll know exactly what it means. The driver nodded frantically. And this, Noel reached into his coat and handed over a sealed letter, marked only with the house crest. Give it to my father. The man took it with trembling fingers. What? What do I tell him? Noel's voice was quieter now. Measured. Tell him I'm alive, that it was an ambush, and that I don't want this incident to stain the name of our house. The driver looked at him, stunned. Yao, you're protecting them. Noel met his gaze. I'm protecting me. He turned away. You've got one job. Don't fail it. The driver picked up the head, wrapped it in cloth, and mounted one of the horses, galloping in the opposite direction. Noel watched him disappear into the trees. The blood clung to him. Sticky, warm, heavy. Noel looked down at his navy blue coat, now ruin cut, slashed, soaked with red. His white shirt was worse, stained through, torn open along the side where a knife had grazed him. He took a slow breath and peeled it off, one layer at a time. His skin was slick with sweat and blood, some his, most not. The smell hit him all at once, and dirt and something else. Death. He turned away from the bodies, gagged. And vomited, bile hit the forest floor. His hands trembled as he leaned on his knees, spitting, breathing through clenched teeth. It's just the shock, he told himself. It was them or me, but the images stayed. The way one of the men had looked at him, the flash of fear before the end, the weight of the sword biting into bone. His first kill, 10 of them, real or not, it felt. Too real, he stood slowly, wiped his mouth, and forced himself to move, back to the bodies, back to the work. He found one of the assassins with a mostly clean set of gear-gray travel cloak, light leather armor, plain shirt and pants. Functional, sturdy, not drenched. He dressed quickly, the pain in his side flaring with each movement. Then he rolled up his bloodied noble clothes and packed them into a spare sack from the carriage. Too expensive to burn, he thought numbly. Would be a waste. He strapped the sword to his belt again and climbed onto the driver's bench. The reins felt strange in his hands to calm after so much death. He flicked them. The horses began to move, back onto the road, back toward the academy. The forest closed in around him once more, and Noel Thorneth, invisible extra, disappeared behind a mask of blood and silence. But this time, something inside him had changed, something he couldn't take back. The road stretched endlessly beneath a dull gray sky. Noel sat on the carriage bench, reins slack in his hands. The horses moved at a steady pace, hooves clopping rhythmically over the packed earth. Morning mist clung to the trees on either side, thick and cold like the fog hadn't quite decided whether to lift. A basket sat beside him. Wrapped bread, sliced meat, dried fruit, a full canteen of water, all untouched. He'd packed it carefully before leaving the scene yesterday. First-class provisions. The kind only nobles got, the kind he'd once dreamed of having. But the moment he looked at the food, the bile rose in his throat. His stomach curled at the memory. Blood-soaked dirt, torn flesh, eyes wide in death. The smell of iron and rot still clung to his senses, no matter how hard he tried to scrub it away. He looked forward, jaw clenched. You killed them. You had to, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. His fingers tightened around the reins. The horses didn't care. The road didn't care. The silence stretched on, mile after mile. And Noel didn't speak a single word, not to the world, not to himself. It was just past midday when the treetops began to thin. The forest peeled away, giving rise to wide, open hills. From the crest of the next ridge, Noel finally saw it, Valyria. his breath caught without warning. The capital of the empire spread across the horizon like a vision torn from legend. Its white stone walls stood tall and unbroken, rising higher than any castle he'd seen in either life. Golden spires glinted in the distance, piercing the clouds like needles threading the sky itself. Huge banners of deep crimson and imperial gold hung from towers, each embroidered with the symbol of the imperial phoenix, wings spread in eternal flame. From here, the city looked alive. Endless movement, smoke curling from distant chimneys, a dozen carriages winding up the hills. Magical airships hovering above trade districts, flashing glyphs on spires and rooftops. It was more than he remembered, more than the book described, more than the art ever captured. When I read about Valyria, I imagined something grand, but this, it dwarfed the page, it devoured it. He adjusted his cloak, now cleaned of most bloodstains but still worn, and gave the horses a soft tap. The road curved toward the great wall, and Noel sat in silence, the wind brushing past his face. Behind him, Zilence and death, ahead civilization, magic, and danger in suits of gold. By the time Noel reached the city gates, the line stretched nearly 100 meters down the road. Merchants with bulging wagons, farmers with crates of herbs and fruit, travelers on foot, some wearing magical talismans to identify them as adventurers, nobles in ornate carriages, a few mercenaries with papers in hand. Everyone waited. At the gate itself, imperial knights in silver armor moved in tight rhythm, checking documents, casting basic detection spells, inspecting cargo. Noel slowed the carriage, pulling behind a small cluster of traders. He stared at the line. He could have waited. He almost wanted to, and then he remembered the crest stashed in his side satchel. A rolled scroll, sealed, unbroken, House Thorn's authority in ink and wax. He sighed, pulled it free, unrolled it just enough for the crimson seal and crest to show. Then he raised it in the air. It took seconds. A guard snapped to attention, eyes widening. Another knight approached from the side, armor gleaming with the imperial emblem. He saluted stiffly. "Apologies, my lord, you don't need to wait, right this way." Noel hesitated but nodded. He guided the carriage off the side road, bypassing the entire line. Every head turned as he passed, some curious, others envious. A few just tired. He felt every stare. His jaw tightened. You didn't wait because you could. Looked away from the crowds, and they watched because they couldn't. The gates parted for him like they never would have in his old life, and he hated how easy it was. The moment Noel passed through the gate, the world exploded in color and sound. Valyria was alive. The streets stretched wide, paved in shining white stone carved with glowing runes that pulsed faintly beneath the surface, guiding traffic, controlling heat, maybe more. Crystal lamps floated overhead like soft stars, lit even under the overcast sky. Buildings soared on either side, carved with gold trim and enchanted glass windows. Some had balconies with floating platforms where nobles held conversation midair, drinks in hand. Market stalls buzzed with life. Hawkers shouted in at least 4 languages. Merchants peddled enchanted jewelry, self-heating cloaks, talking books. Spices filled the air, rosemary, cinnamon, saffron. A child ran past the carriage chasing a floating ball of light. A mage followed after, laughing. Magical beasts trotted beside guards in polished armor, everything from mana wolves to plated rhinos with obsidian horns. One building even had a wyvern skull mounted above the door, glowing runes etched along its fangs. Noel didn't speak, didn't blink. He just stared, letting the noise and color and movement soak into him. It was too much, too fast, too perfect. It was real, all those nights reading under a lamp, imagining this place. I was nowhere close. His fingers twitched on the reins. For a moment, just a moment. He forgot about the blood. The deeper he rode into Valyria, the more the city shifted. Noble districts replaced market squares. Cobblestone became marble. The air turned cleaner, thinner, almost charged with something old and magical. And then at the far end of the city, beyond a tree-lined avenue and a shimmering mana barrier, he saw it. The Academy. It rose like a fortress and a cathedral, combined, ancient towers spiraling into the sky, silver runes etched along every surface. Massive walls circled the entire compound, separate from the rest of the city. Even Valyria's citizens weren't allowed to cross without permission. A gate larger than any he'd passed loomed ahead, carved from obsidian and gold. A glowing emblem hovered above it, a 5-pointed star wrapped in flame and feather, the crest of the Imperial Academy of Vaelterra. As the carriage approached, the sigil pulsed, answer recognizing the seal on his documents. The gates opened. Noel didn't speak. He simply stared. It wasn't just a school. It was a city within a city. There were spires and plazas, gardens suspended in the air, walkways that curved between buildings like bridges in the sky. Dozens of students moved through the ground, some walking, others gliding on enchanted discs or riding mana beasts. The magical density hit him like a wave. This wasn't just where students trained. This was where the next rulers, warlords, saints, and monsters were made. Noel exhaled slowly, almost inaudibly. So this is where it begins. The carriage rolled to a gentle stop just inside the academy gates. Before Noel could even step down, a voice called out from below. Lord Noel Thorn. He looked over the edge. A young man stood there, mid-20s at most. tall, well-groomed, dressed in a tailored version of the academy uniform charcoal gray with gold accents. A polished crest glimmered on his chest, marked with the sigil of logistics. "Yes," Noel said, stepping down. The man bowed slightly, then straightened with a practiced smile. "Welcome to the Imperial Academy. My name is Gareth Wren, your assigned guide. I'll be handling your orientation today." Noel gave him a curt nod. "I'm fine." Gareth blinked, momentarily thrown off by the lack of pretense. "Of course," he said quickly. "I'll take the carriage to your assigned dormitory. You've been placed in Class A." Noel raised an eyebrow. "Aptitude-based." "Yes," Gareth confirmed, already taking the reins. "Not status. Only the top evaluated cores and talent make it into a rank." Noel said nothing, but the information settled somewhere cold in his chest. He hadn't even tried, and they still placed him at the top. What would happen when he did? He turned away, letting Gareth take control of the horses, and walked beside the carriage as they made their way toward the dormitory sector. The Class A dormitory tower stood at the edge of the academy grounds, slightly apart from the rest of the structures. It wasn't just a building, it was a statement. Polished stone, silver-veined arches, wide balconies overlooking the city below. Enchanted lamps lit the path even in daylight, and the entrance was guarded by two unmoving statues of robed mages with swords drawn silent, glowing, and far from decorative. As Gareth pulled the carriage to a stop, Noel stepped forward, eyes scanning the tower's runes as they shimmered faintly along the stone. "Security," he noted, "probably lethal. This will be your residence for the duration of your time in Class A," Gareth said, climbing down and opening the door. "You'll find that the dorms are divided not by lineage, but by talent." Noel gave a brief nod. "Makes sense." Together, they unloaded the carriage. Gareth reached for the bundled sack of clothes, bloodied ones. He paused, brow twitching. "Should I ask?" "No," Noel said simply, placing the bundle into the guide's hands. "Just get them cleaned." Quietly. Gareth hesitated for a moment too long, then nodded. "Of course." The inside of the dormitory room was spacious vaulted ceilings, dark wooden floors, a four-post bed with soft gray curtains, and a full private bath behind a crystal door. Magical lighting shifted gently with his movement. A desk already had a leather-bound case waiting on it. "That briefcase contains your orientation packet," Gareth explained. "Campus map, class schedule, monocode access instructions, and dorm protocols. If you need anything, the front desk operates day and night." Noel walked the perimeter of the room once, stopped at the window, looked down. Everything was quiet. Perfect. Gareth bowed slightly. "Welcome to the academy, Lord Thorn." And then he left, taking the blood-soaked reminder of Noel's last 3 days with him. Steam curled around the edge of the tub, rising in gentle spirals into the still air. Noel sat with his arms resting along the rim, chest barely above the surface of the hot water. The bath was enormous, more like a shallow pool built from black veined stone, enchanted to hold perfect heat. His eyes were half closed. His breathing, for once, was steady. He could still feel the ache in his arms, the dull throb of old bruises. The cut across his side had closed, barely, under a healing salve he found in the dorm's private cabinet, but none of it hurt as much as the silence. It was the kind of silence that didn't press in, it waited, patient, watching. He leaned his head back against the smooth stone. For the first time since waking in this world, he wasn't running, wasn't fighting, wasn't pretending, just. Still, his eyes drifted to the ceiling, where a soft light pulsed like a heartbeat from a glowing mana crystal. "You're here," he reminded himself, voice barely more than a whisper, still breathing. And then quieter. "Let's see how long that lasts." He closed his eyes, let the water carry the weight, and for the first time in 3 days, Noel slept. Morning sunlight slipped through the tall window, filtering across polished wood and velvet curtains. The air was still cool, fresh, and quiet in a way that felt unnatural after days of travel and blood. Noel blinked awake. For a few seconds he didn't move. He just lay there, eyes on the ceiling, letting the warmth of the bed soak into the ache in his back. No jolts of fear, no phantom pain, no blood. He sat up. His body responded, immediate, no strain, no soreness. A clean start. Stood, walked across the room barefoot, and poured himself a glass of water from the crystal decanter set on the shelf. Then he turned to the desk. The briefcase sat exactly where Gareth had left its sleek black leather, polished silver latch. Noel flipped it open with a soft click. Inside, everything was perfectly folded and compartmentalized. 2 full sets of the Imperial Academy's formal uniform, dark navy coat with gold-trimmed shoulders, white buttoned shirt, slim black tie, dark trousers. He brushed a finger over the cloth. Fine, tailored, subtle enchantments woven into the lining. Underneath them, a gray and blue training uniform, lightweight, flexible, clearly made for movement and durability. Beneath the clothes was a leather scroll case, a few official documents sealed with wax, and a thick folder labeled Academy Orientation Materials Class A. Noel picked it up, sat at the desk, and opened the first page. "Welcome to the Imperial Academy of Velterra. You are among the elite." Snorted, then turned the page. The second page was a folded parchment, thick and finely inked. Noel opened it carefully. It unfolded 3 times and kept unfolding. By the time he finished, the map took up nearly half the desk. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. The Imperial Academy of Vailterra wasn't just a school. It was a fortified zone, a metropolis in miniature. At the center was the main academy building-aspired structure with 5 floors above ground, and who knew how many below. Each floor was color-coded and labeled with class divisions. Class A top floor, Class B fourth floor, and so on all the way down to Class F, so the best rise literally above the rest, Noel thought. Fitting. Radiating out from the central tower were specialized towers, each dedicated to different magical disciplines. Elemental theory, a tall spire with constantly changing weather swirling above it. Constructs and summoning marked with glowing pentagrams and stable circles. Runes and enchantment circular in shape, ringed with stone golems. Combat and enhancement squat and reinforced, with scorch marks clearly visible even on the map sketch. To the west, a pair of training field zone labeled Open Grounds, the other Instructor Access Only. To the south and east, a sprawling cluster of labeled areas. Student Quarter Markets, Blacksmith Alley, Public Cafes and Taverns, Library Row, the Garden Baths, Dueling Arenas, Medical Pavilion. And ringing it all, a secondary wall tall and rune-marked, encircling the academy like a second spine. Outside of it, Valyria, but the academy had its own laws, its own rhythm, its own heartbeat. Noel sat back and exhaled slowly. A city inside a city, and I just got dropped into the top floor. He folded the map again, this time carefully. Let's not get comfortable. Beneath the map was a crisp, cream-colored document sealed with a wax crest, the 5-pointed star wrapped in flame. Noel broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. Academy Code of Conduct Mandatory Compliance. Language was precise, sharp, the kind of bureaucratic polish that tried to sound friendly while outlining how easily you could be expelled. He read in silence, skimming line by line. Rule 1: Absolute zero tolerance for racial discrimination. All students, regardless of race or origin, are protected under imperial equality law. Discrimination will result in immediate investigation, and if confirmed, instant expulsion without trial. They don't play around. Rule 2: No exit without authorization. Leaving the academy walls without explicit permission from a certified instructor or the director will result in suspension, investigation, or permanent dismissal depending on intent. So much for wandering. Rule 3: Dormitory conduct is tier-specific. Each class tier has its own dorm regulations, enforced by designated dormitory guides. Violating dorm rules may result in demotion of class rank or loss of privileges. Noel raised an eyebrow at that one. I'll have to ask Gareth what privileges means. Rule 4: Unauthorized combat prohibited. All duels must be requested and approved through the Academy Arena Board. Fighting outside designated zones without permission is a major offense even if both parties agree. Rule 5: Mana use restrictions. No mana casting is allowed in public spaces unless explicitly cleared for training. Spells used outside approved zones are subject to containment punishment or loss of casting rights. And then 2 rules that weren't obvious. Rule 6: Mandatory academic attendance. Absence from lectures or guided practice without documented cause results in class penalties. Chronic absence results in rank reclassification. Class A students are monitored directly. Babysat, got it. Rule 7: Forbidden zone trespass. Certain areas of the academy are classified by clearance rank. Entering without prior access is considered magical treason, regardless of intent. Punishment includes expulsion or detainment by the Imperial Order. Noel lowered the sheet. They make sure the kids stay in line or burn trying. He folded the rules and set them aside. The academy offered everything, but it watched everything too. At the bottom of the briefcase beneath the rules, Noel found a final booklet thinner but bound in hard leather with an embossed symbol on the front. Manacode Primer Academy Edition. He opened it. The first page was a single line, centered in silver ink. All life has mana. Only a few learn how to use it. Noel flipped to the next, the mana core. A spiritual organ located near the heart. Everyone has one. Only a few awaken it to conscious use. Once activated, the mana core absorbs ambient energy and stores it, allowing the user to shape it through will, focus, and technique. The core can expand, strengthen, evolve. It is both your engine and your limit. 2 paths of mana. External use: magic. Elemental spells, barriers, enchantments, summoning, channeling energy outside the body. Internal use: enhancement. Boosted speed, strength, reaction time, perception. Body reinforcement mana flows into the self, improving it. Noel paused, rereading that. So brute force fighters and genius mages are using the same fuel, just different engines, power ranks. The booklet listed the system clearly. Novice basic mana control, adept stable casting, core refinement begins. Ascendant advanced manipulation. Spell creation possible. Archmage constructs domains, breaks magical thresholds, creates original systems. Manacode access to mana script, the legendary form of reality rewriting. No confirmed user in over a century. Noel leaned back in his chair. His hand instinctively went to his chest over his heart. He felt it faintly now, a pulsing warmth. Like something waiting to be used. Everyone starts at novice. But not everyone climbs. I wonder how far this extra can go. He closed the booklet. The academy offered more than just knowledge. It offered power. And for the first time since waking up in this world, Noel wanted to see how far he could take it. Morning sunlight filtered through the dormitory windows, casting soft gold across the polished wooden floor. Noel stood in front of the tall mirror, still toweling off his damp hair. The bath had done its job. His body felt light again, the aches and cuts of the last few days reduced to fading memory. The briefcase on the bed sat open, its contents neatly folded. He reached in and pulled out the uniform. Dark navy coat, tailored to precision. White button-up shirt with a silver-accented collar. Slim black tie, clean, durable trousers. Everything smelled faintly of enchanted starch and cold magic, like the wardrobe of someone important. He dressed without ceremony. One piece at a time. Shirt, tie, coat, gloves, boots. When he finished, he looked at himself in the mirror and blinked. The man staring back didn't look like someone who had slit throats in a forest 3 days ago. Didn't look like someone who'd ever bled, ever vomited from panic, ever run for his life. Looked like a noble, sharp, poised, dangerously quiet. Noel adjusted the tie slightly and raised an eyebrow at himself. "You wear the uniform better than you wore a hospital gown," he muttered. He turned away, grabbing the folded campus map and slipping it into his coat. He didn't need to prepare a speech. He wasn't planning to impress anyone, just listen, observe, and blend, for now. He opened the door, time to meet the world. The moment Noel stepped outside the dormitory tower, he felt it. Movement, life, power. The main courtyard of the Class A sector was already bustling. Students walked in clusters along the paved paths, some chatting, others simply moving with purpose. Dozens of uniforms flashed between the trees and arched neatly pressed coats, polished boots, embroidered house sigils. And it wasn't just humans. He paused at the top of the steps and took it all in. A pair of dwarves passed by, laughing in deep voices, their uniforms slightly modified to fit their broader frames. 2 elven girls glided down a side path with unreadable grace, their platinum and snow-white hair catching the light like threads spun from starlight. On the edge of the training grounds, he caught sight of a trio of beastkin feline humanoids, sleek and agile, tails swaying behind them, eyes like cut gems scanning the campus with wariness. It was one thing to read about other races. It was another to see them, to be among them. And yet Noel kept his expression neutral. No staring, no second glances. "You're not here to gawk, you're here to learn." Even if part of him, buried deep beneath all that cold calculation, still whispered, "Goddamn, they really do look like the art pages." But better, he adjusted his gloves and kept walking. 60 students at least already mingling. All of them Class A, all of them considered the best. That meant this year was packed with potential, or competition, maybe both. The lobby of the Class A dormitory was quieter than the courtyard, but no less refined. High ceilings arched overhead, carved with the academy's crest in silver and obsidian. A pair of magical lanterns floated in place near the reception desk, casting gentle light over marble floors and velvet-lined benches. Students passed through now and then, some carrying books, others chatting in low tones. Noel scanned the room until he spotted him. Gareth Wren, his guide and dorm overseer, stood near the hallway to the administrative wing, speaking with a staff member. His posture was relaxed, but every movement efficient. This was a man who remembered everything and missed nothing. Noel made his way over, waiting politely until Gareth noticed him, just as Gareth turned. A voice spoke from behind. "Pardon me, are you Gareth Wren?" Noel stopped mid-step and turned slightly. A young woman had approached from the opposite corridor. She was striking. She was tall, poised, and walked like the floor adjusted itself beneath her steps. Elena von Listeria. Noel recognized her instantly, not from memory, but from description, from pages. Her platinum blonde hair fell loose around her shoulders, catching the light like threads of moonlight. Her skin was fair, almost porcelain, and her amber eyes. Gods, they didn't just glow, they watched. Like a scholar dissecting the room with a single glance, the elegance wasn't forced, it was her. Noel instinctively stepped back to let her pass, raising a hand with the slightest incline of his head. "After you," he said, tone smooth but reserved. "Ladies first." She paused just a heartbeat, then offered a gentle nod of acknowledgement. Gareth, now noticing both of them, smiled politely. "Lord Noel Thorne and Lady Elena von Listeria. 2 of our newest Class A residents." Elena's eyes flicked to Noel. There was a brief pause, calculating, and maybe. Curious, Noel met her gaze evenly, unbothered. For a moment, the Academy's marble halls felt like the opening scene of a play. 2 leads just now meeting on stage. I imagine you both have questions about dorm policies, Gareth said, his voice practiced and pleasant. Noelle and Alina nodded almost in sync. Good, let's keep this simple. He gestured toward the hallway behind him, though they didn't move. His tone shifted just slightly more formal, almost administrative. For Class A, there are no curfews. You may come and go from your rooms as you wish. There are no restrictions on study hours, visitors, or how you personalize your space within reason. Noel tilted his head. So long as we show up to class on time. Exactly, Gareth confirmed. Failure to maintain attendance or behavior consistent with Class A standards may result in reassignment to a lower rank. Alina was already nodding, absorbing everything. But one rule, Gareth continued, his tone hardening just a fraction, and this one is enforced. Both of them glanced at him. We do not get involved in personal disputes between students, especially those of a romantic or family nature, if something arises. It's a matter for your house, not the academy. There was a brief pause. Noelle raised a hand slightly, polite, you mean. Dating, Gareth gave a short, measured nod. Yes, relationships are permitted, but any fallout, public drama, scandals, family backlash, it's all on you. Noelle glanced at Alina. She said nothing, but the corner of her mouth lifted, amused, maybe. Noelle gave a slight shrug. Noted. With the rules explained, a brief silence settled over the trio. Alina turned slightly toward Noelle, her amber eyes narrowing, not unkindly, but inquisitive. You're Noelle Thorne, she said. Not a question, a confirmation. Noelle nodded once. That's right, I expected someone different, she added, head tilting just slightly. The rumors didn't mention manners. That caught him off guard. He raised an eyebrow. I'll take that as a compliment. She smiled just enough to shift the atmosphere between them. It was meant as one, she replied. Her tone was polite but not distant. The kind of grace that came from someone used to being studed Somyo and used to expectations and skilled at managing them. Noelle bowed his head slightly. Then I'm glad to have exceeded at least one. She inclined her head in return, then excused herself with quiet elegance. As she walked off, Noelle watched her go. Exactly like the book described, he thought, except more real, more sharp. Alina's footsteps faded into the quiet hum of academy life. Noelle remained still for a moment, watching her disappear around a corner before turning back to Gareth. My laundry, he said, tone returning to neutral. Is it ready? Gareth, already a step ahead, nodded. Of course. He stepped into the nearby office and returned with a folded bundle, clean pressed, neatly tied with string. Noelle accepted it with a nod. He turned to leave, then paused. One more thing, he said, glancing back. The rumors, I've heard they exist, but not the details. What exactly are they saying about me? Gareth hesitated, not out of fear, just diplomacy. When he spoke, it was careful. They say you're here because of your name, not your talent, that you're a noble with no prospects, a political favor. Noelle's grip on the bundle tightened just slightly. Gareth met his gaze. They call you the useless noble. I don't say that to offend Yaoanli because I imagine you'll hear worse eventually. Noelle's eyes narrowed. He didn't speak, didn't argue, didn't lash out. He just nodded once. I see. And without another word, he turned and walked away, his boots clicking against marble, the quiet fury in his steps masked by the stillness of the hall. The sky was still tinted violet when Noelle stepped outside. The academy grounds were quiet, half draped in mist. Mana lamps along the walkways flickered softly, not yet dismissed by the rising sun. The air was cool, crisp, and sharp enough to bite. Perfect training weather. He walked with purpose, hands in his coat pockets, passing silent buildings and dormant gardens until he reached the open training grounds. It was massive, almost like a field meant for drills, duels, and chaos. Practice dummies stood in rows. Several sections were reinforced with protective wards carved directly into the earth. A few boulders had been dragged to the side for strength training or manipulation tests. Noelle dropped his coat and bag on a nearby bench, rolled up his sleeves, and began. First, a light jog, 2 full laps around the perimeter. Then bodyweight drills, push-ups, core stretches, agility work, muscle control, precision, repetition, not the kind of training to impress anyone, but the kind that would build a foundation no spell could replace. His breath formed clouds in the morning air. His body moved on instinct. This wasn't glory training. This was survival. Every drop of sweat, every burning muscle reminded him. He wasn't going to coast by on a famous name. You were born to the bottom of the page. Climb. He finished his final set, wiped his face, and sat on the grass. The sun had finally crested the wall, and now it was time for magic. The grass was still cool beneath him as he sat cross-legged near the center of the field. Noelle took a slow breath, letting the air settle in his lungs, then exhaled, controlled, steady. His hands rested palm up on his knees, fingers slightly curled. His thoughts quieted. He reached inward. The mana was there, not like a river, not yet, more like a pulse, a quiet drumbeat behind his ribs. Steady, waiting, he focused. Let it rise, form first, then function. He extended a hand forward. Water sphere. The mana shifted, pooled in his palm. For a moment, nothing. Then a bubble of water formed. uneven, trembling. It hovered just above his palm, quivering like a jellyfish in air. Noel blinked. The sphere collapsed into a splash, soaking his glove. Still smiled. He tried again and again. Each time it came a little faster, a little cleaner. Eventually it held shape for 3 full seconds before breaking apart. Next, he focused on heat. No incantation this time, just will. He summoned a flicker of fire barely larger than a candle flame. It danced at his fingertip, warm and harmless. Noel stared at it. The warmth touched his skin, not just from the fire, from the success, not bad. For a useless noble, he let the flame fade and stood, wiping his palm dry. It wasn't impressive, but it was his. The training ground was larger than it looked at first glance. Divided by low stone walls and mana-threaded pillars, it gave students space to train in peace or isolation. Noel moved to a shaded corner near the edge, stretching out his arms, trying to cool down. Then he saw them. 2 figures, maybe 30 meters away in the opposite quadrant. The boy had short, dark hair, strong shoulders, and a wooden sword clutched in both hands. His strikes were forceful, unrefined, but practiced. Beside him stood a girl with long black hair and sharp blue eyes, watching him with a quiet, familiar intensity. She didn't hold a weapon, just a towel and a flask of water. Her posture was relaxed, but her gaze never strayed from the boy's movements. Marcus and Clara, the protagonists. Noel didn't need to see their faces up close. He already knew. They were real now, breathing, moving, alive. Noel watched for a few seconds, quiet. He could have walked over, introduced himself, started rewriting the script, but he didn't. He turned back toward his own space, picked up his sword, and resumed his drills. It's their story for now. Let them play their part. The next morning came earlier than expected. Noel had barely finished his warm-up when he noticed he wasn't alone. At the far end of the field, almost blending into the pale morning, stood a girl. She wore the standard training uniform, modified slightly for colder climates. Her long blue hair was pulled into a loose, functional braid, and her cyan eyes glowed faintly, focused entirely on the orb of magic hovering between her hands. Selene von Iskandar. He remembered her name from the novel, a northern prodigy, cold, brilliant, quiet. And there she was, conjuring a perfect sphere of ice in one hand while a second spellbook floated beside her, its pages turning on their own. Noel didn't say anything. He didn't need to. As if sensing him, she looked up. Her gaze was calm, analytical. "Good morning," she said softly, her voice even colder than the air. Noel blinked. Morning, that was it. She turned back to her training. So did he. By the 4th day, Noel's body moved like it had finally caught up with his will. His sword drills were sharper, his footing lighter, his endurance steadier, but what truly changed was the magic. He sat cross-legged again in the far corner of the training field, the morning dew still clinging to the grass. His breathing was slow, steady. His hands rested on his knees, palms open. He reached inward, and the mana answered, not in a flood, but in a whisper. A language he hadn't studied, but somehow understood. He didn't know how he knew it. There were no runes, no chants, no hand gestures, just intent, clarity. He raised a hand. Mana flowed into his palm, not violently, not unpredictably. It curled like smoke, warm and obedient. He shaped it slowly, gently, and a flame bloomed. Bright, stable, suspended midair without flicker or fade. 10 seconds passed, still holding. Noel blinked once, then let it dissipate. A grin, small, almost private-tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I'm behind, I know that. They've had tutors. Instructors, legacies." He stood slowly, wiping his palm against his coat. "But they don't feel it like I do. They control mana, I understand it, and that changes everything." The 5th morning arrived wrapped in golden mist. Noel's routine unfolded like clockwork, warm-up, sword drills, mana control. His movements were sharper now, his focus unshakable. Each spell he shaped held just a little longer, burned just a little hotter, flowed just a little smoother. He was still behind, knew that. But the gap no longer felt infinite, and every step forward was his. As he stood at the far end of the field, catching his breath, a familiar presence walked past. Selene, same composed posture, same icy braid, same silent spellbook hovering near her shoulder. But this time as she passed him, she paused. She turned just enough to look at him over her shoulder. "You held the flame steady today," she said. "Longer than yesterday." Noel blinked, just for a second. He hadn't noticed her watching. He hadn't thought she was watching. He gave a slow nod. "You noticed." A rare hint of a smile ghosted across her lips. "I don't say things I don't mean." She continued on toward the center of the field, where a rune circle flickered to life under her feet. Noel stood still, arms crossed, watching her go. "So she's been observing me." He glanced down at his hand, faint soot still smudged his glove. Interesting. That night, back in his room, he sank into the chair near the window, watching the stars rise above the academy walls. His muscles ached. His mana reserves felt like shallow cups. But his spirit, steady, clear, 5 days down, and for once, "I don't feel behind. Let the story begin." The morning sun cast pale gold across the academy's rooftops. Noel stood in front of his mirror, straightening his tie. The uniform fit perfectly, crisp navy coat, spotless white shirt, and a tie knotted with quiet precision. Not flashy, just clean. His reflection stared back at him, unbothered, unreadable, but inside he was thinking. So far, 2 pieces have moved. He adjusted the cuffs on his sleeves. Alina was chance, a casual intersection. He buttoned the coat. Selene was not. I knew where to find her. That field was always her sanctuary, even in the book. He hesitated, then smirked. Didn't expect her to notice me, though. He ran a hand through his hair, tugged once on his collar, and exhaled slowly. Today was the real beginning. Ceremonies, classes, structure. Today the roles started to take shape. And Noel Thorneth, one with no lines, no scenes, no future in the original script, was already on stage. He grabbed his satchel, slung it over one shoulder, and stepped out of the room. The auditorium was nothing short of majestic. It was carved from enchanted stone, with ceilings so high they vanished into floating runes and golden light. Rows of tiered seats filled with first-year students stretched in elegant arcs around a raised platform at the center. Floating lanterns hovered above, casting soft illumination without flicker or heat. The walls shimmered faintly with protective enchantments. At the very front stood a grand emblem of phoenix wreathed in flame and stars, the seal of the Imperial Academy. Noel took a seat near the upper left tier, quietly observing as the room filled with murmurs and excited whispers. Then the lights dimmed. The silence that followed wasn't forced. It was natural, absolute, because the man who walked onto the stage didn't need to command attention. He was attention. Nicholas von Aldros, director of the Imperial Academy. He looked no older than 40 tall, well-built, with silver blonde hair tied back in a loose ribbon and eyes like tempered steel. But something about him felt older than time. Not worn, not tired, just ancient. The way he moved, the way he stood, it was as if the air around him waited for permission before moving. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "Welcome," he said, his voice quiet, but it echoed through the chamber like a spell. "Each of you sits here today not because of name or coin, but because of potential." He scanned the rows. His gaze passed over Noel, and for the briefest second paused, then moved on. "You stand at the gates of something greater than yourselves. Power does not give meaning. Purpose does, and without control, power is just another kind of failure." Noel felt the weight of those words settle in his chest. A murmur ran through the crowd. Director Aldros spoke again. "Some of you will rise, some of you will fall. That is the nature of what we cultivate here." He smiled faintly, almost sadly. "Welcome to the Academy of Vailterra." The lights rose again, the silence broke, and the future began. The auditorium emptied in waves. Students moved in clusters, guided by staff and floating sigils that projected names, class letters, and colored lines of mana across the floor. The lines pulsed gently, an elegant way to manage chaos. Noel followed the one marked Class A Upper Tower. It led through wide marble corridors lined with stained glass windows. Each panel depicted legendary scenismages conjuring cities from nothing, warriors wrapped in divine flame, scholars wielding ink like blades. Noel moved quietly, eyes sharp. Every detail mattered, every step taught him something. Eventually, the hall opened into a spiral staircase carved into white stone. The steps didn't creak, they whispered, as if even the architecture knew who was supposed to walk here. He reached the top floor after a few minutes, heart steady. A rune-etched door stood before him, already open. Inside, soft daylight poured through tall windows. Desks of polished wood were arranged in a curved formation, all facing an elevated central platform. Noel stepped in, the top of the tower, the place reserved for the best. He didn't smile, but something in his chest felt solid. "Welcome to the stage." The classroom was quiet, almost too quiet. A few students had already taken their seats. Some were chatting in low voices, others reviewing notes or idly channeling mana through their fingers. Noel chose a seat midway up the arc, close enough to observe, far enough to remain overlooked. The walls were etched with mana-dampening glyphs, and soft runes hovered above each desk ready to light up or record at command. It didn't feel like a classroom. It felt like a proving ground. A few minutes passed, then the door opened without a sound. A man walked in, tall and thin, dressed in a long dark robe with violet accents. His hair was streaked white, combed back neatly. His icebell violet swept across the room like blades. Professor Deemer. He didn't speak immediately. He stood in the center of the room, hands clasped behind his back, letting the silence deepen. The last whispers died instantly. When he finally spoke, it was smooth, measured, without effort. "Manipulation of mana," he said, "is not about strength. It is about control." He let that hang for a moment. A fire spell is not impressive. A fire spell with intent, precision, and timing is. He looked around again, slower this time. "If any of you are here to show off, I suggest you leave. This class is for those who wish to master the one thing that defines all magic." He raised a hand. Mana rippled in the air around him like mist caught in a storm, and then it froze midair. Dozens of shimmering strands hovered, suspended in complete stillness. Not a flicker, not a tremor. Then he snapped his fingers. The strands spiraled back into his palm and vanished. The silence that followed wasn't nervous, it was respect. Noel leaned forward slightly. "Yeah, he's not bluffing." Students trickled in as Professor Deemer finished his opening demonstration, each arrival quietly shifting the room's atmosphere. First through the door was Marcus, dark-haired, tall, a little rough around the edges, but solid, he moved with the quiet confidence of someone who had nothing to prove, but everything to fight for. Beside him walked Clara, her expression calm, eyes alert. She smiled at something Marcus said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as they found seats near the center. Noel recognized them both instantly, the story's core. He turned his attention back to the front, keeping his face impassive. Then a new presence dropped into the seat beside him. Mind if I sit here? Noel glanced over. The boy was broad-shouldered, tanned, with short, dark blonde hair and an easy grin. A sword rested at his hip, not for show. His posture said he knew how to use it. Noel, right? He asked. Name's Roberto. Noel gave a short nod. Yeah, go ahead. Roberto dropped his bag and offered his hand. Noel shook it, firm but not too friendly, not in the book. A wild card. Guess we're seatmates now, Roberto said with a grin. Hope you're not too competitive. Noel raised an eyebrow. Only when it counts. A quiet entrance drew his attention. Selene stepped in. She made no sound as she walked, her blue hair tied back neatly, her eyes sharp and distant. She nodded briefly at Noel and he returned the gesture. Then came Elena von Lesteria. Graceful, composed, unreadable. Her gaze swept the room as she walked toward an empty seat without hesitation. She didn't acknowledge anyone but didn't need to. And finally, the door opened one last time, and silence followed. Lady Elira von Estermont entered with all the subtlety of a declaration. Her uniform bore the red crest of the student council, trimmed in silver. Her black braid was tied with surgical precision, and her gray eyes moved like blades across the class. Noel felt the shift, not fear, not admiration, but calculation. She sat near the front, alone, by choice. And there she is, the council's spider. The players had arrived. And the curtain was about to rise. Professor Deemer waved his hand, and glowing runes ignited along the floor around each desk. A shallow shimmer spread upward like barriers, containment fields. Let's begin with something simple, he said. Basic sphere formation. If you can't stabilize raw mana into a basic construct, leave. This academy is not a place for theory alone. A ripple of tension moved through the room. Noel didn't flinch. He inhaled, reached inward, let the mana answer. It was slower than the others, less immediate than Selene, less smooth than Elena. But it came. Warmth filled his palm. He shaped it gently. A small sphere of mana formed above his hand, light blue, steady, flickering just faintly. Unremarkable, but stable. He held it longer than some. Less flash, more control. He didn't look around, but someone else did. Elira, from her seat near the front, glanced over her shoulder. Her eyes locked onto Noel for a second. No reaction, just analysis. Then she looked away. Marcus was struggling, his sphere formed, but it warped constantly. Clara leaned in, whispering tips. He chuckled, tried again. Selene's orb was perfect. A crystal of ice suspended midair, unmoving. Elena's was elegant, flawless form, graceful channeling. Roberto couldn't shape mana at all, but his hand glowed faintly with internal enhancement, a different kind of talent. Professor Deemer walked past each row, silent, inspecting. When he reached Noel's desk, he paused for half a second. Not long, but long enough, then moved on. Noel exhaled. Not bad, not great either, but I'm here. And for now. That was enough. The courtyard behind the main tower was buzzing with noise. Students lounged on marble benches, clustered beneath shade-giving trees or around the practice dummies in the training circle. The air was filled with chatter, laughter, and bursts of mana flickering from casual spell practice. Noel had just stepped out from the main hallway when he heard his name. Loud, too loud to be coincidence. So it's true then, they actually let that guy into Class A. A few heads turned. A small group of students had gathered near the center path, their eyes locked on a tall boy standing with arms folded, voice sharp and smug. Callan Drave, son of House Dravey, a lesser noble house with a big ego. Black uniform worn a little too perfectly, sword on his hip, blonde hair slicked back, and a smile that begged to be punched. I mean, everyone knows House Thorn fell off, Callan continued, loud enough to carry. But putting someone like him here, what did you do? Thorn begged, buy someone off. Noel didn't even break stride. He walked right past the group, hands in his pockets, gaze fixed ahead. That only made Callan laugh louder. Look at that, no spine either, typical. Noel stopped, turned, tilted his head slightly. Do I know you? The smirk on Callan's face twitched. I'm not surprised you don't remember, he spat. You were always beneath notice. Noel blinked once, then smiled calmly, almost lazily. Then why are you so desperate for mine now? A few students chuckled. Callan's face darkened. I challenge you to a duel. The crowd stirred. Noel raised an eyebrow. Before he could reply, Marcus stepped forward from behind the crowd. Whoa, Callan, really, he said. Come on, don't do this. Callan scoffed. Back off, commoner. This isn't your stage. Noel raised a hand, palm open, eyes still locked on Callan. It's fine, he said to Marcus. Then he turned to the challenger. I accept. And smiled just a little. Let's give them a show. They made their way to the official dueling arena, a circular platform set into the stone floor of the southern courtyard. It was lined with glowing wards and etched runes, designed to contain both magic and momentum. Students followed in droves. Whispers spread faster than footsteps. Isn't that Noel Thorne, the one they say bought his way into Class A? I heard he couldn't even use proper spells. Noel ignored them all. He walked at an even pace, wooden training sword slung loosely under one arm. His expression didn't shift, not even as Callan strutted ahead like he was already victorious. The crowd lined the outer ring. At the far end of the platform stood Professor Deemer, arms folded, violet eyes watching both boys like a falcon watching prey. No casting unless I say otherwise, Deemer said, his voice carrying without needing to shout. Standard format. First disarm or direct surrender ends the match. Callan saluted with an overdramatic flourish of his wooden blade. Noel just gave a slight nod and stepped into the ring. Callan sneered. You always were slow to respond. Fitting. Noel yawned genuinely. I'm sorry, are you still talking? The crowd reacted, some gasped, some laughed. Callan's grip on his sword tightened. Good, Noel thought, keep getting mad, makes you sloppy. Deemer raised one hand, his tone flat. Begin. Callan moved first. He lunged fast and aggressive, his wooden sword cutting through the air with practiced precision. Noel didn't even parry. He stepped aside. The blade missed by inches. The crowd roared at first, thinking Noel had flinched. But as Callan spun to recover, Noel was already repositioning, calm, unreadable. Callan snarled and came agging faster, this time with a feint and upward slash. Noel leaned back. The blade passed just in front of his face. Then again Callan launched into a combination of strikes, diagonal, side, overhead, all missed, not because Noel was backing away. He wasn't. He simply wasn't there when the blade arrived. He moved with minimal effort, just enough, efficient, calculated. From the sidelines, cheers rang out. He's cornering him. Come on, Callan, they didn't see it. But Callan did. He was sweating now, breathing faster. Noel hadn't swung once, not once, and yet hadn't been touched. You, Callan spat. Stand still. Noel smiled slightly. Why, you're doing such a great job hitting the air. Callan's next strike came with fury, not form. A wide horizontal slash meant to knock Noel off balance. This time Noel stepped in, not away. He twisted his body, letting the blow glance harmlessly off his shoulder and with a flick of his wrist. Crack, his wooden blade slammed into Callan's sword at the perfect angle. The weapon flew from Callan's hand, clattering across the arena floor. Gasps echoed around the platform. Noel took one step forward, raised his sword, and pointed it directly at Callan's face. The duel is over. Silence, the crowd, the professor, even Callan still. The match had been clean, precise, and completely one-sided. Callan stood frozen, chest heaving, face flushed, fingers twitching as if still trying to grip the sword that now lay several feet away. Noel didn't move. His wooden blade hovered just inches from Callan's forehead. His stance was perfect. Relaxed shoulders, balanced footing, unshaken grip. He could hold it like that all day. Kendo classes were for something after all. He lowered the sword. Turned, started walking off the platform. But Callan wasn't done. No, I'm not finished. The shout came with a surge of mana hot, uncontrolled, furious. Noel spun just as Callan raised his hand, arcane symbols flickering into life along his arm. Fire coiled at his fingertips, twisting into a dangerous, unstable conjuration spell. The crowd shouted in warning, but before Callan could cast. A sharp crack echoed through the arena. The fire vanished in an instant, ripped from his core by a wave of nullifying magic, standing beside him. Professor Deemer, one hand gripped Callan's shoulder. The other hovered just behind his neck, mana humming in a dense violet coil. That's enough. His voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. You used magic without permission. In violation of Rule 2, Line 4, Subsection 3. Callan opened his mouth. Save it, Deemer snapped. With a flick of his wrist, a mana seal clamped around Callan's wrist like a glowing cuff. You're done for the day. If I see you attempt one more spell, your spot in Class A is gone. Callan's face twisted in frustration, but he said nothing else. He was escorted from the platform under silence. Noel watched it all with the same expression he'd worn since the start. None. Up above, on one of the upper walkways that overlooked the dueling arena, Lady Elira von Estermont stood with her arms crossed, gaze fixed on the platform below. She hadn't cheered, hadn't moved, hadn't spoken a word, but she had seen everything. From the moment Noel stepped into the ring, she watched the way he Movidice engaged but deliberate, casual but controlled. He never showed off, never played to the crowd. But every action had intent. And when he disarmed Callan, effortless, no wasted motion, no hesitation, and no need for applause. Her gray eyes narrowed slightly, so that's the useless noble. She tilted her head, braid falling over one shoulder. Interesting. Then without a word she turned and walked away. Noel never even saw her. The crowd had begun to disperse. Some students whispered, others laughed. A few cast lingering glances Noel's way, half curious, half confused. He ignored them all, calmly stepping off the platform and retrieving his coat from a bench nearby. He didn't expect anyone to speak to him. So when a hand clapped him on the shoulder, he tense-adjusted slightly. Dude, Roberto said with a grin that was art. Noel blinked. Art? Yeah, you made him dance like a headless chicken for 5 minutes. That was better than class. Noel shrugged. I was just. Stretching behind them, Marcus approached. He looked more serious but not cold. Noel glanced at him. Didn't seem fair to ruin your reputation with a duel. Marcus chuckled. You've got a sharp tongue and a sharper sword. Noel didn't answer, not right away. He wasn't used to the sprays that didn't come with expectation or condescension, but the air around them was light, genuine. Roberto bumped his elbow. You always that chill, or was that just for effect? Noel gave a faint, almost reluctant smile. I get bored easily. The three walked back toward the main building. Noel still felt a little out of place in their presence, like a ghost at someone else's party, but he didn't walk away, and that maybe was a start. The upper wing of the academy library was mostly empty this time of day. Noel liked that. Quiet, no eyes, just shelves and time. He passed rows of titles until he found what he was looking for: Magical Structures Barrier Theory Applied Defense. He pulled the book free and flipped it open with one hand, walking it to a nearby table. As he sat, his mind wandered not randomly but backward, to a memory he didn't live, the bloody banquet. It wasn't just a scene in the book, it was the turning point, the first real tragedy. Nobles slaughtered, spells detonated in the heart of the academy, panic, blood on silk, a perfectly timed breach that shattered the banquet hall's high-tier protective barrier like it was wet parchment. It wasn't brute force, it was precision. Someone knew exactly how to break the academy's core defense enchantments. Now Noel was trying to find out how, because if it happened, onset could happen again. He skimmed pages filled with spell structures, breakdown glyphs, diagrams of magical grids woven into walls and floors. The text was dense, but some parts clicked almost instinctively. You can't just throw fire at a barrier like that. It needs destabilization, internal disruption, mana inversion. He flipped to a section labeled Internal Weakness, Overload, Anchor Severance, Rewriting Seals. Bingo. They didn't blow it up. They rewrote it from the inside. Noel leaned back in the chair, hands steepled, eyes narrowed at the text. If I can find the method, I can build a counter, set a trap, leave a fail-safe, something. He was still reading when a shadow crossed the table. A soft thump of book placed gently across from him. And a voice, cool, curious. Didn't expect to find you here, Noel Thorne. Noel's eyes didn't move from the page, but he did exhale quietly. And there she is. Didn't expect you to talk to me, he replied. Only then did he glance up. Elira von Estermont stood across from him, one hand resting on the back of a chair, the other holding a thick book titled Mana Pattern Recognition and Psychological Discrepancies. She didn't sit right away, just watched him, lips curved faintly. I'm full of surprises, she said. You're also supposed to be busy managing student council politics. And yet here I am, she said, finally pulling the chair out and sitting with composed ease, in the restricted theory wing. Same as you. Noel closed his book, marking the page with a folded note, looking for anything in particular, or just here to check if the rumors are true. Elira raised an eyebrow. Which ones? He shrugged, leaning back in his chair. That you like playing with spiders more than people. That earned a quiet laugh. Not untrue, she said, smoothing the page of her own book, but I'm also told I have good instincts. Funny, Noel said, so do spiders. She smiled at that, but didn't deny it. Elira flipped through a few pages, eyes scanning fast. She didn't speak again right away, and Noel didn't press her. The silence between them felt deliberate, strategic. Finally, she spoke without looking up. So, are the rumors true? Noel arched a brow. Which ones this time? That you're dead weight, she said plainly. Bought your way into Class A, can't cast properly. Got lucky with a wooden sword. He smiled, slow, unimpressed. You missed the one about me being a failed heir and a danger to social order. Elira looked up. Is it true? Noel met her eyes, unflinching. They're good stories, he said. Got everyone talking. That's all rumors really need to do. She tilted her head slightly. That's not a yes. It's not a no either. Elira studied him for a moment longer, then nodded once, cautious, measured. You speak like someone who's had to memorize exits. Some of us don't get to walk in through the front, Noel replied. She smiled again, slightly sharper this time. Not bad, she murmured. You're not what I expected. Noel smirked. You sound disappointed. Not even close. They sat in silence again, but it was heavier now. Not uncomfortable, just full. Two players measuring the board. And realizing maybe, just maybe, they weren't playing on opposite sides. Elira closed her book with a quiet thud, fingers steepled over the cover. Noel could tell she was about to shift gears, not just observe him, but test him. I've seen a few students, she said, keeping her tone calm but sharp underneath, slipping out through the east gate after curfew. Noel's brow twitched. Elira continued, watching him closely now. They don't use the main paths. They take the tunnels beneath the enchantment labs. The ones no one's supposed to access without clearance. Noel said nothing, but his mind clicked fast. Why leave the safest place in the city? Unless what you're doing needs shadows. They always come back, Elira said, and they pretend they were never gone, but their stories don't line up. Their mana feels off, like it's carrying something back in with them. Noel finally spoke. You followed them. No, I confronted one. A pause. What happened? Elira's eyes narrowed slightly. He smiled at me, she said I must have imagined it. Then asked me if I believed in curses. Noel's eyes sharpened. That's not nothing. That's a threat wrapped in politeness. Elira leaned back slightly, her expression unreadable now. I'm not the type to jump at shadows, she said, but it's not right. She let that hang in the air, heavy and deliberate, and I think you've noticed it too. Noel leaned back in his chair, arms folded loosely across his chest. Notice what? Elira gave him a look, subtle, patient, like a spider watching a fly pretend it wasn't in a web. You know what I'm talking about. Noel shrugged. Weird mana, suspicious smiles. Night strolls through forbidden tunnels. Sounds like standard academy drama to me. She didn't flinch, didn't blink, just said you're stalling. He smirked. Maybe I just like hearing you talk. Elira's expression didn't change, but her voice dropped half a tone. I picked you for a reason, Noel Thorne. You don't flinch, you don't ask dumb questions. And when people start watching you, you make sure they regret it. Noel tilted his head. And that's all it takes to get your attention. She stood, gathering her book. No, she met his eyes one last time. It's intuition, and mine's never wrong. Then she walked away, as effortlessly as she arrived, leaving behind silence, a half-read page and a very still Noel. He didn't move for a while, just stared at the table. Then, finally. Right, so we're doing this. Noel remained seated long after Elira left. The pages in front of him blurred, the words forgot. His thoughts drifted not to the shadows, not to the rumors, but to the story he remembered, the original script, Marcus. In the book, by this point, Marcus would already be earning the trust of students and professors alike, always the one helping others, solving disputes, lending a hand in training, saving a student from a rogue spell gone wrong, volunteering for extra duties. The perfect protagonist, not because he was flawless, no, far from it, but because he worked for everything. He had one clear goal. Be strong enough to protect the one he loved, Clara, and for that, he made friends, he fought hard, he rose, a symbol, a leader, a hero. Noel tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He'll be a name they all remember, that's fine. His gaze lowered to the ancient runes glowing faintly on the page, because while the hero's busy shining in the light, he turned the page slowly, calmly. Someone has to walk the dark. The Academy Cafe was buzzing with life. Laughter, clinking silverware, and the soft hum of mana-infused coffee machines filled the air. Sunlight spilled through wide-arched windows, casting warm patches of light across polished wood tables and velvet seats. Noel sat by one of the window booths, one leg crossed over the other, sipping from a cup of something vaguely caffeinated and not entirely awful. A plate of untouched food sat in front of him mostly for show. He didn't eat much during conversations. He watched, a shadow flickered across the window. Hey, Marcus said as he slid into the seat across from him, setting down his tray. Sorry if I'm late, you're not, Noel replied without looking up. You're early. Roberto's late, right on cue. Oi, I'm fashionably late, said Roberto, appearing behind Marcus and dropping into the seat beside him with a dramatic sigh. Totally different vibe. Marcus rolled his eyes and handed him a fork. Roberto grinned. And that's why I like you, man. Noel took another sip and leaned back slightly. So, we're all here. Peaceful day, no duels, no exploding enchantments. Feels suspiciously normal, Marcus laughed. Give it 5 minutes. They'd barely gotten halfway through their meals before Noel set his cup down and gave Marcus a look. Not a mocking one, just curious. All right, he said, poking at a slice of bread with his fork. So how's it going with Clara? Marcus almost choked on his drink. Roberto blinked, then grinned wide. Oh no, he said, we're doing this. Marcus held up a hand, clearing his throat. You could have at least waited until I swallowed, man. Noel smirked. Figured you've been swallowing your feelings for long enough. Thought I'd help. Marcus groaned. You're unbelievable. Roberto leaned in like it was story time. Come on, don't hold out on us. You've been training harder, staying late after class. What's the plan, Romeo? Marcus rubbed the back of his neck. It's nothing crazy. I want to be someone she can count on, you know. Not just another guy who talks big. I want to earn it. Noel raised an eyebrow. Respect. Yeah, Marcus asked. Yeah, Noel said, but don't overthink it. Be honest. Listen more than you talk, and don't try too hard to be worthy. She wouldn't be around you if she didn't already think you are. Marcus stared at him, then blinked. That was surprisingly good advice. Roberto turned to Noel slowly, narrowed his eyes. Then smirked. Damn, you're giving dating advice now. What are you, Don Juan? Marcus chuckled into his cup. You kinda walked into that one, man. Noel didn't flinch, just took another slow sip, then looked at Roberto over the rim of his cup. Right, and you're one to talk. Roberto blinked. What's that supposed to mean? Noel set his cup down with practiced calm. I've seen you in conditioning class. Same girl sits next to you every time. Same girl hands you your towel. Same girl you very obviously don't ignore. Marcus looked between them, grinning. Oh, this is new. Roberto raised both hands in mock surrender. Okay, first of all, she's just persistent, Noel said flatly. Roberto narrowed his eyes. She's the one who started talking to me, Marcus, and you've heroically let her continue ever since. They all laughed. Noel leaned back again, letting the quiet settle before someone else brought up the next name. Roberto smirked, eyes gleaming like a wolf who just spotted a loose thread. All right, he said. You got me. He leaned forward, elbows on the table. But let's talk about you, Mr. Strategic. Because rumor has it someone's been spending a whole lot of quiet time in the library. Noel didn't move.
I'll with.
Elira von Estermont. Marcus's eyebrows shot up. No way. Elira, council vice president, political genius, wears judgment like perfume. Noel sighed slow and long. We're not a thing. Roberto grinned. You sure? Because she doesn't exactly waste her time with just anyone. Noel stared at his half-empty cup, didn't answer right away. Then, without looking up, coaches don't play. He said it deadpan as if it were law. Marcus lost it, nearly choked on his drink, laughing. Roberto slapped the table. That's the most evasive humble brag I've ever heard. Noel shrugged. It's not like that. But you didn't deny the time together, Roberto shot back. Noel just raised an eyebrow. Should I? More laughter. The laughter died down slowly, replaced by the easy rhythm of silverware on plates and soft murmurs from nearby tables. Other students passed by, a few tossing curious glances toward the three of them class of boys who on paper shouldn't get along this well. Noel leaned back in his seat again, arms crossed, letting the sunlight hit his face through the tall cafe window. For a moment it almost felt normal, but the weight never really left. Not for him. I can't tell them why I'm really working with Elira. He glanced at Marcus, smiling now, joking with Roberto over who could beat who in hand-to-hand sparring. I can't interfere too much. Marcus needs to grow through those events. He looked back into his cup, watching the reflection ripple. Just talking to Elira already shifted the timeline. She wasn't even part of that arc in the book. Noel's lips barely moved, but his voice in his head was steady. One variable at a time. I can't afford to start rewriting everything, at least now. Yo, Earth to Noel, Roberto said, snapping his fingers lightly in front of him. Noel blinked once. You good? Noel nodded, a little slower than usual. Yeah, just thinking. Marcus grinned. That's dangerous. Noel gave the faintest smile. You have no idea. The upper wing of the library was cloaked in the kind of silence that felt sacred. Noel sat alone at one of the corner tables, light from a single floating orb casting soft shadows over the pages in front of him. He wasn't reading. He was waiting. When Elira von Estermont arrived, she didn't say a word, just pulled the chair across from him and slid a folded parchment onto the table. Noel picked it up, unfolded it. 3 names, 3 timestamps, East Wing, late hours, routine movement. His eyes narrowed. That's 3 days in a row. 4, Elira corrected. One of them got missed. He turned the parchment slowly in his hands. You tell anyone else? No, not even the director. Elira's gaze sharpened slightly. If I report it, someone sends a patrol. The students get scared. Maybe they disappear. Problem handled on the surface. She leaned forward just slightly. But if this is what I think it is, it goes deeper. You don't kill a parasite by flicking off the ones on the skin. You find the one laying eggs. Noel said nothing, just folded the paper and tucked it into his coat. She didn't wait for more. Do what you want with it, she said, standing. Just don't make noise. She left without another word, and Noel was alone again. He leaned back in his seat, eyes drifting upward toward the stained glass windows. Moonlight filtered through quietly. His thoughts weren't quiet. They were bleeding. The bloody banquet. He remembered reading the chapter like it was yesterday. 212 dead, over 500 injured. A banquet turned to bloodshed, screams in marble halls, fire swallowing enchanted curtains, professors crushed beneath collapsing wards, first years trampled in the panic, and at the center of it all a single breach from inside. The book had been brutal, raw. Marcus had survived. He'd risen through the chaos, fought the mastermind, saved who he could, became a hero, but even he couldn't stop the death toll. If I step into this, there's no pulling back. The moment I interfere, the story starts unraveling. But I'm not here to steal the spotlight. He stood up, the parchment in his pocket like a weight. Marcus can deal with the boss. That's his arc. Me, I just want to keep people alive. The dormitory was quiet. Most students had already settled in some reading, others chatting, a few preparing spells for the next day's classes. Noel's room, as always, was silent. He stood at the foot of his bed, methodically folding back the edges of a dark coat on without insignia, without attention. He wasn't going out as a student of Class A tonight. He was going as a shadow. His wooden practice sword lay beside his belt. He ignored it. Instead, he reached beneath the bed and pulled out a slim black scabbard. The steel inside wasn't enchanted, wasn't famous, wasn't even technically approved for students to carry after hours, but it was sharp, and it remembered how to cut. Noel strapped it to his waist, then checked the time. 9:48 p.m. He had just enough margin. He pulled a small notebook from his desk drawer, flipped it open to a sketched map of the Academy's eastern sector marked with red circles, corridors, and handwritten notes. East Maintenance Hall. Restricted. Old warding. Access through utility hatch near the second garden. No one else had to know. If something goes wrong, I'll vanish before anyone realizes I was there. He grabbed a small pouch of coins just in case, slipped it into his coat, and with one last look at the closed window, he turned off the lights and stepped out into the corridor, footsteps muffled by spell-woven soles. Tonight, he wouldn't just watch the story unfold. He was going to crawl through its spine. The night air outside the dormitory was sharp and clean, perfect for moving quietly. Noel kept close to the walls as he made his way through the east wing. No students, no staff. Just the occasional flicker of a patrol light drifting through the upper towers like a lazy firefly. He knew the timing. He'd been watching it for days. At exactly 10:04 p.m., he reached the concealed service corridor behind the botanical garden. The air grew colder here older. The walls weren't enchanted like the rest of the academy. This hallway had been forgotten on purpose. Noel waited, leaned into the shadows, and then he saw them, 3 figures, hoods up, moving in silence across the cobbled path. Their steps were too precise to be casual, too practiced to be just a prank. They didn't talk, didn't hesitate. They slipped into the corridor and opened a narrow metal hatch recessed into the wall. One by one, they disappeared into the tunnel. Noel waited 15 seconds, then moved. The hatch was still slightly ajar. He eased it open and ducked inside, his boots landing soundlessly on ancient stone. Inside, the air was damp and stale. The tunnel was narrow and low, lit only by the soft glow of mana moss clinging to the corners. Noel followed at a distance, keeping to the sides, slowing his breath. They didn't hear him, didn't know he was there, and as the tunnel curved downward and deeper, the walls of the academy faded behind him. He wasn't in school anymore. He was in something else entirely. The tunnel went on longer than Noel expected, too long for a standard maintenance route. The stone beneath his feet shifted from refined academy tile to rougher, older brick. The enchantments faded. The air turned colder, thicker, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. Eventually, the passage sloped upward again, and then a rusted gate. The students ahead didn't even slow. One of them raised a hand, muttered something Noel couldn't hear, and the seal on the gate clicked softly. It opened. They stepped through. Noel waited, counted to 20, then followed. Beyond the gate was Valyria, but not the shining, manicured city he'd walked through before. This was the underbelly. Old stone streets cracked with time, lanterns flickering dimly, barely held together by failing enchantments. Abandoned buildings leaning into each other like drunks. This part of the capital had been forgotten or ignored on purpose. The students moved quickly through the alleys, crossing 2 empty streets and ducking into a back lane beneath a crooked sign Noel couldn't read. At the end of that lane, they reached a gray brick building, tall, windowless, and absolutely normal in the worst possible way. It wasn't guarded by magic. It wasn't marked with banners. It looked like nothing. Meant it was probably everything. The students approached the door, knocked 3 times too quick, one long, and then whispered something. A metallic clank followed. The door opened. They stepped inside. Noel, from a distance, watched the door close, then moved forward. Noel waited nearly a full minute after the last student vanished inside. He stayed low, back to the alley wall, eyes scanning the perimeter. No movement, no magical wards, no watchers on the roof, just that one door, steel reinforced, quiet. He stepped forward, 3 knocks to a quick, one long, exactly as he'd seen. A slit in the door slid open, revealing a pair of dark eyes behind it. Password, the voice said. Flat, male, not a student. Noel kept his voice calm, slightly lowered. I was told the door opened for those who already know. A pause, then no password, no entry. The slit began to close. Noel slipped a small pouch of coins from his coat pocket, held it up. Let the clink speak for him. Maybe we can skip the formalities. The eyes narrowed, then the slit shut with a snap. A second later, the door opened just a crack. The man on the other side was tall, broad-shouldered, face partially shadowed. He looked at the pouch in Noel's hand, then slapped it aside. Coins scattered across the cobblestones. You think this is a market? The man growled. Noel didn't flinch, but he raised both hands slightly in a show of retreat. Was worth a try. Try it again, the man said, stepping back into the threshold, and you leave with less than you came with, like a tongue. The door slammed shut. The alley went quiet. Noel stood there for a few seconds longer, letting the silence settle, then turned and walked away slow. This wasn't over, not even close. Noel didn't run. He didn't need to. He walked calmly down the alley, hands in his coat pockets, like he'd been there for no reason at all. Just another curious kid who took a wrong turn in the dark. Once he was out of view of the building, he ducked into a recessed doorway and crouched down. His breathing was steady. His heart wasn't. He pulled a small notepad from inside his coat and flipped to a blank page. Observations. 3 knocks too short, 1 long. Password required, spoken, not magical. Door guard, male, older, not a student. Likely muscle, not leadership. Entrance secure. Reliant on obscurity and controlled access. He sketched a rough outline of the alley and building. 1 entry, no visible runes. No upper windows. Stones near the base older, weathered. Possible maintenance access. Trash bins nearby, shielding potential for stakeouts. He tapped the pencil once on the page. It's not a fortress. It's a secret. And secrets crack easier than walls. He didn't get inside tonight, but that was never the real goal. Now he knew where to look. Now he knew how they moved, where they met, what kind of security they had, and most importantly, what they didn't expect. Next time I'm not coming to knock. He tore the page, folded it tight, and slipped it into a hidden pocket sewn inside his coat. Then he rose and vanished into the city's veins. The return trip was quiet, quieter than it should have been. Noel retraced his steps through the same tunnel, moving slower now, more deliberate. The light from the moss barely reached the floor. His boots barely made a sound. He kept checking over his shoulder, not from fear, from instinct. By the time he reached the old service hatch behind the academy gardens, the first hints of dawn were bleeding into the horizon. The sky was soft gray now, brushing the rooftops of Valyria with pale light. He emerged into the east wing, straightened his coat, and moved through the empty halls like a ghost. Not a single patrol crossed his path. Back at his dorm, he shut the door with a soft click, leaned against it for a second, and finally let the tension bleed out of his shoulders. He walked to his desk, pulled the folded note from inside his coat, and tucked it beneath a false panel under the drawer. Then sat on the edge of his bed, still dressed, still thinking. There's no doubt now, someone's organizing from the inside, and if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might have dismissed Elira's instinct as politics. But she was right, and now he had proof, just not the kind he could show any on yet. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes fixed on the floor. I don't know who they are. But I know where they are, and that's a start. The sky outside was soft gray, morning just beginning to bleed through the frost-kissed windows of the dormitory. Noel sat at his desk. The candle beside him burned low, barely more than a flicker now. He hadn't slept, not because he couldn't, because he shouldn't. His notebook lay open in front of him, half a page filled with scribbled notes, alley layouts, behavioral patterns, and a sketch of the guard's face just in case. But something still gnawed at the edge of his thoughts. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, and then remembered. Wait, a detail from the book, buried deep in a side arc most readers skimmed. A minor encounter, mostly used for comedic relief, where Marcus bought an illusion trinket during a field trip to the outer districts, an enchanted accessory that let the user change their appearance for a short time. It was flawed, unstable, but cheap, common enough. Imperfect for slipping past a password-locked door, Noel opened his eyes. I don't need to force my way in. I just need to look like someone who belongs. He turned to a fresh page and scribbled a name, disguise class illusion items outer market stalls, then added priority acquisition. He sat back, tapping the pencil once against the desk, one step at a time. Find the item, learn the behavior, I'll get in, and then. We see how deep this rabbit hole goes. Outside, the sun finally broke over the horizon, but Noel wasn't looking at the light. He was already planning how to walk into the dark end, come back with names. Noel sat cross-legged on his bed, a half-crumpled trade catalog spread across his lap. The paper was worn and a little scorched at the edge, clearly second-hand. Every item glowed faintly on the page, animated by weak enchantments that flickered when you touched them. He'd circled the one he needed twice already. Name: Veilweaver's Charm. Type: Illusion. Class: Utility Artifact. Function: temporarily alters physical appearance. 30-45 min-max. Recharge time: 96 hours. Price: 40 gold coins. Noel stared at the number, then exhaled long and flat and dropped the catalog onto the bed. Right, so that's a no. Even if he emptied his dorm coin pouch, counted the silver hidden in his desk, and converted every last bronze he kept in his belt pouch, he'd maybe scraped together 7 gold. Maybe. And that's without leaving anything for meals, supplies, or bribes, which were fast becoming a necessity. Too expensive. He leaned back on one elbow, eyes tracing the cracks in the ceiling. Then the answer hit him like a whisper. Actually. Maybe not too expensive. A slow grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. I do know someone who could buy half this catalog before breakfast. His mind turned toward Elira von Estermont, and she did say we were working together. The library was quiet but not empty. Students filtered between rows like ghosts, voices hushed to barely a whisper. Somewhere nearby, someone flipped a page too loudly and got a death stare for it. Noel was already seated in their usual corner when Elira arrived. She didn't speak right away, just dropped her satchel beside the chair, slid into her seat across from him, and opened a thick black notebook with practiced grace. Noel waited, then leaned back, casual. I need something. Elira didn't look up. It's important. She lifted her eyes, no gray and sharp. Define important. He pulled the folded catalog page from his coat and laid it flat between them. His finger tapped once on the circled listing. She read it once, twice. Then looked at him. That's not exactly pocket change. Didn't expect it to be. A pause. Then, I'll get it. Noel blinked once, just once. That easy. She raised an eyebrow. I didn't say it was free. One favor, she said simply. He narrowed his eyes. I thought we were in this together. We are, she said, but I keep my books balanced. Noel leaned forward slightly. You're not even going to tell me what the favor is. If I told you now, she said, closing her notebook with a soft snap, you might say no. He stared at her, long, cold. 3 days passed. Noel kept to his routinely training, quiet meals, classes where he said just enough to stay present and no more. But something was different. It started with looks, not confrontational, just curious, lingering. Then came the whispers, the kind that dropped when he walked into a room and picked up again when he left. He heard them in pieces. He's always in the library now, right, with her. Elira Thorne, that guy from the duel. Didn't she call him into the council office last week? He doesn't look like much, but something's off about him. Noel pretended not to notice, but it grated because he did notice. Every glance, every shifted chair, every voice that lowered a little too late. I was supposed to be the background, a ghost in the crowd. He stood at the edge of the training field one morning, arms crossed, watching the others spar. Roberto waved him over. Marcus smiled. Noel nodded, but didn't move. First that idiot Noble. Now this, too much attention. Fuck, he clenched his jaw, turned on his heel, and walked away. It was just past dusk when Noel got the message. Just a student courier who found him on the way back from evening drills. Lady Estermont says, West Stairwell, second floor. Now, Noel didn't hesitate. The stairwell was dimly lit, unused after hours, a perfect dead zone in the Academy's patrol routes. Elira was already there when he arrived. She didn't look like a noble tonight, no silver trimmed jacket, no council pin, just simple Academy black hair pulled into a low braid, face neutral. In her hand, a small velvet pouch. Catch, she said, tossing it to him. He caught it easily, feeling the weight immediately. Noel opened it. Inside, nestled in black cloth, was a smooth obsidian coin etched with faint shifting runes. He turned it over in his palm. Looks legit. It is. Tested it myself. You're welcome, she said, then paused. Next time we don't meet in the open. Noel's eyes lifted. We're not exactly in the middle of the courtyard. Doesn't matter, she said. Rumors are climbing. Fast, he exhaled. Yeah, I've noticed. She tilted her head, studying him. They bother you. Noel turned the obsidian coin over in his fingers, watching the faint shimmer of runes shift like oil under moonlight. Then he shrugged. Not really. Elira gave him a look. That's a lie. He smirked. I didn't say I liked it, just said it doesn't bother me. Big difference. Noel leaned against the wall, the coin slipping into his pocket. I've been called worse. Rumors are noise. I've dealt with worse noise. She tilted her head a little, studying him. You don't seem like the type to enjoy being the center of attention. I'm not. Then why not push back? Because that means they matter. Elira clicked her tongue once. Cold. Efficient, Noel corrected. She pulled a small folded note from inside her coat and handed it to him. Next time we meet, it won't be in the open. People are starting to talk. I'd rather not add fuel. He unfolded the note. One line, plain and simple. Alchemy Wing Stairwell, B6th bell. Come alone. Noel looked up. Dramatic much. She smirked. Would you show up if it wasn't? He snorted under his breath and tucked the note into his inner pocket. Elira waved a hand dismissively. Just don't break it, or lose it, or do something reckless with it. That's literally all I do. Great, this is going to go wonderfully. She turned to leave, tossing a final glance over her shoulder. And try not to look so shady all the time. It's killing your invisible noble vibe. Noel gave a lazy shrug. Guess I'll just have to start being boring. Good luck with that. The hallway emptied out as Elira's footsteps faded down the stone stairs. Noel stayed where he was, leaning against the wall, arms crossed. The weight of the coin was solid in his pocket now. Heavy not in mass, but in meaning. So that's done. He'd gotten what he needed. The Veilweaver's charm, a clean disguise, a ticket through locked doors, and a favor owed, yeah. That part stings. He pushed off the wall and started walking, slow steps echoing down the empty corridor. It was quiet now, really quiet. That kind of stillness that settled in right before things started to move. I keep saying I want to stay invisible, keep my distance, but the cracks are showing. He thought back to the duel, the looks, the rumors, Elira, the goddamn coin in his coat. The version of me that's supposed to blend in doesn't exist anymore. Not here, not with this face, not with these moves. Noel sighed and glanced toward the night sky through the tall window at the end of the hall. Stars blinked faintly overhead, too far away to care. Screw it. One step at a time. I've got the disguise. Now I just need to break into a secret cult base without dying. He turned the corner and disappeared into the shadows of the academy halls, silent as ever. Noel sat on the edge of his bed, flipping the obsidian coin between his fingers while scanning the tiny scrap of parchment that came with it. The writing looked like it had been scrawled by someone in a rusher drunk. He squinted at the line near the bottom and muttered, "All right, let's see what kind of crap you're hiding." And there it was. To activate the Veilweaver's effect, a biological trace of the intended form is required. Hair, blood, nail. No exceptions. Noel stared at it for a second, then again. Fucking hell, he dropped the parchment on the bed like it personally offended him and flopped back, arms spread out. Of course it needs DNA, because why the fuck wouldn't it? Just once I'd like to get something useful that doesn't come with a damn list of conditions. He lay there for a moment, letting the ceiling judge him in silence, then sat up again with a grunt and grabbed the charm, slipping it into his coat. He checked the clock. 9:46 p.m. still time, still dark. And if those three morons kept their usual schedule, tonight's the night. He threw on his coat, made sure the blade at his waist was secure, and walked out of the room without a sound. Let's go get a haircut. The academy grounds were dead quiet at this hour, just how Noel liked it. No lights, no footsteps, just the occasional gust of cold air that whispered through the stone corridors like something forgot. He moved fast but quiet, slipping into a shadowed alcove near the enchantment labs. From there he had a perfect view of the old stairwell, the one that led to the maintenance tunnels beneath the lab sector. The same route the three little nightwalkers had been using every damn time. He crouched low, back to the wall, one hand resting casually on the hilt of his blade. Clock hit 10. and sure enough they were. 3 silhouettes emerged from a side hallway. Hoods up, coats drawn tight, eyes forward. They didn't speak, didn't hesitate. They moved with the confidence of routine. Bold little shit. Well watched, waited. Just before they reached the hatch, one of them turned briefly, checking behind them. The wind caught the edge of his hood, and that was all Noel needed. Red hair, pale skin, sharp jawline, small scar near the cheekbone. Got you, fucker. He didn't follow this time, didn't need to. He stayed crouched in the dark, locking that face into memory like a target painted on a wall. One of Rock's students. Group C physical class, that's my shot, and I'm not gonna miss it. The hatch creaked open. They slipped into the tunnel beneath the enchantment labs, just like always, gone in seconds. Noel stood, rolled his shoulders, and melted back into the hallway. Now I just need to get close enough to take a little piece. Tomorrow you bleed hair, my guy. The sun wasn't even all the way up yet when Noel hit the training field. Same as always, light jog, push-ups, footwork drills, breathe in, out, mana flow, anchor, compress, control, chaos at night, routine by morning. That's how you stay sane. The cold bit at his skin, but he didn't care. He liked it. The sting kept him focused. Out of the corner of his eye, movement. He didn't need to look to know. Selene, same time, same space, every day. Blue braid pulled tight, mana book hovering at her shoulder. Precision in every step, ice forming in her palm before she even reached the center of the field. Noel didn't say anything right away. Neither did she. Then, like always, morning, she said without looking up. Morning, he replied, keeping his breathing steady. That was it. Every day for weeks now, just that small exchange. No awkward silence, no fake conversation, just mutual understanding wrapped in cold air and discipline. She's sharp, keeps to herself, and she never skips a session. Makes sense we get along by not getting in each other's way. The sparring dummy in front of him shattered under the next strike. He moved on to the next without blinking. Let's keep it that way. The training hall was already buzzing by the time Noel stepped in. Wooden floors, reinforced walls, racks of sparring gear lining both sides. A couple of students were already stretching, a few tossing mock punches or flexing like anyone gave a shit, and at the center of it all, Instructor Rock, broad-shouldered, arms crossed, the kind of guy who looked like he'd bench press a wyvern if someone asked nicely. His hair was graying, tied back in a low, no-nonsense tail. His voice hit like a war drum when he barked out, "Line up, today's sparring drills. Light contact, no enhancements. If I see anyone glowing, they're running laps till they puke." A collective groan rolled through the group. Rock grinned. "Good, now shut up and pick a partner." Roberto elbowed Noel with a grin. "You and me again?" Noel shook his head. "Not today," Roberto blinked. "Oh, I want to try someone different." He was already scanning the group, and there he was, red hair, pale skin, quiet. The guy was tightening his gloves near the edge of the mat, minding his own business. "That's the one, let's dance, motherfucker." Noel walked over casual. "You up for a round?" The guy looked up, barely blinked, and nodded. Wordless. Perfect. They stepped into the ring. Rock raised a hand. "Keep it clean. Begin." Noel didn't move first. He just stood there, relaxed, blade in hand, breathing steady. The red-haired guy wasn't flashy. He didn't posture, didn't talk shit. He just came at Noel fast. Clean stance, controlled footwork. His strikes weren't wild, but they weren't academy standard either. Noel blocked the first few hits, but not well, on purpose. He stumbled a little, let a thrust push him off balance, let the guy think he was winning. "Yeah. You've done this before, but not here. That form isn't textbook." He stayed defensive, letting his opponent press the advantage. Rock shouted from the side, "Move your feet, Thorn. This ain't ballet." Noel didn't answer. He was too busy watching the way the guy shifted his way too fast for a first year. "You're trained, but not here. Someone taught you off the grid. And if I'm right, that sword's not your only weapon." Noel let the guy land. A light hit to the side of his ribs and stumbled back, breathing heavy. He wasn't tired, he was calculating, just a little longer. One window, one swing, and he'd get what he came for. Noel kept the pace slow, defensive, predictable. Every time the redhead swung, Noel made it look like he barely blocked. Let his footing slip just enough. Let the guy feel in control. Gotta sell the act. If he thinks I'm soft, he won't guard tight. And it worked. The guy got boulder pressing in, faster, sharper, with more weight behind each hit. Students around the mat were starting to take notice. A few grins, a few whispers. "Guess Thorn's not all that, huh?" Noel heard them, ignored them. He stepped back, then shifted just enough. Rock called out from the side again, "Last round, make it clean, perfect." Noel ducked low, let the guy swing high. And in that exact moment, Noel's hand flashed. A whisper of mana surged to the tip of his wooden sword, not enough to glow. Not enough for anyone to notice, but just enough to sharpen the edge unnaturally. Pivoted hard and slashed upward, not at flesh, not at skin, but at hair. The blade passed so close it hummed, and a clean lock of red hair fluttered through the air like a dying ember. It hit the mat just as Noel let his opponent drive a strike straight into his shoulder, dropping him with a solid thud. He hit the ground, exhaled hard, and gave a quiet, strained, nice one. The redhead said nothing, just nodded and walked off. Noel didn't move right away. He just stared at the ceiling, smirked. "Got you, bastard." Noel sat up slowly, rubbing his shoulder where the blow landed. It'd bruise later, but he didn't care. The ache grounded him, reminded him it was real. Around the mat, no one paid much attention anymore. Another loss, another spar, just another quiet failure from the Thorn Kid. He glanced down. The small tuft of red hair lay near the edge of the mat, barely noticeable, except to him. He palmed it quickly and slipped it into his sleeve, then stood up and brushed the dust off his coat. One lock of hair, one problem solved, and maybe, just maybe, his eyes scanned the room. A few students were still whispering, but not about him. With this little defeat, people will finally stop looking so damn hard. He gave Rock a tired nod as he passed. The instructor raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Noel slipped out of the training hall without another word, his footsteps light and his mission complete. The halls were quiet by the time Noel made it back to his dorm, just the soft creak of old floorboards and the distant hum of mana lights humming along the ceiling. He locked the door behind him, tossed his coat over the chair, and sat down at the edge of his bed. Then he reached into his sleeve and pulled out the small bundle of red hair. He unwrapped a tiny cloth pouch from under his Bidaroon sealed case. He prepped days Agon slid the hair inside, letting it settle into the center of the glyph array. A faint pulse of light flickered through the lines. One step closer. He leaned back against the wall, exhaling. The tension bled out of his shoulders all at once. The room was still. No movement, no noise, just him. And a stolen lock of hair that might be the key to everything. 2 months left. Now I've got the face. All that's left is becoming the ghost. He closed his eyes for just a second, letting his mind clear. Tomorrow would be normal. But tonight he'd won. No one even knew it. And that's exactly how he liked it. The sky was still bleeding gold and orange when Marcus opened the window. Cool morning air rolled in, brushing against his face like a wake-up slap from nature. He took a long breath, stretching both arms over his head until his back cracked in exactly the way he needed. Right, let's get it. He dressed fast-training uniform, boots laced tight, sword strapped across his back and headed out, skipping breakfast for now. He preferred to earn it. The training field was empty except for the wind. Perfect. He dropped his gear on the bench and started with stretches, followed by laps along the outer circle of the field. His pace was steady, not fast, just consistent, the kind of pace that didn't burn out, the kind that lasted. By the time the academy bells chimed first hour, he was already mid-swing with a wooden blade, sweat rolling down his neck. A few students passed by and waved. He waved back, grinned, kept swinging. Every day's a chance to grow, to push further. He finished with 3 heavy strikes that split the target dummy's padding clean down the middle, then exhaled. The morning had officially begun. The training hall was already filling when Marcus walked in, towel slung over his shoulder, his hair still damp from washing off the sweat. Clara was there near the mats, stretching out her shoulders. She looked up as he approached and smiled. "Morning." "Hey," Marcus replied, "easy. You ready?" She rolled one arm and winced. "Not really. I'm still sore from yesterday's drills." "Then we'll go slow," he said, already dropping his bag beside hers. "Not here to break ribs." She gave him a look. "You say that like you haven't accidentally thrown me halfway across the mat before." He scratched the back of his head. "Yeah. Fair, I'll pull back more this time." Their warm-up was smooth, comfortable. They'd done this a dozen times before, and it showed. He adjusted his grip based on how she moved, matched her pace, didn't push unless she wanted it. Rock walked past, watching them for a moment. "You two should lead the next group round," the instructor said. "Keep it clean. Make the rookies watch." Marcus just nodded. Clara flushed a little. After the sparring rounds, they sat on the edge of the mat, breathing hard but smiling. "You always go easy on me," Clara said, nudging him with her knee. Marcus shook his head. "Nah, I just fight smart." She arched a brow. "That's so?" He grinned. "Yeah, you think I want to be the guy who floors his partner and then walks her to the infirmary. Not a good look." She laughed, the sound light, easy. "She's stronger than she thinks, and I'm just glad I get to watch her grow into it." The courtyard outside the main tower was warm by midday, sunlight filtering through the tall trees and dappling the stone benches with gold. Marcus sat near one of the fountains, lunch tray balanced on one knee, biting into a meat roll like it owed him money. Across from him, sprawled out on the bench like a cat in the sun, was Lazil Varn, the green-haired mage, sharp-eyed, loose-limbed, and always 2 thoughts ahead of the conversation. His robes were half-wrinkled, and there was ink smudged across one of his fingers, probably from the spell notes he'd been scribbling since breakfast. "I swear," Lazil said, biting into a boiled egg with the elegance of a raccoon, "if Professor Deemer assigns one more paper on mana flow theory, I'm gonna write mine in riddle form just to spite him." "Pretty sure that's how you got a warning last time," Marcus said, chewing. "Yeah, but it was a good riddle." At that moment, Garen Bale, a walking slab of muscle with armor like shoulders and the patience of a brick wall, walked up and dropped onto the bench beside Marcus, nearly tilting the whole thing. "Training dummies are down again," Garen grunted. "I asked if I could replace them with first years. Instructor said no." Marcus chuckled. "You're not supposed to threaten the students, man." "I didn't threaten anyone," Garen said, biting into a chunk of bread the size of a book. "I just asked." Lazil grinned. "See, this is why I hang out with you guys. One of you is a saint, the other's a wall. It balances me out." Marcus raised his cup in mock salute. Glad we could be your moral triangle. They all laughed. Afternoon classes moved. Fast enchantment theory was next, and the room was already buzzing when Marcus arrived. He took a seat near the front, rolling his shoulders and pulling out his notebook. His notes were already organized, diagrams sharp and underlined, half a page of revision jotted down before the instructor even walked in. To his left sat Lena von Listeria, already flipping through her own pages. She didn't look up, but she gave a tiny nod in acknowledgement. Afternoon, she murmured. Hey, Marcus replied, keeping his voice low. No small talk, just a quiet understanding. That's how it worked with Alina. Behind them, Selene von Iskandar was seated alone, absorbed in a weathered spellbook, icy expression unchanged since morning. Marcus didn't bother her. She looked like she'd kill a question with a glance. The lecture kicked off core theory, mana anchors, rune layering. It wasn't hard for Marcus, but a few classmates nearby started fidgeting the moment the diagrams went up. Someone whispered a confused, "What the hell is this?" under their breath. Marcus glanced sideways, saw the guy flipping his book upside down, totally lost. Without saying anything, Marcus angled his notes a little to the side. After a moment, the guy caught on and started copying. Another student near him leaned over. Marcus pointed. Ansasut whispered, "That's the anchor node. You're drawing it backwards." The student blinked, then grinned. "Oh, got it. If I can help, I will." When the bell rang, he packed up fast, gave Alina a nod, and walked out with quiet confidence. Another class done. The academy grounds were quieter now. Most students had gone back to their dorms, their chatter fading into the stone halls and behind closed doors. But Marcus stayed out a little longer, sitting alone on a bench outside the training hall, boots planted firmly on the cobbled path, arms resting on his knees. The sky above was a deep blue, the stars just starting to peek through the velvet dark. He liked this time of day, just the cool breeze and the last warmth of the sun on stone. His muscles ached in that good way earned, not given, the kind of soreness that reminded him he'd done something today, moved, learned, helped. Footsteps approached from behind. Clara, she flopped onto the bench beside him with a soft huff, brushing back her hair. "Tired?" he asked. "Exhausted," she said, but happy. Good. They sat there in comfortable silence for a while. Clara eventually nudged him with her shoulder. "You always take everything so seriously, you know." He smirked. "Someone has to." She laughed. "Well, don't burn out, all right? I won't." And he meant it, because he wasn't just doing this for him. He was doing it for her, for everyone he cared about, for the version of himself he wanted to become. As Clara stood and headed off toward the dorms, Marcus stayed behind for just a moment longer, watching the stars settle into place. "I see you, you little shit." Noel muttered the words under his breath, just loud enough for himself, eyes locked on the red-haired student sitting 3 rows ahead. The guy didn't do much. He sat straight, still, too still, back just stiff enough to be military, just relaxed enough to not draw attention. He scribbled notes with his right hand and passed silent glances to the 2 shadows flanking Himhai's usual crew. They didn't talk to anyone else, didn't look at anyone else. Every time a classmate passed close or tried to chat, dead stares, closed-off body language, that subtle shift of the shoulder that screamed, "Don't fucking bother." It worked. People avoided them now. Noel watched them like a hawk. He shifted in his seat, pen resting between 2 fingers, barely pretending to pay attention to the lecture. "I need to learn every twitch of you, how you sit, how you walk, how you breathe, because in a few weeks I'll be you." The redhead passed a note to the girl on his left, hooded, quiet, dangerous looking. She didn't smile, just read it. Nodded. "Cute, secret little notes in class. Shame I'm gonna steal your fucking face." Noel smirked to himself and leaned back in his chair, eyes never leaving the target. Mission was on. The bell rang. Books slammed shut. Chairs scraped back. Students spilled into the hall like a current breaking through a dam. Noel didn't move, not right away. He watched. Redhead and his crew stood up together like clockwork. Not a word exchanged, but they moved in sync. Too smooth to be casual, too casual to be normal. They're strange. They exited the classroom without a glance back. Noel waited a solid 15 seconds, then slipped into the flow of bodies. He didn't follow directly. That would be stupid. 2 corridors back, eyes always forward, head slightly down. He kept a reflective panel in his peripheral vision to catch their angles without being obvious. The trio moved through the halls like ghosts, didn't linger, didn't talk to anyone else. A couple of students tried to wave at them, got the coldest looks imaginable. Yeah, no one's joining that little club. Paranoia or just elitist assholes, maybe both. The redhead glanced over his shoulder once, just once. Noel tilted his head, angled his stride, and let another group of students block the line of sight, still in the clear. They made their way toward the south annex neutral ground between departments, then split off. Same as yesterday. He leaned against a pillar, pulled out a worn book, and pretended to read. Eyes still tracking, memory still recording. "I don't need to get close, I just need to be exact." Noel's blade sliced through the air, clean and sharp. Then again, and again. The wooden dummy rocked under the impact, mana-reactive runes glowing faintly with each hit. He moved through his drills with the same rhythm he'd practiced since day 1, fluid transitions, adjusted footwork, perfect control. And yet, something felt off, not wrong, better. He wasn't breathing hard, not like he used to. His stamina wasn't draining the way it should. His reaction speed was tighter. His mana control cleaner. His strikes sharper. He paused mid-swing, frowning. I've been training daily since I got here, but this isn't normal, this speed, this strength. The way my mana responds like it's tuned to mates, not just effort. He glanced down at his hands, flexed his fingers, the original Noel. He trained too, hard, relentlessly. But this fucking body is insane. Man, after what I had to live with in my last life, I can actually appreciate it. But holy shit, this is something else. Strength, speed, mana, staminates like everything's just waiting to be used. He stepped back, grounded himself, and tried something new, mixing a burst of mana into his next strike, not just for speed, but for weight. The dummy cracked, not just the outer layer. The core split clean. Noel stared at the shattered wood for a second, then laughed under his breath. All right then, training's officially over. I'm not just improving anymore, I'm evolving. He picked up another training sword thighs, one heavier, and tested a few one-handed swings while channeling just a touch of mana through his arm. Fluid, balanced, no resistance. Then he did the same with his offhand. Same result, so I can swing like a knight. Asked like a mage. He paused, shoulders rising with a deep breath. There were magic knights in the story. Monsters, the lot of them. Dual-disciplined freaks who tore through armies like butter. They were rare, feared, praised. He grinned, then laughed low, rough, unhinged. It slipped out before he could stop it. Eyes wide, grin sharp, posture loose like a predator stretching for the first time in weeks. Two students passing nearby slowed. One of them muttered just loud enough. Did you see that weirdo? Don't look at him, he'll do something to us. Noel blinked, cleared his throat, and instantly dropped his expression back to neutral, like a mask snapping into place. He turned back toward the dummy and resumed his stance, shoulders relaxed, eyes bored. All right, all right. Maybe dial it back a notch, Thorn. Can't go full maniac in public. Later in the stillness of his room, Noel sat by the window, staring out at the fading sky. The high from training was gone, that grin from earlier, nowhere to be found, because something was always there to kill the mood. Quest, save the world, that single line etched into the corner of his vision like a scar he couldn't scrub off. He didn't need to see it to feel it. It was always there, always waiting. Save the world, he muttered bitterly. Sure, easy. You gonna give me a roadmap, or am I just supposed to wander around until something explodes? He leaned back, arms folded. I know the disasters, the deaths, the body count, but I don't know the cause, not the real one, just how Marcus cleaned up the mess. And that's the difference. That's the reason I can't just sit back and let the story play out. If I wait too long, people die. If I act too early, I might screw it all up. He looked down at his hands, still steady. Doesn't matter. I already died once. I'm not planning to make it a fucking habit. The classroom smelled like burnt parchment and mana ink. The new professor, a wiry man with square glasses and zero chill, paced back and forth in front of the rune-inscribed chalkboard, lecturing at a pace that could break necks. Spells are structure. Emotion is power. Lose control of one, you lose the other. You cast fire with your hand, but it starts in the gut. Understood. A few students mumbled agreement, clearly already halfway to unconsciousness. Noel sat near the back, half tuned in, one leg bouncing under the desk. These kinds of classes were the worst. No movement, no sparring, just diagrams and monologues. Then someone stood up at the front of the room. Lady Vivienne Relhart, the class rep. She was tall, graceful in that unshakable, noble way, with light auburn hair tied in a silk ribbon and warm hazel eyes that always made her seem approachable even when she was delivering grim news. Her uniform was pristine, her posture perfect, and her smile so polite it almost felt like a trap. She cleared her throat gently, and the room immediately quieted. Just a reminder, she said, her tone friendly, that our first trimester exams will begin next week. Silence. Total. Noel blinked once, then frowned. Wait. What exams? The professor nodded without missing a beat. Yes, written, practical, and interdisciplinary. You'll receive the schedule via your dorm guide later today. Students around the room groaned, slumped, whispered curses. Noel just sat there, frozen. Next week, that's 6 days. I haven't even finished half my spellwork notes. I've been chasing shady bastards in tunnels, not revising incantation matrices. Vivienne sat back down gracefully, like she hadn't just declared academic war on the entire class. Noel stared ahead, hollow-eyed. I'm gonna die. Not in battle. Not in some grand showdown with a villain. I'm gonna fail a goddamn mana theory exam and get booted for incompetence. I hate this place. I'm screwed. Noel stared at the ceiling of his dorm room like it had personally betrayed him. Licking game, hard reset, no saves left, kind of screwed. He paced in circles, half-dressed in his uniform pants, shirt untucked, hair a mess. A single sheet of parchment sat on his desk, mocking him with the words, exam schedule 6 days remaining. He stopped, pointed at it like it was alive. You were in the book. I remember reading about you. I fucking skipped you. He dropped into his chair, head in hands. All this time chasing cultists, planning infiltration, prepping for a literal massacre. And I forgot the goddamn academic calendar. He groaned, loudly. Of all the ways to die in this world, I never thought it'd be monotheory failure. Noel kicked his desk lightly, not hard, just enough to punish it for existing. 6 days, 6 fucking days. I can't even remember the definition of a basic rune anchor, and these lunatics want me to write an essay on theoretical spell flow and its historical applications. He looked back at the parchment, then at his empty desk. Then at the door, only one option left. Time to cram like my life depends on it, because it literally did. Noel bolted out of his dorm like a man on a mission to not die via standardized testing. The moment classes ended, he made a hard turn straight for the library, ignoring everyone who tried to wave or talk to him, including Roberto, who tried to offer a bag of roasted nuts and got a "not now, man, I'm fighting for my academic life" glare in return. He stormed into the main hall, found the farthest, darkest corner of the library he could claim, and started grabbing books like he was stocking for the apocalypse. Runic logic, historical magic use, spell theory II, mana manipulation case studies, mana collapse, how not to kill yourself, even the dull ones. He stacked them until the tower of paper and parchment blocked him from view. He sat, cracked his neck, and began, page after page, diagram after diagram. Scribbles, notes, underlines, question marks. 3 hours in, he forgot how to spell the word rune. 4 hours in, he realized he hadn't eaten. 6 hours in, he hadn't moved. By hour 8, he was slumped over a book titled Thaumaturgical Failures of the Second Era, mouth slightly open, eyes bloodshot, fingers twitching around a quill that hadn't written anything coherent in 2 hours. Why the hell is any of this useful? Who cares what old dead mages thought about mana symmetry? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, and it won't even be cool. He sat up abruptly, hair sticking up in 5 directions, and stared at the books with pure hatred. Nothing sticking, he hissed. This is worse than torture. At least with torture you pass out eventually. He dropped his head onto the table with a muffled thump. If I can't cram this into my brain in time, I might as well throw myself into the training golem pit and call it a day. Noel sat there, face half smashed into a textbook, the faint smell of old ink and desperation lingering in the air. He lifted his head slowly, blinking like a man recovering from a concussion. Nope, still nothing. He looked at the page again. Words, symbols, diagrams, all of them melting together into one big academic middle finger. Why the fuck won't it stick? He slapped the book closed with enough force to startle a librarian down the hall. Noel leaned back in the chair, staring up at the ceiling with an expression of pure godless defeat. Okay, he muttered. Fine, I can't do this alone. He stood up and began pacing. I need help, real help, someone who actually understands this garbage and won't spend the whole time quoting the textbook back at me like it's gospel. First idea. Elira, smart, organized, ruthless with her time. He sent her a quick message. 10 minutes later, busy, council work, don't die, next. Marcus, he spotted him through a window already studying with Clara. They looked peaceful, focused, and more importantly busy. Yeah, not interrupting that. Bad move. Pass. Roberto, he imagined it. Hey man, let's go over spell mechanics. Sure, but like, what if we did it at the cafe, with pie? Immediate nope. That idiot would have me playing mana trivia with snacks and 0 progress. Last option. Selene, she was a genius, sure, but they weren't exactly close. She barely spoke to anyone outside of polite greetings, asking her for help out of nowhere, desperate. But not suicidal. That left exactly one person, someone strict, no nonsense, kind of terrifying, and unfortunately, very, very good at magic theory. Noel groaned. Guess I'm gonna have to beg Deemer. Noel stood outside the door to Professor Deemer's office like he was about to confess a war crime. The hallway was empty, silent. Even the floating candles seemed to flicker more ominously than usual. He stared at the plaque on the door. Professor Deemer, Department of Mana Manipulation. Strict, unsmiling, magical sadist. He took a deep breath, then another, then turned around and started walking away. Then stopped. No running. He spun on his heel, marched back to the door like he hadn't just tried to flee, and knocked. One solid tap, tap, tap. A pause, then the voice. Enter. Noel opened the door and stepped inside. The office was exactly what he expected, neat, cold, filled with books that radiated power and bad decisions. Professor Deemer sat behind his desk, posture perfect, violet eyes scanning over a scroll. He didn't look up. You are not on my schedule. Noel cleared his throat. Yeah, I know, sorry, I need help. Deemer raised his eyes, slowly. The silence was brutal, with what spell theory Noel said, and pretty much everything else tied to next week's exam. Another pause. Deemer tilted his head slightly. You want tutoring? Yeah, basically. Noel deadpanned. That made the corner of the professor's mouth twitch, just a bit. Deemer set down his quill. Fine, sit down. Noel blinked. Really? If you're desperate enough to come here, I assume you've already exhausted the logical options. Don't talk. Open your notes. We're starting from the top. Holy shit, he said yes. The last bell of the day echoed through the academy halls like a sigh of relief for most students, but not for Noel. For him, it was the start of the real work. He walked the now quiet corridor toward Deemer's office, satchel over his shoulder, half a notebook already filled with increasingly chaotic notes tucked under his arm. His eyes were sharp, but the tired sat behind them like a weight. One knock, a pause, then the familiar, dry voice, "Come in." Noel stepped inside. The office was exactly like the last time he visited Itneat, cold, filled with books, organized shelves lining the walls with zero dust in sight. Except for one thing. At the center of the room now stood a sleek magical apparatus, a metallic pedestal made of black steel and obsidian, with 3 softly glowing orbs suspended above it, pulsing like a heartbeat. Deemer stood beside it, adjusting the settings with one hand and flipping a rune key with the other. The glow intensified. With a low hum, the orbs flared and projected a large, rotating sphere of mana diagrams and spell circuits into the air. Layers of runes and flow lines spun around a central anchor like a living constellation. Noel stared. "Okay, that's badass. You're early," Deemer said without looking up. "I'm desperate, I need to pass the exams," Noel muttered, dropping his notebook on a side desk and rolling his shoulders. At that, Deemer tapped one of the orbs. A glowing arc lit up on the projection. "Start here, internal mana cycling. Explain the process." Out loud, Noel stepped closer, eyeing the glyphs. No fear this time, just focus. And maybe underneath it all, just a little bit of fire. Noel stood just a few feet from the floating projection, eyes scanning the spiral of runes and mana channels shifting slowly in the air. He pointed at the core node. "This is the anchor, right?" he asked. "Everything flows out from here." Deemer gave a curt nod. Noel continued, tracing one of the glowing lines with his finger. "This branch handles initial distribution. If the cycle breaks here," he tapped a secondary glyph, "you get instability in the outer cast. Feedback loop, maybe even backfire if your focus isn't solid." Deemer said nothing, just watched. Noel kept going. "And the outer ring thighs is the regulation channel, controls flow rate. It's tied to breath and heart rate during casting." "Yeah." Still no reply. So Noel kept talking, his voice a mix of curiosity and certainty, not reciting, connecting, piece by piece, question by question, like he was building the structure in his head as he spoke. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and by the time he finished walking through the full cycle diagram, Deemer slowly stepped forward and deactivated the projection with a single tap. Silence. "Then you read ahead." Noel shook his head. "Nope, just listen, picked things up, pieced them together." Deemer stared at him for a long second. "You understood that faster than most second years." Noel blinked. "Huh, don't let it go to your head." Noel smirked. "Wouldn't dream of it. But inside, hell yeah." The training chamber beneath Deemer's office was smaller than the main field, but saturated with layered enchantment runes in the floor, faint lines etched into the walls, suppression wards woven into the ceiling. It was built for focused spellcasting, not showmanship. Deemer stood in the center, coat off, sleeves rolled. His hand moved in a slow circle through the air as he began channeling mana. "Watch closely." Noel stood back, eyes locked on every detail. Deemer's mana gathered cleanly, no excess. His movements were precise, efficient, nothing wasted. A soft orb of light flared into existence in his palm. "Basic illumination, mana thread formation, minimal core drain," he said. "Your turn." Noel nodded. He took a breath, closed his eyes, focused. He let his mana stir like he'd practiced during physical training, but now it had purpose, a shape. He moved his hand the same way Deemer had, and a light formed, perfect size, no flare, no flicker, just like Deemer's. The professor blinked once, didn't say anything, moved on. Next spell, a soft breeze, conjured from a twist of elemental wind. Deemer showed it. Noel copied it, flawlessly. Then again with a barrier ripple, low-tier defense magic. Same result each time, Deemer demonstrated, expecting to correct something. But there was nothing to fix. He's mimicking perfectly. That shouldn't be possible at novice level. His core can't handle complexity, but his execution is flawless. Deemer folded his arms as Noel held the final barrier steady, still not speaking. Noel raised an eyebrow. "Did I do something wrong?" Deemer's tone was dry, controlled. "No, you did everything exactly right. That's what concerns me." Deemer stepped back, his expression unreadable as he tightened the cuffs of his sleeves. "All right," he said. "One more." He raised his hand again slower this time, fingers moving with more complexity. The mana in the room shifted, denser now. The glyphs he traced in the air were more intricate. The circle took longer to build. A faint spiral of fire ignited above his palm, hovering, pulsing in sync with his breath. Brighter, heavier. A quiet hum filled the chamber. "This is called Crimson Coil," he said. "Controlled combustion, triple-weaved mana flow, multi-layered stabilization. Watch the structure." He didn't mention it was depth level, a full tier above novice. Noel, still steady, nodded. He focused, started building the circle, line by line. He followed Deemer's structure, exactly curves, anchors, stabilizers. The glow of his own mana began to rise around his hand, threading into the glyphs with unnatural clarity. Deemer stepped closer, eyebrows lifting slightly. He's actually building it. He shouldn't be able to build it. The final symbol was halfway formed when Noel's breath caught. His shoulders tensed. His skin turned pale, very pale. Sweat broke across his forehead. Shit, he muttered under his breath, hands shaking. Too much. The spell Crackadust a flicker in, fizzled out before full formation. He stumbled a half-step back, gripping his thigh, chest rising and falling as if he'd sprinted a mile. Deemer didn't move, just watched the after-image of Noel's spell fade from the air. That circle was perfect. Everything but the fuel. Noel looked up, jaw clenched, eyes sharp despite the dizziness. What the hell was that? Deemer's voice was calm, but his mind was racing. A bit advanced, he said, wanted to see something. Noel narrowed his eyes. That wasn't novice level. No, it wasn't. You trying to kill me now? Deemer almost smirked. You didn't die. You almost cast it. Noel blinked. And then, despite the nausea, he smiled. Damn right I did. Noel sat on the edge of the bench, wiping sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his uniform. His hands were still trembling slightly from the mana drain. The air in the training chamber had gone still. Deemer stood a few steps away, arms crossed, watching him not with the cold scrutiny of a teacher waiting to scold, but with something quieter, something measured, thoughtful. That spell should have collapsed halfway through the circle, should have fallen apart before the glyphs took shape, but it didn't, it held. Deemer stepped forward and reactivated the projection array. Noel looked up, still breathing hard. We done? Deemer didn't answer right away. Instead, he tapped through the glowing interface until it displayed a standard mana circuit model novice level, simplified. He adjusted it slightly, then pointed to the node Noel had strained on. You didn't fail, he said. Your output collapsed because your core isn't built to sustain adept tier glyph compression, but the formation itself was clean. Noel raised an eyebrow. So, I did good. You did better than expected, Deemer said flatly. That's not praise, it's observation. Noel smirked. Noted. Deemer turned the projection off and stepped away. I'm not going to water things down for you. If you keep showing this level of control, I'll expect results to match it. Works for me, Noel said. I don't need hand-holding. Deemer paused at the door, half turning back toward him. I know. And just like that, he walked out, coat trailing behind him with sharp precision. Noel leaned back, letting the silence settle. The corridors were quiet when Noel left the training chamber. Most students were already in their rooms or passed out on their desks. The air had that still, heavy calm that only came after a day of doing too much. He didn't rush, didn't limp either. His body still felt like it had been wrung out like a towel, but it wasn't pain that slowed him, it was something else, something that kept replaying in his mind. The circles, the mana flow, the way it had all come together in his head without needing to think about it, like instinct. He reached his room and stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a soft click, tossed his coat over the chair, didn't even bother lighting the lamp. The glow from the window was enough. He sat on the bed, elbows on knees, staring at the floor. I shouldn't be able to do that. That spell was above my level. My core couldn't sustain it, but I built the damn thing like I've been casting it for years. He rubbed his hands together, slow, then stared at them. What the hell is this? I don't know how I know, but I do know, like it's just there, like breathings. He let out a quiet, breathless laugh, not amused, just stunned. This body, this mind, it's like I was made for this shit. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling now, eyes wide in the dark. The quest Save the World flickered faintly in the corner of his vision. He didn't look at it, not this time, because now, for the first time since waking up in this world, he felt like maybe, just maybe, he could actually do it. The examination hall was cold, too cold, like it had been specifically enchanted to kill motivation and suck the will to live out of your spine. But there was no magic here, no enchantments, just rows and rows of desks, plain white parchment laid out in front of each student with neatly placed quills and inkwells. At the front of the hall, a large brass clock ticked slowly, painfully. Noel sat near the back, hunched over his blank sheet, glaring at the questions like they owed him money. Define the principles of cascading glyph delay in structured barrier spells. Compare the theories of elemental origin proposed by Archmage Hurine and the dissenting school of Eastmer. Detail the proper mana ratio for a triple-core fire focus spell designed to bypass enchantment resistance. Noel blinked once, then again, then lowered his head to the table in total soul-drained silence. Who the fuck is Hurine and why is he in my life? He sat up, grabbed his quill and tried to focus. He'd studied. Sort of more like crammed until his brain melted into his pillow. Still, he put down a few shaky lines, a decent definition, one comparison. But by the third question, the ink started to blur and everything on the page might as well have been written in Ancient Dragon. His writing slowed, his jaw clenched. The more he tried to remember, the more it slipped through his fingers like water. He looked around. Everyone else was scribbling away, focused, calm. Alina looked like she was solving world peace in the top corner. Selene didn't even blink. Marcus, already on the back side of the sheet. Noel looked at his own page. 3 lines, that was it. This is hell. No, this is worse than hell. At least in hell they let you scream. He scribbled something that looked like it might be a spell structure, but honestly, it could have also been a potato. Then the proctor called, 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes, 10. I haven't even bullshitted half this page yet. He forced out another 2 paragraphs of pure panic text, prayed for legibility, and dropped the quill just as the proctor shouted, "Time." Quills down, scrolls rolled. Noel sat back staring into space, dead inside, 1 exam down, 0 dignity left. The next morning the training grounds were buzzing. Students stretched, ran drills, adjusted gear. The sky was clear, the sun blazing down like it was personally invested in watching people suffer. Instructor Rock stood at the front, arms crossed, a shit-eating grin already forming on his face. Physical assessment. You know the drill. No mana enhancements, no magical bullshit. Just you, your body, and whether or not you've been slacking off all semester. Noel stood near the back of the line, hands in his pockets, mind still partially traumatized from the theory exam. All right, no runes, no essays, just movement. I can do movement. The test started simply obstacle course. Noel blitzed through it. Fast, clean, efficient. He didn't show off, didn't flip through the air or try to impress anyone. He just moved, and it worked. Then came endurance, push-ups, pull-ups, weighted runs. Half the class looked ready to collapse by round 3. Noel, breathing hard, sweating buckets, but still going. Let the smart ones take the top of the theory board. I'll earn my rank on the field. Final trial, sparring. Rock tossed him a blunt wooden sword. Noel caught it, rolled his shoulder once, and stepped into the ring. His opponent came fast, wild swings and too much muscle. Noel didn't block everything, but he didn't need to. He let the guy gas out, then struck 3 clean hits back to back like clockwork. Fight over. He stepped out of the ring and caught a few looks from students near, but mostly surprise. A couple nods. Better than "That's the weirdo from the library. I'll take it." Rock walked by, grunting with approval. Nicely done, T-Horn. Noel wiped sweat off his face with a smirk. The spellcasting arena was humming with tension. Students lined the sides, watching as one by one, classmates stepped into the circle and tried not to embarrass themselves. The instructors sat at a long bench with evaluation crystals, scoring for control, efficiency, and stability. Power mattered too, but only if you didn't blow yourself up first. Noel waited silently near the edge of the staging area, arms crossed, trying not to think about the theory scroll that had murdered his soul 48 hours ago. Thorn, one of the professors, called out. He stepped forward into the ring. The instructor gave him a list: minor elemental conjure, mid-range targeting bolt, shield stabilization, mana weave construct, standard exam load. He nodded, didn't speak, closed his eyes, breathed once, and cast. A perfectly sized orb of water shimmered into existence over his palm, stable, clear, not a drop out of place. Then a bolt of pure kinetic energy shot across the arena, striking the target dead center without a ripple in the air. Next came the shield solid, consistent, no flicker. Finally, the weave. He shaped raw mana into a basic construct and held it in the air, threads winding tightly like it had been stitched by a tailor. When he finished, there was silence. Then someone in the stands whispered, "Holy shit." One of the examiners adjusted their glasses, murmuring to another. Noel stepped out of the circle like nothing happened. Not flashy, but clean. The final phase of the mana manipulation exam was the one that broke most students. Construct a complete spell circle from raw mana, by memory, no casting, just structure. Every student was given a clean mana slate hovering mid-air in front of them like writing in glowing ink, except any mistake could destabilize the circle and burn their score to the ground. No spellbooks, no cheat sheets, just knowledge, precision, nerves. The instructor paced slowly across the room, voice cold and steady. You may choose the spell, but the circle must be complete. Symmetry, clarity, stability. Begin. Noel stood in front of his slate, hands at his sides. He thought back to the training chamber, to Deemer, to that one spell. Crimson Coil, a spell just above his grade, woven into his brain like instinct after that night. He raised his right hand, closed his eyes, and began. Lines of blue-white mana sparked to life at his fingertips as he started tracing the circle into the air, slow, smooth, deliberate. Every arc matched the one Deemer had drawn. Every stabilizer landed exactly where it should. The glyphs pulsed faintly as they locked into place, each one drawn with a confidence that didn't belong to someone ranked novice. Noel didn't look at anyone, didn't need to. He felt the instructor stop walking behind him, felt the silence tighten, felt the mana in the room shift around his spell like it was recognizing something not supposed to be here yet. He finished the final ring, exhaled. And staggered, a sudden pulse of pressure hit the center of his forehead. Blood trickled from his nose, slow and hot. Fuck. He wiped it with the back of his sleeve, eyes still locked on the circle. Stable, complete. He lowered his hands, shoulders trembling slightly from the strain, but his face, unbothered. The instructor said nothing, just wrote something quietly on his crystal slate and moved on. Noel didn't even blink. By the end of the week, the Academy Plaza was buzzing like a festival square on execution day. Students crowded around the 2 massive wooden notice boards nailed into the stone walls outside the main administrative hall. The boards were freshly inked by enchanted quills that updated the names and scores with precise, almost smug strokes. One board listed the global rankings, a combined score of theoretical and practical exams, the one that determined who stayed in Class A. And who got bumped down? The second board listed top rankings per discipline of physical, spellcasting, and mana manipulation. Noel was late on purpose. He didn't want to push through crowds or deal with whispers. But halfway through his lunch, Roberto burst into the dining hall, face flushed, waving both arms like a lunatic. "Thorn, get your ass outside." Noel raised an eyebrow, wiping his mouth with the edge of his sleeve. "Why, you just come look." Minutes later, Noel stood at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed, listening to the murmurs ripple like wildfire. Elena's in the top 5 again. Cellini hit 3rd overall. No surprise there. Marcus made 6th. Wait, Roberto made it to 56. Damn, barely, man. That dude's lucky he can swing a sword. Noel stepped closer. Writing rankings top 60, Class A. First, Elena von Listeria. Second, Cellini von Iskandar. 6th, Marcus 56th. Roberto Gale 60th. Noel Thorn. He stared at it, dead last in Class A figures. Written tests murdered me, but then he looked at the other board. Discipline rankings. Physical conditioning. 8th, Noel Thorn. Spellcasting. 4th, Noel Thorn. Mana manipulation. First, Noel Thorn. Second, Cellini von Iskandar. Holy shit, first, Noel didn't move. This is no good. I was supposed to go unnoticed. Fuck, the buzz from the plaza still lingered behind them as Noel and Roberto made their way down a stone-paved side street, away from the main academy square. The sun was low now, casting long golden streaks across the rooftops, and the breeze smelled faintly of wood smoke and roasted meat from nearby taverns. They didn't talk much at first. Noel walked with his hands shoved in his pockets, face unreadable. Roberto walked beside him, arms folded behind his head, grinning like an idiot. "You know you blew up the rankings board, right?" he finally said. Noel didn't answer. "You kicked Cellini out of first place in mana manipulation. That's like slapping a goddess and walking away." Noel let out a low breath. "Wasn't trying to slap anyone," he muttered. "I was just trying not to die." Roberto laughed. "Well, you definitely didn't die." "Can't say the same for the poor bastard who bet you'd end up in Class C." They turned a corner, and the quiet little tavern came into view. Stone walls, wooden sign creaking gently in the breeze, candlelight flickering behind the windows. It was one of the few spots near the academy where students could relax without being watched. Roberto opened the door and looked back over his shoulder. "Drinks on me," he said, "for the guy who scored dead last and still made everyone shit themselves." Noel raised an eyebrow. "Then smirk it just a little, make it a strong one." They stepped inside, and the door shut behind them. The second Noel stepped inside, he stopped. Music pulsed through the floor, sharp, quick beats that made the whole room feel alive. Lights danced across the stone walls, splashing blues, reds, and purples from mana crystals hanging overhead. Laughter echoed over the rhythm, the smell of spiced alcohol and grilled meat wrapping around the crowd like a second skin. There were students everywhere, hundreds by the look of it, some crowded around the bar, some shouting over the tables. Some already half drunk and dancing near the edges of the room, and none of them wore the stiff academy uniforms. Shirts, loose jackets, dresses, leather boots, like they'd all stepped out of a different world. For a second, Noel just stood there, blinking like an idiot. Next to him, Roberto let out a low whistle. "Man, this place is packed," he said, clapping Noel on the shoulder. "Come on, drinks first." They pushed through the crowd and found a gap at the bar. The bartender, a tall woman with 2 nose rings and mana tattoos glowing faintly on her arm, slammed 2 shot glasses down in front of them without even asking. Noel eyed the glass suspiciously, then glanced at Roberto. "You do know it's illegal to drink under 18, right?" Roberto grinned like he'd been waiting for it. "Yeah," and he pulled 2 fake IDs from his jacket pocket and wiggled them between 2 fingers. "See, totally legit." Noel stared at him, then at the IDs, then back at him. Roberto shrugged. "What they don't know won't hurt them. Besides, we earned this." Noel exhaled a breath through his nose, fighting a grin. The memory hit him harder than expected. Blurry nights sneaking into clubs back on Earth, a shitty fake ID tucked in his wallet, laughing too hard with friends he'd never see again. Fuck it. After 2.5 months of grinding, paranoia, and exam hell, I deserve this. He picked up the shot. Cheers, dumbass, cheers, overachiever. They clinked glasses and threw back the drinks. The burn hit like a punch in the chest. Noel coughed once, laughed, and slammed the glass back on the bar. The second shot hit harder, not just the burned warmth. It crawled down Noel's throat and settled somewhere in his chest, melting the tension he didn't realize he'd been carrying. The stress, the calculations, the mental red alerts that never left him since waking up in this world. All of it softened like the edge had been filed off. He leaned against the bar, elbows back, staring out over the crowd of students celebrating like exams never happened. "I've been in this world 2.5 months, faked a life, fought off assassins, spied on cultists, prepped for a fucking massacre. And now I'm in a bar, drunk on whatever the hell that was, watching teenagers dance under glowing crystals like nothing's wrong with the world." He let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. Next to him, Roberto slammed his empty glass upside down on the counter. "Okay," he said, voice slightly hoarse. "That was terrible. Let's do another." Noel snorted. "Absolutely not. Coward, responsible adult. Bullshit, Noel grinned, not his usual smirk sharp, guarded when he used to keep people guessing. A real one, small, tired, but real. Screw it, just for tonight. I'm not a planner. I'm not a manipulator. I'm not a saboteur hiding in shadows. I'm just a guy. The music thumped louder as the tempo shifted, and the floor beneath them vibrated like the whole building was moving with it. Roberto gestured to the stairs in the corner, where students filtered down toward a second level laughing, shouting, drinks in hand. Come on, he said. We're not done yet. Noel didn't hesitate. He followed. The staircase to the lower floor was wide, carved from polished stone that shimmered faintly under colored light. As Noel and Roberto descended, the noise changed, not louder exactly, but deeper. Heavier, bass, real bass. Noel stopped halfway down and just stared. The room below looked like it had been ripped straight out of some modern fantasy fever dream. Crystals mounted on the walls projected shifting lights in every imaginable color, bouncing and splitting through hanging glass shards to create ripples across the crowd. The floor thumped with every beat, a deep rhythm pulsing through mana-infused tiles that glowed with each footstep. This is not supposed to exist. At the far side of the room, a platform held a DJ-like figure, twisting knobs on a rune-covered console. Waves of enchanted sound blasted through speaker crystals arranged in the corners, coordinated perfectly with the lights. The music wasn't orchestral or refined. It was fast, punchy, modern, and it was good. Noel blinked slowly. This world. It's medieval in style, sure, but this is something else. They've skipped tech, just went straight from torches to mana-powered clubs. The crowd was packed, students dancing, shouting, moving like they didn't have a single care left in the world. The way they dressed didn't help either. Dresses, sleeveless tunics, boots, cropped jackets, jewelry that glowed faintly with enchantments. Nobody looked like they came from a stuffy academy. And Noel, he felt out of place for all of 5 seconds. Then he smiled again. Not bad, Valor, not bad at all. Roberto bumped him with an elbow. Want to dance? Noel looked at him deadpan. Absolutely not, didn't think so. Drinks then? Now you're speaking my language. They kept walking, the pulse of the music following them like a second heartbeat. The lower floor wasn't just a dancing hall. It was a full-blown club. Mana-infused lanterns floated near the ceiling, pulsing with the beat. Glowing runes lined the floor like circuits, reacting to the movement of people dancing above them. Booths lined the edges, some casual, some clearly reserved, elevated with privacy screens that shimmered faintly to block sound from the outside. The music was sharper down here, thicker, like it had teeth, and it worked. Roberto grabbed 2 drinks from a floating tray that zipped by like it had a mind of its own. He handed one to Noel and raised it in a silent toast. Noel clinked his glass against Roberto's and took a sip, sweet, cold, definitely alcoholic. He let it burn down slow this time, eyes scanning the crowd, and then spotted them. Marcus, sitting with Clara at one of the corner booths, talking with Alina, who wore a low ponytail and casual clothes that somehow still made her look like she ruled the room. Seated next to them were Lazil Varn, green-haired and sprawled sideways like he owned the couch, and Garen Bale, arms crossed, sipping from a mug that looked comically small in his hands. They looked relaxed, human, like classmates, not characters from a war story waiting to happen. We're all just kids tonight, huh? Across the room, Elira stood with her usual orbit of noble-born students, fashionable, poised, already deep in some conversation Noel didn't care enough to guess. Her gaze swept the room once, landed briefly on him, then moved on without pause. Noel exhaled slowly. No uniforms, no rules, no titles. This place feels like it's outside the story. He took another drink, let himself breathe. Noel leaned on the railing above the dance floor, drink in hand, the music vibrating through his bones like a living thing. For the first time in what felt like months, his brain wasn't spinning with a plan or calculating risk. He was just there, and for once, that was enough. Roberto returned from the bar with another drink in hand and an annoyingly smug look on his face. Noel raised an eyebrow. Why do you look like you're about to say something stupid? Roberto nodded toward the other side of the room. There, that's her. Noel followed his gaze. There she was, the same girl who always ended up beside Roberto during conditioning class. Short black hair, bright eyes, dressed in something dangerously close to illegal for academy standards. She was laughing with a couple of friends, drink in hand, swaying slightly to the beat. Noel turned back to Roberto. You've got to be kidding me. Roberto just grinned. This is fate, my dude. I didn't come here to waste it. Then go talk to her. I'm working on it. Noel rolled his eyes. Go. Roberto hesitated for half a second, just long enough for Noel to give him a shove toward the girl's direction. Hey, Roberto caught himself, straightened his jacket, and started walking. Noel watched him go. He's gonna crash and burn. He smiled into his drink, then frowned. Stomach shifted. A familiar pressure made itself known. Ah, shit. He downed the rest of his drink and stood up. Alcohol is a piss magnet in this world too, huh? He muttered it to no one, shook his head, and weaved through the crowd toward the back hall where the restrooms were marked with enchanted glyphs that glowed just bright enough to not be missed. As he walked, he glanced over his shoulder once at the party behind him. One night. That's all this is, one night to feel normal, and then he disappeared through the doorway. The hallway to the bathrooms was quiet compared to the chaos outside. The walls were still stone but polished smooth, and softly glowing sigils pulsed just above each door, blue for the men's side, red for the women's. Noel pushed open the door, stepped inside and sighed. Silence, cool air. He leaned against the sink for a moment, staring at himself in the mirror. Hair's a mess. Eyes look like I haven't slept in a week. Sounds about right. He turned on the water, splashed his face, and leaned forward, trying to cool the alcohol buzz just enough to stay sharp. Then the door creaked open, footsteps, and a familiar voice. Noel, he glanced over. Marcus, still in casual clothes, sleeves rolled, looking more relaxed than usual, but just as solid. He smiled as he stepped up to the sink next to him. Didn't expect to find you here, Marcus said. Thought you'd be back at the dorm, planning the next 5 years. Noel snorted. Yeah, well. Even ghosts need a night off. Marcus chuckled, drying his hands. You've been quiet lately. I like quiet. Marcus nodded. I get that. They stood there for a second, not awkward, just easy. Then Marcus straightened. Hey, he said, turning toward the door, we've got a booth upstairs. Me, Clara, Alina, the others. You should join us. Noel raised an eyebrow. You sure? Marcus shrugged. Why not? You're Class A, right? Top rank in mana manipulation. You've earned the seat. Noel blinked once, then gave a small, almost reluctant smile. That's new, an invite. Without expectations, he wiped his hands, straightened his jacket, and followed Marcus out. And just like that, Noel walked out of the bathroom and into a circle he hadn't expected to be part of. Noel followed Marcus up the stairs from the main dance floor. This lower level was built around a wide, open perimeter with sturdy mana glass railings that gave a clear view of the crowd below. Along the edges, elevated just slightly, were private lounge areas, each designed for small groups to enjoy the music without being swallowed by it. He glanced around as they climbed. There's a lot of people with lounges, Noel muttered. Marcus looked back at him with a grin. Some people don't like being down in the crowd. They'd rather hang out with friends somewhere quieter. That's what the lounges are for. Makes sense. I take that too, honestly, though. Changing it up now and then doesn't hurt. As they reached the second floor, Noel's eyes drifted across the other lounges. In one of them, he immediately spotted Elira von Estermont, vice president of the student council. And in a way, his partner in crime. She sat elegantly among a group of well-dressed nobles, drink in hand, smiling at something someone said. So she parties too, not surprised. With how much she's juggling, she deserves a break. Still, the thought reminded him. Soon I'll need to return to the mission. The redhead, the infiltration, all of it. But as he looked around, another realization hit him. This scene. This moment. It never happened in the book. The story he knew by heart had no mention of this party. No reserved lounges, no glittering lights, no laughter echoing through the club's upper level. It wasn't just surprising, it was human. They're not characters following a script, they're people, real people, and maybe that's better. I've already died once, this is my life now. And yeah, there's work to do, a world to save, but I want to live it too. As they reached the booth, Marcus glanced over his shoulder and smiled. So how'd you end up here? Noel gave a dry chuckle. Roberto dragged me. He paused, then shrugged. But I don't regret it, feels good to unplug for once. The lounge wasn't massive, but it had just enough to make it feel exclusive. Comfortable seating surrounded a sleek mana glass table that looked expensive, very expensive. The railing around the lounge shimmered faintly, some kind of enchantment. It allowed just enough of the music from below to seep through to keep the atmosphere alive, while softening the sound so everyone could actually talk. Marcus was the first to step inside, raising his hand as he announced, "Hey, look who I found." The first to smile was Clara, of course. Then the rest of the group turned. Seated beside Clara was Alina von Listeria, radiant as ever. She wore a casual white dress that highlighted her elegant figure without trying. The sleeves were long, but the back was open, revealing just enough to be tasteful, dangerous, and absolutely impossible to ignore. Her silvery blonde hair flowed freely down her back, and a delicate silver pendant rested around her collarbone, perfectly matching the shine of her hair. Noel paused, maybe a second too long. Goddamn, her elven features still caught him off guard. Elves were known for being beautiful, but Alina, she was on another level entirely. We've met, she said smoothly, her gaze settling on Noel, briefly. He blinked once, nodded. Yeah, you asked Gareth about the dorm rules, and you acted like a gentleman there. Seems like you remember well, too. She tilted her head slightly, the ghost of a smile on her lips. Congrats, by the way, on your exam results. Looked like you did pretty well. Top of theory, high in practicals. She's brilliant and important. I need her on my side eventually. Might as well plant that seed now. Always, she said, her tone smooth as silk. Noel couldn't tell if it was arrogance or honesty, probably both. Before he could say anything else, Marcus cut in with a grin. All right, don't hog all the attention, there's more people here, you know. Noel gave a small nod. Sorry, no worries, Marcus said. Looks like you already know Clara and Alina. The guy trying to fuse with the couch over there, he pointed at the green-haired student sprawled sideways like he had no spine. That's Lazil Varn, mage, arrogant genius. Acts lazy, but he'll outcast you with one eye closed. Lazil gave a lazy salute. I like this one. He doesn't talk too much. And that, Marcus continued, pointing to the mountain of a man sipping from a mug, is Garen Bale. Knight, strong, honest, kind of terrifying when he's pissed. Basically a puppy in armor. It's rude to point, Garen said, grinning. Nice to meet you. You must be Noel. Likewise, they shook hands. Noel winced slightly at the strength in Garen's grip. That guy did not know his own power. There were two more girls at the edge of the booth, friends of Clara and Alina. Noel greeted them with a polite nod, then slid into the nearest open seat, feeling the warmth of the lounge settle around him. For once, he didn't feel like an outsider looking in. Noel sat back in his seat, fingers loosely wrapped around a cold glass he hadn't touched yet. The lounge was warm, dimly lit with floating crystal lanterns that pulsed softly to the music, casting gold and violet hues across the polished surfaces. His gaze drifted naturally, inevitably back to Alina. She was speaking quietly with Clara and one of the girls beside her, elegant in posture even while seated. She didn't fidget, didn't overreact. Every move she made felt precise, like a noblewoman trained from birth to command attention without ever needing to raise her voice. And the thing Wash didn't try. The white dress, the silver necklace, the open back, none of it was meant to show off. It just worked. Noel stared for a beat longer than he should have, then looked down at his glass. She's beautiful, that much is obvious, but there's something else, a kind of gravity around her, and in the book, she wasn't just brilliant, she was pivotal. He thought back to the pages, the way she moved through politics like a ghost with a blade, how she was respected by the council, feared by nobles, loved by the people. Getting on her good side wouldn't just be useful, it might be necessary. She turned then, eyes meeting his from across the table, not sharply, not cold, just curious. Their eyes held for a second longer than was casual. Then she gave him a small nod, barely a movement, and he returned it. The music from below pulsed gently through the lounge floor, but here everything felt softer, calmer. The conversation was like Clara teasing Marcus about how seriously he took every lesson, Garen responding with a dry comment about Marcus, taking notes on his dreams, which earned a round of laughter from the table. Noel had settled into his seat with surprising ease. The cushion was warm, the drink smooth, the company easy. At one point, while the others got caught up in a debate about who had the worst practical exam partner, Alina shifted slightly, angling her chair just a bit toward him. Your first party, she asked, voice low, private. Noel looked over. That obvious? Not at all, she said, a small smile playing at her lips, but I've been coming to these once in a while. You get used to them. He took a sip from his glass. It's nice. Better than I expected. Alina nodded, gently swirling her drink. I think people forget how important it is to stop to enjoy things, even small ones. Hard to do when exams are trying to kill you. That made her laugh light and genuine. He looked at her for a second. Her silver blonde hair framed her face perfectly in the warm light, her features soft and relaxed, so different from the composed noble presence she carried in the halls. I'll drink to that, Noel said, raising his glass slightly. Alina touched hers to his with a soft clink, and for a little while they didn't talk. They just sat quietly, sipping, watching the slow movement of lights across the floor below. The night air outside the club was crisp and calm. The music dulled to a low thrum behind the thick door as it shut softly behind Noel. He stepped out, rolling his shoulders, letting the cool breeze hit his face. He leaned against the wall beside the entrance, hands in his pockets, letting the noise and lights behind him fade into the background. The door opened again. Lena von Listeria stepped out, wrapping a thin shawl around her shoulders. Her dress moved gently with the wind, and the silver glint of her necklace shimmered under the lamplight. Their eyes met. I'm heading back, she said casually. Too loud in there. Noel gave a small nod. Same. He paused for a second, then gestured slightly with his chin. You want company for the walk? She considered him for a heartbeat. Then, with a soft shrug and the faintest smile, sure, we're going the same way anyway. They began walking side by side, down the stone-paved path that led toward the Academy's residential district. The way was familiar, the streets quiet now except for the occasional laugh or clink of glass in the distance. Noel didn't feel the need to speak, and apparently neither did she. It wasn't awkward, it was easy. They passed under a few glowing street crystals, their light washing the road in soft blue. Their footsteps echoed gently as the club grew smaller behind them. Peaceful. That's the only word that came to Noel's mind, and for once he didn't overthink it. He just walked. They reached the end of the quiet path leading toward the Class A dorms, the main tower now visible through the trees, softly lit under moonlight. Alina slowed her pace just a bit, then glanced at him with that calm, composed expression of hers. Noel raised an eyebrow. For what? For not hitting on me. He blinked, caught completely off guard. Right. She looked amused, no, just slightly. I'm used to people leading with that. Noel scratched the back of his neck. Well, not everything's about appearances. He hesitated, then added, I mean, don't get me wrong, you're beautiful, obviously, but that's not all there is. I barely know you. Alina arched an eyebrow, then smiled. Noel could only stare ahead for a second, suddenly aware of the heat rising behind his ears. What the hell are you doing, Noel? You're an adult. Act like one. Elena laughed, not mocking, just soft, clear, and genuine. I'll take that as a compliment, she said. Noel was about to answer when something a flicker of movement caught the corner of his eye. He turned his head. Across the street, barely visible through the dim light, was a familiar silhouette. Red hair, hood, walking alone. No way, he narrowed his eyes. The figure wasn't walking straight, unsteady. Drunk, maybe, but the shape, the posture, Noel had seen it enough times to recognize it instantly. His target. Noel stepped back from Elena gently. I've gotta go. She tilted her head. Trouble? He gave her a half smile, something like that. Be careful. Noel nodded, then turned and slipped quietly into the shadows, eyes locked on the redhead already moving farther down the road. And just like that, he was back in the game. Noel slipped around the corner near the Class A dorms, footsteps quiet, breath steady. The night had gone cold, but he barely felt it. He'd said goodbye to Elena less than a minute ago. She turned toward the dormitories. He had turned toward him. The red-haired student, the same one he'd followed before, the same one he'd marked weeks ago. Tonight, the guy was alone, moving fast. He's not just wandering. He knows where he's going. Noel kept to the side paths, sliding between pockets of shadow cast by the tall lanterns overhead. The streets this late were nearly empty, just the occasional flicker of movement from a patrolling staff mage or late returning student. The redhead didn't notice him, didn't even look back, and now Noel knew why. The path led straight toward the Grand Hall, the same towering building where the entire student body had gathered for the opening ceremony. The same place Noel remembered vividly from the book, where it would happen, the bloody banquet. I tried to unplug for one night, but this is it. The story's pulling me back in. He followed quietly, every step closer, tightening the knot in his stomach. You wouldn't come here without a reason. So what the hell are you planning? The redhead reached the hall's side entrance and slipped through a narrow service door like he'd done it before. Noel didn't hesitate. He moved in after him back into the dark. The service door closed softly behind Noel. He paused in the corridor just beyond, letting his eyes adjust. The interior of the Grand Hall was quiet, now too quiet. The last time he was here, it had been packed with students, voices echoing off marble and banners fluttering in a breeze conjured by some formal wind spell. Now, stillness, the kind that seeped into your lungs when you breathed too deeply. Noel moved carefully, following the faint sound of footsteps ahead, barely audible over the hush of the building. He kept to the shadows, his boots quiet against the polished floor. He entered the main chamber from the side, eyes flicking across the massive space. It looked just like he remembered, towering ceilings, stone columns lined with banners bearing the Academy crest, long walls where enchanted torches flickered dimly in a low-power state. This was the heart of the Academy's prestige, the place where the director himself had welcomed them, and in less than 2 weeks, if the book was right, it would become a massacre site, the bloody banquet, over 200 dead. Hundreds more injured, the first real crack in the Academy's perfect image. And I don't remember how it started. That was the worst part. He remembered that it happened. He remembered Marcus eventually stopping it. But the trigger, the setup, the who, what, why, gone. He spotted movement up ahead. The redhead had crossed to a far corner of the hall most people wouldn't bother to look at. Tucked behind a pile of unused crates and stacked chairs from the opening ceremony, he knelt down and shifted a few of the boxes aside. Then, without hesitation, he opened a trapdoor in the floor. Noel's eyes narrowed. There. The redhead slipped through and disappeared. Noel counted to 5, then followed. The trapdoor wasn't locked, just old. The wood creaked faintly under Noel's fingers as he lifted it, careful to move slow, silent. The underside revealed a narrow stone staircase, spiraling down into darkness. Noel slipped inside and pulled the hatch shut above him. The sound vanished. Everything went still. He didn't dare summon light. The faintest glow from mana crystals embedded in the walls gave just enough to see by dim, flickering, cold. The air changed the farther down he went. Cooler, dustier, touched by stillness like this place hadn't been disturbed in years. I've been in catacombs cleaner than this, nah, just joking. At the bottom of the stairs, the space opened into a wide corridor. The walls were stone, the same style as the rest of the academy but older. Rower. Noel kept to the shadows, footsteps careful. He moved past several empty side rooms, most filled with old furniture-folding chairs stacked to the ceiling, broken podiums, tarnished brass lamps, unused banners curled in the corners like forgotten relics. He passed a room filled with stacked plates and silverware leftovers from who knew what ceremony. Another held rows of mannequins once used for demonstration uniforms, now standing like silent sentries in the dark. And ahead, voices, faint, muffled. Noel slowed. Pressed himself to the wall. At the end of the hallway, a faint orange light spilled out from under a door. He inched closer, pulse steady but rising. Let's see who we have here. He crouched beside the door, one hand hovering near the hilt of his blade, and then he heard a voice, familiar, but not the redhead's. Someone else was inside, someone Noel knew, and that's when things stopped making sense. Noel pressed his back to the wall just beside the open crack of the door. The voices inside were low, steady, too quiet to catch every word. He focused, breath shallow, straining to make out the conversation. Then, a familiar tone cut through. Calm, clear, slightly clipped, Professor Caldis. Noel's eyes widened, but he kept still. Caldis, the spellcasting instructor. What the hell is he doing down here? Caldis's voice wasn't raised, but the cadence was unmistakable. The way he spoke during class, structured and exact. The redhead responded, too soft to catch the words, but the posture through the door said enough. Respect, deference. Noel leaned forward ever so slightly, peering through the crack in the heavy stone door. There they were, the red-haired student, standing at attention like a soldier reporting in. And across from him, Professor Caldis, dressed not in his academy robes but in dark, nondescript travel wear, a plain cloak, simple tunic, no insignia, nothing to link him to the academy, and yet. There he stood, arms behind his back, looking completely at home in the shadows. He's not just involved, he's in charge, which means this goes higher than I thought. Noel's grip tightened slightly. He didn't move, he didn't speak, he just watched, and listened, long enough to know. This wasn't a one-time meeting. Noel didn't move, didn't breathe, he just listened, but something shifted in the room. Caldis's voice stopped mid-sentence. Silence. Then, we're not alone. Noel's heart dropped. In a split second, Caldis turned his head not toward the door but just enough to send a message. Fuck no loose ends, Caldis said flatly. The redhead moved, fast. Noel was already gone. He sprinted down the hallway, boots hitting stone with controlled force. No hesitation, no looking back. He darted past the old rooms, the dust, the echo of betrayal pounding louder than the footsteps behind him. He's fast, shit. The staircase loomed ahead. Noel vaulted up 2 steps at a time, shoved open the trapdoor, and rolled through the crates he'd memorized minutes ago. Back in the grand hall, empty, silent, he didn't stop. He pushed through the service door and back out into the night, air breath ragged now, blood rushing. Street lamps buzzed. The wind had picked up. And just up the path, walking calmly back toward the dorms. Elira, her braid glinted in the lamplight, her shawl drawn tightly around her shoulders. Noel didn't think. He sprinted across the street, grabbed her arm, and pulled her into the nearest alley before she could react. Wah! The redhead's footsteps were approaching fast. They pressed to the wall. Noel held her still. The redhead passed the alley's entrance. Didn't stop, didn't look. Gone. Noel exhaled, long, controlled, until Elira snapped, let go. He looked down. His grip had tightened without him realizing it. She winced. You're hurting me. He immediately released her, taking a step back. Sorry, he said, voice low. I didn't mean to. What the hell is going on? She asked sharply, rubbing her arm. Noel met her eyes. I need to talk to you, he said, something serious. I'll say it again, sorry about earlier, Noel muttered. But it was necessary. Necessary in what way? Elira snapped. You could have just told me on the way instead of dragging me into this place. They stood in a narrow back alley behind the Class A dormitories, tucked between tall stone buildings whose mossy walls glistened faintly under weak mana lamps. The ground was uneven, littered with puddles and the occasional crunch of gravel underfoot. The air smelled faintly of damp stone and something less pleasant like discarded potions or neglected cleaning charms. Elira looked painfully out of place here. She was still dressed from the party. A deep crimson jacket hung neatly over her shoulders, covering a slim-cut blouse of dark silk. Her trousers were tailored, noble-made, tucked into soft leather boots with silver trim. She wore a thin chain around her neck that glimmered faintly beneath the moonlight, simple, elegant, unmistakably expensive. And now she was scowling at him like she wanted to knock his teeth out. That option wasn't possible, Noel said, steady, even if I would have preferred it. All right, so what's this serious thing you needed to tell me? I found something important, he said. It's about. You know our situation. Her expression immediately shifted, shoulders squaring, eyes sharp. Talk. Noel took a breath. I've been doing some things on my own, like just now I followed someone back from the party. Elira's eyes narrowed. You were at the party, same one you were at, he said. You didn't see me. Get to the point. If it's important, don't waste time. He hesitated for only a second. He still didn't know how giving her this information would ripple through the story, but he'd already changed so much. If he could pull off the first act, the bloody banquet, maybe he could keep improvising after that. If I get through the banquet, I'll figure out the rest. It's Professor Caldis, he said quietly. He's involved. Elira didn't answer immediately. Her face remained unreadable, silent, thinking. Finally, she replied. It was to be expected. I knew they had someone on the inside. I just didn't know who exactly. That's it, Noel asked, surprised. You're not more shocked. What do you want me to say? It's obvious. The real question is what's his role in all this? Noel sighed, but under his breath he muttered, if I don't do something, a lot of people will die at the banquet. Elira caught it. Her gaze turned sharp again. What do you mean? You know what I mean. That's why we're investigating them, isn't it? She didn't respond right away. Her silence told Noel everything. Shit, I went too far. Then she said, what do you mean a lot of people will die? How do you even know there's going to be a banquet? The Academy hasn't announced anything. It's never even held one before. There's no precedent for it in the school's history. Cold sweat broke down Noel's back. He'd fucked up. They're investigating these students for totally different reasons. He swallowed hard. Then why are you investigating them? She looked at him like the answer was obvious. Because I'm the vice president of the student council. I'm supposed to ensure rules are followed. When students sneak out at night, it's my job to know why. And obviously someone gave them access to the tunnels beneath the enchantment labs. Noelle cursed internally. Of course, of fucking course. If she'd known what he knew, if she really knew about the attack beforehand, she would have stopped it. There would be no 200 dead, no tragedy. Fuck, that was the only thing bouncing through Noelle's skull. Now what? Tell her everything. Try to twist the story. Lie, no use. Elira's too sharp. She'd know if I lied. She looked him over carefully, then softened it just slightly. You're drunk, aren't you? Is this some shitty joke? You really shouldn't drink like that. I know finals are over, but take care of yourself. You don't seem like someone who handles alcohol well. Noelle chuckled weakly. Yeah, heh. You're right, but then his tone shifted. But the thing about Caldis, that part's real. She raised an eyebrow. I'll handle it, he added. Please let me take care of that part. And again, sorry for pulling you into this alley. You should get that arm looked at in the infirmary. I didn't mean to grab you that hard. She said nothing, just nodded once, distant, then turned and walked off. Noelle stood there alone in the alley, watching her disappear into the dormitory courtyard. He leaned against the wall, exhaling. She's gone, and I lost him. The redhead had vanished, probably long gone by now. Still had enough. He had names, connections, locations. And in that moment, the memory finally came back. The book, the story, the two phases of the banquet, the attack squad for enemy combatants, one incredibly strong. Marcus and his friends fought them and managed to win, but then after the fight, the bombs, planted beforehand, they went off just as the students thought they'd survived. The real tragedy. How the hell did I forget the most important part? Noelle felt his legs growing heavier. I'm wiped. Shower first, then strategy. He returned to the dorm, climbed the stairs, and shut the door behind him, stripped off his clothes, stepped into the bath, and let the hot water wash away the night. I'm alone in this now. Can't drag anyone else into it. They'll fight Caldis when the time comes. But the bombs, he closed his eyes. I'll figure it out tomorrow. The night before, Noelle stood in front of the small mirror above his desk, staring at his own reflection. His skin still looked too healthy, his eyes too sharp, no trace of sickness anywhere. If I'm gonna pull this off, it needs to look real. He grabbed a small vial from his drawer, a minor mana disruptor, something he'd bought weeks ago from a black market stall hidden near the training grounds, harmless in small doses, just enough to throw off his mana flow and make him look fatigued. He popped the cork and inhaled a thin wisp of the misty substance. Instantly, his skin flushed. His breathing grew slightly uneven. His pulse quickened in his ears. He coughed once, chest tightening faintly. Perfect. He stashed the vial back in the drawer, stripped down, and collapsed onto his bed, letting the disruption work through his system overnight. Morning came fast and rough. When Noelle sat up, he genuinely felt like shit. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his muscles ached like he'd pulled an all-nighter lifting furniture. Damn, might have overdone it a little. He threw on his academy uniform loosely, let his shirt hang a little wrinkled, and shuffled toward the infirmary with just the right amount of pitiful energy. The nurse on duty barely raised an eyebrow when he stumbled in, clutching his head. You look awful, she said bluntly. Noelle forced a hoarse voice. Fever. Head feels like it's splitting open. She ran a few diagnostic spells over him, standard mana diagnostics, basic temperature and energy flow checks. Her expression softened. You definitely shouldn't be attending classes like this. She scribbled a note quickly, stamped it with an enchanted seal, and handed it over. 3 days of exemption from classes. The moment he stepped out of the infirmary, the exhaustion dropped from his posture like a shed coat. First part done. Now it was time for the real plan. Taunite the redhead. Noelle didn't go back to his dorm after leaving the infirmary. He didn't need to. Instead, he circled the outer edge of the dormitory wing, taking the long route through the unused side paths that most students ignored. Quiet trails where the academy's lanterns didn't shine as bright, where patrols rarely passed. His target would come this way soon, right on time. The red-haired student walked down the narrow path beside the equipment shed, alone as usual, focused, unaware. Noelle moved with practiced speed, a single, precise strike to the neck. The redhead collapsed instantly. Noelle didn't waste a second. He grabbed the unconscious boy by the arms and dragged him into a side alley Noelle had scouted a week ago, tucked between two unused storage buildings, half covered in vines, the stones slick with moss and dirt, a place no one passed, ever. Once inside, Noelle got to work. He tied the boy's wrists and ankles with enchanted cord woven tight and designed to suppress mana use. Then he stuffed a strip of cloth into the boy's mouth and secured it with a basic muffling charm, just in case. The redhead groaned once, barely, still unconscious. Noelle sat him up against the wall, covering him with an old tarp he'd hidden there earlier for this exact moment. Then he stood back, checked the perimeter one more time, and exhaled. Secure, out of sight, won't wake up for hours. He looked up at the sky. The sun had started to dip. he still had time to prepare. At exactly 10 p.m., he would activate the item tucked safely in his pocket. Veilweaver's Charm. Type: Illusion. Class: Utility artifact. Function: temporarily alters physical appearance. 30-45 minutes max. That was all he'd need. He knew the routine. At 10:00 sharp, the redhead and the others always left for wherever they went. And tonight, he'd be the one in his place. The clock on the distant tower chimed softly. 10 sharp. Noel pulled the Veilweaver's Charm from his pocket, a thin silver disc etched with faint runic patterns. It pulsed faintly in his hand, sensing the mana in his blood. He held it against his chest and whispered the activation phrase he'd memorized. The charm flared with soft blue light. A wave of dizziness hit him, but only for a second. When Noel blinked, his reflection in the faint puddles at his feet showed someone else, the red-haired student. Same unruly hair, same posture, same slight crookedness in the left shoulder. Perfect. The charm wouldn't last long, maybe 30 to 45 minutes, tops, but that was enough. He adjusted the cloak on his shoulders, tucked his hands in his pockets like he'd seen the redhead do countless times, and moved. Casual pace. Silent. Noel slipped back onto the path, heading toward the meeting point near the abandoned part of the academy right outside the lab tunnels. He didn't have to wait long. Two other figures approached from the darkness, cloaked and hooded, faces obscured by simple masks. Just like always, no one spoke. One of them gave a nod, the signal. They approached the hidden entrance together, a small, reinforced door disguised as part of an old maintenance shed. The lead figure knocked, 2 soft taps, 1 hard. A thin slot opened. A voice spoke through the gap, low and sharp. Password. The lead figure answer read, not Noel. He didn't even hear the full phrase, didn't need to. The door creaked open, heavy iron hinges groaning. They slipped inside without hesitation. The door slammed shut behind them with a metallic thunk, locking them into a space thick with mana and secrets. Noel kept his head down, his hood low. The corridor ahead was narrow, lined with old cracked stones that seemed to hum faintly with dormant enchantments. The air smelled of dampness, smoke, and something sharp like burnt metal. They walked in silence, the only sounds the soft shuffle of boots against ancient stone. At the end of the passage, the space opened into a large underground chamber. Noel's breath caught for half a second, not from fear, but from sheer disbelief. It looked like an illegal gambling den. Dozens of tables were spread across the room, with masked figures gathered in small groups. Some played enchanted dice games, others exchanged scrolls and coin under the watchful eyes of servers wearing porcelain masks. Mana crystals embedded in the ceiling pulsed with low, colorful light, bathing the room in a surreal, dreamlike glow. The walls were layered with complex sigils meant to dampen sound and block magical surveillance. Everyone wore a mask. Everyone pretended not to notice anyone else. Smart. He kept walking, trailing just behind the 2 cloaked figures he'd entered with. They crossed the main floor without a word, ignoring the games and deals, and passed through a heavy velvet curtain at the far side of the room. Beyond it, a small private chamber, 2 chairs, 1 table, and 2 people waiting. The private room was smaller than Noel expected. Bare walls, a plain wooden table scarred with old knife marks, 2 heavy chairs like something dragged out of a courtroom or a noble's back chamber. The air smelled of old wood and dust, laced with a faint trace of burned mana. Noel stood stiffly behind the 2 cloaked figures who entered before him. None of them sat, none of them spoke. It wasn't expected. This meeting wasn't about questions or discussion. It was about orders. Standing at the head of the table was Professor Caldis, face obscured by a half-mask of dark silver, but his voice gum, clipped and absolute, was unmistakable. Beside him, leaning slightly against the wall, stood the unknown man, taller, cloaked entirely in black, his presence cold enough to turn the room colder. Caldis was the first to speak. "This is the final update," he said, voice carrying cleanly across the room. "Everything is in place." Noel remained still, breathing shallow. The unknown man spoke next, his voice smooth, unhurriedly in a way that suggested nobility, but colder than any bureaucrat Noel had ever heard. "The feast will proceed as the academy planned. We need no changes on that front. Our window remains precisely 3 hours." Caldis nodded once. "The students will be distracted. Staff supervision will be minimal beyond ceremonial presence. Security enchantments have been analyzed. Several flaws have been identified." Noel clenched his fists inside his sleeves. "Flaws, sabotaged maybe," the unknown man continued. "The external forces are prepared to strike immediately upon signal. The attack team will create panic and confusion. They are to prioritize chaos, not precision. Collateral is acceptable." Caldis straightened his back slightly. "And the primary objective," the unknown man's tone sharpened. "The goal is not to kill everyone. Mass death is a tool. Fear is the weapon. We need survivors." There was a moment of silence, ethic, heavy. Then Caldis said, "Understood." Noel tried not to move, not to even twitch. He absorbed every word like dry ground drinking rain. The unknown man shifted his weight. "As for the second measure, the charges are already placed. charges, explosives. Noel's heart pounded harder, but his body didn't betray him. They are concealed beneath the banquet hall itself, embedded into the secondary structural anchors. When the command is given, the devices will trigger simultaneously. Caldis asked, almost too casually, in failsafes. If the first wave fails to ignite, secondary timers are programmed. There will be no escape once it begins. The man's voice was chilling in its certainty. Noel forced himself to breathe evenly. The unknown man continued, relentless. Extraction points are prepared for essential personnel. All non-essentials will be abandoned. Casualties among the student body are irrelevant. Faculty casualties are acceptable but should be minimized if it risks compromising the later phase of the operation. Later phase, there was more, but they didn't elaborate. Caldis inclined his head once in perfect obedience. Will proceed as instructed. The students under my direct influence are ready. They will fulfill their parts without deviation. The unknown man nodded slowly. Good, there was a beat of silence. Then Caldis finally addressed the three cloaked figures standing quiet like redheads group. You have your instructions. You know your roles. There will be no reminders, no second chances. The unknown man added quietly, history will record this night. Then both of them fell silent. It was over. Noel kept his head down, masked, heart hammering behind calm eyes. He bowed lightly, following the lead of the others, then turned with them as they filed out of the room. Not a single word spoken, not a single mistake made, but inside, Noel was burning. The walk back to the academy felt longer than it should have. Noel kept to the side streets, cutting through empty courtyards and quiet maintenance halls, the heavy weight of everything he just heard pressing down on his shoulders. Explosives, attack teams. Fear as a weapon, the pieces were clicking into place, and the picture was so much worse than he remembered from the book. But there was no time to spiral. There was still one last thing to deal with tonight. He slipped around the edge of the dormitory district, weaving back toward the hidden alley where he'd left the redhead tied and unconscious. The boy was still there, exactly where Noel had left him, still breathing, still knocked out. Good. Without wasting time, Noel untied him, threw the cloak he'd hidden back over the boy's shoulders to cover up the rope's marks, and hefted him onto his back in a fireman's carry. He moved fast, blending into the shadows. He crossed the grounds without being spotted and reached the familiar stone steps of the academy infirmary. Inside, the soft light of mana lamps illuminated the small front lobby, sterile and quiet. The same nurse from this morning looked up from her desk, eyebrows lifting the moment she saw him. You again, she said dryly. Didn't you already visit today? Noel shifted the redhead's weight on his back and grunted. Yeah, not for me this time. He jerked his chin toward the unconscious boy. The nurse's mouth thinned into a line of concern. She stood up immediately, summoning a levitation stretcher with a flick of her wrist. What happened? Found him outside, Noel said evenly. Collapsed. Probably too much mana exhaustion or something. She didn't ask further, just muttered about students these days pushing themselves too hard as she floated the boy onto the stretcher and began running diagnostic spells. Noel watched just long enough to see that the redhead was in good hands. Then he turned and left. Done. No suspicion. No trails. By the time he reached his dorm, exhaustion crashed over him like a wave. He stripped out of his disguise mechanically, tossed his borrowed clothes into the hidden laundry chute, and stumbled into the shower. The hot water blasted over him, washing away the grime, the tension, the blood pounding in his ears. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I start putting a plan together. I need allies. I need countermeasures. I need to find those bombs. If I don't, they're all dead. Noel leaned his forehead against the cold tile for a moment, letting the steam cloud his vision. Then he shut off the water, dragged himself to bed, and passed out before his head hit the pillow. 9 days left. The night wrapped the academy in heavy silence as Noel slipped through the restricted sections of the grand hall, moving with a predator's patience. He wasn't aiming for the banquet hall itself. Not yet. He moved toward the places mentioned during the secret meeting, the underground classrooms, buried deep below the academy's foundations. Forgotten places, hidden places, exactly where you'd hide something you didn't want found. Noel moved through servant corridors and abandoned maintenance tunnels, heart steady, steps silent. Most students were sleeping. The rest, focused on exams, on rumors, on ordinary academy life. They have no idea what's coming, and if I don't move fast enough. They never will. He found the old service stairwell, tucked behind a supply closet half collapsed from years of disucing, descended. The underground air was thick, stale, carrying the dry, electric smell of ancient mana and crumbling stone. Below, the subterranean hallways stretched out long, cracked, dust-heavy. The only light came from the occasional weak mana crystals embedded in the walls, casting pale blue shadows. Rows of old classrooms lined the hallways. Most of the doors were rotted, some hanging off their hinges. The signs were unreadable, eaten away by time. Here and there, old scorch marks marred the wall-ghosts of long-forgotten spells. It was the perfect place to hide something lethal. Noel moved carefully, systematically, checking each room. Some were empty except for shattered desks and warped bookshelves. Others were sealed behind degraded rune barriers, sparking faintly when he brushed close. Still, he pressed on. The others don't even know the real threat exists. Marcus will face the attackers when the time comes. He's the hero of the story. But this is on me. Alone in the freezing dark, Noel hunted for the bombs buried beneath their feet, because if he didn't find them soon, everyone would die. It took time, more than he expected. Noel moved deeper into the labyrinth of collapsed hallways and dead classrooms, navigating through dust and silence. He was scanning every inch now, every crack, every exposed section of stone. And then he found it, behind a broken column in a half-collapsed room, a small mana reactor buried in the wall. The faint shimmer of runic circles spun around it, delicate and deadly. He crouched low, looked closer. Not a bomb in the traditional sense. No powder, no wires. This was pure mana engineering. A compact spell structure designed to convert mana into kinetic force enough to bring the hall crashing down when triggered. The circles were intricate, too intricate. He recognized some of the stabilizers and energy flow markers from his classes, but others. They were far beyond anything he had studied. Noel pulled out his pocket notebook and started copying the runes down by hand, sketching their flow, noting the twists where stabilizers warped into fuses. After an hour, he leaned back, frustrated. I can't rewrite this. Not yet. He understood the basic flow, but the higher-order mana compression seals, the layered trigger conditions, those were on another level entirely. Even a slight mistake and it could auto-trigger the sequence. He wiped a hand down his face, thinking hard. He needed to understand this, really understand it, and that would take hours, maybe days if he did it alone. No good. There was one person, someone who lived and breathed mana manipulation, someone who could look at these runic circles and see their weaknesses instantly. Professor Deemer, professor of mana manipulation, strict, brilliant, and though it wasn't public knowledge yet, Noel remembered from the novel. He's just a step away from archmage level, an archmage, 3 entire ranks above novice, a leap almost impossible for a normal mage to even dream of. If anyone could help me understand this structure without realizing what it's for. It's him, but he had to be careful. Deemer couldn't know what he was actually working on. Noel began crafting the idea in his head already. A hypothetical assignment, a fabricated question about advanced mana compression theory, enough to spark Deemer's interest, enough to get real applicable answers without raising alarms, just a student curious about spell architecture, nothing suspicious at all. Noel closed his notebook carefully. He had a plan now, time to move, and time was running out, 9 days left. The next morning, Noel kept his head down during classes. He played the perfect part, the slightly tired, slightly stressed first year just trying to survive the end of the trimester. No one questioned it. After lectures ended, he made his way casually toward Professor Deemer's office, a thick stack of study notes tucked under one arm. He rehearsed his lines mentally. It's just a hypothetical, a curiosity about mana compression structures. Nothing weird. When he knocked, Deemer's familiar sharp voice called from inside. Enter. Noel stepped in, closing the door softly behind him. The office was as it always was, neat, cold, lined with spellbooks stacked like precise weapons, mana diagrams projected above the desk, glowing softly. Deemer looked up from a dense set of scrolls. Noel cleared his throat. Professor, do you have a moment? Deemer raised an eyebrow but gestured to the seat across from him. I'm working, but if it's quick. Noel sat carefully. Pulled a few pages from his stack, completely fabricated diagrams, mimicking the runic structures he'd seen around the bomb, but without copying them directly. Deemer's gaze sharpened. Hooked. Noel kept his face neutral, eyes slightly tired, playing up the curious, hard-working student act. These structures, particularly the way the mana compression nodes interact with kinetic triggers. He tapped one of the sketches. I can't fully figure out how the stabilization is supposed to work. It seems almost recursive. Deemer leaned forward, scanning the diagrams. He frowned, not disapprovingly, thoughtfully. You're not wrong. Recursive layering, extremely inefficient unless the designer was trying to create a delay effect. Noel nodded slowly, took notes, and if the compression seals are tuned too tightly, they would create a catastrophic feedback loop, explosive, potentially lethal depending on core material. Deemer glanced at him sharply. Where did you find these examples? Noel shrugged casually. Archived scrolls in the back of the library, stuff from the Second Age reconstruction projects. Not technically a lie. Deemer nodded once, accepting it, then spent the next 20 minutes explaining how such structures were built and, more importantly, how they could be manipulated or destabilized safely without triggering the entire chain. Noel took furious notes. Every word mattered. When Deemer finally leaned back and returned to his scrolls, dismissing him with a wave, Noel gathered his things quickly and slipped out of the office. The hallway was empty. He leaned against the cool stone wall, breathing slow. Now I can fight them. 8 days left. Each night, Noel returned to the hidden underground hallways. Armed with his new knowledge, he worked slowly modifying the mana circles, introducing controlled faults, disrupting the cascade without setting off any alarms. It was painstaking work. Hours of careful carving, precise rune disruptions, mana balancing under pressure. Each day he attended classes, trained, ate with Roberto, studied, smiled at Marcus and Clara, acted normal, and each night he risked everything under the Academy's very feet. 7 days left, the Academy walls buzzed with excitement. Rumors of an upcoming event floated everywhere. An end of trimester banquet, the posters starting to appear. Gold trim, red banners, a grand celebration. Noelle watched it all unfold like a funeral procession in disguise. 7 days. The announcement came mid-morning. The mana crystal loudspeakers embedded into the Academy's walls flared to life with a sharp hum, silencing conversations across the halls and classrooms. A voice-com, ceremonial and unmistakably official, echoed throughout the grounds. Attention, students and faculty. By order of the Academy Council, we are proud to announce the grand end-of-term banquet. A celebration to honor your hard work and achievements this semester. Noelle sat frozen at his desk. Students around him cheered, laughed, even clapped. Some immediately started whispering about outfits, dance partners, after-parties. But for Noelle, every word sounded like a countdown. It's official now. There's no stopping it. Posters began appearing within hours. Richly decorated sheets pinned to every notice board and pillar, gold and red borders, glittering letters promising a night of celebration, fine food, and dancing under enchanted lights. The banquet would be held in the Grand Hall, of course. The same grand hall he knew was wired to explode beneath their feet. The same hall where Marcus and the others would have to fight for their lives against the hidden attackers. This is really happening. Noelle walked past the posters, his heart hammering. Nobody noticed how his shoulders tensed. Nobody saw how his hands curled slightly at his sides. They were too busy planning their outfits, picking who they'd ask to dance, wondering what professors might show up, what food would be served. No one thought about death. No one thought about bombs. Noelle forced himself to breathe steady and slow. 7 days left. I'm not done yet. He couldn't stop the banquet, but he could still stop the worst of it. He had to. That evening, when the sun dipped behind the Academy towers and the courtyards fell into long shadows, Noelle sat alone at his desk. The room was dark, lit only by a faint mana lamp. A blank sheet of parchment lay before him. He tapped the pen against the edge once, twice, thinking, it can't be obvious, no fingerprints, no trail. He dipped the pen into the ink and wrote in quick, deliberate strokes. To the director, you must keep an eye on Professor Caldis. He is not who he appears to be. Be discreet. You would not want the reputation of the most prestigious academy in Vailterra to suffer irreversible consequences. A concerned observer. Noelle read it once. Short, concise, enough to spark doubt, enough to make the director cautious without pointing any fingers directly at himself. Perfect. He folded the letter neatly, sealed it with plain wax, no markings, no signature, and placed it in an unadorned envelope. Later, under the cover of night, he slipped it into the secure message drop box near the administrative tower, the one reserved for confidential communications to the upper faculty. The box shimmered briefly, absorbing the letter into its mana-sealed containment spells. Noelle stood there for a moment, staring at the empty box. Now it's out of my hands. The problem. He knew how the message system worked. Letters were sorted by arrival order, and with the upcoming banquet, students were flooding the council and administration with petitions, congratulations, party requests, suggestions, complaints. There was no telling when or even if Hai's letter would be read in time, but it was all he could do, for now. He turned on his heel and disappeared back into the shadows, the cold wind picking up around the towers. 6 days left. The academy grounds buzzed with energy. Decorations went up on every building. Mana lights were strung between the towers, slowly blinking in intricate patterns. Students rushed between classes and fittings, practicing formal dances in the open courtyards, laughing without a care in the world. Noelle watched it all from a quiet corner of the library's upper floor, arms folded across his chest. They have no idea. The bombs were dealt with. Every night for the past few days, Noelle had crept into the underground tunnels, working meticulously room by room. Using everything he'd learned from Demerand, every ounce of caution he possessed had modified every single explosive mana circle. Carefully, quietly. They wouldn't detonate properly now. The chain would break before the energy could fully trigger. It wasn't a perfect solution. If someone physically tampered with them again, they might still be salvaged. But unless the conspirators did a full inspection, which was unlikely, this close to the event had bought time. Saved lives. I've interfered completely. Now it's up to Marcus to play his part against the attackers. Still, even with that weight lifted slightly, Noelle couldn't relax. He hadn't forgotten the second phase of the attack squad that would hit the Grand Hall directly during the chaos. That part was still coming, and Marcus didn't even know it yet. Noelle had to be ready to move, ready to nudge events where needed without revealing himself. But right now he was running on fumes. Every morning it took more effort to drag himself to classes. Every night it took more willpower to stay sharp, to pretend nothing was wrong, to hide the exhaustion behind easy smiles and half-lidded eyes. And somewhere, buried under it all, a voice whispered, You're alone in this. No one's coming to save you if it goes wrong. Noel exhaled slowly and closed his eyes for a moment, blocking out the sounds of laughter, of celebration. 6 days, just 6 more days. He would endure. He had to, because if he didn't, no one else would live long enough to regret it. The sun dipped low over Imperial Academy of Vailterra, casting the towers and gardens in a soft orange haze. There were no classes today, only preparation. Students hurried across the grounds in elegant suits and flowing dresses, adjusting ties, fixing hair, laughing with the kind of easy excitement that only came before a celebration they believed would last forever. Noel watched from the edge of the courtyard, hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored dark jacket, his white shirt crisp beneath it, sleeves rolled neatly just once at the cuffs. He looked like any other student, calm, relaxed, ready for a night of music and luxury. Inside, though, his mind ran like a machine. Everything's prepared. The escape routes mapped and explosives sabotaged. Contingencies are ready too. Now it's just about timing. The grand hall loomed ahead, its massive double doors wide open, the soft glow of enchanted chandeliers spilling out onto the polished stone steps. Crimson banners embroidered with the academy crest hung high along the walls, rippling slightly in the evening breeze. A small group of second years rushed past Noel, laughing and shoving each other, oblivious to the weight pressing down on the night, if everything goes according to plan. Most of them will survive. He adjusted his jacket slightly and began walking toward the hall. Everything was prepared. Now all that remained was for the pieces to move. The grand hall looked unrecognizable. Noel stepped through the wide double doors, blending easily into the steady stream of students arriving behind him. The air was thick with warmth and music, the low hum of conversation rising under the polished, restrained melody of a live orchestra tucked onto an elevated platform near the stage. Above, enormous crystal chandeliers floated like frozen stars, their lights refracted through thin mana fields to scatter colors across the towering stone walls. Crimson and gold banners hung from the rafters. Long tables lined the sides of the hall, each one stacked with platters of food more extravagant than Noel had ever seen before. Roasted meats glazed with sweet herbs, vibrant fruits carved into intricate designs, enchanted desserts that shimmered faintly with magic. And in the center, a wide, polished dance floor gleamed under the shifting lights. If you didn't know any better, you'd think tonight was perfect. Students from every year filled the hall. First years, second years, third years all wearing their finest. Formal gowns swirled against sharp-cut suits and rich cloaks. Mana-threaded fabrics caught the light in subtle, sophisticated flashes. Noel kept moving, drifting along the outer edge of the room, careful to keep a line of sight on the major exits. He recognized most of the first years immediately. Marcus was easy to spot, laughing, animated, already surrounded by a small crowd. Clara hovered close by, her cheeks flushed as she fiddled nervously with the hem of her dress. Near the far side of the hall, he spotted Elira von Estermont, standing with the members of the student council, radiant in a sleek black and silver dress, her expression calm, collected, and with her. Muriel von Astralis, the student council president. Noel knew the name from the book, and seeing her now, she was impossible to miss. Short, sharp blue hair, navy blue eyes like twin knives, wearing a deep sapphire gown trimmed with silver. She stood like she owned the entire academy, and maybe, in some ways, she did. There are more students here than there were at the entrance ceremony. Hundreds of bodies, hundreds of potential victims. Noel's hands curled slightly at his sides before he forced himself to relax. For now, it was just a party. For now, the music softened. Conversations tapered off into low murmurs as the lights dimmed slightly, focusing attention toward the grand staircase at the far end of the hall. There, descending with measured, almost regal steps, was Director Nicholas von Aldros. He was dressed sharply tonite deep navy robes embroidered with silver patterns along the cuffs and shoulders. The crest of Valor Academy gleamed over his chest in muted platinum. His presence commanded instant silence. Noel straightened slightly at the sight, eyes locked on the director's calm, composed face. The man carried the weight of the academy and somehow still looked as though none of it touched him. A faint hum of magical amplification buzzed through the air as Aldros reached the center dais, standing beneath the highest floating chandelier. He raised one hand lightly, and the hall went completely still. Then he spoke, his voice low, warm, carrying to every corner of the grand hall without effort. "Tonight, we celebrate not just the end of a term," he said, "but the beginning of what will be, for many of you, the foundation of your futures." His eyes swept the crowd slowly, kind, measured. "You have studied, struggled, excelled. You have built friendships, rivalries, ambitions. You have taken your first steps into a wider world." He paused. A soft, knowing smile touched the corner of his mouth. "And in time, you will look back at these nights, the nights of laughter and music, and you can remember that greatness is born not just from battles fought, but from moments shared." The crowd stirred, quiet but uplifted. Noel kept his posture neutral, but his mind was whirring underneath. Director Aldros's words sounded ordinary, perfect, like everything was under control. but even he doesn't know what's about to happen under his nose, or if he does. He's playing a very careful game. As the speech came to a close, polite applause rippled through the hall. Noel's eyes drifted sideways and locked onto a figure standing casually near one of the large decorative pillars, Professor Caldis, dressed impeccably in an elegant black suit, dark gloves covering his hands, his face calm, unreadable. He blended in perfectly with the other faculty scattered around the room, laughing softly, chatting with students. But Noel knew better. He's watching, waiting. The real event hadn't started yet, not even close. The applause faded into laughter and music. The orchestra shifted seamlessly into a new piece, a slow, dignified waltz fitting the grandeur of the night. The atmosphere immediately lightened. Students flooded toward the buffet tables, eyes wide at the sheer abundance of food. Trays stacked with roasted meats and colorful vegetables, desserts enchanted to shimmer faintly with golden light, glass goblets floating gently above the tables, each filled with sparkling wines and fruit juices. The dance floor filled slowly at first. Pairs formed awkwardly, then more confidently as the first few brave students moved to the center, spinning under the gentle light of the chandeliers. Noel stayed near the perimeter, blending in, watching, sipping from a glass he barely tasted. Every few minutes he swept his gaze across the hallmarking entrances, exits, patrols, clusters of students. Elira remained near the student council, speaking animatedly with Mariel and several older students Noel didn't recognize. Professor Caldis had shifted closer to a group of professors by the far wall, laughing politely at something a colleague said. Nothing suspicious yet, of course. They'll wait until later, until the crowd is at its fullest, until everyone's guard drops. They want maximum chaos. Still, it gnawed at him the feeling of being trapped inside a polished glass box, surrounded by candles already dripping toward the wick. He shifted slightly, hands tucked neatly behind his back, posture calm. From the outside, he was just another student, another piece of the celebration. Inside, Noel counted every second, every move, every shadow. Because Soomvari Soonthai's music would stop, and when it did, he had to be ready. The evening unfolded with polished perfection. If you didn't know any better, you'd think it was just another prestigious academy event, dignified, grand, unforgettable. Noel leaned casually against one of the marble pillars lining the edge of the hall, eyes constantly moving, tracking everything. First, his gaze drifted toward the dance floor. He spotted Marcus, the original protagonist, gently nudging Clara as he awkwardly tried to lead her through the steps of the waltz. Clara's face was beet red, her eyes locked firmly on her feet as she stumbled along, too nervous to even lift her head. I'm happy for them. A small, genuine thought that flickered through Noel's mind. Nearby, Garen and Laziel were up to their usual antics. Garen looked like he was trying to dance properly, but his sheer size and stiff movements made it more comical than elegant. Meanwhile, Laziel stood off to the side, laughing openly at Garen's forbidden steps, his arms folded casually behind his head like he didn't have a care in the world. Good. The main force that will fight off the attackers is still intact, just like in the novel. That's one less thing to worry about. Closer to the center of the hall, the student council gathered in their own orbit. Groups of students drifted close, trying to make connections, hoping for a dance with one of Valor's elitist. Prestige of being seen near them was obvious. At the heart of it all stood Mariel von Astralis, the council president. Short-cut blue hair shining under the chandelier light, navy eyes cool and detached as she fended off a stream of young men eagerly asking for her hand to dance. Poor woman. Must be exhausting being the center of attention. Noel scanned Aganan and noticed something odd. Elira wasn't with the council anymore. Strange. In the novel, during this very event, she had stayed close to the council leaders and later helped repel the attackers. Her absence now was an unexpected variable. I hope this doesn't cause a problem. He swept his gaze across the rest of the hall. He caught glimpses of Alina, Roberto, and other familiar face-slowing, dancing, drinking, living in the moment. Everything seemed perfect. Everything seemed normal, except. Noel's stomach dropped. He couldn't see him. He scanned the hall again, slow, methodical, not missing a single corner. But the one person he needed to see was gone. Professor Caldis vanished. Noel's heart thudded once, sharp. This is bad. Noel's mind raced. He kept scanning the hall, searching every shadow, every cluster of students laughing near the buffet tables, every dancing couple swirling across the marble floor. Nothing. Caldis was gone, and that could only mean one thing. The attack was closer than he thought. His body tensed instinctively, every muscle ready to move, ready to draw, to react. Until a familiar, very loud voice broke through the chaos. Oi, Thorn. Noel barely turned his head before Roberto appeared at his side, clapping a heavy hand on his shoulder. Come on, man. Don't just brood by the wall. You're gonna turn into a statue at this rate. Before Noel could protest, Roberto grabbed his arm and started pulling him toward a gathering of familiar faces: Marcus, Clara, Alina, even Laziel and Garen trailing behind. Damn it, not now, but he forced himself to go. Forced his face into something close to a tired smirk. It would be suspicious to resist too much. He let Roberto drag him into the fold, where Marcus greeted him with a broad grin, nudging Clara teasingly as she tried and failed to look composed. The group buzzed with laughter, good-natured teasing. Talk about who danced the worst, spoiler. Garen, and which food at the buffet was enchanted to make your hair sparkle. Noel answered automatically when spoken to, nodded at jokes, smiled at the right times. But all the while his eyes flicked constantly across the room, watching, waiting, counting the seconds, because he knew. Underneath all this glitter, all this laughter, death was already moving. The music carried on, a smooth waltz threading through the air like silk, filling the grand hall with a glittering haze of elegance. At a corner near the edge of the dance floor, Marcus, Clara, Roberto, Alina, Laziel, Garen, and Noel gathered, laughing and teasing each other between bites of food and sips of sparkling drinks. Marcus elbowed Clara gently, a wide grin on his face. Come on, it's just a dance. You survived finals. This should be easy. Clara's cheeks turned an even brighter shade of red. She nearly dropped her glass trying to set it down. I'm not good at it, she stammered. You'll be fine, Marcus said, clearly Tringan failing not to laugh. Garen leaned forward, nudging Laziel. Bet 5 silvers she trips in the first 30 seconds. Laziel grinned lazily. 10 if she takes Marcus down with her. Clara buried her face in her hands as everyone laughed good-naturedly. Even Noel allowed himself a small smirk. He stood slightly apart from them, arms folded loosely, his posture relaxed but his mind anything but. Where's Elira? The question gnawed at the back of his mind now. He hadn't seen her reappear since the banquet started, and the longer she stayed missing, the worse his instincts twisted. All right, Marcus said, clapping his hands once, loud enough to make Clara flinch, enough hiding. Clara, let's at least try to survive one song. Clara peeked out from behind her hands, wide-eyed and pink-faced. But no buts, Marcus grinned, extending his hand dramatically like a knight offering a duel. Around them, the group chuckled and encouraged her. Even Alina gave an elegant little nod of approval, arms crossed loosely over her chest. You better not step on her dress, Alina said dryly, an amused glint in her golden eyes. You better not trip and take half the dance floor down with you, she added, lips twitching with a restrained smile. Go champ, Roberto said, elbowing Marcus. With a theatrical groan, Clara took Marcus's hand, and he led her toward the dance floor, both of them stumbling a little before they found the rhythm of the slow waltz. Roberto turned to Noel next, a crooked smile on his face. And what about you, Thorn? He said, voice low enough that only their group could hear. Gonna find yourself a partner tonight, or you just gonna lurk in the shadows like a ghost? Noel forced a dry chuckle. Think I'll stay lurking, he said casually. But inside, his stomach churned. Where's Elira? He scanned the hall again, more deliberately this time, masking it by pretending to glance lazily at the dancers. Still no sign of her. She wasn't with the student council anymore. Wasn't among the students by the buffet, wasn't at the tables or on the balconies above. Not good at all. Roberto, noticing his distracted look, laughed it off. Don't worry, man. The night's young. Plenty of time for awkward dances and broken toes. Noel smiled faintly, giving a short nod, but his hands had curled slightly tighter behind his back. Noel couldn't stand still anymore. The conversation around him blurred into background noised laughter, the clinking glasses, the distant notes of the orchestra. Where are you, Elira? He muttered an excuse to Roberta, something about grabbing another drink and peeled away from the group, weaving into the crowd. His pace was casual, but his eyes were sharp. He moved along the buffet tables first, scanning each face carefully. No Elira. He made a slow circuit near the dance floor, stepping between twirling couples, sidestepping stray laughter and clumsy dancers. Nothing. He moved toward the far side of the hall, where groups of students gathered near the carved stone balconies, sipping wine and whispering in excited tones. Still nothing. A thin thread of cold crept up his spine. The music played on. The lights shimmered overhead. But Noel's world narrowed to the steady thud of his heartbeat and the nagging sense that he was already too late. He was circling back toward the far right of the hall when he heard it. A crash, sharp and sudden. Noel's head snapped toward the source near the drink tables, where a young third-year student stumbled backward, a wide slash torn across his formal jacket, blood splattering across the polished floor, standing over him. A figure in a black mask, blade already dripping red. For a heartbeat, the grand hall held its breath. No one moved, no one screamed. It was as if the entire room froze in place, caught between disbelief and horror. Then chaos exploded. Students screamed, chairs toppled, glasses shattered. The music cut off mid-note with an ugly, discordant shriek. Noel didn't waste a second. He turned on his heel and sprinted toward the side corridors. The bombs need to make sure. His feet pounded against the marble as he tore through the hall's edge, slipping past the first fleeing students, heart hammering harder than ever. He had to move, fast, or it would all be too late. Noel tore through the panicked edge of the grand hall, slipping between the surging crowds, ignoring the chaos erupting around him. He reached the far corner of the hall, the one masked by crates and velvet curtain sand dropped low, hidden there, tucked perfectly out of sight. The trapdoor exactly where he remembered. He yanked it open with a sharp tug, slipped inside, and pulled it shut behind him, sealing out the noise of the collapsing celebration. The tunnels beneath the hall were colder, darker. The air was stale, heavy with the smell of old stone and abandoned spells. He sprinted through the narrow maintenance corridors, his footsteps echoing in the confined space, heart hammering in his ears. He didn't slow down, didn't dare. Every second counted now. He reached a small, reinforced storage room, the one he'd prepared weeks ago, and burst inside. There, lying in wait, exactly where he left it. Revenant Fang, his sword, still sheathed, still humming faintly with mana like it had been holding its breath for him. Noel snatched it up, feeling the familiar, solid weight settle into his palm. Good, at least some things haven't changed. He strapped the sword across his back and turned immediately toward the bomb site. The plan wasn't to fight yet. First, he needed to check the explosives. He sprinted through the side tunnels, deeper into the network where the hidden devices had been installed, and his mind raced faster. This isn't how it started in the novel. In the book, the attack had begun with a massive explosion blasting open the western wall of the Grand Hall, allowing the invaders to swarm in. Not tonight. Tonight, it started with a single masked attacker in the middle of the party. Because of me. Noel tightened his grip on Revenant Fang. He changed the future just by being here. Not all of it was good, but not all of it was bad either. The director's here tonight. In the original story, Nicholas von Aldros had been away, leaving the students helpless. Tonight, he was present, prepared. The casualty count would be lower. It had to be. Noel skidded to a halt in front of the main bomb chamber. He slipped inside. And relief flooded through him. The mana circles he had sabotaged still pulsed weakly, harmless. No one had repaired them. No one had noticed the interference. Good. The bombs won't kill anyone tonight. But that relief lasted only a second, because as he turned toward the far side of the room, he froze, lying crumpled against the wall, hands and feet tightly bound with glowing rope, a cloth gag over her mouth. Elira, her black and silver dress was torn at the sleeves, her braid disheveled, dust clinging to her pale skin, unmoving, breathing shallow. Noel rushed to her side instantly, dropping to his knees, ripping at the knots binding her wrists. Damn it, they planned for this too. They knew. Panic gnawed at the edge of his mind, but he pushed it down. Focused, fast. He needed to get her free, because whatever was happening above, it was only just beginning. Noel sliced through the last of the enchanted bindings with Revenant Fang, the rope unraveling and falling limp to the dusty floor. He dropped to his knees beside Elira, pressing 2 fingers against the side of her neck. Her pulse was there, weak, fluttering, but alive. Elira, he said sharply, tapping her cheek lightly. Wake up. For a moment, nothing. Then a soft groan escaped her lips. She shifted weakly, her head lolling to one side as her eyelids fluttered open, blinking against the dim light of the underground tunnels. Confusion clouded her silver eyes. Noel caught her before she hit the ground, steadying her against his chest. Easy, he muttered, keeping his voice low, calm. You're safe now. She struggled to speak, her throat dry and raw. Noel reached into his pocket and pulled out a small water flask, tipping it gently to her lips. Elira took a few shaky sips before pulling back, grimacing in pain. What happened? She croaked, voice barely above a whisper. You got ambushed. Same bastards behind this whole mess. He kept it simple, no time for details. Her fingers twitched weakly against his arm, trying to push herself upright again. Stubborn even now. Stay down, Noel ordered, voice harder than he meant. You're drained. Moving will only make it worse. Elira scowled faintly but nodded, frustration flashing across her pale face. Noel's gaze flicked toward the corridor entrance. Still no sign of enemies. But the sounds from above, the faint echoes of distant screaming, the clash of spells told him the real storm had already begun. He shifted his grip, moving Elira to sit against the nearest wall. His mind raced, calculating. First priority, get her to Safatifast. But before he could plan further, footsteps echoed through the tunnel. Fast, uneven, and heavy. Noel immediately positioned himself between Elira and the source of the noise, unsheathing Revenant Fang in a single, fluid motion. Eyes narrowed. Muscles tense, whatever came next. He would not let anything else touch her. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Noel gripped Revenant Fang tighter, his body coiled like a loaded spring. Then out of the dim corridor a figure stumbled into view, the red-haired student, the same one Noel had impersonated weeks ago to infiltrate the underground meetings. But this wasn't the cautious, calculating figure he remembered. This version was something else entirely. The redhead's posture was hunched unnaturally, his breathing ragged and heavy. His eyes were bloodshot, wide and unfocused, pupils blown wide from some kind of stimulant. Morning, you son of a bitch, the redhead slurred, his voice rough and broken. Noel raised an eyebrow. Now you know how to talk all of a sudden. The redhead smirked, tapping the back of his neck with a twitchy motion. It was you, wasn't it? Noel kept his expression flat. No idea what you're talking about. Come on, don't play dumb. You know exactly what I mean. Noel tilted his head slightly, a mocking smile touching his lips, still not ringing any bells. The redhead stopped responding. The mana around him vibrated violently, unstable, furious. The very air seemed to buzz and warp around him. The sword in his hand pulsed with a faintly sinister aura, dark tendrils of corrupted mana leaking from the blade's surface. Noel's stomach twisted. He's juiced up, a mana-enhancing drug, not the type that sharpens you. The berserker kind, the one that burns you alive from the inside out. The redhead's gaze locked onto Noel. Bloodthirsty, ferocious, no hesitation, just pure murder. Noel shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity, positioning himself instinctively between the redhead and Elira. The redhead grinned, flashing teeth. "Oh, I see now," he hissed. "You're the little fucker who's been screwing up all our preparations." Noel arched an eyebrow, and here I thought I was being subtle. "You've made us work a lot harder, you know," the redhead growled, stepping forward, his sword twitching with barely restrained energy. Noel narrowed his eyes. "Work harder doing what exactly?" The redhead chuckled darkly. "Oh, you'll find out. If you survive." Without warning, he charged. Noel met him head-on, Revenant Fang flashing into a defensive guard just in time to catch the first brutal blow. The clash of steel rang through the narrow tunnel, echoing sharp and violent. The sheer force of the impact drove Noel 2 steps backward. He's strong, way too strong, but not invincible. Noel gritted his teeth, locked his shoulders, and reset his footing. There would be no talking this one down. This would only end one way. The redhead charged Noel like a force of nature-willed, unpredictable, overflowing with unstable mana. Their swords clashed, sparks flying as steel met steel. Revenant Fang vibrated violently with each impact. Noel staggered backward, barely absorbing the force. The redhead took advantage of the distance immediately, his mana flaring wildly. He thrust a hand forward, flinging fireballs without restraint, one after another, each one crackling with unstable energy. "If even one hit, you trying to blow us both up, you lunatic." Noel cursed internally, remembering that this underground level still housed multiple explosives. He couldn't risk fighting at range, he had to close the distance. Now, the redhead howled wildly, screaming "fireball" again and again as he hurled volatile blasts down the corridor. Noel weaved through the tunnel, dodging the explosions by the skin of his teeth. Heat seared the air around him, smoke blurring the edges of his vision. He grit his teeth and rushed forward, breaking through the fiery barrage with raw speed. Their swords clashed again. Metal screeched. Noel gritted his teeth, absorbing the force, deflecting rather than blocking outright. The redhead's swings weren't clean. They were heavy, desperate, sloppy, but each one carried enough force to break bone if it landed right. Noel ducked under a vicious horizontal slash, the edge close enough to shear a strand of his hair. He pivoted and retaliated with a sharp thrust toward the ribs. But the redhead twisted unnaturally, like his muscles were barely under control, and Noel's blade only scraped across his shoulder instead of piercing deep. Mana crackled violently around them, warping the air. The redhead roared and swung Aginwilled, brutal. Noel dodged by inches, the heat of raw magic brushing his cheek. Another blow Noel barely parried, stumbling 2 steps back, the sheer impact numbing his arms. If this keeps up, then it hit. Not the blade, not the spells, the pressure, the risk. His heartbeat slowed, the world sharpened. It started subtly, a faint hum in his mind, a cold, ruthless clarity slicing through the chaos. The trait of Revenant Fang awakened. Trait increases clarity under life-threatening pressure, evolves under extreme stress. Everything around Noel shifted. The berserk swing seemed slower now, each movement of the redhead telegraphed, each sloppy pivot clear as daylight. Noel exhaled once, slow and steady. His muscles moved smoother, his footwork tighter, each step, each motion calculated, measured, controlled. He parried the next reckless lunge easily, sliding the blow aside, pivoting under the wild follow-up swing without effort. The redhead howled again, hurling himself forward with sheer rage. Noel's grip tightened around Revenant Fang, because now he could see it, the cracks, the openings, the end. The redhead screamed again, a raw, broken sound, and this time, instead of rushing at Noel, he planted his feet and raised his free hand. Mana surged around him, wild and furious, crackling with unstable power. Noel's eyes narrowed instantly. He recognized the signs. The redhead was casting something big. The unstable mana twisted tighter, forming chaotic spirals around his body, pulling energy from the very walls. "Idiot, you're wide open." The redhead chanted sloppily, words tumbling from his mouth as he forced the magic into shape. Seconds. It would take seconds to cast fully. Noel didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, Revenant Fang flashing through the dim, broken light of the tunnels. One clean, brutal arc, steel bit through flesh. The redhead's casting arm was severed at the elbowed limb, falling to the ground with a wet thud, mana fizzling violently around the stump. The redhead howled pure agony, pure rage, but it didn't matter. Noel moved faster than thought. Before the berserker could even register the pain, Noel twisted his stance, shifted his weight. And Revenant Fang sang through the air again, a clean, merciless cut. The redhead's head separated from his shoulders in one smooth stroke, blood arcing through the air in a fine mist. The body crumpled to the ground without ceremony. The severed head hit the stone a second later, rolling once before coming to a stop. Noel stood over the corpse, sword still dripping red. He stared down coldly, breathing slow, heart steady. "Serves you right, you fucker," he muttered under his breath, voice low and venomous. The air around him stank of blood, burned mana, and death. But he didn't flinch, didn't look away, because there was still work to do. He wiped the blade clean against the dead man's tattered cloak, then turned back to where Elira struggled to sit up against the wall. The fight was over. For now. Noel lowered revenant fangs slowly, the last echoes of the fight fading into the silence of the tunnels. He stared at the redhead's body for a moment longer, the metallic scent of blood thick in the air. Still don't like it, taking a life, even when necessary, even when justified. It left a hollow, bitter taste in his mouth. He remembered the first time, when he'd been ambushed during the journey to Valor Academy, when he'd been forced to kill for the first time. It was them or me then, too, but knowing that didn't make it any cleaner, didn't make it easier. He exhaled slowly, forcing the thoughts down, compartmentalizing like he always did. Noel turned away from the corpse without hesitation and moved toward Elira. She was awake now, leaning heavily against the wall, her silver eyes slightly unfocused but alert enough to recognize him. "You okay?" he asked, voice rougher than he intended. Elira nodded stiffly, but he could tell it was a lie. She was still drained, still fragile after what they had done to her. Noel knelt beside her, carefully checking the bindings on her wrists, making sure no lingering enchantments remained. He checked for injuries next, quick but thorough. A few bruises, rope burns, mana exhaustion, but nothing fatal. Nothing that would stop her from walking with a little help. He slipped an arm under her shoulders, lifting her gently to her feet. She staggered once and he caught her easily, still breathing, good enough for now. Overhead, faintly, he could hear it. More explosions, more screams. The real nightmare had started. Noel tightened his grip on Elira. He had to move. Now, before the tunnels collapsed or more enemies came hunting. He would get her out, no matter what. Noel adjusted his grip carefully, supporting most of Elira's weight as they moved through the narrow tunnel. She tried to walk on her own, stubborn even now, but her legs trembled with every step. "Don't push it," he muttered, tightening his hold around her shoulders. Elira didn't argue. Didn't even glare at him like usual. That worried him more than if she had. The world above them wasn't quiet anymore. Far from it. The muffled sounds of shouting, magical explosions, the crashing of furniture and spells ripping through stone echoed down the stairwells and ventilation shafts, painting a grim picture without needing to see it firsthand. It's worse than in the novel, a lot worse. They moved slowly, methodically. Noel kept close to the walls, avoiding open spaces, ears straining for any sound of footsteps besides their own. Every corner could be an ambush. Every moment could be the last normal second before hell swallowed them whole. His hand stayed tight on Revenant Fang's hilt, ready, waiting. As they rounded a final bend leading toward the service exit near the Grand Hall, Elira tugged weakly at his sleeve. He glanced down, frowning. Her mouth moved barely above a whisper. "Bombs," she breathed. "Theirs." More. Noel froze. His heart skipped once, painfully sharp. "More. I already disabled the ones planted under the hall. This is something else." Elira's voice was faint but determined. "I saw them. Earlier, before they grabbed me. 3 different locations." Noel felt ice settle into his spine. 3, not 1. 3 more bombs, still active, still hidden, waiting. He adjusted his grip on Elira again, urgency flooding through him like wildfire. First, get her out, then find the director. The nightmare wasn't over yet. It had only just begun. Noel stumbled into a narrow side corridor off the servant tunnels, hidden from the chaos of the grand hall above. The air here was still, quiet, for now. He set Elira down gently against the cool stone wall, keeping one hand on her shoulder to steady her. She was breathing, but weak, every exhale shallow, strained. Noel ripped a clean strip from the inside of his sleeve and wrapped it around a raw rope burn on her wrist, tying it off quickly. She's stable enough, for now. Elira's fingers twitched, grabbing the front of his jacket with surprising strength. Her eyes cracked open, sharp despite the exhaustion dulling them. "Listen," she rasped. Noel leaned in immediately, cutting through the ringing in his ears. "I overheard them," Elira whispered, talking. "About bombs, 3. Her hand trembled as she clutched him tighter, forcing herself upright. "I don't know where exactly. Only that 2 groups moved toward major buildings. The library. Maybe the gardens, I'm not sure." Noel's chest tightened. 2 bombs near major points. 1 unaccounted for. His mind raced. If they had split the explosives between crowded, evacuation-heavy areas, it could be catastrophic. Elira sagged against the wall again, her strength failing. Noel caught her gently, letting her rest. "You've done enough," he said under his breath. "Let me handle the rest." The real nightmare wasn't over yet. It was just getting worse. Noel wiped a smear of blood off his palm onto his pants as he sat back against the wall, quickly going over what Elira had said. 3 bombs, 2 locations she'd overheard: the library and the gardens. The third, unknown. Noel's mind raced. Where would you hide a bomb if you wanted to maximize casualties? He thought fast. Not inside, outside, somewhere big, somewhere students would naturally run toward when panicking. the closest open space near the Grand Hall, an open area, just. The obvious choice, it wasn't a designated emergency point. It was just the nearest and most obvious place for hundreds of panicked students to gather, wide open, exposed. He clenched his jaw. Shit. He didn't know exactly where the bomb was yet, but he knew the area to search, and he needed to move. Now, he looked down at Elira again. She had slumped back against the wall, unconscious, her breathing shallow but steady. You did your part. I'll do the rest. Noelle tightened the straps on Revenant Fang and sprinted back toward the Grand Hall, dodging rubble and collapsed beams as the full noise of battle grew louder with every step. The moment Noelle pushed through the service door back into the Grand Hall, the world exploded into madness. Arc lightning. A bolt of white-blue energy split the air, shattering a stone column into dust. Inferno burst. Flames roared across the ceiling, consuming rich velvet banners and sending thick black smoke swirling into the air. Students screamed, ducking for cover. Spells ricocheted wildly between the marble pillars, crashing into walls, shattering tables, ripping the buffet apart. The orchestra platform was nothing but a broken wreck, instruments burning like twisted corpses. In the middle of it, all masked attackers moved through the chaos, blades flashing, magic tearing paths of destruction. The professors and senior students fought back fiercely, shield of Aegis. One professor bellowed, raising a shimmering golden barrier that barely held against the next barrage. Frost Lance, Wind Cutter. Spells clashed, Midaris shards shattered, blades of compressed wind howled, shockwaves from detonations cracked the marble floor. Noelle didn't hesitate. He ducked low under a wild bolt of arc lightning that scorched the stone inches from his head and sprinted forward, eyes scanning frantically for a glimpse of the director. A masked terrorist spotted Himyoung, fast sword flashing for a horizontal cut. Noelle's body moved before his mind finished registering. A clean sidestep, a brutal horizontal swing of Revenant Fang across the terrorist's ribs. The man gasped, sharp blood spraying as he dropped, lifeless, to the ground. Noelle didn't stop, didn't flinch. One kill among many. The thick smell of burning mana and blood clogged his throat. He pressed forward, weaving through overturned tables, crushed chairs, and the bodies of wounded students. Another blast shocked Nova. Rattled the walls as electrical energy surged through the air, making his skin crawl. He dodged a blast of flame spike that obliterated the space where he stood seconds earlier. Finally. Through the chaos, Noelle spotted a figure like an anchor in the storm. Director Nicholas von Aldros, standing tall at the heart of the battle. His cloak billowed around him, spells forming runic circles at his fingertips, complex, beautiful, deadly. He directed teams of professors and senior students, shielding evacuating civilians with walls of raw mana force. Noelle clenched his jaw and broke into a full sprint, Revenant Fang dripping red by his side. He had to reach him. Had to deliver the warning, before the next explosion tore this place apart. Noelle burst through the defensive line, Revenant Fang still dripping blood at his side. Director Aldros turned immediately, his silver eyes sharp and commanding even in the chaos. Noelle didn't waste a second. Director, 3 bombs, he shouted over the din of battle. 2 near major buildings, the library and the gardens. The 3rd. Somewhere outside, open ground. I don't have the exact location yet. Aldros's expression didn't change. He absorbed the information instantly, processing it with terrifying speed. But Noelle could see no subtle cracks in his aura. Flickers of strain. He's exhausted. It made sense. Aldros was the strongest mage in the entire Academy, Valor's shield and sword, but tonight he hadn't been dealing with just students or amateur terrorists. He had been containing Caldis, a former professor, enhanced by a mana-boosting drug so potent that it elevated him to nearly Aldros's level. The clash between them had drained enormous amounts of power. Even now, the director carried the invisible scars of that fight. Noelle swallowed the tension rising in his throat. He had to move fast. Cover me. Aldros barked to the nearby professors. He raised both hands, fingers weaving complex, burning sigils into the air with brutal efficiency. The mana around him condensed, pressing down like a storm about to break. Then twin echo. A flash of blinding white light split the space. Director Aldros divided into 2 identical copies, each one slightly smaller than the original, their mana signatures burning but clearly weakened. The 2 copies turned to Noelle, speaking in perfect unison, I can handle 2. And the 3rd, Noelle asked, voice low and steady despite the growing pressure. The director's face hardened. There's no time to pull another, professor, he said, grim. They're all occupied, overwhelmed. He stepped closer, locking his gaze onto Noelle like a spear through steel. You, Aldros said, you find it, you carry it, you run. He spoke each word like an order etched into stone. You get it as far away from the academy and the city as possible. Do not attempt to disarm it, just move. Noelle didn't argue, didn't flinch, he simply nodded once. Sharp, final. The 2 Aldros copies shot off in different directions, zone toward the gardens, one toward the Library-Magic flaring at their heels. Noelle turned sharply toward the Grand Hall's shattered entrance, toward the open grounds, toward whatever nightmare waited for him there, because now it was on him. Noel tore through the shattered entrance of the grand hall, the sounds of battle behind him growing distant as he sprinted through the crumbling plaza. The air outside was no better. Cries of fear echoed through the open grounds as Dezensno, hundreds of students and staff had poured into the nearest open space, the only one wide enough, the plaza just beyond the eastern steps. It was packed, bodies pressed together, people screaming, crying, shouting for their friends. Professors and upper-year students were trying to restore order, herding people away from danger, shielding the most wounded. It was the perfect place. Open, obvious, predictable. If I were them, I'd put it here. Noel's eyes darted everywhere as he sprinted into the plaza, scanning every shadow, every cluster of crates, every piece of cover. Nothing. He slowed only for a second, breathing hard, narrowing his gaze. Then, a faint glint barely visible, a soft, unnatural glow flickering beneath the surface of the courtyard fountain. Subtle, faint, almost masked by the rippling water and the frantic movement of the crowd. Got you. He didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, jumped over the stone lip of the fountain, splashed straight into the water. The cold hit his skin like a slap, soaking through his shirt and boots in seconds. His hand plunged down, reaching. There, a metal casing, warm, pulsing with unstable mana. The bomb. He didn't try to disarm it, didn't even open the casing. He just grabbed it and exploded back out of the water in one desperate movement, water cascading down his back as he clutched the device to his chest. Move, he shouted to the nearby students, shoving past a group as he broke into a full sprint across the open courtyard. No one stopped him. No one could. There was no time. Noel ran like the devil was behind him. Noel sprinted across the plaza, the bomb pulsing violently in his arms, its mana signature growing hotter with every second. Not enough time, not on foot. His eyes darted around, desperate. Then he spotted it. Near the edge of the courtyard, where a few academy guards were trying to rally panicking students. A horse, chestnut brown, big, strong, and mounted. The rider, a young stable hand or junior guard, was trying to hold the animal steady. Noel made a beeline straight for him. The guy turned just as Noel reached him, confusion flashing across his face. Hey, what the hell? Fuck off. Noel snapped, grabbing the saddle with one hand and hauling himself up in a practiced motion. As the boy spluttered and tried to grab the reins, Noel reached into his jacket with his free hand, yanked out a gold coin and chucked it at the kid's chest. The coin bounced off his armor and clattered to the ground. Talk to the director. He'll pay for the damages, Noel shouted over his shoulder. The kid made a strangled noise of protest, grabbing uselessly at the horse's tail as Noel kicked the beast hard into a dead sprint. The horse reared for a second, hooves slashing the air. Then it took off. The bomb vibrated dangerously against Noel's chest as the world blurred around him. He didn't dare slow down, didn't dare look back. The city gates loomed ahead, wide open in the confusion. Noel barreled through them at full speed, past terrified civilians and guards too stunned to react, out into the open, toward the dark line of the forest waiting at the horizon, away from the academy, away from the thousands of lives at risk. Just a little more. Hold it together, damn it. The trees rushed toward him like a wall. He didn't stop. He couldn't, because there was no other option. The grand hall buzzed with music, laughter, and swirling colors. Marcus stood near one of the decorated pillars, laughing as Garen tried Bidlito mimic a waltz step, nearly tripping over his own boots. You're gonna kill someone doing that, Lazil drawled lazily from where he leaned against the wall, arms folded. Clara giggled behind her hand and Marcus chuckled, shaking his head. Just another night, just another celebration. Then it happened. The music cracked. The air seemed to tear apart with the sound of a scream. Everyone froze. Marcus turned sharply, instincts kicking in faster than thought. Across the hall near the drink tables, a third-year student collapsed, blood splattering across the polished marble, standing over him. A figure in a black mask, sword drawn, body tense and ready for the next strike. For a heartbeat, the entire hall stood still. Then chaos detonated. More masked figures poured in from hidden entrance walls, crumbling as spells exploded outward, students scattering in all directions, screams echoing off the high ceilings. The professors reacted instantly. Shields sprang up. Magic flared across the hall as they tried to protect the civilians. Marcus's hand went to his sword, fingers clenching tight around the hilt. Around him, the world tipped into battle. This is it. He could see Selene already moving near the eastern wall, casting wide, freezing spells, sheets of ice slamming into attackers, slowing them, buying precious seconds for fleeing students. He caught a glimpse of Alina too, standing calmly near a group of terrified first-years, casting barriers and cutting spells, her silver hair flashing like a beacon. Neither of them were part of his group. But they were fighting anyway, fighting for the academy, just like he would, because Marcus knew deep in his gut. He wasn't going to run tonight. Evacuate, a professor's voice bellowed over the chaos. All students to the courtyard. Move now. More professors appeared, rallying groups of panicked students, forming protective barriers to cover their retreat. Spells screamed overhead, arc lightning, inferno burst, frost lancelighting up the hall like a battlefield. The decorated tables were overturned, the once beautiful banners now burned or slashed. Marcus stood his ground, his sword drawn, heart hammering. Garen grabbed his shoulder roughly. "Marcus, they're calling for a full retreat," Garen said, urgency in his voice. "We need to go." Students were already flooding toward the broken doors, sprinting and stumbling, desperate to escape. But Marcus's feet stayed planted. He watched the masked attackers moving, saw them cutting down students who were too slow, saw blood on the floor, heard the wet sound of blades striking flesh. Running wouldn't fix this. Running wouldn't protect anyone. He tightened his grip on his sword. "I'm staying," he said firmly, voice steady. Clara, who had started to turn with the crowd, froze. "What? I'm staying to fight," Marcus repeated, louder this time. The decision was already made in his heart. He couldn't abandon the people behind him. He wouldn't. Garen hesitated, glancing at Lazil, who just shrugged, that lazy grin still on his face. "You know I'm in," Lazil said. "Wouldn't let you get all the glory," Garen grunted, cracking his knuckles. Clara bit her lip. Fear flickered across her face, but then she drew her short sword anyway, stepping closer to Marcus. "You're an idiot," she said softly, "but we're all idiots together." Marcus smiled grimly. Then he turned to face the oncoming tide of enemies. Not alone, never alone. Marcus didn't wait for a signal. He broke into a sprint toward the nearest cluster of masked attackers, sword flashing in the chaotic light. Garen roared behind him, charging like a battering ram, while Lazil moved more fluidly, weaving spells with sharp, precise gestures. Clara stuck close to Marcus's side, her blade flashing to intercept any stray attacks. The clash was immediate and brutal. The first masked enemy lunged, swinging low. Marcus pivoted, brought his sword down hard, and felt the jolt travel up his arms as his blade bit into flesh. The man dropped with a grunt. Another came at him, daggers flashing, but Clara was already there, parrying the first strike and kicking the attacker square in the gut. Focus, one step at a time. Garen grabbed a masked figure by the collar and threw him like a ragdoll into a pile of broken chairs, clearing space with sheer brute force. Lazil muttered under his breath, "Flame spear." A shaft of burning fire erupted from his palm, piercing through the shoulder of an enemy who was charging Garen from behind. It was messy, it was bloody, but it worked. Not far from them, he caught glimpses of Selene on the battlefield, sheets of ice exploding from her outstretched hand, trapping clusters of enemies in thick frost that shattered under her next spell. On another side, Elena fought near a collapsed column, shielding a group of terrified younger students, slicing through any attacker that got too close with cold, efficient precision. They weren't part of Marcus's group, but tonight, everyone was fighting for the same reason. Imperial Velterra Academy was bleeding. And they would not let it fall. "Come on, come on." Marcus tightened his grip on his sword. They would hold, no matter what. Marcus parried another wild swing, slashing low and driving his attacker back into the smoke and chaos. He didn't stop moving, didn't stop thinking. Every second mattered. Every movement was survival. He ducked a blast of wind cutter and shoved Clara out of the way of a rogue lightning bolt, gritting his teeth as the heat scorched the air beside them. And then, through the rolling smoke and flashing spells, Marcus caught a glimpse of something strange near the far side of the grand hall, a figure sprinting across the broken marble floor. Noelle. Marcus blinked, caught completely off guard for a second. Noelle looked batter-red-soaked, dirty, blood smeared along his jawline, but alive, clutching something close to his chest, running with a single-minded urgency. Marcus saw him break through the defensive lines and sprint straight toward Director Aldros. Even from here, through the noise and confusion, Marcus could tell it wasn't a casual approach. It was serious, urgent. The two exchanged a few quick, sharp words too far for Marcus to hear. Then suddenly Aldros raised his hands into the air, his fingers moving in a blur. Mana flooded the hall, thick and suffocating for a moment. Marcus staggered slightly under the pressure. Then he heard it, twin echo. The spell name rang out over the battlefield like a gunshot. A burst of blinding white light exploded around Aldros, forcing even the attackers to flinch back instinctively. When the light faded, Director Aldros was two identical versions of himself, smaller, slightly dimmed, but still burning with raw authority. When Aldros turned toward the gardens, the other toward the library. And Noelle sprinted after one of them, disappearing into the chaos, vanishing from Marcus's sight. Marcus gritted his teeth. He didn't know what was happening, but if Noelle was involved, it wasn't small. And now with the director gone, the tide of the battle shifted, because across the hall, near the splintered remains of the orchestra platform, Caldis stepped forward. The moment Director Aldros and Noelle disappeared into the chaos, the atmosphere of the grand hall shifted. Marcus felt it like the pressure had dropped, like the shield over their heads had cracked. Across the ruins of the floor, Caldis stepped forward. His dark robes were torn, singed along the edges, his breathing shallow. One arm hung slightly lower than the other, trembling faintly with fatigue. But his eyes, cold, sharp, burning with hate. In his right hand, he gripped a single black wand, faint trails of mana flickering at the tip like dying embers trying to reignite. He's weakened, badly. Marcus could feel it. Caldis had spent most of the night clashing with Aldros blow for blow, spell for spell. even boosted by drugs, even mad with fury, Caldis had bled for every inch, and now, without Aldros here to keep him contained. He had just enough strength left to be deadly. The surviving professors shifted automatically, moving into a loose perimeter around him. Marcus and his group Garen Laziel, Clara tightened their formation instinctively, stepping up beside the older mages without hesitation. Selene, standing farther down the hall, summoned another wall of ice with a sharp gesture, locking down the rear flank to stop any more attackers from sneaking in. Caldis straightened slowly, blood dripping from a wound at his side. He raised the wand, sparks snapped at the tip. "You should have run," he rasped, voice rough, almost hollow. "Could have lived." Marcus lifted his sword. He met Caldis's gaze without flinching. "We're not interested," Marcus said. "No theatrics, no posturing, just fact." The last battle of the night had begun, and they would not back down. Caldis moved first. A sharp flick of his wand, mana lance. A blinding spear of compressed energy tore through the air. Marcus barely sidestepped in time, feeling the heat of it scorch his cheek as it passed. Garen roared and charged, swinging his greatsword in a wide arc. Caldis snapped his wand sideways, casting force reversal. An invisible wave slammed into Garen's chest, sending the big man staggering back but not down. Laziel, moving like a snake, whispered under his breath, a magic circle forming at his feet. Chain bind. Golden ropes of mana shot toward Caldis, but the sorcerer slashed his wand downward, shattering the bindings before they could tighten. Clara and Marcus moved together, flanking him. Marcus feinted low. Clara struck high. Caldis twisted awkwardly slower now, each dodge costing him energy he didn't have to spare. He's breaking down, Marcus realized. The professors unleashed spells in waves, frost shards, blazing arrows, pressure wall-shimmering Caldis from all sides. Caldis fought like a cornered beast. Spells fired wildly, raw and unfocused, lashing out at anything that moved. Marcus pushed forward, coordinating with Clara and Garen in perfect, practiced rhythm. Slash, dodge, strike. Every second they pressed him, his defenses crumbled further. Selene's ice spells rained down from a distance, slowing Caldis's footwork even more. He couldn't block everything. He couldn't evade everything. And finally, Marcus saw his opening. He darted in low, his sword flashing upward in a brutal arc. Caldis screamed as the blade bit deep into his left side, blood spraying across the broken marble. The wand wavered in his hand. The light around him dimmed. Marcus gritted his teeth and raised his sword for the final strike. But Caldis snarled, clutching the bleeding wound, forcing his battered body to obey. He jabbed the wand into the air and shouted a word Marcus didn't catch. The mana around him twisted sharply, folded, collapsed inward. Teleportation magic. A swirling vortex of raw, chaotic mana burst open beneath Caldis's feet. Marcus lunged forward, reaching. But the spell triggered just before he could strike. Caldis vanished in a flash of crackling blue light, leaving only the stink of burned mana and the echo of his curse in the air. Silence fell over the grand hall, broken, bloodstained, but alive. Marcus lowered his sword slowly, breathing hard. Wounded students and battered professors stared at him, at all of them with wide, exhausted eyes. The tide had been broken, the academy had survived, and for tonight, Marcus was the hero. The night wind howled against the empty hillside. The old tree at the crest of the hill creaked under the pressure, its half-broken branches clawing at the sky like brittle fingers. Caldis slumped heavily against the trunk, his chest heaving. Every breath burned. His robes were torn, stained dark with blood and ash. His right arm trembled violently, and his legs barely supported his own weight. He coughed wetly, wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his ruined cloak. Blood, where did it all go wrong? The lights of Valor Academy flickered in the distance, distant and blurred through the tears burning his eyes. He could still hear faint explosions, still hear faint screams. The city behind the academy was quiet, peaceful compared to the battlefield he'd left behind. It made him sick. The bombs were planted perfectly. We even dealt with the nosy little student that got curious. Silently, efficiently, he laughed at a broken, cracked sound that died quickly in the night air. His wand, the once prized artifact of his early achievements, lay snapped and useless beside him. The mana-boosting drug that once made him a match for Director Aldros now only left him a trembling wreck-drained, half-dead. He pressed his back harder against the rough bark. The cold seeped into his bones. The plan was solid. The academy was supposed to fall tonight. And yet, everything collapsed. He clenched his teeth, rage flickering low in his battered body. It wasn't supposed to end like this. He was supposed to bring them to their knees, not sit here like a wounded dog hiding in the dark waiting for the end. A branch snapped lightly above him as the wind shifted again. Caldis closed his eyes, breathing shallow, the ache in his chest growing sharper, just a little longer. He had called for extraction. Soon, the red-haired runner would arrive. Soon he could salvage something from this nightmare. Footsteps crunched softly against the grass. Caldis' eyes snapped open. He forced his battered body upright, biting back a groan as fresh pain lanced through his ribs. Through the darkness, a figure approached, slim, hunched slightly from exhaustion. A mess of red hair tangled over his forehead. Caldis exhaled a shaky breath of relief, the pressure in his chest loosening slightly. Finally, the runner had survived. Some part of the operation, at least, hadn't been a total disaster. The redhead slowed as he approached the dying tree, stopping a few meters away. Caldis rasped out the words between cracked lips. What happened? The redhead shrugged awkwardly, shifting his weight from foot to foot. A variable showed up, he muttered, voice strained and scratchy from smoke and magic exhaustion. But everything's still under control. Caldis narrowed his eyes slightly, searching the boy's face. There was something off, something stiff, forced. But exhaustion dulled his instincts. He didn't question it, just nodded slowly, the last scraps of adrenaline keeping him upright. They salvaged the plan. Good. Caldis' fingers fumbled inside his shredded cloak. He pulled out a small, black, worn remote device, the surface cracked but still functional. He stared at it for a long second. The key to erasing the last traces of failure, the last bombs, the final blow. This ends now, he rasped, raising the remote with a trembling hand. The redhead didn't move, didn't flinch. Caldis pressed the trigger. Caldis's bloodied finger pressed down on the trigger. For a fraction of a second, the world held its breath. Noelle watched it all unfold through a sharpened, cold lens. Here it is. I knew it. I knew it was weird the bomb didn't have a timer. It wasn't set to blow on its own. It needed manual detonation. A click echoed faintly from the device, but nothing exploded, because even before the trigger could fully engage. Noelle moved. Revenant Fang's trait surged through his body. Clarity. Time slowed. The world around him blurred at the edges, colors stretching thin like paint dragged across a canvas. Caldis's movements looked sluggish, desperate. Noelle didn't hesitate, didn't think. He stepped in smoothly, Revenant Fang flashing through the air with lethal precision. One clean, brutal slice, steel bit through flesh. Aargh. Caldis's scream tore through the night like a wounded animal, high and broken. His severed hand flipped through the air, the remote still clutched in the limp fingers. Blood sprayed in slow arcs, each drop hanging in the air like crimson stars. Noelle lunged, caught the severed hand mid-air, ripped the remote from its grip, clicked the switch firmly to off. The unstable mana signature inside the bomb he had carried sputtered weakly and died. Noelle exhaled once, sharp and controlled. The illusion over his body shimmered. Mana unraveled and dispersed with a faint hum. The image of the red-haired student dissolved. And standing there, soaked, blood-stained, Revenant Fang dripping at his side, was Noelle Thorne. Caldis collapsed against the tree trunk, clutching his bleeding stump, gasping and moaning between broken sobs. The night wind howled again, carrying the faint smell of blood and burning wood across the hillside. Now for the real conversation. Noelle tightened his grip on Revenant Fang and walked forward. Noelle stopped in front of Caldis, Revenant Fang gleaming dark with blood. The older man lay slumped against the broken tree, clutching his bleeding wrist, trembling from shock and pain. Noelle said nothing at first. He just crouched down slowly until he was eye level with him, staring, waiting. Caldis glared at him through bloodshot, pain-clouded eyes, hatred burning so fierce it almost looked pathetic. You're gonna talk, Noelle said casually, voice low and sharp. Caldis spat blood onto the ground. Noelle's lips twisted into a humorless grin. Yeah, I figured you'd be stubborn. Without ceremony, he drove Revenant Fang straight into Caldis's thigh, deep. The blade pierced through muscle and tendons with a sickening, wet crunch. Caldis let out a broken scream, his body jerking violently. Arg! Noelle didn't flinch, didn't even blink. He leaned forward slightly, pressing his weight down onto the hilt, grinding the sword through the wound. Let's cut the bullshit, Noelle said, voice dropping to a growl. You're gonna answer my fucking questions, or I'll start digging around until there's nothing left of your goddamn leg. Caldis gasped, trying to push him away weakly. Noelle shoved him harder against the tree. First question, Noelle said coldly. What's the real fucking goal? Why all this? Caldis coughed, trying to keep some shred of dignity, but Noelle twisted the sword slightly, making him howl again. Finally, through gritted teeth, chaos, he rasped. Fear, weaken the academy. Shatter its power, Noelle's eyes narrowed, same as the novel. Still, he didn't pull the sword out. Who's pulling the strings, huh? Noelle pressed. Who's the little shit behind the curtain? Caldis shook his head, breathing raggedly. Noelle twisted the blade again slowly until Caldis nearly blacked out from the pain. Fuck, Caldis stammered. It's not just me, higher orders. From the hands, Noelle snapped. You're saying you're just another fucking pawn. Caldis nodded weakly, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Plan sanguine. Contingency. If the first wave failed, he gasped. Wasn't supposed to be like this. Noelle leaned back slightly, breathing out a sharp sigh. Great, so it's already different. In the novel, there was no plan sanguine, no massive second attack. It had been one clean strike with bloody banquetan, that was it. But now there were layers, contingencies, unknowns, that worried Noelle more than he cared to admit. Way more. Shit's already spiraling outside the script, and he hated it. All right, there's nothing more I need to know. He pulled Revenant Fang out with a violent jerk, blood splashing onto the broken grass. Caldis slumped forward, whimpering in a half-conscious daze. Noel stood, cold. Noel stared down at Caldis. The dying man slumped against the scorched tree, gasping like a fish on dry land. Pathetic, broken, exactly what he deserved. Without a word, Noel reached into his jacket and pulled out the dead weight he had carried all this way. The bomb, still inert, still packed with enough volatile mana to reduce half the hillside to ashes. He tossed it casually into Caldis's lap. "Here, hold this," Noel said, his voice almost conversational. Caldis blinked, confused, bleary from blood loss. Then he saw it. Recognition dawned in his shattered face. "No," he gasped, struggling weakly to push it away. Noel just smiled grimly. Too late. He took a few slow steps back, one hand raised. Mana gathered at his fingertips, burning hot and focused. Simple, brutal. He whispered it under his breath. Fireball. A searing orb of molten flame flared into existence in his palm. He hurled it without hesitation. The fireball struck the bomb squarely. For a heartbeat, everything was frozen. Then, boom, a deafening explosion ripped across the hillside, painting the sky in violent orange and black. The tree evaporated instantly. The ground trembled under the force of the blast. Flames swallowed everything. Caldis, the bomb, the very ground they had touched. Gone, obliterated. Ashen smoke rolled upward, carried by the screaming wind. Noel stood there, Revenant Fang resting casually against his shoulder, watching the fire consume the broken hillside. No triumph, no anger, just cold justice. "Serves you right, you son of a bitch," Noel muttered. Without another glance, he turned away, vanishing into the darkness, leaving nothing but smoke and silence behind him. The world was silent now. Only the faint crackle of dying flames and the whisper of the night wind moved across the scorched hillside. Noel stood there, Revenant Fang dangling loosely from his fingertips, the sword's weight dragging against the torn grass. The city of Valor stretched out in the distance. From here, under the silver sheen of the stars, it almost looked peaceful. He stared at it for a long moment, chest rising and falling slowly, exhaustion weighing him down heavier than any wound. Blood crusted along the side of his face. His muscles trembled with every breath. Still, he smirked faintly. His voice cracked out in the empty air. "Well, job is done for now." A dry, almost bitter chuckle escaped him. No one heard it but the stars. No one answered but the cold breeze brushing over his blood-stained clothes. The sword slipped from his hand, thudding into the grass with a muted thump. Noel took a shaky step forward and collapsed, falling backward into the cool, soft grass. He hit the ground hard, but he didn't feel it, didn't care. Above him, the sky stretched wide and endless, the stars shimmering like tiny fires scattered across a deep velvet canvas. The city lights flickered faintly at the horizon, blurred by distance and smoke, but still standing, still alive. He let his eyes drift closed. No thoughts, no fears, no plans, just the soft hum of victory and the crushing weight of survival. And then darkness. Noel's consciousness floated up slowly, like rising through thick, suffocating water. His body ached before he even opened his eyes, deep grinding pain that seemed to weigh down every muscle and bone. The first thing he noticed was the light, soft, pale, artificial. The scent came next, a clean, antiseptic sharpness mixed with faint herbs and mana residue. Finally, as he peeled his heavy eyelids open, the full view settled into place. Whitewashed stone ceiling, hanging lamps fueled by mana crystals. Rows of tidy cots separated by thin white curtains. The faint, almost constant creak of wood and the low hum of minor healing spells saturating the air. Great, the Academy Infirmary, again. The familiarity made his stomach twist slightly. It was almost pathetic how easily he recognized it now. Before he could push himself up fully, a sharp voice cut across the room. "You're awake," said the nurse, the same stern-faced woman who had patched him up twice before. She stood beside his bed, arms crossed, glaring down at him like he was a particularly troublesome assignment. Noel shifted slightly under the thin blanket, groaning as his muscles protested. "How long?" he croaked, voice dry and hoarse. The nurse raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. 5 days, she said simply. Noel blinked once, paused, then exploded. 5 days. The effort made his ribs ache again, and he slumped back against the pillow, gritting his teeth. 5 fucking days unconscious. Shit. Inwardly, he did the math. Makes sense, though. 2 straight weeks of overtraining, mana burnout, blood loss, a brutal duel, carrying a goddamn bomb, fighting Caldis, dragging my own ass across half the city. Yeah, guess my body had to check out eventually. Still, hearing it aloud stung his pride more than the injuries. The nurse clicked her tongue, setting a tray of bland-looking food on the bedside table. "Eat and get some rest. The director wants a word with you when you're strong enough." "No, before you ask, you're not allowed to leave until I say so." Noel groaned softly, dragging a hand down his face. Perfect, just fucking perfect. Noel leaned back against the stiff infirmary pillow, grimacing as his body protested every small movement. He poked half-heartedly at the food the nurse had left, bland, soft, tasteless, perfect for the nearly dead. He pushed the tray aside and closed his eyes for a second, trying to piece his thoughts together. The mission, the bombs, Caldis, the blood. The fire, the big boom, everything blurred at the edges now, like a bad dream he barely survived. Just as he let his mind drift, a familiar mechanical chime echoed faintly in his head. The system's voice, sharp, cold, detached, story progress calculation. Noel frowned, sitting up slightly despite the deep ache in his body. Another chime. Information denied, story is changing, story progress. Noel froze, completely still. Fuck me. His heartbeat thudded dully in his ears. If the system couldn't even calculate the story anymore, that meant everything was off the rails. The future he thought he knew, gone. Nothing but black holes and question marks now. He exhaled slowly through his nose, forcing calm over the rising panic. Figures. The second I start trying to fix this world, it turns around and shits all over the original script. He sank back against the pillow, eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Perfect, just fucking perfect, because now he was flying blind, and no one was coming to save him. Noel stared at the ceiling for a long moment, letting the buzzing silence settle over him. His hands itched to do anything but his body still screamed with exhaustion. All right, let's see what kind of mess I'm working with. He exhaled slowly, then muttered under his breath, status. The air in front of him shimmered faintly, and then a translucent blue window appeared, crisp and neat, floating just above his lap. Name, Noel Thorne. Age, 16. Mana core rank, novice, 37 items. Revenant Fang Sword, Veilweaver's Charm, Artifact. Noel blinked once. Then again. Novice, 37%. Better than I expected after all the shit I went through. At least he wasn't stuck at the bottom anymore. The items section made him snort under his breath. A cursed sword that feeds off my near-death experiences and a mask that lets me cosplay as other people. Real healthy loadout for a high school student. Still, seeing it laid out like this made it feel more real. More tangible, he wasn't just some extra anymore. He wasn't background noise. He was climbing, slowly, painfully, but climbing all the same. And if the story really had gone off the rail, he'd need every advantage he could get. Noel closed the window with a blink and dragged a hand through his tangled hair. No rest for the damned, I guess. He didn't have long to dwell on it, though, because heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, approaching. The door creaked open, and director Nicholas von Aldros stepped into the infirmary. The door creaked open. Heavy, deliberate footsteps crossed the infirmary floor. Noel tensed automatically, but when he turned his head, it was only director Nicholas von Aldros approaching, still as imposing as ever, even in exhaustion. The director stopped beside his bed and studied him silently for a long moment, the weight of his gaze almost physical. Finally, in a calm, measured voice, Aldros asked, "You were the one who sent the letter, weren't you?" Noel sighed. "No point lying." "Yeah," he said, "that was me." Aldros nodded once, his expression unreadable. Noel gave a dry chuckle, grimacing as his ribs protested. "Didn't do it to be thanked," he muttered, "just didn't want the whole place going to hell." "You succeeded," Aldros said. He pulled a chair closer and sat down. "Now tell me everything." Noel shifted, finding a slightly less painful way to sit upright. "You want the short version or the full ugly mess?" he asked. "The full," Aldros replied without hesitation. Noel leaned his head back against the stiff pillow, staring up at the whitewashed ceiling for a second. "All right," he started. "It began when I noticed a few students sneaking out at night. Looked suspicious, weird energy around them." "You followed them," Aldros guessed. Noel nodded slightly. "Yeah, down through the old maintenance tunnels under the enchantment labs. They thought nobody remembered them, I guess." Aldros didn't interrupt, only watching him closely. "I kept tracking them," Noel continued. "Watched, listened, saw them smuggling crates and talking about preparations. And you discovered the explosives." "Not at first," Noel said. "But yeah, eventually. I found the circles drawn into the walls. Bomb-grade mana inscriptions. Took me a bit to figure out what they were planning." Aldros folded his hands together, his face completely neutral. "You infiltrated them," he said. "Had to," Noel said bluntly. "Used an artifact, Veilweaver's Charm. Took the face of one of theirs, got into a few meetings. Learned enough to know they had bigger plans than just blowing up a few walls." "Why didn't you come to the staff immediately?" Aldros asked, voice calm but edged. Noel met his gaze, then looked away for a second. "I didn't know who I could trust," he said simply. "I wasn't sure how deep it went or how you'd react if I accused students and a professor without proof." Aldros raised an eyebrow slightly. "You're saying you held back to avoid panic, and to avoid ending up disappeared in a ditch," Noel muttered. "You think I didn't consider the possibility someone on the inside might be involved? Turned out I was right." A short silence followed. Then Aldros gave a faint nod. "Fair," he said. "Risky, but fair. You can call it reckless," Noel added, "but it worked." Aldros leaned back in his chair, folding his hands. "Past is past. You made dangerous choices, but you also saved lives." Noel exhaled slowly, some of the tension draining from his shoulders. "Speaking of," he asked quietly, "how bad was it?" Aldros's expression shifted slightly. For a moment he looked older, then he replied. Noel blinked, stared at the ceiling. Then he let out a quiet breath of relief. "Good." The silence stretched for a moment after Aldros' words. Noel sat there, breathing slower, lighter now that he knew no one had died. Aldros adjusted his gloves absently, then continued, his voice as steady as ever. There's one more thing, he said. The academy will be closing. Noel raised an eyebrow. For good, he asked, half joking, half hopeful. Aldros allowed the barest twitch of a smile. No, temporarily for 1 month. Noel leaned back against the pillow, letting the information sink in. A vacation, huh, he muttered. Noel huffed a tired laugh. I'm guessing my dear family's already been told. Aldros nodded. We've sent word to your father, Lord Albrecht Thorne. He expects your return within the next few days. Noel's expression didn't change outwardly, but a tight knot twisted in his stomach. Oh, perfect. Daddy dearest knows I'm alive. How could I forget the people who tried to have me conveniently removed? Well, it wasn't my father, but my favorite mothers of all the world. Bitterness flickered briefly across his face, but he masked it well. Aldros watched him but didn't comment. Your transport will be arranged, Aldros continued. You'll be leaving alongside other students returning to their homes. Noel nodded slowly. Aldros shifted slightly, his cloak whispering against the infirmary floor. There was also a ceremony held 2 days ago, he said. Noel tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Let me guess, he drawled. Participation trophies for everyone. Aldros's mouth twitched slightly, almost a smile. Not quite. Only those who stood against the terrorists directly were recognized. He paused, then added. A formal medal was awarded to each of them, personally delivered by Imperial Princess Seraphina of Valor. Noel blinked once, slowly, then snorted under his breath. Of course, a fucking princess, because why not pile on the fantasy cliches while we're at it? Let me guess, beautiful, powerful, totally out of my league and destined to be important. Must have been quite the party, he muttered out loud. You missed it, Aldros said simply, but considering your condition at the time, no one expected your presence. Noel grunted softly, shifting against the pillow. Yeah, well, not really a shake hands and bow to royalty kinda guy anyway. The director gave a small nod, neither approving nor disapproving. The recognition was deserved, Aldros said. The academy survived because of those who stood firm. Noel didn't argue, because he knew it was true, even if he wasn't there to see it. Aldros stood from his chair, the leather creaking softly under the motion. He adjusted his cloak with a sharp tug and straightened his shoulders, the tiredness around his eyes buried under layers of authority once again. Noel watched him silently. He didn't say anything smart this time, didn't crack a joke. Something about the weight in the room told him it wasn't the moment. The director paused at the edge of the bed, his silver gaze sharp as ever. You've done more than was ever asked of you, Thorne, Aldros said, voice low but firm. Get some rest and heal. Use this break wisely. There was a finality in the way he said it, not just advice. Noel gave a lazy, two-fingered salute. I'll try not to start another war in the next 30 days, he said dryly. Aldros's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, then he turned and left, his boots clicking against the stone floor, the door swinging shut behind him with a soft thud, leaving Noel alone once again in the too-quiet infirmary. The shadows of everything that had happened pressed against the sterile walls, but at least for now. He had a little breathing room. Noel laid back in bed, staring at the ceiling, when the nurse returned with a clipboard in hand and a face like she was preparing to fight a hydra. She set the clipboard down on the side table with a loud clack. All right, hero, she said dryly, let's see if you can walk without face planting. Noel grunted and swung his legs over the side of the bed, his muscles protesting every inch of movement. You really know how to inspire confidence, he muttered. Shut up and stretch, the nurse snapped, but there was no real heat behind it. He stood slowly, wobbling a bit, and started with basic arm rotations. Each joint ached, but he moved through the motions. Neck rolls, back stretches, knee bends. The nurse circled him like a hawk, eyeing every twitch, every stagger. Touch your toes, she ordered. Noel bent forward stiffly, gritting his teeth. Technically touching, he said through clenched teeth. Technically pathetic, she muttered, scribbling on her clipboard. After stretching, she handed him a small piece of mana-charged paper. Magic test. Basic spells only. Let's see if you didn't fry your core like an idiot. Noel cracked his knuckles. He focused. First, he summoned a tiny flame onto his fingertip. The flame danced weakly, flickering but steady. Good, the nurse said, still jotting notes. Now wind. Noel focused again, gathering mana at his palm and pushing outward. A soft breeze stirred the loose papers on the bedside table, making them flutter. The nurse gave a grunt of approval. You're cleared, she said, slapping the clipboard onto the bed. But if you land back here next week, I'm charging you rent. Deal, Noel said, smirking as he pulled on his academy-issued jacket. Dragging his battered body through the now mostly empty halls, he made his way back to the Class A dormitory building. The hallways were too quiet. Most students had already left or were preparing to. When he reached his room, he let out a long breath and pushed the door open. Same old plain stone walls, same bed, same wardrobe. He tossed his jacket onto the bed and set to work. Packing was easy. He didn't own much yet. Some casual clothes, a few academy manuals, Revenant Fang carefully wrapped in cloth, Veilweaver's charm hidden in the inner pocket of his bag. Once done, he let the suitcase fall by the door with a heavy thump. One thing left. Noel made his way to the small private bath attached to his room. The academy had spared no expense for Class A dorms. He filled the wide stone tub with steaming hot water, strips of mana crystal embedded around the base to keep it warm. Sinking into the water, Noel let out a long groan as the heat seeped into his bruises. For once, he didn't think about tomorrow, or plans, or danger. He just floated there, letting his mind go blank. 20 minutes later, freshly scrubbed and exhausted all over again, he stumbled back into his room wearing loose, comfortable clothes. He barely had time to throw himself onto the bed before. Knock, knock, he frowned, sat up, dragged himself to the door. When he opened it, Elira stood there. She was wrapped in a simple white bathrobe, her long dark hair still damp, strands sticking to her neck and shoulders. Her skin glowed faintly under the hallway lights, freshly scrubbed, her usual polished appearance softened by the casual look. She raised an eyebrow at him, completely unfazed. "Hey," she said simply. Noel blinked. His brain, fried from battle, hospital stays, and hot baths, blanked entirely for a second. The hell is happening now? The knock was soft, almost polite. Noel blinked once, then dragged himself off the edge of his bed and toward the door. He opened it, towel still hanging from around his neck, his hair damp from the recent bath. "Hey," she said simply. Standing there in a white robe and still drying strands of black hair sticking to her neck and collarbone was Elira von Estermont. Noel arched an eyebrow. "Hello," he said, voice dry. "To what do I owe the unexpected and pleasantly suspicious visit at this hour?" She didn't answer. She simply stepped past him and into the room. Noel blinked. "All right, I guess you don't need an invite." Elira walked with quiet confidence, the kind of presence that filled a space without saying much. She didn't glance at him again, just scanned the room with those sharp gray eyes, analyzing everything like it was a crime scene. She stopped when she spotted the packed suitcase by the door. "You are ready?" she asked. "Clock's ticking," Noel replied, closing the door behind her. "The place shuts down in 2 days, and they said to be prepared as soon as possible." She turned in place slowly, her gaze sweeping across the plain stone walls, the barely used desk, the neatly made bed, the total lack of anything remotely decorative. "Not a single change," she said flatly. "You haven't modified this room at all." Noel shrugged, walking past her to grab a clean shirt from the chair. "I'll get to decorating once my life expectancy improves." Elira sat on the edge of his bed like she owned the place. Noel watched her from the corner of his eye. "She's not here to chat about curtains." Noel slipped his shirt on, still watching her from across the room. Elira sat on his bed like it was hers now, legs crossed, fingers resting lightly on her knee, expression unreadable. Noel crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, towel still draped around his neck. "I'm gonna go out on a limb here," he said, "and assume you didn't drop by just to check on how I'm recovering." Elira tilted her head slightly. "Yes and no." That made Noel pause, his brow furrowed just slightly. "What the hell does that mean?" "Yes and no." She didn't elaborate. She just let the silence hang in the air, waiting to see if he'd fill it for her. He didn't. She glanced at the suitcase again. "You really didn't waste any time," she said, tone neutral. "Yeah, well, I like to stay prepared," Noel replied. "Besides, I figured I should enjoy this vacation before I'm sent back to my lovely, welcoming family." Elira smirked faintly but didn't laugh. Then her eyes locked on his. "Call it paranoia," she added, "but I don't believe in coincidences that stack up that perfectly. Of course, this isn't a visit. It's a goddamn interrogation." Noel gave her a slow nod. "I figured this conversation was coming eventually." She raised an eyebrow. "Then you won't mind answering a few questions." He smirked slightly. "Ask away. Doesn't mean I'll answer." Elira didn't start with a question right away. Instead, she leaned back slightly on his bed, her fingers tracing small circles against the blanket, her eyes watching him with a calm intensity. Noel didn't like it, that look. She wasn't here to flirt or talk about the weather. "You know," she said casually, "I haven't forgotten what you said to me." The night after the party, Noel's expression didn't change, but his fingers twitched slightly at his side. "When you grabbed me," she continued, "dragged me into a back alley like some lunatic." She raised her arm slightly, the one he'd grabbed that night. "The bruise is gone, by the way," she added dryly. Noel's jaw flexed. "I said sorry." "You did," she nodded. "But you also said if I don't do something, a lot of people are going to die." He looked away. "Was in a bad place. I'd just seen some shit." "You weren't panicked," Elira said, voice sharper now. "You were cold, focused, like you already knew." "Fuck," he didn't respond, but she wasn't done. "You're quick on your feet, too quick. You avoid questions like it's a sport." She reached into the inner pocket of her robe and pulled out a small cloth-wrapped object. Noel's eyes narrowed. "I've gotten used to you dodging," she said. "So tonight, we're going to do this differently." She unwrapped the cloth slowly, deliberately. Inside sat a dull gray crystal pendant, etched with faint runes. Noel recognized it instantly. Of course, she brings a damn truth charm." "This is a lie detection artifact," she said. "3 questions. You won't be able to lie while it's active." He raised an eyebrow. "You just carry those around?" Elira smiled faintly. "Only when I visit people I don't trust." "Fair." Noel sighed and dragged a hand down his face. "You seriously going to use that on me? You gave me a bruise and a cryptic warning." "I'd say it's fair, and if I say no, then I'll assume everything you've told me so far has been bullshit." She stepped forward and held the charm between them. Noelle looked at her, then at the charm. Shit. He nodded once. Fine. The crystal pulsed softly as it activated. A faint hum filled the space between them. Elira's expression didn't shift. Her voice lowered slightly, now smooth and precise. First question, she said. When did you first start suspecting something was wrong at the academy? The charm pulsed once. Faint, warm, subtle, but Noelle could already feel it tightening in the air like a vice around his chest. He couldn't lie, not right now. Elira stood in front of him, calm and unreadable. First question, she said again. When did you first suspect something was wrong? Noelle's jaw tensed, but the words slipped out of him whether he liked it or not. First week. I saw a group of students sneaking out after curfew. Thought it was just kids being reckless. Then I noticed it wasn't random. Same time, same faces, every time. Elira didn't blink, and you followed them. Eventually, he muttered. They led me to the old enchantment tunnels. That's where I started finding things. The charm pulsed again. Truth confirmed. Elira gave a small nod. Second question, she said. Why didn't you tell anyone? Noelle didn't even try to resist this time. Because I didn't know who to trust, he said simply. Didn't know if a professor was involved. Didn't know if saying something would make me disappear before I could confirm anything. Elira studied his face. And me, she asked. Why tell me anything at all? Noelle let out a slow breath. I didn't plan to, he said. But you're smart, observant. I knew if I didn't loop you in, you'd figure it out anyway. And maybe not be on my side when it mattered. Another soft pulse. Another truth. Elira stepped closer, her voice a little quieter now. The charm still hovered between them, glowing faintly. She looked straight at him. Her gaze wasn't sharp now. It wasn't interrogating, it was. Still careful. Third question, she said, and last. Noelle already felt his chest tighten. She paused, then asked, What do you think of me? The room went silent. Noelle stared at her. His brain scrambled for a dodge, a joke, anything. But the charm gave him no way out. His voice came out lower than expected. Steady. Honest. I appreciate you, he said, not because you're useful, or dangerous, or brilliant even though you are all those things. He swallowed. I appreciate you because. You don't look away, you don't pretend, even when it would be easier. Elira blinked, the faintest motion breaking her composure. Noelle kept going. I've seen your type before. People who hold everything together for everyone else who don't get to break because they're the ones expected to lead. He looked her dead in the eyes, and I know you've been overlooked, forgotten, even when you should have been the one they chose. A flicker crossed Elira's face just for a second, not shock, but understanding, recognition. In another world, in the pages of a book, Marcus never picked her. She fought, she led, she survived, and he still walked past her like she was nothing. Noelle knew that, and now so did she. The charm glowed one final time, then dimmed and faded out completely. Elira lowered her arm slowly. She looked at him, not with suspicion, but with something else, quiet, weighty. I see, she said. Noelle leaned back slightly on his bed, voice dry again. So. Are we good, officer? Elira finally smiled. For now. The tension in the room had thinned, but it didn't vanish. It just settled, shifted into something quieter, something heavier. The lie detection charm sat dull and inert in Elira's hand now, the faint pulse of truth gone from the air. Noelle sat on the edge of his bed, watching her as she stood, composed as ever, her expression unreadable. She made her way toward the door, steps unhurried, deliberate. Noelle thought she might just leave with a quiet nod. Instead, her hand rested on the handle, but she didn't open the door right away. She looked back at him, eyes catching the light in a way that made them seem sharper than before. I appreciate the honesty, she said, even if it had to be pulled out of you like teeth. Noelle gave a tired shrug. You're not exactly the kind of person who inspires carefree confessionals. Elira let out the faintest sound, something between amusement and acknowledgement. Then, as she opened the door halfway, she glanced back once more. Oh, and Noelle, he looked up. Her voice dropped just enough to make sure he heard it. I still have that favor. She didn't smile, didn't smirk, just said it like it was fact, because it was. Keep that in mind, she added, softer. I always collect. Then she slipped out of the room, the door clicking shut behind her. Noelle stared at the door for a moment, then exhaled slowly, rubbing a hand down his face. Of course she brings up the damn favor now. Knowing her, she's already decided exactly when to cash it in. He lay back on the bed, arms behind his head, eyes staring at the stone ceiling. And knowing me, I'll let her. The morning sun broke gently over the eastern towers of the academy, casting long shadows across the cobbled plaza where several noble carriages waited with crests glinting in gold and silver. Students were gathering in small clusters. Laughter, farewells, the clatter of luggage, some hugged, some shook hands. Others just gave tired nods, the kind that said we survived without needing the words. Noelle stood a few steps away from it all, a little apart, watching. He wore the same navy blue noble's coat he had arrived in 3 months ago, the silver trim catching the light. A crisp white shirt beneath, cuffs rolled neatly, polished black boots. His hair was combed back for once, clean and controlled. At his waist hung Revenant Fang, its black scabbard gleaming faintly in the soft light. It didn't draw attention unless someone was looking, but for Noelle, its weight was grounding. He ran a gloved hand once over the coat's sleeve, then turned as a voice called out from the road. Thorn, the voice belonged to a thin, older man in a gray overcoat, the carriage driver. He stood beside a sleek black and silver carriage, the thorn crest engraved in steel over the door. The horses were lean, powerful, and utterly still. Lord Albrecht's orders were to bring you straight home, the man said with a short bow. I trust your journey was productive. Noel raised an eyebrow, defined productive. The man gave a tight, professional smile. Academy matters aren't my concern, my lord, only delivery. From behind them, voices floated through the courtyard. Hey, we'll write all right. Don't forget to come visit Alarith. Do you think the academy will be rebuilt before the festivals? Noel glanced back briefly. Students piling into two other carriages destined for other corners of the empire. Part of him felt like a ghost watching it all from the outside. They'll go home, get pampered, pretend everything was just a bad dream. Meanwhile, I'm heading right back into mine. He turned toward the thorn carriage. The door was already open. The interior was luxurious, black velvet seats, small shelves for books, even a crystal holder with a bottle of chilled water untouched. Luggages already secured, the driver added, motioning to the rear. Noel nodded once, placed a hand on the door frame, and paused. The sun hit the scabbard of his sword just right. Back to hell we go. He climbed inside and let the door shut behind him. The carriage lurched forward a moment later, wheels crunching softly over stone as the academy gates faded behind him. The interior of the carriage was quiet, too quiet. Noel shifted in his seat, the velvet cushions plush beneath him, and reached into the leather satchel beside him. From it he pulled a neatly folded parchment sealed earlier that morning with wax and string, fresh off the hands of one of the academy vendors. A map. He broke the seal, unfurled it carefully over his lap, and leaned back to study it as the carriage rattled softly across the road. The paper was thick, hand-inked, clearly expensive and worth every coin. In the book, I only ever saw names, borders, general descriptions. But now I'm here, and I need to know it better than anyone else. At a glance, the world was divided into three massive continents, each distinct in shape and territory. Valor. The continent of humans, dominated by the Valan Empire, a powerhouse of political, magical, and military might. At its heart, Valyria, the imperial capital, gleaming, ancient, and terrifying. The Imperial Academy of Vaelterra, where Noel had just spent the last 3 months, sat nestled at its western edge. Order, hierarchy, control. Noel's finger traced down from Valyria toward the southwest toward home, the Thorn Estate, on Valor. Still too damn close to everything I'm trying to dodge. Well, nothing I can do about it. Elarith. By far the largest continent, a mix of races, elves, dwarves, beastfolk, scattered human kingdoms, divided by dozens of sovereign regions, warring houses, and neutral zones. Magic here was older, more rooted in nature, less rigid than Valor's structure. It was separated from Valor by sea in the north and connected by mountains in the south. A political nightmare, but a goldmine of forgotten ruins, lost magic, and old grudges. The Demon Continent, jagged, wild, dangerous, but not inherently evil. Its people were often misunderstood, culturally isolated due to both history and the natural barrier of the southern mountains. In the novel, they're enemies, at first, but eventually allies if the story's still even following the script anymore. Noel folded the map again, slower this time. He didn't need to memorize everything in one sitting, but he needed to remember one thing. This world's bigger than just nobles and politics, and I'm not just a background character anymore. He slipped the map back into his satchel, leaned back, and looked out the small window at the countryside blurring past. Fields, hills, the faint shadow of mountains on the horizon, and somewhere just beyond them. Home, the countryside passed in a quiet blur. Fields turned to thick woods. The polished imperial road began to crack, twisting into something older, less traveled. Noel sat comfortably inside the velvet-lined carriage, arms folded, one boot resting over the opposite knee. He heard the soft roll of wheels from the other 2 carriages in the convoy, a few muffled voices, laughter. One student shouting a last farewell through an open window. Noel didn't respond. At a wide, moss-covered crossroads, the convoy slowed. The other carriages peeled off, one turning toward the northern provinces, the other toward the merchant coast. Noel's carriage turned south. His path was now his alone. The driver called out through the front slot, voice formal and even. Lord Thorn's lands lie just ahead. We'll arrive before sunset, barring delays. Noel gave a short nod and leaned against the frame, peering out the side window. The air smelled different now, thicker. Evergreen and stone and distance. Up ahead, the mountain range finally revealed itself, jagged, snow-dusted peaks towering in the distance, forming the natural wall that divided Valor from Alarith, and nestled at the base of those mountains. The Thorn Estate, still tall, still grim, still built more like a fortress than a home. He smirked faintly to himself. Good to know they're consistent. Wouldn't want to be welcomed back with something warm or cheerful. That might throw off the whole family aesthetic. As the carriage creaked up the final slope, the black iron gates came into view. 2 guards stood outside in full armor, pikes in hand, their faces blank beneath their helmets. Same uniforms, same silent treatment. Noel adjusted his coat, brushed a fleck of dust off his sleeve, and stretched out his legs. 3 months out there, 3 months growing stronger. Let's see if the House of Thorn still thinks I'm the runt of the litter. The carriage pulled to a halt, the gates began to open, and Noel leaned forward slightly, his expression unreadable. The black iron gates creaked open with a groan that echoed through the trees. The carriage rolled forward, wheels crunching gravel as they passed through the threshold of the Thorn estate, a place built with more stone than warmth and more pride than kindness. As they entered the inner courtyard, Noel took a moment to glance around. Same towers, same statues. Same sense of cold formality etched into every inch of the estate. Nothing had changed, well, almost nothing. Standing at the base of the front steps were two familiar figures, one steward, one knight. Both bowed as the carriage came to a halt. The driver stepped down and opened the door for him. Noel emerged slowly, cloak shifting behind him, sword at his side. "Lord Noel," the steward greeted, eyes downcast. "Welcome home." Noel gave him a nod. "Don't sound so enthusiastic." "Someone might think you missed me." The steward didn't smile. "He never did. We've prepared your chambers. Your father will speak with you tomorrow." "Of course he will," Noel muttered. The knight beside him nodded stiffly, and the two men moved aside as he stepped past them and began ascending the stone steps. The grand entrance doors opened without a word, and the silence swallowed him whole. Inside, the estate smelled like polished wood, old books, and colder memories. The staff moved quietly. They always did. Trained that way, Noel walked through the halls with practiced ease, passing by the main parlor, the grand dining hall, and the portraits of ancestors who all looked like they disapproved of his very existence. He didn't stop, didn't look back. His room was on the east wing, second floor. When he reached the door, he didn't hesitate. He opened it, stepped inside, and exhaled. His suitcase was already there. A small fire flickered in the hearth, likely ordered by the steward before his arrival. The room was exactly as he left it. Books still untouched, desk still immaculate, bed still too big for comfort. Noel set his sword carefully against the wall, loosened the collar of his coat, and sat on the edge of the bed. He stared at the floor for a long moment, elbows resting on his knees. Then he lay back, closed his eyes, and let himself breathe, just for a while. The sheets were colder than he remembered. Not cold from weather, cold from silence, from familiarity without warmth. Noel's eyes blinked open slowly, adjusting to the dim morning light that filtered through the heavy curtains of his childhood room. The same four-poster bed, the same high ceilings and carved wooden furniture, the same sterile scent of incense and old money. He sat up with a slow breath, muscles stiff from the ride. A faint ache lingered in his back, the kind that came not from combat but from trying too hard to look composed for too long. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and let his feet touch the polished stone floor. 3 months gone, and it's like I never left. He padded barefoot to the bathroom marble tiles and a basin that gleamed with polished silver. The water ran warm, a rare comfort in this house, and he stood under it longer than he meant to. Steam filled the room. It didn't chase the weight from his shoulders, but it gave him time to breathe. Once clean and dried, he pulled on the clothes that had been left out for him. A dark gray noble coat with black trim, high collar, a fresh white shirt beneath, slim black trousers, and his boots polished until they reflected the light. He fastened his belt, then took Revenant Fang from where it leaned against the wardrobe. The sword clicked softly into its sheath at his hip, the weight familiar. He walked over to the mirror and paused, hair combed, clothes sharp, posture straight. The reflection looking back at him was exactly what House Thorn expected, and yet. I don't know what he really thinks of Noel Thorn. Not me, him, the original, the one I replaced. I wasn't the protagonist of this world. I wasn't supposed to see what came next. He gave his reflection a faint, humorless smirk, then turned. The butler would be arriving any second now, and the patriarch didn't like to be kept waiting. A soft knock came at the door. Noel turned just as the butler stepped in, bowing with practiced precision. "The Lord Patriarch will see you now." Noel gave a quiet nod and followed him through the manor's hall's long corridors of cold stone, lined with family portraits that seemed to glare down from their gilded frames. The further they walked, the quieter everything became. Noel's boots echoed faintly against the marble floors until they reached the doors of the study, dark oak, carved with the thorn crest, a lion's head wrapped in thorns. The butler opened one side with a soft creak. Noel stepped inside. The study was vast and old, filled with books that reeked of age and knowledge. A single high window let in a beam of light that struck the polished desk in the center of the room like a spotlight. Behind it sat Lord Albrecht Thorn. The man did not stand. He didn't need to. He was seated, yet somehow taller than the room around him. His build was imposing, broad-shouldered and straight-backed, with the kind of posture that made men feel smaller without a word. His hair, once jet black, had silvered at the temples but was slicked back without a strand out of place. His angular face was carved in severity, high cheekbones, a sharp nose, a mouth that had forgotten how to smile. He wore a dark military-style noble coat, black with blood-red accents and silver lion clasps. No jewelry, no rings, only a signet on his left hand, gleaming faintly under the beam of light. but more than his appearance. It was the aura he gave off, not magical, just weight, like standing before a stone statue that might come alive if you said the wrong thing. Noel approached the center of the room and bowed, low but controlled. Father. Lord Albrecht didn't gesture for him to rise. His eyes cold, pale gray, studied him in silence for a long moment, not like a father seeing his son, like a man evaluating an asset. Finally, his voice rumbled low and even. You've returned. Noel stood upright again, meeting his gaze without flinching. Yes, another pause. Albrecht's eyes flicked to the sword at his side, then back up. You're different. It wasn't a compliment. It wasn't an accusation either, just an observation. Let's see where this goes. Lord Albrecht didn't offer a seat. He never did. Noel stood before the desk, arms at his sides, posture straight, every movement measured. The study was silent, save for the faint crackle of the fireplace in the corner, a sound more ceremonial than comforting. You sent a letter, Albrecht said finally. A cure. Noel didn't respond. He waited. I assume its content was true, the man continued, that your injuries during your return were the result of an unfortunate coincidence. His tone made it clear he didn't believe in coincidences, but he also wasn't going to press it. Noel nodded once. Yes, I took care of it. Albrecht leaned back slightly in his chair, fingers steepled in front of him. You returned with more than just a pulse. Your name was mentioned during the post-event report sent by the Academy. Several times. Noel said nothing. You were seen during the chaos, participating, intervening. You earned recognition, though you avoided the ceremony. I was unconscious. Albrecht raised a brow, a convenient excuse, but one I won't contest. He reached into a drawer and withdrew a sealed parchment. The imperial crest was pressed into the wax, a commendation from the Academy, the first issued to a thorn in over a decade. He set it on the table between them, but made no motion to hand it over. It's not fame I value, he said, but prestige is a currency. And you've just deposited something we were short on. Noel's eyes flicked to the seal, then back to his father. So this is what approval looks like. I expected little of you, Albrecht added. You gave more, that is. Acceptable, Noel gave a short breath of dry amusement. High praise. I'll have it engraved. The older man didn't flinch. He stood, finally slow and deliberate. Even at his age, the man's presence didn't waver. His height, posture, and stillness carried the same weight they always had. Noel remained standing, eyes level. Albrecht walked past the desk and toward the wide windows, looking out over the estate's northern gardens. You'll remain here during the Academy's closure, he said. We'll see if your usefulness was an anomaly or the beginning of something more. He turned back. For now, you're dismissed. Noel gave a precise nod, then turned and walked out, the sealed parchment still on the desk behind him. The doors closed behind him with a muted thud, muffled by age and silence. Noel stepped back into the corridor of polished stone and cold light, flanked by portraits of ancestors with names he barely cared to remember. He walked slowly, not because he was tired. Because every step forward felt like walking through someone else's life. Servants passed him in silence, eyes low, steps quiet. They didn't greet him. They didn't need to. They'd been trained not to. Noel ran a hand lightly along the carved railing of the staircase as he descended to the eastern wing. It was all the same scent of cedar and wax, the same heavy windows, the same chilling calm that hung in the halls like a fog that never lifted. Everything here remembers a Noel that isn't me. And everyone expects me to keep playing his part. He stepped through one of the side corridors and emerged into the rear courtyard, empty now, the gardens maintained but unloved. Statues of faceless warriors lined the edges. A dry fountain stood at the center like a forgotten relic. He remembered faintly a moment from the novel. A future scandal, a disgrace that would tarnish House Thorne's name, its fall, but the details were vague. One scene, one page. The house became a cautionary tale, background noise, nothing more. Back then it hadn't mattered. Now it did. I'm standing in a house with a future I don't fully understand, and I don't know what pieces are already in motion to bring it down. Noel pushed the door open and stepped back into his room. Dim light filtered through the drawn curtains. The fire in the hearth had gone out. He didn't bother relighting it. He sat down at the edge of his bed, undoing the buttons on his coat slowly, one by one, until the stiffness of formality peeled away and he could just breathe. His sword was placed against the wall, his boots set aside, everything quiet again, but his mind wasn't. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, fingers laced. In the novel, House Thorne had a name, and that name became a warning. The book hadn't spent many pages on it, just a line or two. Mentions of scandal, of betrayal, of disgrace that unfolded off-screen behind the scenes, away from the story's center. The protagonist hadn't been involved. Noel had barely paid attention to it back then. But now he was living in the place that was destined to fall, sleeping in its halls, carrying its name. And worst of all, I don't know when it begins. I don't know who starts it. I don't even know if I already did. He leaned back, letting his shoulders sink into the mattress. Eyes fixed on the ceiling, he thought of Lord Albrecht, the man's presence, his poise, his control. There had been no overt display of magic, but Noel could feel it. The raw mana buried under the man's skin. Still, quiet, lethal. He's an archmage tier combatant, one of the strongest in the continent of valor, and yet. The house still burns in the end. How does a man like that let his family rot? How does a warrior of that level stand still while the walls collapse around him? Unless he doesn't care, or maybe he's the one who starts the fire. That thought chilled him more than the estate ever could. The clang of metal on metal rang out sharp in the cold morning air. It was still early, the kind of hour most nobles would never dare leave their beds, but the Thorn training yard was already alive. Dozens of soldiers drilled in formation, blades flashing under the rising sun, voices barking orders, feet pounding stone. Noel stepped into the open yard without a word. His coat was gone, replaced by a dark sleeveless training tunic and fitted trousers. His boots were strapped tight. His hair was tied back, and at his hip, as always, hung Revenant Fang bound tightly in its worn leather sheath. Heads turned. One by one, soldiers paused mid-swing or stance, eyes shifting toward him. Someone chuckled near the archery posts. Another whispered just loud enough, "Looks like the noble brat wants to sweat with the real men." Noel ignored them. He crossed the yard at a calm pace, stopping just short of the central sparring square. His boots hit the dirt with a soft crunch. He dropped his training bag, stretched his arms slowly, and began moving through his warm-up sequence. Neck rolls, shoulder circles, deep lunges, all smooth, controlled, like ritual. A few more soldiers noticed. Most just smirked. "Think he's lost," one muttered. "Should be out on a balcony somewhere, sipping tea." Another laughed. "Maybe he's trying to impress Daddy again." Pathetic. "They can talk whatever they want, I don't give a fuck. Noise doesn't change the edge of my blade." Noel moved into footwork drills, forward steps, side pivots, weight transfers, then into forms. Sword unsheathed, he ran through clean-cut patterns, transitions between guards, measured strikes, recovery stances. Not fast, not showy, just sharp and efficient. The muttering slowly faded, but the smirks remained. And above them all, from a raised platform near the armory wall, a pair of calm, sharp eyes watched every movement in silence. Noel moved fluidly across the sparring square. Reverse step. Downward diagonal, guard shift, counter slash, reset. He wasn't fast, he wasn't flashy, but he was deliberate, precise. To the soldiers watching from the edges of the yard, though, precision was the last thing they respected. "Tusk, look at that posture," one sneered. "He's gonna break his own stance before he breaks someone else's. Is he even swinging with strength?" another said. "Those are warm-up hits at best. No pressure in his follow-through. Might as well be waving a stick." "I've seen squires strike harder than that," a third chimed in, crossing his arms. "Bet he's holding back so he doesn't chip a nail." More laughter followed. Noel didn't react, not a glance, not a frown, not a twitch of acknowledgement. He moved into an upward feint, transitioned into a step-through pivot, and closed the form with a clean reversal, still measured, still focused. "Trying to impress someone," one called out louder, "because it's not working." "Might as well go back to polishing silverware," came another, this one barely hiding the disdain. And still Noel said nothing. He resheathed his sword, stepped back into position, and began again from the top. His movements didn't change, his focus didn't waver, and the silence he gave them, it grated more than any insult. Some of the mocking paused not out of respect, but out of discomfort, because they expected arrogance. They expected ego. What they got was discipline. Captain Marin stood at the edge of the training yard, arms crossed behind his back, expression unreadable. He wasn't one to jump to conclusions. In the Thorn estate, power spoke louder than posture, and bloodlines didn't always translate to real talent. He'd seen more than enough brats try to swing a sword like it was a toy. But this, his eyes narrowed, following every motion Noel made. The footing, balanced, grounded, not perfect, but close. The strikes are controlled and intentional, no wasted motion in any of the moves. The form textbook, not the flashiest variant, not the latest technique from the capital, but one of the classical forms. Marin muttered under his breath, "Is this the young master I remember?" He glanced toward the small cluster of soldiers heckling from the sidelines. Their noise was a mosquito's buzz in his ears, now untrained eyes judging from a distance. "That's hours of practice. He has a better foundation than a lot of my soldiers," Marin said quietly to himself. That was the key difference. Most nobles showed off to feel superior. This one was working to get better. The captain tilted his head slightly. His mana sense stretched out, brushing against Noel's presence for a moment. Still a novice core, no doubt about that, but it was sturdy, refined, the kind that had been tempered through actual effort, and more importantly, it was growing. "If he keeps this up, he won't be a background character in this family for long." Marin exhaled slowly. A corner of his mouth twitched upward. Interesting. Noel sheathed his training sword with a soft click and turned toward the group of whispering soldiers near the corner of the yard. His expression was unreadable, but his steps were deliberate and heavy with intent. The laughter died the moment he approached. One of them, the loudest earlier, tried to play it off with a grin. "Good swings, young master." "Didn't think you had it in Y name," Noel interrupted sharply. The man blinked. Darren, sir." Noel pointed at him, then at the other two who had been laughing the loudest. "You three, yard center." Now they glanced at each other unsure. Noel's gaze darkened. "You were loud enough a moment ago. I assume that means you're confident." His voice dropped slightly, cold and level. Or is your mouth stronger than your stance? Darren opened his mouth, closed it, then nodded stiffly. Yes, young master. Noel walked past them, stopping a few paces ahead, then turned on his heel. You're soldiers under House Thorn, which means you serve my family. The words hung like a guillotine in the air. I'm not one of your drinking buddies. I'm not your sparring partner. I'm your superior. And unless your pay grade's changed in the last 5 minutes, you don't talk behind a thorn's back like you're standing above him. He rolled his shoulder once, loosening the muscles, his voice still perfectly calm. You want to laugh at my... Let's see what yours looks like up close. The yard had gone silent. Even the other guards had stopped to watch. Noel gestured to the first man. Darren, you're up. The soldier hesitated for only a second before stepping forward, gripping his practice sword. Across the yard, Captain Marin watched without interfering, and for the first time all morning, he looked genuinely entertained. Noel stood in the center of the yard, his grip loose on the wooden practice sword. The 3 soldiers stood off to the side, casting uneasy glances between him and one another. Captain Marin stepped forward with a slight frown, arms crossed. Young master, he said calmly, I assume you want these to be proper duels, not a brawl. Noel nodded. Correct, I want you as the arbiter. Marin arched an eyebrow. Understood. He turned to the men. Standard sparring rules then. 1-on-1. First to surrender, drop their weapon, or become unable to continue loses. No mana, no enchantments, no artifacts. This is purely sword technique. He shot a pointed look at the soldiers. Anyone cheats, they answer to me. The soldiers swallowed hard. Noel exhaled once and rolled his shoulders. Darren, let's begin. The soldier stepped into the ring, his stance unsure. His hands were too tight on the grip, elbows too wide. Noel's eyes scanned him like a hawk. Marin raised his hand. Begin. Darren took a step forward. And that was it. Noel surged ahead with a single step, bringing his sword down in a brutal diagonal arc. Crack. Darren's weapon flew from his hands, clattering across the yard. The man staggered back, blinking in shock. Noel didn't follow up. He simply stood there, calm, controlled, sword pointed down. Darren clutched his wrist, stunned. What the hell? Marin didn't even flinch. Match over. Gasps and scattered murmurs rippled through the yard. Noel glanced toward the next. You. The second man stepped in a little slower this time. He held his sword up higher, more cautious. Match 2, Marin called. Begin. This time the man didn't charge. He circled. Noel matched him, 1 foot sliding at a time. Then the man lunged a clean horizontal slash aimed for Noel's midsection. Noel ducked under it, rolled his shoulder into a pivot, and cracked the man on the ribs with the blunt edge of his sword. The man groaned and dropped to one knee. Another hit, fast and low, tapped his sword hand cleanly. The man hissed and dropped his weapon. Match over. Noel didn't gloat. He didn't smirk. He turned to the last. The final soldier looked pale, but he stepped forward. Marin nodded again. Last match. Begin. This one had better balance. His stance was solid. He knew how to fight. Noel waited. The clash came fast, swords meeting in a flurry of strikes. This one didn't go down immediately. He blocked well, adjusted fast. But Noel didn't push for speed. He let the fight breeze. He absorbed strikes with minimal movement, rolled with the momentum, let the man tire himself out. Then, when the soldier overextended on a downward strike, clack, Noel spun and knocked the sword from his hands with a backhanded sweep. The man stumbled. Noel stopped a hair's breadth from his throat with the tip of his sword. Silence. Then Marin's voice, calm and final. Match over. Captain Marin remained rooted where he stood, arms folded, his gaze following Noel as the young thorn stepped back from the sparring circle. Not a word, not a boast. Just calm precision and terrifying control. The yard had gone quiet. Even the jeers from earlier had shriveled into stunned silence. The soldiers were all watching now. Marin exhaled through his nose, his thoughts sharper than his expression. 3 duels, 3 wins, not even winded. He looked at the man who had given Noel the best fight, still rubbing his sore wrist, eyes wide in disbelief. The others didn't even lift their heads. He's not flashy, Marin murmured under his breath, but gods, is he efficient. He'd seen it in Noel's footwork, in the weight behind his strikes, and how he read each opponent like a well-worn book. That was an instinct. That was discipline, repetition, relentless training. Who the hell taught him? Noel stood alone now, sword resting over his shoulder, staring off toward the training dummies with a distant expression. He didn't acknowledge the stunned glances, didn't look for approval, didn't need it. That's what unsettled the men, not the victories they'd seen people win fights. But the quiet focus, the razor's edge hidden beneath the polite veneer. Marin scratched his jaw. This one's going to shake things up, whether the Thorn household's ready for it or not. He turned to the rest of the soldiers. Back to drills, he barked. They scattered like mice, but every now and then one of them glanced at Noel, still watching, still unsure of what they'd just witnessed. From the balcony of the Thorn estate's eastern wing, Cale Thorn leaned against the cold marble railing, arms folded, eyes fixed on the courtyard below. The early morning sun glinted off the silver trim of the soldiers' armor as they trained in formation, but Cale wasn't watching them. He was watching him. Noel Thorn stood at the center of the dueling ring, wooden training sword in hand, surrounded by a cluster of winded guards, 3 of whom now sat on the edge of the field, defeated, sweaty, and very, very quiet. The youngest Thorn's navy blue tunic clung slightly to his back from exertion. His movements were sharp, practiced, his footwork precise. Every swing of the blade carried intent. Cale's jaw tightened. "Who the fuck is that?" he muttered. Next to him, Damon Thorn raised an eyebrow, eyes also narrowed on the scene. His raven black hair was combed and tied, robes pristine even at this hour. The slight shimmer around his fingers revealed his mana was active subtly always. "Noel," Damon said simply, voice unreadable. Apparently. Cale scoffed, gripping the edge of the railing tighter. "Bullshit. That's not the same little shit who couldn't hold a blade straight 3 years ago. No, it's not." Below them, Noel turned to face the small cluster of soldiers still standing on the sideline, giving orders in a tone that didn't match the boy they remembered. He stood tall, sharp-eyed, confident, commanding. Damon's eyes flicked to Cale's. "You notice how they listened?" Cale didn't answer. He didn't need to. The answer was yes, and that was the problem. The clang of wooden swords echoed again as Noel took another stance ready for more. Cale's fists were clenched now, knuckles pale against the railing. Damon, in contrast, remained still, hands tucked into the sleeves of his dark ceremonial robes, watching his younger brother move across the dirt ring like a man possessed. "You're unusually quiet," Cale muttered, not taking his eyes off the field. Damon exhaled through his nose. "You saw it too. He wasn't just swinging blindly." Cale didn't respond. His stances were clean, not flashy but grounded. Damon continued, voice calm, analytical. "That last feint and Steph didn't learn that here. Not from the house instructors." Cale finally turned to look at his brother. "So what? He took a few private lessons at the academy." "Big deal." Damon's expression remained unreadable. "It is a big deal. He beat 3 of our guards without breaking a sweat. They're not elite, but they're not weak either." Cale growled. "They're undisciplined and arrogant." "They were," Damon corrected, "until he put them on their asses." The two stood in silence again. Below, Noel finished his final sparring match with a clean disarm, his opponent's wooden blade sent skittering across the dirt. The watching guards clapped out of respect. A few even nodded. Cale's lips curled into a sneer. "He talks to them like he's better than them," he muttered. "He's a thorn," Damon replied flatly. "That's exactly how he should talk to them." Cale looked over sharply, surprised. Damon offered a small shrug. "Doesn't mean I like it, but even I have to admit." "He's changed." Cale stared down again, eyes narrowed to slits. "I don't know what happened to him at that academy," he said coldly, "but I don't trust it. That kind of change, that fast?" Damon didn't argue. He simply watched as Noel grabbed a towel from a nearby stand, wiping the sweat from his brow like it was just another Tuesday. Their brother had returned stronger, smarter, sharper, and that made him dangerous. Cale stormed down the hallway outside the balcony chamber, his boots hitting the polished stone with muted thuds. Damon followed behind him in silence. "He walks around like he's some goddamn prodigy now." Cale spat, barely keeping his voice low. "Like he belongs." Damon folded his arms. "He beat 3 of our guards." Cale whipped around, eyes blazing. "So what? That makes him a warrior now. You think Father will suddenly praise him for showing up and swinging a stick around for a few days?" Damon didn't flinch. "He's doing more than you expected. And Father noticed. Don't think he didn't." Cale scowled, turning away. "That's what pisses me off. Because he's a threat now?" Cale's jaw tensed. "No, because he's supposed to be nothing, an afterthought. The weak little brother who couldn't swing a sword without tripping over his own feet. He was safe like that, harmless, and now he's not." Cale didn't respond. His silence said enough. There was a long pause as both brothers walked in silence, passing the grand halls of the Thorn Estate banners, the statues, the legacy. "You're thinking of the hunt," Damon finally said. Cale stopped walking. "Everyone will be there. Nobles, lords, their heirs, even envoys from the capital." And Damon asked, already knowing where this was going. Cale turned, his face perfectly calm. "It's the perfect opportunity." "To do what exactly?" Cale didn't answer, but the look in his eyes told Damon everything. The water was lukewarm now. Noel ran a hand through his wet hair, sighing as he stepped out of the bathroom into the quiet of his room. He tossed the towel on a chair and glanced at the mirror. Shirtless, messy hair, eyes a little sharper than before. "Damn," he muttered. "I actually look like I know what I'm doing." He pulled on a loose dark shirt, left it unbuttoned halfway, and dropped onto the edge of the bed. His sword rested against the wall, revenant fang. The blade still looked intimidating even just sitting there. He leaned back, stretching, bones cracking as he let out a tired groan. 3 spars, 3 wins. Not bad for a disappointment, huh? A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. The knights had underestimated him, of course they had. That was the plan. It made the look on their faces when he flattened them even better. Still. Something felt off. He sat up again, brow furrowing. Wait, that Captain Marin. He was paying real close attention. That wasn't surprising. What was surprising was the feeling that maybe just maybe authors had seen it too. No way, my brothers don't give a shit what I do. Right, he laughed under his breath. If they were watching, they'd probably be plotting my funeral. Noel stood and walked to the window. The Thorn estate stretched below him, same as always. Manicured gardens, patrolling guards, training grounds still faintly lit in the fading dusk. It all looked normal, but he didn't feel normal. Not anymore. "Not sure what's gonna happen from here on out," he muttered. This isn't the damn story I read anymore. Just gotta keep moving. And hope the main events don't spiral too far off course. His fingers brushed against the cold window frame, the faint light of the moon casting long shadows on the floor. I came back from the dead for a reason. A pause. His eyes narrowed. No, I do know why. He let out a breath, the words slipping out like a bitter truth. That little quest. Noelle awoke to the golden warmth of morning light spilling through the large arched window. A soft breeze slipped past the slightly open pane, rustling the curtains and carrying with it the faint scent of pine and distant smoke from the kitchens. His body still ached a little from the sparring the day before, but it was the thoughts in his head that weighed more than his limbs. The hunt of inheritance, that's what it was called. Not a game, not a seasonal outing. It was a centuries-old tradition that served as both spectacle and proving ground. Each year, one of the great noble houses of valor would host it in a designated territory, and their heirs young and ambitious would be thrown into a controlled wilderness to face magical beasts and each other. A ritual of power, of pride, of blood. In the novel, House Lesteria took the win. Elena shined the brightest. Marcus was the underdog that came close. The Thorn name, it was an afterthought. He remembered that much. But what came after the hunt was vague. Elena returned. Off, not broken, not traumatized, but changed. And now I'm here. A new variable with too much knowledge and not enough guarantees. There's no telling what this version of the hunt will turn into. A sharp knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Young master, came the soft voice of his personal maid from the other side. Lord Thorn expects everyone at breakfast. It's already begun. He swung his legs out of bed, rubbing his face. Yeah, I'm coming. He took a deep breath before heading for the door. Guess it's time to hear the official announcement. The long mahogany table stretched across the length of the high vaulted dining hall, flanked by towering windows that let in the bright morning light. House banners fluttered lightly with the breeze, their sigils embroidered in gold and deep navicolors of House Thorn. Noelle stepped into the room, and as always, the air shifted. At the head of the table sat Lord Albrecht Thorn, posture iron straight, eyes like cut stone. His presence silenced the room more than any shout ever could. Noelle's siblings were already seated. To his left sat Lady Myrtle, composed and graceful, sipping her tea like it was a battlefield tactic. Beside her, Cale the eldest wore a passive smirk, his elbow resting lazily against the chair's ornate edge. Next to Cale was Damon, broader and less elegant, tearing into a loaf of bread like it had personally insulted him. Across from them, Lady Serena laughed softly at something Sylvette whispered in her ear, no doubt some passive-aggressive observation. Beside them sat Livia, perfectly groomed as ever, yet her smile looked thin this morning. Noelle took his seat quietly unacknowledged by most, until the patriarch spoke. This year, Albrecht began, his voice gravel and steel. The responsibility of hosting the hunt of inheritance falls to House Thorn. A stillness dropped over the table like a drawn blade. I expect absolute competence from all of you, he continued. 12 noble families will be attending. Lesteria, de Neveria, Rhiannon, Balecroft. And others less significant. Everyone nodded, except Noelle. He simply waited. His father's eyes swept across the room. This is not some pageantry. This is our chance to display strength. Our family has faded into irrelevance for too long. I expect us to rise from the ashes. Understood. Yes, father, came the murmured chorus. But when Albrecht's eyes settled on Nolkold, assessing the lingered. I heard, he said slowly, that you bested 3 of our soldiers recently. Noelle kept his posture relaxed. I did. You've improved. It wasn't praise, not exactly, but it wasn't disdain either. Your brothers still struggle to beat them, Albrecht added flatly, directing the comment across the table. Cale's smirk twitched. Damon clenched his jaw. Lady Myrtle was quick to intervene. They've both made great strides since then. Their true skill shines in actual combat, not sparring games. Lady Serena nodded politely. Indeed. I'm sure they would fare much better if given the chance now. Perhaps, Albrecht said with a shrug, we'll see soon enough. And just like that, the pressure in the room shifted. Noelle didn't speak. He didn't need to. His silence held weight. The tension still lingered in the air like a storm that hadn't passed. Cale was the first to speak, voice calm but laced with sharpened pride. We'll prove it during the hunt, father, he said, setting down his wine glass with just enough force to make it echo. Damon followed suit, scoffing under his breath. You'll see, they won't be laughing at House Thorn this time. Lord Albrecht didn't reply immediately. He simply leaned back in his seat, fingers steepled under his chin. I've heard similar promises before, he said. What I require now is results. Make sure you don't just talk. Cale's jaw flexed, but he nodded. Damon grunted. Across from them, Livia rolled her eyes with practiced elegance. Speaking of performances, Albrecht continued, shifting his gaze to his eldest daughter, Livia. She straightened instantly, sensing something heavy coming. You will be wed to Veron von Lesteria, eldest heir of House Lesteria. A stunned silence fell across the table. Livia blinked. What? It's already arranged, Lord Thorn said. The engagement will be formalized during the hunt. Consider it another alliance solidified for House Thorn. Her hand trembled slightly over her fork. You didn't even ask what I wanted. Albrecht's gaze cut to her like a blade. Because your desires are irrelevant in this matter. Father, this is not a discussion, Livia. She bit her lip, furious, but said nothing more. Her shoulders tensed and her gaze dropped to her untouched plate. Lady Myrle looked pleased. Lady Serena seemed hesitant to speak, but stayed silent. Sylvette watched with interest, a faint, unreadable smile playing on her lips. Noel observed it all quietly, pushing a piece of bread across his plate without appetite. This family's a fucking opera. And yet, as much as he hated to admit it, this was the world he was born into now. One where choices weren't always yours to make. But his fate at least, he'd pry from their hands with blood if he had to. As the last course was cleared from the table and the maids began collecting the silverware in silence, Noel placed his napkin down and cleared his throat. "May I be excused, father?" he asked, voice even. All heads turned toward him. Cale and Damon sneered subtly. Livia barely looked up. Sylvette blinked with vague amusement. Lord Albrecht studied him for a moment, not disapproving, not exactly approving either. "Fine," he said at last. "Go. Rest if you must. Your performance in the coming days will speak louder than anything you do now." Noel stood, giving a shallow, formal bow. "I understand." Albrecht's voice came again, firmer. "I expect much from you, Noel." Noel paused, I know, but he didn't say it. He just gave a short nod and turned away from the table. As he walked out of the dining hall, the pressure around his shoulders lifted just slightly, but the weight of expectations remained, clinging to his spine like cold iron. "They're expecting fireworks. I'll give them an explosion. Oh, y'all gonna see the new Noel Thorne." The inner courtyard of House Thorne was a hive of motion. Servants rushed between the stables and the loading areas, securing provisions and crates of equipment. Horses were lined up in rows, saddles freshly brushed, manets groomed. Decorative banners bearing the Thorne sigil, a silver wolf's head on a black field, fluttered from the lead carriages. Noel stood to the side, arms crossed, observing it all. His own bags had been packed since the morning. Not by servants, he'd done it himself. Old habit maybe, or just a need to feel in control of something. One of the stable hands approached. "Young Master Thorne, your carriage will be the fourth in line with the other heirs. You'll be riding alongside the young lords Cale and Damon. Fucking wonderful." He gave a curt nod and waved the boy off. From across the courtyard, he could see Cale and Damon mounting their own horses. Both dressed in travel leathers lined with their family's crest. Both laughing at something one of the knights said. Both pretending Noel didn't exist. "Business as usual," he muttered under his breath. Lady Serena walked past him a moment later, speaking with two maids. When she saw Noel, she gave a brief smile, soft but distant. "Be sure to rest when you can, dear. The road to the Beastwood is long." He inclined his head. "Yes, Lady Serena." Lord Albrecht stood by the lead carriage, arms behind his back, inspecting every last strap and latch with silent scrutiny. Even from a distance, Noel could feel the man's presence like a sword hanging over the neck. "I'll prove it, but not for them." The sound of hooves on stone echoed through the Thorne estate as the convoy finally began to move. It was mid-morning, but the sky remained overcast, a dull gray that pressed down on everything like a weight. Carriages rolled out one by one, each escorted by armed guards on horseback. There were over a dozen in total, some filled with supplies, others for nobles, attendants, and personnel. Noel sat inside the fourth carriage, back straight, arms folded across his chest. Across from him, Cale lounged with practiced arrogance, legs stretched out and boots crossed. Damon sat by the window, drumming his fingers against the wood frame. Not a word between them, not since they'd climbed in. And that was fine by Noel. Didn't exactly dream of family bonding time anyway. The carriage creaked as it rocked gently along the forest road. Outside, the scenery passed slowly rolling hills, skeletal trees, distant birds wheeling through the air. Occasionally, they passed small villages or merchant outposts, but none dared interrupt the noble convoy. A servant rode beside them on horseback, periodically relaying orders down the line. From what Noel gathered, they were aiming to make camp near a river outpost by nightfall. Cale yawned theatrically, breaking the silence. "Hope none of you snore. Would ruin the atmosphere of nobility we're all supposed to embody." Noel didn't respond. Damon scoffed. "Don't worry. I'm sure the youngest will curl up like a mutt and sleep outside if we ask nicely." Noel's gaze flicked to him, calm and unreadable. "I'm more useful awake than either of you have ever been asleep." Cale chuckled. "Careful, brother. That tongue of yours might get you in trouble one day. Try me." But Noel said nothing else. Just leaned back and looked out the window again. The trees grew thicker. The road narrowed. And somewhere beyond the horizon, the Beastwood awaited. The convoy had been on the road for hours. The air grew colder as they climbed into higher terrain, the forest thickening on either side. Moss-covered rocks dotted the ground like scattered teeth, and mist began to settle low across the roots of gnarled trees. The path was narrowing, more winding than before, but the carriages pressed on without delay. Noel rested his chin against his knuckles, watching the canopy pass overhead through the small carriage window. It was a strange feeling, leaving the Thorne estate not for school, but for something entirely new, different from the scripted life of the academy. Here the stage was wilder, less predictable. This is where it begins. The next scenario, the beast hunt, and Noel was a new piece on the board. He leaned back. So far, nothing's changed too drastically. No major deviations. Yet. But the thought didn't comfort him. If anything, it made him more wary. Too quiet always meant something was about to break. Up front, the driver called a halt and the convoy slowed. We'll stop here for the midday break. The call echoed from rider to rider. The carriages began to pull into a clearing beside the road, wide enough to set up a temporary rest point. Servants moved efficiently, unpacking food and water, while guards kept their hands near their hilts. Noel stepped out onto the packed dirt, stretching his back with a quiet grunt. Behind him, Cale was already out, fixing his gloves. Damon came last, muttering something under his breath and rubbing his neck. Not far off, the rest of the family's carriages were pulling in. He could see Sylvette stepping out with slow grace, Livia behind her with a noble tilt to her chin, and both of their mothers not far behind. Noel's gaze drifted from them to the tree line. The woods stretched out in every direction, tall, silent, and waiting. Beastwood, let's see what you've got. While most of the others gathered near the supply wagons or sat at makeshift tables prepared by servants, Noel veered off slightly toward the edge of the clearing. He needed space and fresh air. He crouched near a large tree, brushing his fingers against the earth. It was soft recent rain, maybe, and the forest scent was sharp with pine and moss. A few birds chirped somewhere overhead, but otherwise it was quiet, too quiet. He stood, brushing off his hands, and turned just as a familiar voice cut through the clearing. Sneaking off already, little brother. Noel didn't even need to look. That mocking lilt could only belong to Cale. He turned his head slightly, watching both Cale and Damon stroll toward him with matching grins. They kept their distance, but not by much, just enough to make it seem like a casual chat and not what it really was. A test, a flex of dominance. You know, most nobles mingle during family events, Damon added, stretching his arms behind his head. You sitting out here by yourself kind of ruins the image. I'm not here to pose for paintings, Noel said without turning, his tone flat. Let me know when there's something worth doing. Cale chuckled, spoken like a man who thinks too highly of himself. Those little duels back home really inflated your ego, Noel's gaze sharpened, just briefly. You mean the ones where I beat 3 of your men in a row? Damon took a step forward, fists tightening slightly. But Cale held out a hand to stop him, smirking all the while. Relax, it's not time yet. Noel narrowed his eyes. Time for what? But Cale didn't answer. He simply turned, clapping his brother on the back. Come on, we're not wasting energy on him now. Save it for the real event. Noel watched them go, jaw clenched. He knew that tone, that look. Something was coming. And whatever it was, they were planning it together. Still, he didn't follow. He just looked toward the dark tree line again, eyes narrowing. I don't like it. Noel made his way back to the center of the camp, where the supply wagons had been cracked open and servants moved like clockwork. Heavy reinforced crates, barrels of drinking water, sealed weapon containers, everything looked too calculated to be just a hunt. A large strategy table had been set up beneath a beige canopy. Around it, a handful of nobles murmured over floating maps etched with glowing runes. Boundaries flickered on the parchment sectors of the beastwood, clearly marked for each participating house. He didn't step into the conversation, just stood near the edge, letting his eyes sweep across the setup. Then Thorn, he turned. Sylvette was seated on a bench a few paces away, a cup of tea resting between her fingers. Her expression was unreadable, as always delicate, doll-like features masking something sharp beneath. You're not with the others, he asked, casually stepping over and sitting across from her. Listening to Livia whine about being sold off in marriage, I'd rather eat glass. She sipped her tea. This spot's quieter, less exhausting. Noel smirked faintly. Fair. She eyed him over the rim of her cup. You're keeping your distance. Even now, he shrugged. Not exactly invited to the family bonding sessions. Don't mistake their silence for indifference, she said, setting the cup down. They're watching, harder than ever. I've noticed. Just don't get comfortable. This place, she glanced around the camp, it doesn't forgive mistakes. Noel leaned back, studying her. That's supposed to be advice. Sylvette's eyes narrowed slightly. It's supposed to be obvious. A pause. You want a pat on the head or something? He smirked and stood. Appreciate the sisterly warmth. As he turned, her voice came flat, cold. Don't trust anyone, he stopped. Even you, especially me. A gust of wind swept through the trees, rustling canvas and armor alike. Noel walked away without a word. Weird way to say good luck, but I'll take it. The sun dipped low, casting the beastwood in a dark amber hue. Shadows grew longer, stretching like fingers across the moss-covered ground. Noel stood near the edge of the camp, away from the flickering lanterns and the chatter around the fires. He had taken off his coat, leaving him in his dark shirt and undershirt, sleeves rolled up. The sword revenant fang rested across his knees as he sat on a stump, sharpening it in slow, deliberate strokes. The blade didn't really need sharpening. It hummed faintly, as if alive, feeding on tension, danger, expectation. But the motion helped clear his head. Behind him, the camp was alive with soldiers patrolling, servants dousing fires for the night, nobles inside their tents murmuring over strategy or family pride. He could feel eyes on him from time to time, some curious, others less friendly. Let them look. A twig snapped behind him. Noel didn't move, training after hours. It was Marin, the head of the Thorn Guards. The veteran warrior stepped forward, his arms crossed over his chest, gaze sharp and evaluating. Just routine, Noel replied. Helps me think. Marin nodded once, walking around the stump to face him fully. You're different than when you left. Quieter, harder to read. Noel stopped sharpening. Yeah, well, dying once tends to do that to a guy. Marin raised an eyebrow. Is that a joke? Half of one. A short silence stretched between them. The breeze picked up again, rustling the leaves in the tall trees beyond. We'll move to the staging area at dawn, Marin finally said. The other noble houses should arrive by midday. And then 3 days of hunting, Noel finished. I read the rules. Marin watched him for a moment. Then watch your back, especially with your brothers around. Noel met his eyes. I always do. And just like that, the man left, boots crunching quietly over the dirt. Noel exhaled slowly. His gaze lifted toward the darkened sky, where faint stars blinked through cracks in the clouds. Somewhere in those trees, something was waiting, and his gut hadn't stopped twisting since they arrived. The sky was an inky blue now, dotted with stars that peeked through thin veils of cloud. A chill crept through the trees as night fully settled over the temporary thorn camp nestled at the forest's edge. Despite the hour, the area bustled with activity. Servants moved like coordinated ants pitching tents, hammering down enchanted wardstones to mark the perimeter, and hauling crates of supplies off the final wagons. The scent of campfires and old leather filled the air. A few guards patrolled, already some out of duty, others out of sheer nervous energy. The beastwood loomed only a stone's throw away, and while they were still outside the designated hunting grounds, its presence was impossible to ignore. Noel stood at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed, his eyes scanning the construction. He could count at least 15 tents already in place, large, reinforced canvas structures spaced in a half-moon pattern around the central clearing. Each one bore the thorn crest, meant to house members of the main family and select retainers. Behind them, smaller tents sprouted in neat rows. Those would be for guards, servants, and traveling staff. There were easily over 150 people, possibly closer to 200 once the other noble houses arrived. This is a damn military operation, Noel thought, watching as a group of men carried over what looked like magically chilled crates of preserved food. Efficient, though, I'll give them that. Torches floated mid-air, enchanted to maintain their position and glow. A barrier of low-saturation mana shimmered faintly at the edge of the wood's basic protection, but good enough to hold off a curious beast or two. Somewhere near the command tent, Marin barked orders while cross-referencing a long checklist with another officer. Noel inhaled slowly, letting the cold air settle into his lungs. He could still feel the day's training in his arm still aches, tight, muscless, but it was the good kind of exhaustion. The kind that made him feel real. He turned toward the campfire circle, where a few younger servants were trading stories and laughing. He didn't join them. Instead, he moved toward his own tent, larger than most, but still modest compared to the other main family lodgings. He pulled back the flap, stepped inside, and let the canvas fall shut behind him. Tomorrow, he thought, unbuckling his sword. Tomorrow the guests arrive. Let's hope no one's stupid enough to make things interesting early. He extinguished the small lamp inside, lay down fully clothed, and stared at the ceiling of fabric. Tonight the forest watched them. Tomorrow it would test them. The camp buzzed before dawn. Metal clanked. Hooves struck soft earth. Barked orders mingled with the rhythm of ropes being tightened and canvas stretched taut. The Thorns' hunting grounds had become a military camp, overnight disciplined, orderly and humming with anticipation. From his personal tent near the center of the compound, Noel stepped out dressed simply in dark trousers and a tailored gray shirt, the morning breeze tugging gently at the loose ends of his sleeves. Revenant Fang hung comfortably at his side, as always. He sipped a mug of steaming black tea bitter and strong while watching a line of servants brush down the carriages and raise the banners bearing the silver thorns of his house. Looks like everyone's pretending to be competent this morning, he muttered under his breath, watching a servant nearly trip while hoisting a crate. Master Noel, a voice called behind him. It was Serena, his second mother, clad in a long dark robe and flanked by 2 maids. Your father requests the family to assemble before the arrival of the guests. We're to greet them formally. Got it. He set down the cup and began walking toward the front pavilion, where the rest of the Thorn family was already starting to gather. Lord Albrecht stood like a statue at the head of the group, arms crossed behind his back, flanked by Cale, Damon, Livia, and Sylvette. As Noel approached, the patriarch's voice boomed, low and absolute. Today is not a day to shame this house. His eyes swept across his children, hard as ever. You will speak with grace, act with restraint, and present yourselves as heirs to a house worthy of the name Thorn. Cale smirked lazily. Damon rolled his shoulders. Livia said nothing, arms crossed. Sylvette looked off toward the tents, expression unreadable. Noel simply nodded, understood. Lord Albrecht met his eyes for a brief second, then looked away already onto the next task. From the distance, the faint thunder of hooves could be heard. The noble families were arriving. By mid-morning, the tree-lined path leading into the thorn-claimed section of the forest had transformed into a parade route. One by one, carriages adorned with noble crests and fluttering banners rolled into view. Guards clad in polished armor flanked them, and even the horses seemed aware they were carrying royalty. Velvet-lined transports glided over the earth as if the ground itself bent for nobility. Noel stood with the rest of his family beneath a white pavilion trimmed with silver, erected to receive guests with dignity. His arms were crossed, his expression neutral. The others stood straighter, their posture practiced and stiff. The first carriage to arrive bore the insignia of House de Niveria, silver snowflake pierced by a sword. From it stepped Lord Edric de Niveria, tall and rigid, his white blonde hair neatly combed back. He wore a long navy cloak lined with fur, his sharp eyes scanning the Thorn family without visible emotion. Right behind him was Clara, radiant and dressed in a pale blue coat that matched her eyes. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her gaze darted through the line, and Thench saw him. Noel, she broke formation, walking quickly toward him. Noel blinked. Clara, you're okay, she asked, stopping just short of grabbing his arms. I heard you were in the infirmary for days. We didn't get to see you after. After everything, he gave a faint shrug. Still alive. Guess that counts. She frowned. Don't brush it off like that. We were worried. Behind her, Lord Edric cleared his throat. Clara sighed and turned. Right, formal greetings. She gave him a quick wink before retreating to her father's side, regaining her composure. Then came House Lesteria, their crest a silver bow drawn across a star gleamed on the side of a pristine white carriage. Lady Valeria von Lesteria descended first, regal and poised, her long silver blonde hair woven into a braid that gleamed in the sunlight. Then stepping down gracefully came Elena. Dressed in a flowing forest green cloak with silver detailing, she looked every bit the elven noble. Her eyes locked onto Noel the moment she stepped down. She approached calmly, eyes scanning him from head to toe, not with judgment, but quiet concern. I'm glad you recovered, she said softly. There were many rumors. Noel nodded. Nothing too dramatic, just needed time. Still, I'm glad you're all right. He gave her a small nod in return. You too. A subtle smile touched her lips before she returned to her family's side. More houses followed, 12 in total. Each head of household was greeted formally by Lord Albrecht Thorn, who stood like a statue of iron beside the entrance to the main pavilion. The guests were then escorted to the circular meeting hall where the real politics would begin. Noel didn't try to stand out. He knew how these things worked. He was present, polite, and strategically forgettable. His brothers, meanwhile, were all smiles and charming daughters of lesser houses, daemons slapping backs and exchanging smirks with noble sons. Noel watched it all with a detached kind of amusement. Everyone's playing their part. Guess I'll keep playing mine. As the wave of formal greetings began to settle, and the nobles dispersed toward their respective tents or joined the seated gathering beneath the central pavilion, the rigid atmosphere loosened slightly. Noel, now standing to the side beneath a nearby tree, pulled at the collar of his dark overcoat. The sunlight filtering through the canopy above dappled his face with fleeting shadows. He let out a quiet breath, finally enjoying a moment where no one was trying to impress anyone. Then he heard footsteps lighter, quicker, familiar. Noel, he turned. Marcus strode toward him, still dressed in traveling gear, practical brown leather over a dark tunic. He wasn't dressed for ceremony, and he wasn't part of the initial greetings either. Servants rarely were, but the smile on his face was genuine. Damn, it's good to see you. Noel gave a small nod, eyes narrowing faintly. Didn't expect you here so fast. We arrived early, Marcus said, stopping beside him. Lady Clara's family always likes to be punctual. And formal. Way too formal. Tell me about it, Noel muttered under his breath. Marcus chuckled, then his expression shifted, more serious. Hey, they told us what you did. What happened during the attack? The professors, the higher-ups, said your actions helped minimize the damage. Noel shrugged, deflecting. I just did what I had to. Noel looked away, uncomfortable under the sincerity. Wasn't for them. I figured, Marcus said with a half-smile. Doesn't change the fact that it mattered. There was a brief pause between them, just long enough for a breeze to sweep by and ruffle the tree branches above. Then Marcus added, you joining the welcome dinner tonight? Noel shook his head. Probably not. Too much small talk, not enough food. Marcus laughed. Same. I'll sneak out early if I can. The main pavilion, an enormous, richly adorned tent near the center of the camp, had been arranged for the gathering of heads of houses. Velvet banners bearing family crests lined the interior. Long oak tables were set with crystal pitchers, fine glassware, and silver dishes, though for now no food had been served. This was a place for politics first, pleasantries later. Lord Albrecht Thorn stood near the central table, arms crossed behind his back, speaking in measured tones to a silver-haired woman wearing deep emerald robes, Lady Ilvana von Lesteria, matriarch of House Lesteria and Elena's grandmother. Her expression was calm and dignified, though her eyes never stopped analyzing. To their side, Lord Gaius de Niveria, tall and broad with a constant air of calculation, engaged in conversation with a younger noblewoman, Lady Viral of House Marquin, another influential noble house from the eastern provinces. All around them, nobles mingled, exchanged veiled compliments, and assessed one another with practiced smiles. Albrecht's voice remained composed but firm. We hope to uphold the standards expected of a host family. The beastwood is a harsh judge at those unprepared will show their weakness soon enough. Lady Ilvana nodded slowly. And those who survive it will no longer be mere heirs, but proof of legacy. Gaius interjected with a grin, assuming they survive. A dry chuckle passed among a few nearby nobles. Subtle tension crackled under the formality, each family here vying for power, influence, or at least not to fall behind. Further down the table, Cale and Damon Thorne had found their own group of young nobles to charm and compete with, trading boasts of swordsmanship, magical feats, and previous accomplishments. Cale spoke effortlessly, his charm masking the cold ambition behind every word. Damon laughed loudly, talking of broken training dummies and sparring victories. They were building alliances. Noel, meanwhile, was nowhere in sight. A few nobles asked about him after all. The boy had made waves after the attack. Albrecht simply answered with a neutral tone, he'll be ready. No one questioned it. Yet, Noel stood on the outer edge of the noble encampment, arms folded, his expression unreadable. From where he stood, he had a perfect line of sight into the main pavilion. He watched the flow of noble greetings, political maneuvering, and casual arrogance with the same quiet disinterest he'd always held for these kinds of games, same as in the book. Masks, smiles, and everyone pretending not to want each other's throats. Cale and Damon were laughing with a few heirs from smaller house. One of them even tried flexing his bicep like that counted as proof of valor. It made Noel's eye twitch slightly. A soft voice pulled him from his thoughts. Not fond of gatherings, he turned. Elena von Listeria stood just beside him, posture relaxed but regal even in her casual stance. Today she wore a tailored hunting jacket of silver and white, her hair braided neatly down her back, the silver pendant still at her throat. You could say that, Noel replied. Too much talking, she smiled faintly. You haven't changed much. Well, it hasn't passed much time and something like that can't change me. They stood in silence for a moment. From the pavilion, laughter rang out as more guests arrived. Elena tilted her head toward the crowd. I heard you were hospitalized after the attack. We didn't know much else. I'm fine, Noel said simply. Didn't really want visitors, but people were worried, she said softly, not accusing, just honest. Noel's eyes flicked to her briefly, then back to the crowd. I appreciate it, but I prefer to recover quietly. Elena nodded as if she expected that answer. Still, I'm glad you're all right. You did more than most that night. Some of us owe you for that. Noel gave a half shrug, wasn't expecting a thank you, just wanted to make sure fewer people died. A pause, then surprisingly, Elena chuckled. You know, you're not very good at accepting gratitude. I'm not very good at pretending to be something I'm not. She smiled, and this time it reached her eyes. I wish I could do that too. The sun had started its descent by the time Noel made his way back to the Thorn encampment. The once golden light had cooled to amber, casting long shadows across the soft grass and the canvas tents lined like soldiers in formation. Evening torches had already been lit by the servants, the flames flickering in crystal holders designed to keep the wind out. From the distance, laughter and the muted clink of goblets still echoed from the central pavilion, where most nobles remained to prolong their political dances. Noel ignored all of it. He stepped past the sentries guarding the Thorn tent complex, nodded briefly to the one who opened the flap for him, and entered his assigned quarters. There were no frills, no decorations. Just the essentials, a simple desk, a clean bedroll, a stand for his sword, and a wash basin in the corner. He shrugged off his coat and let it fall onto the nearby chair. Revenant Fang slid easily into its rack, the blade still clean, though he wasn't sure how long that would last once the hunt began. Noel sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, elbows on knees, eyes fixed on the tent wall as it billowed gently with the breeze. Tomorrow they'll explain the rules. How long we'll be out there, how the scoring works. All that crap. He ran a hand through his hair, loosening the tight comb he'd forced into place that morning. Doesn't matter, I already know how this ends, at least used to. But now he was the unknown, the variable, the reason why this story didn't follow the script anymore. He lay back on the bed, arms folded behind his head, staring at the ceiling fabric as it shifted gently with the wind. Doesn't matter if the lines are different. I just need to keep reading between them. With that thought, his eyes closed, and the camp outside slowly settled into silence, preparing for the day to come. The midday sun filtered through thin clouds, casting golden light over the grand pavilion set at the center of the camp. The main tent, larger and more luxurious than the rest, had been rearranged to accommodate the gathering of all noble families. Velvet banners bearing each family crest hung from the tall poles that formed the circular structure, and the scent of polished wood and expensive parchment lingered in the air. One by one, the heads of noble houses entered the tent, accompanied by their heirs. Lords, ladies, and future successors took their assigned seats, all arranged according to their family's prestige. Quiet murmurs filled the space, whispers of alliances, rivalries, and expectations. The Thorn family sat close to the front, as tradition demanded from the host family. Lord Albrecht Thorne stood at the center of the room, arms behind his back, dressed in a deep black coat lined with crimson and gold. His gaze swept the room, pausing briefly on each house. The air quieted. Noel stood at his father's right, hands clasped behind his back. He said nothing, his eyes drifting across the sea of heirs seated before them. Familiar faces stood out: Alina von Listeria, calm and proud Clara de Neveria, seated next to her older brother, others he didn't recognize, each evaluating the competition silently. From the sidelines, armed guards stood like statues, observing but not intervening. Lord Albrecht continued, "This event is not simply a competition. It is an assessment of the future. Your performance will speak louder than any noble name you carry. Houses have risen and fallen on less." He paused again. "Tomorrow the hunt begins." The words settled into the crowd like a thunderclap. "Here we go," Noel thought, shoulders tightening slightly. Beside him, Cale leaned back in his seat with a faint smirk. Damon, further down, crossed his arms with a scoff, as if the speech bored him. Across the way, Alina sat with perfect posture, her expression unreadable. But her eyes met Noel's for the briefest of seconds, just long enough for him to wonder what she was thinking. As the air in the pavilion settled, a silver-haired woman stood. Her presence commanded immediate attention: Lady Iriel von Listeria, matriarch of House Listeria. Regal and composed, her voice rang clear and deliberate. Each house may field up to 3 participants. The goal is simple in structure, but demanding in execution. Hunt within the designated perimeter and accumulate points over the course of 7 days. Gasps rippled through some of the younger heirs. She continued, unmoved. "You will be on your own, no external assistance, no supply drops. You must secure your own food, water, and shelter during the duration of the hunt. This is not merely a contest of strength but of endurance and survival." Several heirs glanced nervously at one another. Then, rising from the opposite end of the table, Lord Darius de Neveria added, "Monsters have been carefully selected. All are of the novice core rank, aligned to your current level. However, their internal threat tier varies." He raised 3 fingers. "Common 1 point, rare 3 points, elite 10 points." This time the room went completely silent. "Participants will wear a mana-linked armband," said Lady Myrtle Thorne, her tone icy as ever. "Should your life be in imminent danger, it will activate a shielding spell and extract you from the field." But she allowed the silence to linger. "That also means disqualification. You may strategize as you like. Betrayal, sabotage, do whatever you need to win." That last word landed like a stone. Every heir straightened in their seat. Noel remained still, lips tight in thought. 7 days of chaos. No help. Everyone is competing. Some are waiting to backstab you the second you slip. Sounds like my kind of party. Back in his assigned tent, Noel sat on the edge of a travel cot, gaze fixed on the blade resting across his knees. Revenant fang, polished, silent, ready. Noel's thumb brushed along the edge of the scabbard. "So anything goes, huh? Sabotage, backstabbing, baiting your enemies into elite beast den shell. I'd probably give points for creativity." He let out a low breath, adjusting the strap that held his sheath across his back. The blade would ride at a slight angle, quick draw ready. Just how he liked it. He'd memorized what he could from the maps. The designated hunting zone covered several kilometers of dense forest. Judging by the terrain they'd passed to get here, Noel expected massive trees, uneven ground, and plenty of natural water source if you knew where to look. And he planned to. First thing, go deep. Get far away from everyone else while they're still figuring out how to piss without getting jumped. He stood, testing the balance of the sword on his back. The rules allowed no food. No water, no tools, just one weapon. Noel cracked his neck. "Fine by me. All I need is this blade and a couple of quiet days to stack points while the rest run around like headless chickens." He knelt by the corner of the tent and pulled open a small travel pouch. Inside were some wrapped bandages, flint for fire starting, and a single crystal core meant to recharge mana recovery slowly over time. It was basic survival gear, nothing game breaking, but it would do. There'll be a few water sources. There has to be. No way they drop noble kids into the wild without that, unless they're feeling especially bold this year. A smirk tugged at his mouth. "Damn, I'm actually looking forward to this." He slid his sword into its harness, stepped outside, and looked toward the tree line. The distant wind rustled the leaves. The scent of moss and bark was thick on the air. Somewhere, a beast let out a distant howl. The competition would begin at dawn, and Noel. He planned to vanish before most of them even packed their shit. Under the canvas shade of their family's pavilion, Marcus sat cross-legged on the ground, tightening the straps on his leather bracers. Across from him, Clara de Neveria adjusted the fastenings of her hunting coat, her dark hair tied in a practical braid and her blue eyes focused as she checked her equipment. "Everything ready?" Marcus asked, glancing up. "Almost," Clara replied, tugging at her boots. "Not that it matters if we're not smart about it." Marcus gave a half smile. "So we're doing this together, then?" Clara looked at him like the answer was obvious. "Of course. We've trained together since before the academy. We know each other's tempo." She paused. "We just need one more." Marcus blinked. "One more, Alina. She's the top student in theory and holds her own in practicals. With her, we'd cover every angle." Marcus rubbed the back of his neck. "Not sure she's the team-up type." A few minutes later, the two of them approached Alina von Listeria, who was tightening the grip on her twin short blades. Her posture was elegant but tense-focused. "Hey, Alina," Marcus greeted. "We were wondering." "No," Alina said immediately, not even looking up. Clara raised a brow. "You don't even know what we're asking. You want to form a team. I'm flattered, but I can't." She finally looked at them, her voice even. "I have to come out on top." Marcus frowned. "You don't have to prove anything." "Yes, I do." Alina turned away. "Good luck out there. Just don't get in my way." The conversation left a subtle tension between them as she walked off, heading toward the equipment tent alone. Clara sighed. "I guess it's just us two then." Marcus hesitated. "Not necessarily." He turned his eyes across the camp, where a lone figure stood near the tree line, adjusting a black sword over his shoulder. "Noel, you want him?" Clara asked, arms folded. "He's unpredictable." Marcus grinned faintly. "Exactly. That's what we need." Marcus crossed the clearing with Clara at his side, making his way toward the tree line where Noel stood alone. His black sword, Revenant Fang, rested casually on his back, and his eyes were fixed on the dense woods ahead, calculating, distant. He didn't turn around when they approached. "Noel," Marcus called out. A beat. Then Noel finally glanced over his shoulder. "You two look like you're about to ask something I'll regret hearing." Clara folded her arms. "We want to team up. The rules allow it. With you, we'd have a better shot at dealing with anything unexpected." Noel turned fully now, his expression unreadable. "You want me in your hunting party?" Marcus nodded once. "Yeah, you're fast, sharp, and well, you're not afraid to do what needs to be done." Noel stared at him for a moment, then let out a quiet snort. "Tempting, but I'll pass." Clara frowned. "Why?" "Because I already have a plan," Noel said, voice low and resolute. "And it doesn't involve sticking together with anyone." Marcus blinked. "You're going solo, that's right. I work better alone." He shifted the strap of his sword across his shoulder. "Less noise and fewer surprises, you see." Noel shrugged. "Didn't say I was here to make friends." Marcus exhaled slowly. "Still the same old Noel, huh?" A brief silence followed. "Good luck," Marcus said at last, extending a hand. Noel looked at it, then after a short pause shook it firmly. "You too." Clara gave him a nod that was half irritation, half reluctant respect. As the two turned to walk away, Noel returned his gaze to the tree line. "Solo's the only way I'll stay ahead of this damn story." A long, resounding blast echoed through the forest edge, not from any horn or trumpet but from a tall obelisk-like structure carved with dozens of runes, positioned near the clearing where all the participants stood. Its center pulsed with light as the sound rang out, and in that instant, every participant's bracelet flickered to life. A faint glow surrounded their wrists, followed by a soft chime. The magic embedded within had activated an emergency defense system that would trigger only when the user's life was in critical danger. The fail-safe, their one and only. Dozens of shimmering orbs floated up from another cluster of runes nearby, each engraved with sigils for vision and tracking. Magical drones. One orb zipped toward each participant, hovering a meter behind them. Noel glanced over his shoulder at his assigned drone. "Well, guess privacy's out the window," he muttered under his breath. Across the clearing, students began murmuring. Nervous laughter accompanied with heavy breathing. Some stared at the forest like it was a beast waiting to swallow them whole. From a raised platform, Lord Albrecht Thorn and the other heads of noble houses looked on in silence. Behind them stood the judge's tent, where a massive crystalline wall shimmered into view divided into dozens of frames, each showing a different participant's feed in real time. Noel didn't wait. While others turned to whisper final words to their teammates or hesitated with last-minute strategy debates, he simply lowered his stance and broke into a sprint. He dashed toward the tree line with a clarity that cut through the nerves clouding the others. Branches cracked beneath his boots, and the shade of the forest swallowed him within seconds. The game had begun. The moment Noel crossed the tree line, the sounds of the crowd and the platform fade swallowed by the hush of the forest. Sunlight filtered weakly through the canopy above, casting fractured patterns over the mossy ground. He didn't slow. His movements were fluid, every step calculated, every route dodged, every shift in terrain accounted for. His breathing was steady, controlled. The first to go deep has the best chance at securing a good spot. Less fighting others, which only means more hunting. Most would waste time dealing with common ranked beasts near the edge. Not him. Noel was aiming for the heart of the zone, where the rare and elite monsters would roam freely. Riskier but more rewarding again, less populated. Behind him, his assigned observation orb floated silently, recording everything. Noel casted a sideways glance. "I wonder if they can hear me through that thing. Wouldn't want the judges eavesdropping on my commentary." A faint rustle snapped his attention to the left. He ducked behind a thick tree trunk instantly, hand resting on the hilt of Revenant Fang. His eyes narrowed, senses focused, but it was just a squirrel-like creature darting across a branch. "Too jumpy," he muttered, stepping out again. As he moved, his mind briefly returned to the others: Marcus, Clara, Alina. Most of them would form teams, use tactics, play safe. He didn't blame them, but he didn't trust anyone enough to split kills. And more importantly, he had a plan. "First, we get in deep. Secondly, I need to find water. Then I set a temporary base. And lastly, I start hunting." He hadn't brought much, just his sword, the basic belt pouch with some bandages and fire-starting tools, and the clothes on his back. Weapons were allowed, food or extra gear wasn't. He scanned the woods ahead, dense but navigable, the kind of terrain where monsters could ambush from above or below. Perfect. A sharp grin pulled at the corner of his lips. Let the others play it safe. I came here to win. Back at the central viewing pavilion, tension simmered beneath the elegant folds of noble garments. Inside the large tent reinforced with mana-threaded cloth, the heads of each participating family stood before a massive, levitating projection composed of dozens of smaller scrying panels. Each one displayed a live feed from a participant's observation orb, enchanted to follow their every move. Lord Albrecht Thorne stood with his arms folded, eyes sharp as steel. To his left, Lady Myra watched in silence, her expression unreadable as she tracked the figures on the screens. "That's Alina von Listeria," said a noblewoman from House Listeria, her voice proud but measured. "She's wasting no time. Straight to the ridge paths. Really smart. She's always been efficient," murmured another. "Clara de Neveria and the Marcus boy seem to be sticking together," came a comment from a middle-aged nobleman stroking his beard. "Not surprising. That one's loyal to a fault." Albrecht didn't comment. His gaze flicked across the feeds until it landed on one, a solitary figure cutting swiftly through the brush. "Noel." A murmur rippled as a few nobles noticed the same screen. "That boy's going in alone, bold or foolish." Lord Albrecht's voice cut through the air like a blade. "He has his reasons." A few heads turned toward him. Myrle didn't shift her gaze, but her lips curved just slightly. "It seems young Noel's been full of surprises lately." Albrecht said nothing more. He didn't need to. In truth, he was watching very closely. Not just as a father, but as a man who hadn't expected that son to be the one drawing so many eyes, not after everything. And yet there he was, plunging headfirst into the deepest part of the beastwood, alone. If you fall, Albrecht thought, no one will be there to catch you. But the boy hadn't fallen yet, and judging by his footwork, he didn't plan to. Noel weaved between thick tree trunks and thorny underbrush, his breathing steady despite the constant sprint. Fallen leaves crunched underfoot, and branches tugged at his coat sleeves as the forest gradually thickened, growing darker with each step. The deeper he moved into the beastwood, the more the air changed cooler, heavier, almost charged. This is it, real edge-of-the-map territory. Above him, the orb assigned to monitor his progress floated quietly, glinting faintly between the leaves. He shot it a brief glance, but ignored it afterward. There was no point pretending he wasn't being watched. "I came here to win. There's nothing important that happened here in the novel, so I don't have to plan anything." He slid down a small slope, his boots hitting dirt hard before transitioning into a low crouch. Bushes rustled near, but not from monsters, just wind. For now. A few minutes later, he came upon a break in the dense, growthen open glade with a small, moss-covered boulder in the center. He approached, scanned the area, then knelt down to draw a crude map on a strip of parchment he'd hidden in his sleeve. He marked his current position with a tiny X. "Need water first. Food after. If I'm lucky, I'll find a stream near the cliffs." That's where the tree moss grew thickest on the satellite view during prep. He tapped the parchment with 2 fingers, committing the route to memory, then folded it away. Then stilled, a low, distant growl. His hand moved to the hilt of Revenant Fang on instinct. From the edge of the clearing, a creature crept forward, cannon in shape, but far too large. Matted fur, glowing yellow eyes, and jagged bone-like growths along its spine. Common class, probably, still. First one of the day, Noel exhaled slowly. The beast snarled and lunged. Revenant Fang cleared its sheath in one fluid motion, gleaming black under the canopy's broken light. Noel didn't shout, didn't hesitate, he simply moved. One step forward, low, fast, steel whistled. The wolf's momentum carried it forward, and its body crumpled mid-air, sliding to a halt behind Noel in silence. Noel straightened, flicking blood off the blade. "One down," he muttered. "Let's keep count." The moment the beast's corpse hit the forest floor, a sudden ding echoed in Noel's ears, not out loud, but inside his mind, crisp and unmistakable. A system notification blinked into view before his eyes, sharp and golden against the green canopy. "Canine beast slain, core progress earned. Plus 0.02, current progress. 37.02 novice rank monocore." Noel froze. "What?" he blurted aloud, instinctively looking around to see if someone had heard him. Only trees and that floating orb stared back. He stared at the message again, blinking. "Are you fucking serious? Since when? The system's never done this before." Another window materialized under the first. "Core progression tracking enabled. Source. Combat-based mana absorption. Experience gain varies by target difficulty." He exhaled sharply and muttered, "So after the bloody banquet arc." The system's evolving. His heart pounded, not from fear but from something else. A rush. Excitement. "This changes everything. If I can grow stronger by fighting. By killing," he cut the thought short. "No, let's not dive too deep into that part yet." Still, he couldn't hide the grin creeping up his face. "Only 0.02 though. Stingy bastards," he muttered, sheathing Revenant Fang. "But yeah." The thing dropped in 2 seconds, so maybe that tracks. Probably scales with how dangerous they are. He glanced at the floating orb. Hope you're getting this, system. I'm about to turn this forest into a buffet. A gust of wind shook the leaves above as he moved on. Eventually, he found a small natural alcove between two massive tree roots and a rock outcrop. It wasn't much, but it would do. He dropped to one knee and started clearing debris, stacking a few stones, tying together thick branches with vines to form a low-angled lean-to. It wouldn't keep a real monster out, but it would block the wind and keep him dry if it rained. Noel laid some leaves inside, sat down and leaned back, still grinning faintly. Hunt to grow, real-time progress, no stupid levels, just power. His fingers ran across Revenant Fang's hilt. Let's test how far this little world's willing to let me go. The faint crackle of firewood filled the night air. Beneath the darkened canopy of the forest, Noel sat cross-legged in front of his makeshift lean-to. Shadows danced across the bark, and stone as flickering flames licked at a small chunk of meat skewered on a sharpened stick. It sizzled lightly. Wolf meat, not his first choice, not even in his top 50, but it was food. He bit into it slowly, chewing with a blank stare on his face, eyes reflecting the firelight. The meat was gamey, dry, and barely seasoned with crushed leaves he'd hoped weren't poisonous. Another chime echoed softly in his head, and the familiar golden script appeared before him. Current progress, 37.22 novice rank monocore. That's it, 10 beasts for just 0.2. He sighed, leaning back against the cold stone behind him. Guess I really shouldn't have expected more. The progress was real but slow, slower than he liked. These low-tier beasts barely gave anything, and while they were easy to cut down, it would take hundreds thousands to reach the next threshold. This method won't cut it, not with just common ranked beasts. His eyes drifted toward the glowing orb still floating a short distance above the canopy, recording everything. He knew the nobles were watching, judging. Measuring, and he had no intention of being measured like a farm animal. I need a new plan, he muttered, tossing the stripped bone into the fire. Tomorrow I go deeper, find something stronger, riskier. His gaze sharpened. If I want real power, I'll have to earn it. Blood and teeth. He laid down on a bed of leaves and moss inside the lean-to, arms crossed behind his head. The fire's warmth brushed his feet as the cold wind whispered through the trees outside. Above the forest canopy, the stars blinked faintly, hidden behind the haze. The forest was quiet, not peaceful, never peaceful, but quiet in the way that warned of watching eyes. Elena moved like a shadow beneath the trees, boots barely disturbing the moss as she slipped between gnarled roots and towering trunks. The light filtering through the leaves was pale and fractured, casting dancing patterns across her pale green cloak. Her breathing was calm, focused. She had been walking for nearly an hour, not a single wasted step. Her twin short blades were strapped to her back, silent and balanced. Her senses were tuned to the rhythm of the woods, listening for movement, for breath, for anything that didn't belong. Just like I trained deep in the dark, silent as shadow, always alone. Damn, I sounded like an edgy boy. The other heirs had scattered chaotically when the signal sounded, most of them rushing for quick kills and easy targets. It was the kind of behavior that separated hunters from amateurs, not her. 1 week. That's all they gave us to prove we're worth our names. The trees thickened as she moved deeper into the designated hunting zone. She knelt for a moment near a patch of disturbed earth. Prince Claw's fast creature. Probably nothing worth more than a single point. She stood again, eyes narrowing. Not worth the time. Keep moving. Elena adjusted the straps of her gear, then continued forward with purpose. The woods shifted, subtly air denser now, the leaves darker, older. And that's when she felt it. Not beast, human. She froze mid-step, her hand instinctively moving toward one of her blades. I heard voices, just Ahidmen, from the sound of it. She stepped off the trail, sinking into the underbrush like a ghost. Her breath slowed. Her heartbeat didn't change. The voices were clearer now. She'll come this way eventually, just keep watch. So I'm being hunted now. Her grip on the hilt tightened, but her expression didn't change. She didn't panic, she just waited, and listened. Elena remained motionless behind the thick ferns, her back pressed against a knotted tree trunk, breath steady. The voices grew clearer, 3 of them. All male, young and armed. I'm telling you, she's going this way. We saw her heading northeast. Good. I've had enough of nobles acting like they're better than the rest of us. She's von Listeria, one sneered. About time someone reminded her she's not untouchable. Elena's fingers flexed once over the hilt of her left blade. 3 of them, all walking upright like they own the forest. None of them smart enough to shut up. She waited until their steps passed within 10 meters, then moved. No noise, just motion. She stepped out of the brush in one fluid movement, appearing as if she'd materialized from the trees themselves. Her cloak didn't flutter. Her expression didn't change. The nobles froze. The one in front, a boy from a lesser coastal house with a short spiritually flinched. Well, look at that, he said, recovering quickly. Was wondering when you'd show up. The second, taller, with dark green armor and a crooked nose, rested a hand on his longsword. You're fast, he said, but not fast enough to hunt solo out here. Elena tilted her head slightly. You're wasting your time. We're not here to kill you, the third boy added, a smaller one with a dagger at his hip. Just keep you busy. Can't have you snatching the lead again like last year. So that's it. They're not even after points. They're here to sabotage. Her expression didn't shift, calm still, but inside her mana stirred. You should have stayed on the path, the first one said. Stepping forward, she took a slow breath and whispered. Vinia surged. The ground beneath their feet suddenly bulged. Roots burst from the soil, twisting and snapping toward their legs like snakes. The three boys shouted and stumbled back, two of them already getting tangled. The one with the spear cursed. Damn it, she cast. He raised his weapon too slowly. Alina's hand was already glowing. The roots coiled fast, thick and alive, pulling at legs and ankles with precise force. Two of the nobles were already on the ground, snarling and cursing as the earth itself refused to let them move. Alina didn't wait. Her right hand swept upward, mana swirling around her fingertips as she cast the next spell without hesitation. Terra darts, the air shimmered, and jagged shards of stone burst from the ground like spikes. One dart grazed the shoulder of the spear wielder, slicing through his cloak and drawing blood. Another hit the wrist of the boy with the dagger, sending his weapon clattering into the underbrush. Bitch, one of them yelled, struggling to tear free. You should have kept walking. The tallest boy finally freed a leg and raised his hand to cast something of his own mana glowing unstable around his palm. Alina didn't give him the chance. Her voice was calm but sharp. Sylvan bind. A tree behind them groaned as its branches twisted unnaturally. Two long limbs bent low, snapping forward like whips and slamming into the third noble's side with a thwack. He flew sideways, hitting the dirt with a breathless grunt. The remaining two stopped moving. Their faces were pale not just from fear but recognition. They had underestimated her, and now they were very aware of it. Alina stepped forward, blades still sheathed. I could have ended that fight in 10 seconds, she said flatly. I gave you a chance to walk away. None of them answered. She turned her back to them, stepping over a root and walking deeper into the woods. Behind her, the forest settled agane branches swaying slowly, vines creeping back beneath the soil. Idiots, she didn't look back. She didn't need to. The dense forest around them buzzed with life chirps, rustles, distant roars, but Marcus and Clara moved through it like they'd rehearsed this 100 times. Marcus crouched low behind a moss-covered log, eyes scanning the small clearing ahead. Clara was beside him, one hand extended, brushing gently over the dirt, her mana pulsing through the roots beneath. They're close, she whispered, just beyond the ridge. I count 3 boar-shaped hunchbacks, probably common class. Marcus adjusted the grip on his sword, his voice calm. We go standard flank. You start with the vines I'll handle left and center. Clara smirked. You always take the flashy part. He returned the grin. You always get the kills anyway. She rose slowly, both hands glowing with a soft green aura. Then with a deep breath she chanted, Vinia snare. From beneath the brush ahead, thorn vines erupted, lashing out and wrapping tightly around 2 of the beasts. They squealed, twisted, mutated boars with jagged tusks and bloodshot ice thrashing against the sudden grip of nature. Marcus didn't wait. Mana surged down the length of his blade, sharpening its edge into a razor-thin sheen. He dashed forward, slashing in a horizontal arc that cut across the thick hide of the nearest boar. It dropped with a squeal. The second tried to break free, only to be silenced by Clara's dagger piercing through its skull from a distance, thrown with precision. The third beast, untouched, charged toward them with foaming jaws and wild eyes. Yours, Clara called out. Marcus turned to meet it, but instead of dodging, he raised his sword vertically, focused his mana and roared. A sharp wave of silver mana burst from the blade, slicing clean through the air and hitting the beast mid-charge. It collapsed before it could take another step. They both stood still for a moment, breathing. Then Marcus said, 3 points. Clara nodded, and no wasted energy. Next, they didn't celebrate. They simply moved on, fading back into the trees with quiet steps to halves of one rhythm. Inside the grand pavilion, the atmosphere had shifted from formal to razor-focused. Nobles stood or sat before the magical screens, each scrying panel displaying the perspective of a different participant, some already bloodied, some floundering in the undergrowth, others showing promise. Lady Iriel von Listeria leaned forward, hands clasped in front of her chin as she watched Alina's feed. The girl had already taken down 2 beasts and neutralized 3 other participants without drawing her blades once. She's a prodigy, Iriel murmured. A few nearby nobles nodded silently. Others whispered with envy. At another projection, Marcus and Clara moved with seamless coordination, dodging, flanking landing blows with clinical precision. Those two were raised to complement each other, noted Lord Darius de Neveria, arms crossed, a rare look of satisfaction on his face. And they're not even trying to show off. From across the room, Lady Myrtle Thorne stood with her arms delicately folded, her eyes half-lidded as if disinterested. But her gaze flicked again and again to the screen with the black-cloaked figure moving solo through the deeper regions of the woods. Noel, his orb feed had been silent for nearly an hour, just movement and thin flashes of fire. Lord Albrecht Thorne stood beside her, unmoving. He said nothing. A nobleman from House Fenwell cleared his throat. He's alone, that's bold but foolish. Rare class beasts dwell out there. Noel's orb feed flared again, a flash of heat. A rare class lizard collapsed, twitching, smoke rising from its charred chest. Then the boy appeared in frame scratched, breathing hard but standing. Another one lunged. He spun, sword glowing, and shouted, "Fireball!" The screen rippled with flame. Lady Myrle's brow rose faintly. Albrecht's arms remained crossed, but his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. No words left his mouth. But in that moment, every noble watching understood something. The Thorn Boy wasn't bluffing. The clearing stank of scorched moss and iron-rich blood. Noel exhaled through gritted teeth, his boots skidding back across the dirt as the second rare-class lizard lunged. Nearly 2 meters tall, covered in dark green scales with a serrated tail that cracked like a whippet, was fast. Faster than he liked. The first one lay dead, its chest still smoldering from the last fireball, but this one was smarter. It had circled, waited. Now it struck. Noel barely ducked beneath the swipe of its claws, rolling across the forest floor and rising in one smooth motion. His ribs ached. His coat was torn. His mana was running low. Of course they're smarter in pairs. That would have been too easy. The lizard turned, hissing, golden eyes flaring with primal hunger. Its muscles tensed again. Noel gripped Revenant Fang tighter. "I'm not dying to something that hisses." The lizard sprang forward. Noel met it halfway. He slid under its open jaws, planting one foot, and slashed upward across its side. Scales parted. The beast howled and spun, tail whipping toward his head. He ducked low and shouted, "Fireball." The explosion clipped its torso, blasting it sideways. It staggered to all fours, snarling, smoking. Still moving, damn tough bastard. He shifted stances, raised his hand again, then paused. Not enough mana for another clean spell, so he sprinted. The beast lunged too, both forces colliding. Steel met flesh. Noel rammed his shoulder forward, dug his feet into the ground, and buried Revenant Fang deep between its ribs. It shrieked, unseen, dropped. Noel panted, sweat dripping down his brow, hands still clenched around the hilt as the lizard's final breath escaped. He stumbled back, half collapsing onto a rock, his entire body heaving. A familiar chime rang in his mind. Rare class beast slain plus 0.1 core progress earned, current progress, 37.32 novice rank mana core. Noel chuckled hoarsely. Only .10. Seriously, you cheap system, you hear me? He leaned back against the tree behind him, blood on his coat, fire fading from his palms. "Fine, you want to make me earn it, I'll earn it." The sixth dawn arrived with mist clinging to the trees, casting a pale gray light across the forest. Alina crouched beside a dead beast, its fur still steaming from the heat of her last spell. Her blade dripped with blood and her fingers trembled slightly as she wiped it clean on her sleeve. She didn't stop to rest, didn't dare. She straightened, breath heavy but steady, and checked her mana reserves. Low, too low. Her orb hovered behind her, silent but ever watching. He turned away from the corpse and kept walking. "I have to be first, just like always." Her boots crunched against leaves and broken branches. Her legs ached with every step, her shoulders burned from overuse, and her mind buzzed from lack of rest. But her resolve remained intact. Push forward, just a little more. Another beast of fang bear hybrid appeared near a moss-covered log. Alina didn't hesitate. She dropped into stance, mana already flowing to her fingertips. "Stone shard," she whispered. A spike of rock burst from the ground, piercing the beast's hind leg. It stumbled, dashed in, twin blades slashing once, twice. The creature dropped. Another kill. Her orb pinged softly. Total points, 143. She didn't even look. "I can't let them catch up." The thought lingered as she moved forward, brushing past thick vines and low-hanging branches. Even as her body screamed for rest, one single thought kept her going. "I have to be first." The forest was unnaturally quiet. Cale Thorn and Damon Thorn moved with purpose through a narrow path choked by thick branches and tangled roots. The usual magical orbs that floated near each participant lagged behind them, flickering intermittently, like candle flames caught in wind. Cale glanced over his shoulder at the distorted orb. "Good, the field's interference is holding." Damon pulled back his cloak, revealing a sealed crystal vial wrapped in cloth. Inside, a deep crimson liquid pulsed faintly like it had a heartbeat of its own. "You're sure this is enough?" Cale asked. Damon uncorked it. The air instantly soured around them, the scent sharp and chemical. "Anything that drinks from this lake," he said, grinning, "will lose its damn mind." They stepped onto the rocky edge of a small, isolated lake, the water dark and still, untouched by wind. Without hesitation, Damon tipped the vial forward. The liquid oozed out, thick like oil, and spread across the surface in a thin film. Within seconds, it began to dissolve, vanishing into the water with a faint hiss. The lake bubbled not violently, but unnaturally, like something far beneath had been stirred. Cale watched the reaction with narrowed eyes. The orb still glitched. Damon looked up. "Yeah, the mana distortion around here is stable. The system won't register a thing." Cale gave a slow, satisfied nod. "Then let's move." The brothers turned away from the lake, walking deeper into the forest with confident strides. Behind them, the orb tracking their progress buzzed once more, then went still, frozen midair. And in the center of the lake, below the rippling surface, something stirred. Noel sat on a flat ridge of stone, one knee drawn up, arm resting casually across it as he scanned the treetops below. From this height, the forest stretched like an endless green sea, broken only by mist-wrapped clearings and the occasional glint of an observation orb far in the distance. He was chewing slowly on a strip of cooked meatup, overcooked boar from the night before the sound of hurried footsteps drew his attention. Cale and Damon emerged from the brush, breath controlled, armor lightly scuffed but intact. Noelle didn't move. Cale raised a hand in greeting. "There you are. Took us a while to find you." Noelle's eyes narrowed. "Didn't have to, I was just fine by myself, you see." Damon stepped forward, face grim. "There's trouble. A group of participants got ambushed by something big. It looks like an elite monster, even Higger, maybe adept rank. Really big," added Cale, wiping sweat from his brow for dramatic effect. "You were nearby, barely got away from there. Thought you'd want to help." Noelle stared at them flatly. "What the fuck you two really want? They've got the bands. If they're dying, they'll pop." Damon flinched just slightly. "Yeah, but if it's multiple people and the orbs can fail at once, fuck off," Noelle cut in. Cale tensed. "Look, we don't have time to argue. Are you coming or not?" Noelle stood up slowly, brushing dust from his pants. "What do you think the meaning of fuck off is?" Damon blinked. "What?" Noelle turned his back on them. "Find someone else to manipulate, you little son of bitches." His tone was calm. The wind blew gently through the trees. The two brothers stood in silence for a moment. Cale's jaw twitched. Damon looked frustrated. Then they exchanged a glance. One that said, "Plan B then." Noelle, already walking away, didn't miss it. He reached for the hilt of his sword. "Yeah, I thought so." Noelle's boots struck the dirt hard as he cut a sharp turn around a moss-covered tree, ducking under a low branch and vaulting a fallen trunk. His breath was steady, his footwork controlled, but adrenaline spiked hot through his blood. Behind him, Cale's voice echoed faintly through the trees. "Noelle, wait, just listen." He didn't stop. "Like hell, I'm falling for that." They hadn't chased for long, just enough to force a reaction, enough to isolate him. And that's what bothered him most. They didn't want to win a fight. They wanted him out of position. A quick burst of mana wrapped around his legs as he jumped over a root, reinforcing the landing as he slid behind a thicket of dense bushes. The canopy above trembled with bird flight stirred by movement. Then silence. Noelle crouched low, revenant fang already in his hands, eyes sharp as blades. "Why aren't they following me?" He tilted his head, listening. A squirrel darted through the underbrush nearby. A breeze rustled the leaves, and then it came. A low, guttural vibration beneath his feet, not thunder. He turned. A second later, the roar tore through the trees like an explosion, shaking the ground and silencing the forest in an instant. It wasn't natural. It wasn't even beast-like. It was wrong. Noelle stood slowly, eyes narrowing toward the source. What the fuck was that? They were not joking. He gritted his teeth and sprinted back the way he came toward the sound. Something in his gut twisted. What the hell did they do? The air in the clearing was thick with heat and the stench of blood. Trees were scorched and broken, the earth gouged and blackened from impacts and stray spells. And at the center of it all, it moved a snake the size of a nightmare. 10 meters long, its thick, scaled body coiled like a living avalanche, covered in jagged black plates. Its eyes glowed with a sickly red hue, and from its fangs dripped a steaming, greenish venom that hissed wherever it landed. Noelle crouched behind a fallen log on the edge of the chaos, eyes wide, hand gripping his sword. What the hell is that thing? The beast struck, faster than anything its size had any right to move. One of the nobles tried to cast a defensive spell, but the moment he raised his hand, snap, the snake's tail whipped around and sent him flying, slamming into a tree with a brutal crack. He didn't get up, and no glow, no pulse, no protective band activation. Noelle's blood ran cold. Why didn't it trigger? He looked up instinctively, searching for the glowing orbs that tracked every participant. How is that possible? Nothing. Not a single floating scrying eye in sight. No orbs or interference alerts. What the fuck are the nobles doing? Are they even watching us? Another participant tried to flee, scrambling toward the tree lionly to be intercepted. The serpent lunged and sank its fangs into his leg. He screamed as the venom sizzled through flesh and armor alike. Still nothing. Noelle's grip on Revenant Fang tightened. At the center of the field, Alina stood, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Cuts ran down her arms, her left shoulder bloodied. She held her blades tight, her stance low and solid, despite the exhaustion etched into every line of her face. She's still standing. Against that thing has she gone mad? The snake hissed, then reared back, ready to strike again. And for a single second, Noelle felt the weight of something shift inside him. This wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't part of the hunt. This part wasn't even in the novel. This was a massacre waiting to happen, and no one was coming to stop it unless someone stepped in the fight. Noelle stood there, looking at all that was happening in front of his two emerald eyes. What do I do? Shit, Noelle didn't know how to react to the situation ongoing, and just at that moment, a familiar sounds echoed in his head. System message: new quest. Kill the snake and save the nobles. Reward. Noelle stood beneath the warped shadow of an ancient tree, hand on the hilt of Revenant Fang, jaw clenched. The battlefield was a fucking disaster. Screams echoed through the clearing. One noble flew through the air, slammed against a rock and didn't get back up. The others flailed, casting spells that barely scratched the thing, scrambling like mice with broken legs. No surveillance orbs in the sky. No safety barriers kicking in. No magical artifacts lighting up like they were supposed to, just chaos. What the fuck system, what the actual fuck, Noel thought. He stepped forward, boots pounding against the dirt. One of the nobles nearly crashed into him while fleeing. Noel shoved him aside without looking. Fall back, he barked. No one moved. Of course they didn't. They were nobles. They didn't take orders from the trash of the Thorn family. Not unless it came with a title or a fucking invitation. I said move. He snarled, grabbing one of them by the collar and pushing him toward the trees. Go find the patriarchs and matriarchs. Tell them the failsafes are dead and the orbs are gone. Tell them someone screwed with the system. And if you stop running, I swear I'll gut you myself and leave the rest for the beast. That got them moving. Feet pounded against soil. Broken pride. Noel didn't care. He turned toward the center of the clearing where Alina still stood. Her sword hung low. Blood ran down her arm. She looked like she wanted to stay. Noel walked up to her with that same dead calm he always wore when he was seconds from losing it. You're done, he said, voice flat. Catch your breath. I've got this. Alina frowned. You don't need to. I'm not in the mood for speeches. Go, a beat of hesitation. Then, reluctantly, she turned and limped away. Noel waited until she disappeared into the trees, then exhaled. Right, just me, a cursed snake, no plan and no clue what I'm doing. Again. Just how I fucking like it. The forest swallowed them fast. 5 nobles, 3 bruised, 1 limping, 1 crying without realizing it, traced along the overgrown path, mana flickering weakly around their boots to keep them upright. None of them had trained for this. Not really. They weren't warriors. They were heirs. Heirs with names and houses and reputations. Useless things when you're being hunted by death, scaled and black. Is he insane? One of them gasped between ragged breaths. He stayed behind alone. Another spat to the side. That was Noel Thorn. Figures. Freak never knew his place. He's the failure son, right? The one no one talks about. Yeah, guess he finally snapped. Silence followed. Just the slap of boots against dirt and the ragged thud of panic-filled hearts. They broke through the tree line into the outer perimeter, where shimmering barriers protected the observation camp, a dome of golden light surrounded by highborn tents and floating surveillance screens. A dozen guards stiffened as the group stumbled in, breathless and wild-eyed. Emergency, one of them shouted, voice cracking. One of the main zones is compromised. Orbs are down, protective gears not activating. There's a adept core beast loose. That got attention. Lord Albrecht Thorn stood from his seat near the central table, his cold gray eyes narrowing. The man didn't move often. When he did, the heir noticed. Where? He asked, his voice quiet and final like a death sentence. In the central lake quadrant. There was a group. They were ambushed. Lady Alina von Listeria was there, and who sent the warning, interrupted a voice, sharp and suspicious. The noble swallowed. Noel Thorn, he told us to run and inform you. The name landed like a stone dropped into still water. Lady Myrle, seated beside Albrecht, didn't even bother hiding her smirk, so the ghost of the family speaks. Albrecht said nothing, just turned toward the dome's shimmering edge where the forest trembled under unnatural silence. Mobilize a response team, he said at last. But the rules of the hunt now. The clearing was quiet now. Noel stood at the center, wind brushing past his face like the breath of something watching. Alina was gone. The others were gone. All that remained was him, the trees. And the damn thing slithering just beyond the mist. He exhaled slowly. Alone again, of course. His eyes scanned the field-fallen weapons, broken branches, churned earth. All signs of panic, of failure. Noel crouched, pressing 2 fingers to the dirt, still warm, vibrating faintly. It's circling me now. His grip tightened around the hilt of Revenant Fang. Good, let the fucker come. His heart thudded, not fast or slow, but steady. He wasn't calm. He was wired. His thoughts ran like wildfire. No backup, no terrain advantage. That thing's got speed and weight on me. Durable as hell. Limited range of vision. Heat-seeker behavior. Probably corrupted. Probably not even acting on instinct anymore. He looked up at the canopy. Still no orbs, still alone. And still completely fucked. All right, let's do this. And yet he stayed, because running would have meant dragging more corpses out of this place later. Faces that would haunt him. Names he never bothered to learn. That was the deal. He knew the story now. He was in it, for real. No more side character shit. All right, bastard, he muttered, lifting his sword. Let's see how much mana it takes to cut through a nightmare. A tremor rolled through the soil beneath him. The snake was coming back. The ground pulsed again. Then silence, then. Blur of black surged from the tree line, scales glinting with unnatural sheen, the air behind it splitting with a thunderous snap. Noel didn't hesitate. Mana flooded his limbs like fire in his veins. His body blurred sideways, barely dodging the impact as the serpent's head cratered the spot he'd been standing. Too slow. The tail came next. A horizontal slash. Noel ducked, rolled forward, then sprang toward the beast's side. Revenant Fang flashed, but the blade bounced off its scales with a metallic clang. Figures, he landed in a crouch. No damage, just a scratch on its armor. The snake turned, its eyes locked onto him. He grinned. Well, come on, you oversized belt. It struck again. Fangs wide, dripping something that sizzled when it hit the ground. Noel leapt back, a little too late. Acid splattered his coat, eating through the outer fabric before he tore it off and tossed it aside. His shoulder throbbed, barely a graze, but the pain lit his nerves like fireworks. Perfect. He focused, reading the rhythm. One strike, two feints, a tail sweep, then a bite. It moved in a pattern, almost mechanical. Whoever corrupted this thing gave it just enough intelligence to be annoying. Mana surged against his time, not for speed, but resilience. His skin thickened, muscles braced. He gritted his teeth, then charged straight at it. This time he didn't dodge. He met the attack. The tail snapped toward him like a whip. Noel slid under it and pivoted, twisting his body at the last second to bring Revenant Fang down hard. Clang, sparks flew, the edge cut halfway in before catching bone. The serpent hissed, writhing in fury. Yeah, Noel growled, breath ragged. I felt that too, bastard. The thing lunged and Noel sprinted to the side, eyes darting, mind racing. The corrupted aura it radiated was thick now, choking the clearing. He couldn't beat it head on, but maybe. He didn't have to. Come on, think. You've read the story, you've studied the patterns. You're not strong enough to kill it clean, but maybe you can outplay it. Alina crouched behind a broken tree at the edge of the clearing, one hand pressed tightly against her bleeding arm. She should have kept running. She knew that, but something rooted her there. She had to see. Noel was alone, and the thing he was fighting wasn't just a beast, it was a fucking calamity wrapped in scales and rage. Yet there he stood, not flinching, not hesitating, moving like the chaos was familiar. She'd seen prideful fighters before, showmen and duelists obsessed with form, flair, and legacy. But this wasn't that. This was something else, raw and ugly. He weaved between death with barely enough space to breathe. No elegant stance, no wasted motion, just survival sharpened to a brutal edge. The serpent struck again, and Alina flinched instinctively, but Noel didn't run. He dropped low, planted his feet, and shouted, Ironbrand veins. Mana surged around his body, making his silhouette flare with heat and grit. The next blow landed against his shoulder, but he didn't fall. He used the impact, twisting with it to carve his blade deeper into the creature's side. Sparks flew. The beast hissed and recoiled. That sword. Reacting, Alina's breath caught. She had dismissed Novelrecap, the bastard son of the Thorn Line, the useless one. The quiet shadow in the corner no one took seriously. But the boy out there wasn't useless. He wasn't quiet, he was terrifying. Not because he was strong, but because he moved like someone who had nothing to lose, and that made him dangerous. Noel stumbled for a moment, blood dripping from his lip, his coat half burned away. But he grinned through his teeth and raised his sword again. And for the first time, Alina felt something twist in her chest, not fear, not pity, respect. Noel's breath burned in his chest, his arms ached, his legs felt like stone. The bastard snake wasn't slowing down, not really. Every time he thought he'd scored a real hit, the thing twisted, recoiled, adapted. It was learning. Across the field, its massive body writhed in anger, its wounded flank steaming, one eye narrowed in vicious focus. Noel stood still, blade trembling slightly in his grip, not from fear. From exhaustion, he could feel his mana running low. He didn't have many more spells in him. The hits were adding up, and there wasn't a single clean opening in sight. Shit, this isn't working. I'm stabbing a damn wall and hoping it cracks. The serpent slithered forward, slow now, testing, tasting the air. It's enjoying this. Noel tightened his grip. Every instinct screamed at him to move, to reposition, to try anything, but his body was beginning to ignore commands. Think, you've seen this before. You've read this before, it's not invincible. His eyes narrowed. Revenant Fang pulsed faintly. The sword felt warm in his hand, alive like it was. Waiting, come on, he thought. If you're supposed to be special, now's the time to show it. The snake hissed and lunged. Noel barely managed to dodge, rolled, smashed into a half-burnt tree and coughed blood into the dirt. One more hit like that and I'm done. He stood again, barely, not out of courage, out of habit. His eyes locked on the serpent's, and for a second just one everything felt still, like the world was waiting. Noel wiped the blood from his mouth and laughed. Quiet, bitter. All right then, he muttered. Let's try one more round. The serpent responded with a deep, rumbling hiss that echoed through the trees. Somewhere at the edge of the battlefield, Alina watched, one hand pressed to her chest, and in the fading light of the clearing, Revenant Fang pulsed stronger, as if it had decided something. His vision was starting to blur. Blood trickled down his temple, warm and sticky. His grip on Revenant Fang was weak, slippery with sweat and red. Every breath was a blade in his lungs, and the air reeked of acid, smoke, and his own burnt flesh. Across the clearing, the serpent reared again. It was injured, blind in one eye, covered in cuts and burns, but it wasn't slowing down. If anything, it looked angrier. Noel couldn't even lift his left arm anymore. Fuck me, this isn't working. He stood barely, knees trembling under his weight. The blade in his hand felt like it weighed 100 kilos. His heartbeat pounded louder than the beast's hiss. If I miss one more step, if I trip once, I'm dead. That's it, game over. And then something clicked, a pulse faint. But deep, Revenant Fang hummed. It was like the sword had been asleep until now, but suddenly it came alive in his grip. Then it happened. The world slowed. Not literally, but his mind exploded with clarity. The pain, the chaos, the sounds, all muted, compressed into background static. For the first time since the fight began, Noel saw everything. The angle of the serpent's next strike, the tension in its spine, the weight shift in its coil, the wind pattern, the flicker of ash in the air, everything. Notification whispered through the edge of his awareness. Trait activated Revenant Fang. Clarity under threat. The user gains extreme perceptual focus during life-threatening situations. Time appears to slow as instincts sharpen and precision increases. Noel took a single breath, deep, steady, controlled. All right, you wanted a fight, didn't you? His eyes sharpened. His posture straightened. The pain didn't vanish, but it didn't matter anymore. Every breath was a calculation. Every twitch a decision. The serpent moved fast, but Noel was faster now. He sidestepped a lunge before it even fully began, his eyes locked on the slight hitch in the beast's coil that told him exactly where it was going to strike. Dust flew as the impact crushed the ground beside him, but he was already gone, boots sliding across scorched dirt. He didn't think, he didn't flinch. He simply saw clear, instinctive, precise. Every opening, every shift in weight, every weakness was crystal clear. The creature was strong, but it was predictable, and right now, it was blind on one side. Noel raised his right hand without hesitation, mana coiling at his fingertips. Fireball. The spell burst to life instantly, faster, denser, more stable than ever. He didn't throw it wildly or aim center mass. He pivoted his foot, leaned into the motion, and flicked his wrist just enough to adjust the arc. The fireball soared, cutting through smoke and ashen, hit the serpent directly in its remaining eye. The effect was immediate. A screech tore through the air as the beast reared back in agony, thrashing against the trees, its body convulsing violently. Flames clung to the ruined socket, burning deeper, feeding off the corrupted mana that bled from it. Noel didn't wait for an invitation. He sprinted forward, sword drawn low, mana already building in his legs. The creature was blind, enraged, disoriented. This was the opening. He was going to take it. The world remained silent in his mind, focused, cold, exact. Noel dashed beneath the thrashing serpent, dodging blindly, swinging coils with inches to spare. His senses tracked everything, the pattern of the beast's spasms, the shifting of its weight, the exact second its head would drop again. He ran up a slanted root and launched himself onto its back, gripping a cracked ridge of scale for balance. The serpent twisted violently, but Noel moved with it, almost calm, his knees bending, eyes locked on the back of its skull. He raised Revenant Fang and it pulsed again. This time the blade felt alive. It didn't vibrate with magic, it vibrated with purpose. Noel didn't yell, he didn't breathe. He just drove the sword down with every ounce of weight and mana he had left. The blade struck between two scorched scales right above the spinal joint. There was no resistance. It went through like the serpent had been waiting for it. The creature jerked once, then again. Its body convulsed and then fell still. Dead silence. Noel collapsed beside the cooling corpse, half on his back, half on the blood-soaked dirt. His arms refused to move. His lungs burned. The sword remained buried in flesh, still humming softly like a heart that hadn't realized the body was dead. Then came the voice. Beast slain mutated serpent, adept core, mana core experience, +10 current progress, 47.32 novice rank mana core. Noel stared at the floating text, chest rising and falling slowly. Of course it was adept tier. Why wouldn't it be? He let his head fall back against the ground and closed his eyes for a moment, letting the pain catch up. Next time, I bring a damn team. Elena reached the clearing at a sprint, only slowing when she saw the body. The serpent lay still, collapsed in a twisted coil, blood and smoke rising from its split skull. The air was thick with burnt flesh and magic. Near its head, Noel sat slumped on the ground, his face pale, arms limp, sword still buried in the corpse. She rushed to him. Noel, his eyes fluttered open at her voice, unfocused at first, then sharp again. He let out a ragged breath. You're late, he muttered, voice hoarse but still carrying that same dry edge. You killed it. Alone, she asked, kneeling beside him. Noel gave a weak shrug. It was ugly, don't ask for the details. She started to summon healing mana, but her hands trembled. The flow was unsteady, didn't have the talent for this, not under pressure. He noticed. Stop, he said quietly, just listen for a second. Elena frowned but obeyed. He met her gaze, and though he looked like he was about to pass out, his eyes were steady. Tell them you killed it. The words hit like ice. She blinked. What? She stared at him, shaken. Noel, I can't, you can. And you will. I've seen how much this means to you. You're not like the others. You've worked for everything. This puts you on top, where you belong. I didn't earn it, she said, voice tight. He gave a tired smirk. No one important will ask. I don't care about the glory. I just want to go to sleep and wake up in one piece. Do you really think they'd believe the trash thorn could kill a monster like this? She hesitated. His words were selfish, honest, and heavy all at once. The barrier shimmered as the high nobles crossed into the clearing, flanked by guards in polished armor and mages cloaked in family colors. The silence that followed their arrival was absolute. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Lord Albrecht Thorn led the group, eyes locked on the fallen serpent. His expression didn't change, not even when he spotted Noel slumped beside the corpse. Myrle stood at his side, arms crossed, gaze cold and calculating. The other heads of noble houses Lesteria, de Neveria, and others followed close behind, some whispering among themselves at the sight before them, a mutated serpent dead, and only 2 students present to witness it. Alina rose slowly as the group approached. She brushed the dirt from her uniform, trying to steady her breathing. Her heart pounded in her chest, but her voice didn't tremble when she spoke. "It's over. I killed the beast." The silence broke, several heads turned, a few widened eyes. Whispers spread like ripples through the group. Albrecht's gaze moved from her to the corpse, then to Noel, who hadn't moved since they arrived. "And him?" the old man asked. "He kept it occupied long enough for me to land the final blow," Alina said, choosing each word carefully. "If he hadn't distracted it, I wouldn't have had the chance." There were no cheers, no applause, just quiet acknowledgement. A handful of mages moved to inspect the corpse, casting analysis spells over its remains. One of them looked up. Adept core, he confirmed. Corrupted, possibly artificially enhanced. That got their attention. Even Albrecht's expression shifted slightly. Myro clicked her tongue, and this was allowed to reach the inner zones. "I want the handlers interrogated." Alina stood still, back straight, letting their voices fade into the background. She could still feel the warmth of Noel's blood on her fingers. She had lied, but only because someone else had chosen to disappear. The interior of the command tent was bathed in golden light from the floating orbs, each one now flickering, weakly damaged, unstable, or simply disabled. The central table was wide, made of darkwood, surrounded by nobles standing in rigid silence. Alina stood at the head of it, her uniform torn, stained with dirt and blood, but her posture flawless. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and her voice held firm despite the weight pressing down on her. She paused, letting that hang in the air. Noel Thorne was the first to react. He sent the others away alone and held the beast's attention while I regrouped. By the time I returned, it was already wounded. I managed to finish the fight using a combination of close combat and fire magic. The body confirms the damage pattern. A murmur moved through the room. Lord Albrecht Thorne sat at the far end, his fingers steepled, expression unreadable. He had not looked at Alina once during her report. His gaze remained fixed on the orbs. "The serpent made it into our perimeter," he said slowly. "It was corrupted, enhanced, and left unchecked in a zone where heirs were meant to be protected." A sharp gesture followed. I want every single Thorne operative responsible for perimeter management brought here." Now, 2 guards moved instantly. "This was my hunt," he continued, his voice rising like steel grinding against stone. "I hosted it, under my name, and you let this happen on my soil." Myrle stood at his side, silent, her lips tight, jaw clenched. Her silence said more than any accusation. Alina stayed still, eyes forward. "I don't know how the corruption spread," she added carefully, "but the serpent wasn't acting naturally. It displayed targeted behavior, advanced tracking, and selective aggression. We suspect interference." The orbs around them shifted, flickering again. The damaged ones showed distorted footage, blurred shapes, glitched views, static. "Scrub every record," Albrecht ordered. "All surveillance, all exit and entry logs. I want answers before nightfall." The silence that followed was suffocating. Alina finally allowed herself to exhale just once. A glance to the side showed Noel's form being carried on a stretcher by Academy healers, his sword sheathed and resting against his chest like a silent oath. No one asked him for his version of the story, and that was exactly how he wanted it. The closing ceremony of the hunt should have been a celebration. It wasn't. The great hall beneath the central pavilion was filled with tension instead of applause. Only the quiet murmur of families whispering behind silk masks and polished manners. Everyone present knew the truth. The hunt had nearly ended in tragedy. Too many participants had been pulled from the field unconscious or critically wounded. Among them, Noel Thorne. He wasn't even in the room when the final results were announced. Lena von Listeria, first place, 297 points. A ripple moved through the crowd. Even some of the elders looked up in surprise. It wasn't just a win, it was a record. She stood tall near the front, arms at her sides, her expression unreadable. The announcer continued. Second place, Clara de Neveria, 112 points. Third, Marcus, 109. There was polite clapping, nothing more. Everyone knew they had worked as a pair, splitting their kills, covering each other's backs, staying cautious. Effective, but it diluted their individual scores. The rest of the list blurred together. Nobles in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. A few names that once mattered, now quietly fading into irrelevance. But none of it really mattered, because the winner had slain a corrupted adept-tier serpent. Alone, and that wasn't something anyone could ignore. The following morning, the sky was gray over the pavilion, as if the weather itself shared the mood of the nobles gathered beneath its canopy. The families were seated in formal rows, the heads of each house watching with carefully measured silence as Lord Albrecht Thorne stepped forward. He stood before the assembly without armor, dressed in formal black robes trimmed with silver, a symbol not of mourning, but of accountability. His voice, when it came, was calm and precise. As host of this year's Hunt of Inheritance, I offer my personal apology to the noble houses of valor. What occurred during the 6th day was unacceptable. A breach of safety, a failure of oversight, and a violation of the trust placed in our guardianship. There were no interruptions. The mutated serpent should never have reached the inner zones. The protective systems failed, and the responsibility for that failure falls upon me and my house. Albrecht bowed his head. It wasn't a deep bow, but for a man like him, it was enough to silence even the harshest of critics, at least for the moment. Some nodded in acceptance, others stared without expression. Serena and Myrl, standing just behind him, remained silent with their arms folded and gaze scanning the crowd like a blade waiting to strike. No one asked about the investigation, not out loud. But the question hung in the air: who had allowed a corrupted adept-tier beast into a novice-only competition? The ceremony ended without celebration. There were no closing speeches, no awards, only formal farewells, short exchanges between envoys, and quiet departures. One by one the houses left. None of them traveled together. Noel woke to the dull weight of his own body. The room was dim, the curtains drawn just enough to let in a sliver of pale morning light. His sheets were stiff and clean, the smell of disinfectant clinging to the air. The soft ticking of a clock was the only sound at first until a chair creaked. He turned his head slowly. His father was seated near the window, one leg crossed over the other, hands resting on the armrests like a statue waiting to be acknowledged. There was no attendant, no healer, no comforting presence with water and warm rags, just Lord Albrecht Thorne. Noel's mouth was dry, his throat raw. He tried to sit up. "Don't," Albrecht said, his voice quiet but absolute. Noel froze, muscles aching under the tension. His father didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The silence stretched, heavy and unnatural, until finally Albrecht stood and approached the bed. "You're awake." Noel didn't answer. "You were unconscious for nearly 2 days. The healers didn't think you'd last the night." Still, Noel said nothing. His father studied him, not like a worried parent but like a general assessing a soldier. "I dismissed the staff," Albrecht continued. "I wanted to speak to you directly." The words didn't sound like a gesture of care. They sounded like an interrogation, and Noel knew better than to mistake them for anything else. Noel shifted his weight slowly, adjusting his position against the headboard. His body still felt like it had been chewed and spit back out, but that wasn't what bothered him. It was the silence. Albrecht hadn't spoken since telling him to stay still. He hadn't asked how Noel felt. He hadn't asked what happened. He was just watching. Eventually, Noel spoke. "You dismissed the staff just to sit here and watch me breathe." His father didn't answer. Noel looked away, then back. "You weren't at the infirmary after the banquet. You didn't even show up when I collapsed during mana training in the winter, but now you're here, alone." He let the words hang, testing the air. Albrecht remained still. Noel sighed. "Fine, you're not here for comfort. You're here for information." Still no reaction. "I don't have proof," Noel said slowly, but something was off with Kale and Damon before the serpent showed up. That got the faintest flicker from Albrecht's eyes. "They came to me before the final phase of the hunt." Kale actually smiled, asked how I was enjoying the event. Damon stood next to him, arms crossed, quiet. "They never talk to me unless it's to insult me, and suddenly they're being polite." He frowned, remembering the discomfort in his gut, the unease he'd tried to dismiss. "They weren't interested in me. They were checking something. Maybe trying to confirm where I'd be. I didn't think much of it at the time, but when that corrupted beast hit the zone, it all lined up." Noel met his father's gaze. They knew. The room fell silent again. The only sound was the faint ticking of the antique clock on the far wall. "I see," Albrecht said finally. "I already confirmed it," he added a moment later. "They tampered with the orb network, altered the patrol paths. They redirected the beast toward Yuand. It looks like they gave it something, though we still don't know what." Noel's hands tensed over the sheets. "What happened to them?" "They've been sent to Alarith. 6 months in the military academy there. No title, no staff. They'll return if they survive." Noel nodded once. "Why didn't you just tell me that?" Albrecht turned to the door. "I needed to know if you'd say it, on your own." Albrecht reached the door but paused with his hand resting on the handle. He didn't look back when he spoke. "Did you kill it?" The question landed like a stone dropped into deep water. Noel blinked. His father's tone hadn't changed, but the atmosphere in the room had. The air turned thicker, heavier. A slow pressure began to rise, coiling through the space like invisible smoke. It wasn't mananaut exactly. It was intent, power restrained by will, leaking out like a warning. Noel swallowed. He knew this presence. He'd felt it only a few times in his life, and always at a distance. The kind of weight that bent the knees of seasoned knights, the kind that made nobles forget their names. It was the real Lord Albrecht, and he was waiting. Noel tried to hold his ground, to breathe evenly, but his chest tightened and his fingers dug into the sheets. He didn't know if it was a trap. He didn't know what the right answer was. Maybe there wasn't one, so he chose the one that wouldn't get him crushed. "Yes," he said. The pressure vanished. Albrecht opened the door without another word. "Rest," he said over his shoulder. "You'll return to the academy when you're ready." Then he stepped out, closing the door behind him. Noel stayed frozen in place, only now realizing how hard he'd been gripping the sheets. The door clicked shut. Noel let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His fingers slowly unclenched from the bedsheets, leaving behind faint creases from how hard he'd gripped them. He was alone again. For a moment he just sat there, staring at the door. The air felt lighter now, but not comfortable, just less dangerous. That alone was a relief. After the serpent, the lies, the family Gameshi's body was finally allowed to collapse. He sank into the pillows and tilted his head toward the ceiling. Then, almost out of habit, he muttered the word, status. The familiar chime echoed in his mind, sharp and clear. A glowing blue panel blinked into view above his vision. Mana Core Progress Update, Current Core, Novice. Progress 47.32, New System Reward Available, Claim Reward, Corrupted Beast Slayer plus Save the Nobles, Adept Class Foe defeated under extreme conditions, Reward ready for collection. Noel stared at the numbers, then let out a dry laugh. It came out rough and low, but genuine, not bad. He hadn't even been in the academy for a full month, and now he had this, almost halfway through the novice core. And more importantly, proof he wasn't some background character fumbling through another life. He was starting to matter, but still. He didn't touch the reward prompt. He closed the panel with a flick of thought and leaned back into the mattress. He'd earned 1 week of rest before the academy reopened and he intended to take it. The morning light filtered through the tall windows of his room, brushing over the polished floor and the folded academy uniform waiting on the nearby chair. Noel sat at the edge of his bed, fully dressed but unmoving, staring at his open system window. He had waited 3 days to press the damn button, and now there was nothing left to stall. He exhaled and selected Claim Reward. The light dimmed. A pulse ran through his hand, cold and sharp, then something appeared above his palm. A small ring, matte black with a single emerald set into its surface, hovered in the air. Its presence was silent but heavy, like a secret no one should have remembered. The system responded. Item identified. Name, Ashen Sigil Mark of the Lost. Type, Artifact Ring. Grade, Unawakened. Description, forged in the Forgotten Vaults beneath Thorn Estate, the Ashen Sigil was never worn by any rightful heir. It was not given nor passed down. Status, bound to user Noel Thorn. Trait, Reverse Protocol. When triggered, the sigil rewinds time by 6 seconds, undoing one event or fatal outcome. Cooldown, 30 days. The ring hovered for another moment, then lowered gently into his hand. The metal was warm to the touch, almost like it had a pulse. Noel turned it between his fingers, then let out a low laugh. Hehehe. Another op item. Hehehe. The emerald caught the light as he slipped the ring onto his finger. It settled perfectly, like it had always belonged there. He raised his hand, inspected it, then nodded to himself. It's light, discreet, and looks expensive. No one's going to question why a noble has a ring. He opened the system again and read over the description one more time. His smile widened slightly. I can go back in time. That's crazy. Damn, this is gonna help me a lot from now on. I just need to be careful using it. 30-day cooldown's no joke. He closed the window and leaned back slightly, staring at the ceiling. This world had just handed him a weapon disguised as jewelry, and it had no idea what he planned to do with it. The day moved slowly, just how Noel liked it. He'd eaten, checked his books, sharpened his sword, and still had hours before the carriage arrived. With nothing better to do, he decided to practice something simple, just basic mana weaving, to make sure his control hadn't rotted after being unconscious for days. He stepped into the training room at the back of the estate, a quiet, stone-floored chamber often unused. There were a few shelves lined with magical materials, one of which held an open case of crystallized powder volatile, expensive, and definitely not meant to be left exposed. That's sloppy, he thought, noting the open lid. He rolled his shoulders, flexed his fingers, and began shaping mana between his hands. The core was stable, but the weave flickered for a moment, disrupted by a spike in flow from his left side. Too much energy, too fast. He reacted too late. The ball of mana in his hand sparked, then popped, and a stray arc snapped straight toward the open container of powder. Oh shit. Then everything stopped, not like time slowing down stopped. And in the next breath, he was standing exactly where he had been 6 seconds earlier. His hands were raised. The powder container was still sealed. The mana hadn't been formed yet. A soft glow faded from the emerald on his ring. A message appeared. Ashen Sigil Reverse Protocol activated. Time rewound, 6.1 seconds. Next use available in 30 days. Noel stared at the panel, then slowly lowered his hands. He turned his head, looked at the container, then at the tips of his fingers where the weave had almost gone wrong. Then he looked at the ring. Okay, that's nice. He sat down on the bench, elbows resting on his knees, and let out a sharp exhale through his nose. It wasn't shock, just something close to respect. This thing just erased a fuck-up like it never happened. He looked down at the ring again. The emerald was dim now, almost inert. He chuckled once. Yeah, you and me. We're gonna get along. Noel returned to his room with the same calm pace he used for everything. Outwardly, he looked relaxed. Internally, he was still processing what had happened. The ring had acted without hesitation. No hesitation from him either. That alone was worth thinking about. He closed the door behind him, pulled the chair at his desk, and summoned the system window. This time, he didn't go to his stats. He opened the new tab labeled Artifacts. Bound artifact detected. Name, ashen's sigil mark of the lost heir. Status cooldown 29 days, 23 hours, 48 minutes. Trait reverse protocol. Time was reverted by 6.1 seconds to prevent critical damage. He studied the screen for a while, expression unreadable. Then he leaned back and opened the general log just to check if anything else had changed. A new message blinked at the top of the interface. Act I complete, keep working hard. Noel stared at it. No explanation, no reward, no dramatic fanfare. Just those 4 words, bright and blue. He huffed once under his breath and closed the window, but the words lingered. Not because they were inspiring, but because for the first time the system had acknowledged a chapter closing, and something else beginning, a knock at the door. This time it wasn't a servant who entered, it was the butler, dressed in formal black with a small wooden case held in both hands. He approached the desk and placed it down without comment, then stepped back and waited. Noel raised an eyebrow. No note this time. The man said nothing, simply bowed and left the room. Noel opened the box. Inside, resting on a cushion of dark velvet, was a silver brooch shaped like a coiled serpent wrapped around a vertical sword. The design was old, very old, not the current thorn crest. This one dated back to the days before the family rose to prominence, when they were still considered a wild bloodline from the borderlands. He picked it up carefully. The metal was cold and smooth, perfectly preserved. There was no enchantment, no mana signature, no inscription, just the symbol. Something only someone who studied family history would recognize. He turned it over once, then placed it in the inside pocket of his coat. What the fuck is this for? Well, whatever it is, I am saving it for later. Noel didn't know what it meant yet, but coming from Albrecht, it wasn't given lightly, and it wasn't meant to be worn in public. The academy gates looked the same, but everything else felt cleaner. Noel stepped down from the carriage, hands in his coat pockets, the cold biting softly at his face. Students were already unpacking, talking loudly, dragging luggage toward the dorm buildings. He spotted a few familiar faces, none of them looked his way. Good. As he adjusted the strap on his bag, a loud voice cut through the crowd. Well, well, well. If it isn't the ghost of Class A, the academy gates looked the same, but everything else felt cleaner. Noel stepped down from the carriage, hands in his coat pockets, the cold biting softly at his face. Students were already unpacking, talking loudly, dragging luggage toward the dorm buildings. He spotted a few familiar faces, none of them looked his way. Good. As he adjusted the strap on his bag, a loud voice cut through the crowd. Well, well, well. If it isn't the ghost of the Caesarea. Noel turned just in time to catch Roberto slapping a hand on his shoulder like they hadn't almost died last month. You don't look dead, Noel said. I'm still deciding. They both laughed. The two started walking toward the dorms together, weaving through groups of students while catching up. So Noel asked, you finally made it official with that girl from physical combat class? Roberto gave him a sideways smirk. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Clara said I should stop being a coward and just ask her out, so I did. And she said yes. Apparently she thought I was already her boyfriend for like a month and just didn't want to embarrass me by saying it. Jesus, Noel muttered. You're winning by accident. Damn right I am, Roberto said proudly. She's smart, strong, and she actually laughs at my jokes. I'm locking that down. You say that like you've got competition. Roberto shrugged. In this place, everyone's competition. Noel nodded once, amused. As they reached the main courtyard, he noticed something new. One of the buildings had scaffolding still standing and fresh stonework along the side. What the hell is that? He asked. Oh, right, you missed the update. New dorm arrangements, Roberto said. They did some reforms while we were gone. Better bathrooms, apparently. Also, he paused for effect. They added a Class S. Noel raised an eyebrow. S, yeah. Above A, no one knows exactly what the criteria is, but rumor says it's invite only. Like not even rankings, it's based on something else. Skill, mana compatibility, maybe some political bullshit. Huh, you gonna try to get in? Noel scoffed. If I wanted it, I'd already be there. Roberto gave him a grin. There he is. They kept walking through the main courtyard, the academy alive again with voices, movement, and fresh tension in the air. New buildings stood where old ones had been patched, unfamiliar faces filled the walkways, and the old rumors had already been replaced by newer, louder ones. But despite all the changes, the place still smelled like ambition, desperation. In Mana, some things never changed. The bells rang low across the academy grounds, signaling the official start of the second semester. Students moved like rivers between buildings, uniforms freshly pressed, voices echoing down stone corridors. Professors called names, schedules were handed out, and announcements scrolled across floating displays in the sky. Noel leaned against one of the marble columns at the edge of the courtyard, watching. Second semester. Last one before this first year ends. He glanced up at the sky. Almost a full year since I came to this world. 6 months down already. Everything around him looked the same: walls, trees, uniforms, but nothing felt the same anymore. According to the original novel, 2 major events were left before the year closed. One public, loud, and staged like a performance. The other hidden, deadly. The kind of problem you didn't realize had started until the body count caught up. He sighed through his nose. Main quests being a pain in the ass as usual. He adjusted his coat and rolled his shoulders. Stories changed already, so I can't just sit back and pray it sticks to the script. If I want to keep steering this thing, I'll have to do it from the front. No more hiding. No more passive observation. Marcus hadn't advanced yet, but according to the book, he would right here during this semester. The coming events were what forged him into an adept core wielder. Into the hero the world was supposed to follow, which meant Noel had work to do. He wasn't just trying to match the original protagonist anymore. He needed to surpass him. If he wanted to stop what was coming, he couldn't afford to be equal. He had to be better, stronger, faster, and 2 steps ahead always. Noel glanced down at the ring on his hand, a tool like that didn't belong to a background character. He pushed off the column and stepped into the flow of students. All right then. Curtains up, act I was over. Now the real story could begin. The light of the dying sun poured through stained glass windows, casting warped shapes of crimson and gold across the stone floor. Dust floated like ash in the air, turning slowly in the silence. The chamber was not a cathedral, but it wanted to be. High ceilings, vaulted arches, glass mosaics depicting nothing holy. There were no saints here, only symbols and the silence of something watching. At the center of the room, beneath the full weight of that fractured light, stood Caliph Drozen. His hands were folded behind his back. His silver hair was tied neatly, his black coat pressed, spotless despite the tension clinging to his frame. He didn't speak. Above him, seated on a ring of elevated stone thrones carved into the circular wall, were 6 figures, each wrapped in a dark cloak, each marked with the same sigil burned in red across the face of their hood, a stylized eye split by a claw-shaped curve, the mark of the heirs of the void. No names were spoken in here, no greetings exchanged either. This was judgment. Caliph raised his gaze, his expression calm. He knew why he was here. Behind him, a faint vibration stirred the air. A new presence materialized, a crystal orb, black as obsidian and suspended in midair, began to hum softly. Within it, the faint image of a humanoid figure flickered into existence, featureless, distant, wrapped in layers of shadows and light like writhing smoke. And then it spoke, not with normal words. With weight, bound servant of shattered fate. Speak your sin, the voice echoed like steel grinding against glass. It didn't come from the orb, it came from every surface in the room. Caliph closed his eyes briefly, then bowed his head. I failed, master. The silence dragged on for several long seconds. Caliph stood still at the center of the chamber, the light from the stained glass casting deep reds across his face. Then the voices came one after another, distorted but unmistakably human beneath the interference. So that's it, I failed. You called us here just to say that. You fucked up, you know. Another voice, sharper, more irritated than the one before. You had everything. The Professor Caldis, the pawns, all the setup. And what do we get? Screaming fire, new heroes, and a failed mission. Someone to his left chuckled bitterly. All that preparation and some school kids tripped you up. Pathetic. Caliph kept his posture straight, eyes forward. I misjudged the number of active variables. Some actors acted earlier than expected. There was something we didn't expect. Actors, don't romanticize it. You got outplayed by kids no less. By mere kids, you the big prospect Caliph, the future 7th pillar, failed miserably. We waited years for that alignment, and you blew it because you wanted to handle things directly. Smart move, Caliph. Another voice, bored and slow. How many cycles do we have left before the convergence closes again? 3, maybe 2, closer to 1. And you wasted this one. Caliph exhaled once. I accept the weight of the failure. I don't deny it. From above, the obsidian crystal pulsed again. The shadowed figure inside did not move, but its voice inhuman, cold, and vastrippled through the chamber. Misstep. Is deviation, deviation. Is ruin, ruined. Is contagion, that silenced the others for a moment. Caliph lowered his gaze slightly. I'll fix it. No, you'll try, snapped one of the hooded figures. You don't get trust back that easily, at least not from us. If we let you try again, it's because we're out of time, not because you deserve it. Caliph nodded once. No arrogance in his movements, no excuses either. He knew he fucked up badly. This mission was important. I'll make it right. I already have a plan. The crystal pulsed once more, and the voice returned deeper now, resonating through the stone. Then speak, Caliph of the broken thread. The circle listens. Let this be your final chance. Caliph lifted his chin slightly as the last echoes of the voice faded into the stone. The crystal's glow dimmed, but its presence lingered like a blade held just above the throat. He took a breath, slow, steady, and controlled. I'll enter the academy under a new name, a replacement for the position left vacant by Caldis. Some of the hooded figures shifted in their seats, but none interrupted. The structure is weak now. The administration is scrambling to cover the fallout from the banquet. The director is surrounded by internal politics. It's the perfect time to insert a new actor, and that actor will be me. He stepped forward once, still within the ring's bounds. Once inside, I'll operate from the center. No more wide-reaching plans. This time, we cut them down one by one. If I'm a professor, I will have access to all the installations of the academy, and no one will ever suspect me. He let the words settle before continuing, the ones responsible for the collapse. The ones who disrupted the ritual and shifted the attention of the crowd. I saw them during the award ceremony. He paused, then listed the names like carving them into the chamber walls. Elena von Listeria, Marcus, Clara de Neveria, Selene von Iskandar, and more. He hesitated. Noel Thorne. His name was called during the ceremony too, but he didn't show up. Calith's eyes narrowed slightly, as if replaying the moment. They didn't explain why. No injury had been reported, and there was no record of any formal absence. Was simply gone, as if he'd vanished without warning or reason, leaving behind only silence and unanswered questions. A voice to the left grunted in disapproval, so he was smart enough to stay off stage. That doesn't make him irrelevant, it makes him interesting. Another voice, lower and more cautious, added, check him. Quiet ones are the ones that rot the foundation. You need to check all the variables this time. If you fail again, you will be death. Calith gave a short nod. I will. If he proves significant, he'll be added to the list officially. For now, he is just a background character. The silence returned, but it wasn't peace. It was decision. The obsidian crystal pulsed again, this time more violently. Light twisted inside it like storm clouds folding in on themselves. Then came the voice. One path remains, one thread. Still taut, but threads fray, threads snap. Calith stood still. The flickering red from the stained glass danced across his face, but his eyes didn't shift. He waited for the last words. We grant. Reprieve, a decision that was final and absolute, but bound by hidden conditions. The stone floor beneath him began to glow. A single sigil, intricate, circular, older than the kingdom itself, spread out like ink in water, carving itself into the stone with red light. A hooded figure rose from their seat and descended silently toward him, carrying a small obsidian brand rod in both hands. At its tip, the same crimson symbol that marked their cloaks, a stylized eye split by a clawed crescent. Calith pulled back the left sleeve of his coat and extended his forearm without hesitation. The brand flared to life. There was no sound, no scream, only burning flesh and the sharp scent of mana reacting to old, forbidden magic. The symbol seared itself into his skin, permanent, blackened, alive. Let the mark burn until the task is complete, the voice echoed. Should you fail again, you return not to silence but to erosion. Calith lowered his arm and looked at the wound. The lines pulsed faintly, not with pain but with a kind of cold clarity. I understand, he said. The great doors of the chamber creaked open with a heavy groan, letting in the first breath of cold evening air. Calith stepped through them without looking back. He didn't limp, he didn't flinch, but as soon as the doors closed behind him and the sound of chanting vanished, his expression shifted. The perfect calm fractured into something colder, something bitter. He looked down at the mark on his arm, now hidden beneath his sleeve again, and exhaled through his nose. Bastards. His voice was quiet, but venom laced every syllable. They'll pay for making me kneel in front of those degenerates. He began walking, each step echoing through the corridor like a ticking clock, and him with his cryptic mumbling. Threads fray, threads snap. How about talking like a fucking person for once? He don't even show up physically like the others who he thinks he is. He chuckled to himself, though there was no humor in it. Every time he opens that crystal, it's like someone's casting a poetry curse. Calith paused at a junction where two corridors met, his gaze rising toward a window showing the blood-orange sky above. Then his eyes narrowed. But fine, I'll dance in your hand for now. He touched the edge of the mark beneath his coat, felt the sting still pulsing against his skin. Let's see how long they smile once I start cutting pieces off their board. Oh, you wait for me, stupid kids. You will got engraved in your skull the name of Calith Drozen. And with that, he vanished into the descending night. Noel sat cross-legged on the dorm floor, shirtless, the chill of the stone seeping into his skin. A single window let in the pale light of dawn, casting long shadows across the bed, the desk, and the sword leaning silently against the wall. He wasn't meditating. He was staring at the system window floating in front of him. Core progress, current core, novice. Total accumulated growth, 47.32. He tilted his head slightly, lips curling in a dry, bitter smile. So, 4 months of lectures, drills, mana shaping, and pretending to give a shit, 32%. A pause, then 1 month of stabbing things in the woods like a madman. And boom, 15%. He let out a sharp exhale, not quite a laugh but close. No wonder the old nobles love war. Growth looks a lot better when someone else is dying for it. He closed the window with a flick, letting the numbers disappear from sight but not from thought. Standing up, he cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders, muscle soreness reminding him that progress still had a cost. He glanced at Revenant Fang resting against the corner, the metal dull under the morning light. 47%, he muttered, and still barely a foot off the bottom of the ladder. His eyes narrowed. Fuck, I need more of that. Hunting is way more efficient. The sword remained silent, but something deep in its core listened. He could feel it. Noel sat alone at a back table in the library, a stack of dusty bestiaries and topographic maps spread out before him. Most students were still easing into the semester-making noise, chatting about electives, comparing schedules. He wasn't interested in electives. He flipped a page with precise fingers, skimming through the habitat registry for magical creatures in the surrounding region. His eyes scanned lines of terrain markings, danger zones, and containment perimeters. The place is too monitored. The monster's too weak. We're already cleared out, he muttered under his breath as he ruled out each zone, pen tapping the margin of the map with increasing impatience. Then he found it, a narrow stretch in the lower forest range, labeled in faded ink, Varn's Hollow officially marked as unstable but not sealed off. The description was vague, a collapsed ravine, deep mana activity, possible rank rare creature presence, no formal guard station, no active patrol routes. And most importantly, no tracking or suppression orbs in place. He leaned back slightly and crossed his arms. Varn's Hollow. Sounds like a good place to get eaten. He smirked. Perfect. He jotted down the location on a folded page and slipped it into his pocket, then closed the book, stacked them neatly, and stood. Noel walked past a few students huddled over spell diagrams who didn't even notice him. One of them whispered something about core theory, another about battle simulations. He didn't slow down. You all can keep simulating. I'm done waiting. Noel was walking down the outer hallway of the main building when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Hey, don't pretend you didn't hear me, bastard. He turned halfway, just in time to catch Roberto jogging up beside him with that usual grin plastered on his face. I wasn't pretending, Noel said flatly. I was blatantly ignoring you. Ouch. And here I thought absence makes the heart grow fonder, not when you're the one coming back. Roberto laughed, unbothered, and fell into step next to him. So, how's the genius doing? Fully recovered, or still waking up in cold sweats from all those monster cuddles? Noel didn't answer right away. He scanned the corridor, Ahid students chatting, professors moving between offices, no one paying them much attention. Seems like rumors travel fast, even far from the academy. He sighed. Fine, he said eventually, just getting back into routine. Roberto snorted. Routine? Man, this place changed while you were out. You noticed the new faculty wing. And they're reshuffling dorms against some new room system for higher-ranked students. Noel gave him a non-committal nod, mostly to keep him talking. And get this, Roberto leaned in slightly. They've started monitoring student movement now. Like actual gate checks if you try to leave the inner grounds. Noel's face didn't change, but inside his thoughts froze. Come on, what is this shitty-ass timing? I was planning to go hunting, and now they're monitoring student movement. This has to be a bad joke. The problem wasn't finding monsters to hunt. The problem was getting out of the academy without being seen or worse, logged. He couldn't walk through the front gate, and sneaking through the walls would take more than just a cloak and a quiet step now. Great, I can't even start grinding a few monsters without breaking the damn rules. Roberto glanced at him. You good? Yeah, Noel said, just thinking. You look like you're planning to blow something up. Only if they make me sit through another mana theory lecture. Roberto laughed. Fair. Just let me know in advance. I'll bring snacks. Noel didn't reply, but a faint smirk passed over his face for a second. Then it was gone. That night, while most students were reviewing the week's lecture material or passing notes in study halls, Noel was bent over a large parchment map of Valon's capital district. He had bribed a Class C student with cartography access to get Itwo silver coins, and a vague threat about accidental incineration had done the trick. His dorm door was locked, the curtains drawn. Candles flickered softly as he traced the path with a piece of charcoal. First problem, the academy walls. Ever since the banquet incident, barrier protocols had been reinforced. Orb surveillance rotated every 15 minutes, but there were still dead zones usually during magical resets or when orbs switched tracks between segments. He circled 3 possible breach points. Second problem, the city walls of Valon. That was the real challenge. There were checkpoints at every official gate. Stealth artifacts wouldn't be enough, not with identity runes now layered into the exit wards. So he turned to the underground systems, sewer routes, delivery tunnels, utility corridors used by academy staff and merchant supply chains. The records weren't complete, but the scraps he'd collected over the past few weeks painted a rough picture. Too many eyes watching from above, professors, prefects, probably a few detection spells thrown in for good measure. Moving around up there was just asking to get caught. So yeah, I'll go underground. Less attention, fewer questions. He'd need to move at night and most likely twice once to test the route, once to execute the full escape. Then came the third issue, timing. He couldn't afford to be gone for more than 48 hours without someone noticing. Longer than that and people would start asking questions. His plan had to be efficient. Breach the academy barrier, navigate beneath Valon, reach the outer perimeter. Enter the forest from the east. To hunt to grow stronger, survive to see another day, and keep pushing forward. Because in this world, standing still was just another way of dying. Return unnoticed. A straight line would have taken a day. He expected 3. He marked the final destination, Varn's Hollow, a small scar on the edge of the map, unclaimed territory. There it is. He leaned back, eyes fixed on the charcoal lines he'd drawn. Just to grow stronger, he muttered. A smile-sharp, tired reel crept across his face. Yeah, that checks out. The academy was quiet at night. Not silent, nothing ever truly was, but the kind of quiet that let Noel hear his own breathing as he crouched on the third-level balcony of the library wing, cloaked in a layer of shadow and tension. He waited, then waited some more. The surveillance orb floated across the western quadrant, following its usual curved path before blinking out briefly during its mana cycle reset. 17 seconds of blindness. That's my window. He moved. Climbing the library's outer wall hadn't been the hard part. Neither had disabling the pressure sensor on the final ledge. The hard part was calculating the jump from this roof to the slope just beneath the edge of the academy's outer perimeter wall. He wasn't strong enough to leap it raw, but Mana shifting his weight and channeling force through his legs with control, that he could do. Who the hell would expect someone to leave by going over the top, he muttered, tightening his gloves. Noel ran 3 steps and jumped. The landing was clean. A slide across the curved stone slope, a hard grip on the outer ledge, and a pull upward. Now he was crouched on the outer perimeter wall, directly beneath a decorative crest that cast a long shadow at night. From up here he could see everything. The central spires, the glow of mana lights. Even the upper dorms where Class A students slept, unaware that one of them was halfway to committing an expellable offense. He dropped silently to the grass outside the wall and moved into the tree line. Phase 1 complete. The trees swallowed him quickly. Noel moved without hesitation, cutting through brush and stone until he reached the edge of the outer service district, an abandoned zone of cracked buildings and forgotten ward pillars, just beyond the academy's outer reach. He crouched behind a ruined wall and uncovered the rusted grate beneath it, half hidden under dirt and roots, the entrance to the tunnels. He didn't open it immediately. Instead, he sat down, drew the chalkboard from his coat, and began to sketch the paths he'd studied for days, distances, turnings, time estimates. After 10 minutes, he stood and slipped inside the grate. Noel wasn't escaping tonight. Tonight he was memorizing. The tunnel yawned around him, dark and wet and filled with silence. He moved slowly but confidently, tracing the exact route he'd planned, through the industrial sector's drainage lines, past the collapsed junctions, and around the old security grids buried beneath the second-tier noble quarter. Each segment, each corner, he counted his steps. He stopped occasionally to place faint mana tags on key points just enough to help retrace his path if something went wrong. After 2 hours, he emerged quietly through the other end, climbed a half-buried maintenance shaft, and noted the opening hidden behind an old warehouse. He marked it, then went back. By the time he returned to the academy perimeter wall, the sky was midnight black. He climbed silently, vaulted the same section of roof he had before, and landed inside the school grounds without making a sound. 10 minutes later, he was back in his room, shirtless again, damp with sweat, and staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow night, he closed his eyes. The real training would start soon. The lecture hall was warm. Noel sat near the back, head propped on one hand, eyes half-lidded as Professor Larius droned on about defensive mana structures in post-casting delay. The man's voice was steady, clear, and hopelessly monotonous. The candlelight from the side wall flickered just enough to blur the words on the board. It was enough. Noel blinked slowly once. Then again. And the next thing he knew, his head dipped forward. Thunk. A spark of mana exploded on the edge of his desk. He jolted up instinctively just in time to see a chalk shard fizzling into ash near his hand. A few students turned to glance at him. One or two snickered under their breath. Professor Larius didn't stop talking, but he raised an eyebrow in Noel's direction as he gestured lazily with his hand. Try not to die of boredom, Mr. Thorne. Noel straightened his back, feigning alertness. Yes, sir, his voice was calm, neutral. Inside, though, he was screaming, falling asleep in theory. Nice, this is going well. He scribbled a meaningless line on his notes just to look busy, then went back to pretending he cared about shielding techniques. Tonight, he'd be dodging claws and ripping flesh, but for now he was trapped under chalk and candlelight. Later that day, the class transitioned into a practical lesson-advanced spell weaving, previously handled by the late Caldis. Now it belonged to Professor Larius. He looked too polished, hair neat, movements clean, robes perfectly pressed, no crest. His icy blue and just wrong felt more like surveillance crystals than anything human. Noel clocked the man's presence the moment he entered. They are fast looking for replacements. He walked like nothing was off, face blank. Inside, his mind was already tearing through possibilities. The students were assigned individual dummies to practice enhanced mana constructs. It was busywork dressed as refinement. Roberto stepped up beside him, fixing the bracer on his wrist. You good man. You look like shit. Noel didn't glance at him. Seriously, though, Roberto muttered, voice low. You look worse than when you got poisoned during physical conditioning. That was different. At least then I didn't have to listen to mana theory while dying. Roberto chuckled. Well, if you drop dead here, I'm not dragging your body anywhere. You drop it halfway through the hall and pretend you never saw me. Damn right I would. Noel extended his bracer and cast a simple mana stream toward the dummy. It collapsed midway, Mana twisted, misaligned, and sparked into useless light. Neat. Can't even hold a basic channel now. From across the hall, Larius turned ever so slightly, watching with an unreadable expression. Roberto leaned in. Hey. Seriously, you okay? I'm peachy, Noel replied, running on spite, coffee, and 3 hours of disappointment. Living the dream. Roberto blinked. That was poetic. I try. The session ended 20 minutes later, with most students cleaning up their conductors and stretching out sore hands. Professor Larius stood near the center of the room, offering occasional feedback as students approached him for comments or questions. His tone was even, his words clear-polished, professional, but Noel noticed something. Larius smiled a little more when it was Marcus, when it was Alina, when it was Clara. Even Garen, after detonating his dummy with raw force, got a nod and a dry joke. Noel, nothing, not even a glance. He sat on the bench near the corner, adjusting the bracer on his wrist and watching them all with half-lidded eyes. Right, play nice with the shiny ones. He didn't feel overlooked. He preferred it that way. Noel locked the door behind him and walked straight to the corner where he kept his gear. He didn't need much, just enough to kill something and make it back before sunrise. He laid the basics on the Bedone small bag, a rolled cloak, field knife, a pair of short mana-dampening gloves, 2 minor restoratives. No food, no shelter gear. He wasn't staying out, in and out, fast. He checked the straps on his boots, reinforced the padding under his coat, and slipped the folded map into his inner pocket. He had every turn memorized. He couldn't afford to miss class. Not now. Not when eyes were already starting to drift toward him again. If he was late, someone would notice. If he looked too clean, someone would ask. If he looked too hurt, someone would talk. He reached for Revenant Fang, the hilt cool under his palm, and gave it one slow turn in his hand before sliding it across his back. He checked the clock on the wall. 4 hours until dawn. 10 kill, maybe 20. Then back before anyone knows I was gone. He threw on his cloak and slipped out the window without a sound. The academy grounds were silent, wrapped in a deep, polished kind of quiet kind meant to feel safe. Noel moved like a shadow through the garden rows, across the empty courtyard, and up the outer wall of the library. He climbed efficiently, hands finding the grooves in stone like he'd done it a dozen times. He didn't stop to admire the view. He vaulted the last section of roof, crossed the slope at a crouch, and reached the crest of the outer wall in seconds. Above him, only stars. Below him, open city veiled in haze and lamplight. He jumped, landed clean, then disappeared into the woods behind the academy's perimeter like he was part of them. No alarms, no footsteps, just fading warmth on cold stone. The tunnels beneath Valon no longer felt like a maze. Noel moved through them with the calm precision of someone who had already walked the route in his head 100 times. He passed junctions, turned corners, ducked under collapsed beams, and slid beneath a broken sewer grate without missing a beat. No interruptions, no voices, just the soft sound of his boots over stone and the hum of mana pulsed silence. It took him 40 minutes to reach the far Exita rusted maintenance shaft, wedged behind an abandoned warehouse near the city's outer ring. He pushed the hatch open and emerged into the night. No moon, just stars and the faint breath of wind through trees that didn't belong to any groomed district of the capital. He walked another 20 minutes through undergrowth and forgotten forest paths, his pace steady, careful, quiet. Then he saw it, Varn's Hollow. Not a gorge, as the name suggested, but a jagged expanse of mountainous rock and fractured terrain, half covered in mist. Spikes of dark stone jutted upward like the ribs of something ancient and long buried. The air felt different, hair thicker, like something was pressing against the back of his teeth. He crouched behind a sharp ridge and scanned the area below. A few broken trees, scratch marks on stone, and mana in the air, feral, raw, exactly what he needed. Let's get started. The trees thinned into broken rock and dead air. Noel stepped over a tangle of twisted roots and followed the slope downward, boots silent on dry earth. The forest behind him had already gone quiet, like it wanted nothing to do with what waited ahead. Varn's Hollow. It wasn't a valley. It was a wound in the land-egged cliffs, sharp outcrops, fractured boulders rising like broken teeth. Steam hissed from small fissures, and mana in the air pulsed raw and uneven, as if something had torn through it and never sealed the cut. He crouched behind a ridge of slate-black stone, eyes scanning the field below. Rotten trees, claw marks on the rocks, a carcass something that used to be a deer, now split down the middle, limbs bent the wrong way, no signs of feeding, just destruction. He opened his palm, summoned a thin thread of mana, and sent it forward searching. The feedback came fast, a blur of corrupted presence circling the area. More than one. Then one moved closer. It crept into view from behind a slanted boulder, a hollow stalker, quadrupedal and emaciated, with a stretched humanoid torso fused into its back like it had once tried to stand upright but failed. Its mouth was misaligned, filled with irregular fangs. 6 eyes blinked at different speeds. Noel didn't flinch. He stood slowly, cloak low, mana gathering at his fingertips. Let's see what you're made of. The hollow stalker twitched. Its body shifted with sharp, insect-like spasms, ribs visibly expanding beneath torn flesh. One of its front claws scraped against stone as it dragged itself forward, twitching like a broken marionette. The twisted humanoid torso on its back hung limply, mouth stuck in a silent scream. Noel didn't hesitate. He raised his left hand and summoned mana, letting it pool and condense into a single dense orb. Fireball. The flame materialized instant lino flare, no heat burst, just compact, pressurized destruction glowing between his fingers. The hollow stalker shrieked as it lunged, far faster than its broken body had any right to move. Noel took half a step back and launched the fireball directly at its face. Impact. The orb exploded against its skull, setting part of its head ablaze. Bone cracked, muscle charred, smoke rose, but the damn thing didn't stop. It shrieked louder and lunged again, this time wild and close. Noel ducked low, sliding to the side as one claw grazed his shoulder and tore through the fabric of his cloak. Too shallow, need to cripple it. As he moved, he extended his right hand and traced a sharp rune into the dirt beneath his boots. Mana surged cold and precise. Ice spike. A jagged spear of ice erupted from the ground and pierced the stalker's front leg, impaling it at the joint. The creature buckled, shrieking in pain, pinned to the rock. Noel didn't give it a chance to recover. He drew Revenant Fang in one clean motion and moved in close. No battle cry, no hesitation. He brought the sword down in a brutal diagonal, arc-cutting through neck, sinew, and bone until it jammed halfway through the spine. With a grunt, he planted his foot on the shoulder and ripped the blade free. The hollow stalker twitched once, then went still. Steam hissed from the severed wound. Noel stood over it, breathing slow, heart steady. The system chimed softly in his vision. Core progress, plus 0.04. He dismissed the notification without a second thought. One felt decent. He wiped the blade against the creature's ruined hide and turned back toward the shadows beyond. There would be more, there always were. The second beast came faster than the first. Noel didn't see either, heard it, claws scraping stone, a wet screech, then a blur of movement from his left. He pivoted, mana already pulsing through his arm. Flame arc. A horizontal wave of fire burst from his palm in a clean sweep, scorching the cliffside and blasting the creature sideways mid-leap. It rolled across the rocks, hissing, before scrambling upright tone of its limbs now burned down to bone. It was a Devorolite, insected in shape but twice the size of a man, its segmented carapace pulsing with dull purple light. Its thorax was cracked open like a lantern, leaking smoke and mana residue. Noel didn't wait. He sprinted forward. Mana surged in his fingers again. Ice spike. A second spear of ice erupted beneath the creature as it regained balance, impelling it from below and freezing its core mid-shriek. He didn't even slow down. Another one came from above, a smaller, four-legged crawler with a bone-plated torso and no visible head. Noel raised his left hand. Frost wall. A wide slab of ice materialized between him and the creature, forcing it to land hard and rebound mid-strike. It stumbled, dazed. Fireball. Point blank, the explosion took its legs clean off. He stepped past the smoking corpse, boots crunching on gravel and blood, and scanned for more. Frost to bind. Fire to break. Repeat until extinction. It wasn't elegant, it wasn't balanced, but it worked. And he was getting faster. Core progress, plus 0.11. 10 minutes later, he was 3 monsters deeper and had learned 3 more things. Fireball worked best mid-motion. Frost wall was unreliable on sloped terrain. Flame arc could interrupt channeling attacks. But only once. His cloak was scorched at the edge. His sword arm burned from repeated spell cycling. His breath was steady, and he was still moving. The fourth wave didn't come from the ground, it dropped from above. Noel barely rolled aside in time as a massive weight crashed where he'd been standing a heartbeat ago, shattering stone and throwing up dust. The creature that rose from the impact was unlike the others. Spined howler. Its body was semi-humanoid, with limbs elongated into brutal arcs. Its skin was dark gray, segmented and covered in hooked bone spines that clicked softly with every breath. Its head was low and hunched, a gaping maw hidden beneath a helmet of raw horn. 4 glowing lines pulsed across its chest, like mana veins exposed and twitching. It didn't charge. It walked slow, deliberate, each step spreading pressure through the ground. Noel raised both hands. No time to overthink. Frost wall. The barrier snapped into place ahead of him, but the howler didn't stop. It slammed through the ice in a single shoulder charge, shattering it like brittle glass and sending chunks flying past Noel's face. A shard tore across his thigh. The pain was white-hot and sudden. His leg faltered. He gritted his teeth. Didn't scream. Ice spike. The spear burst from the ground, but the howler twisted mid-stride, letting the spike graze its flank rather than impale it. It was learning. You're smarter than the others. It lunged. Noel ducked the first claw and countered with a slash from Revenant Fang, metal meeting spine with a sharp clang. The blade cut but didn't bite deep. The creature twisted and drove its elbow into his ribs. He stumbled back, coughing, barely managing to throw his hand forward. Flame arc. The blast scorched the creature's chest, mana veins erupting in steam and blood, slowing it down for a breath. That was all he needed. Fireball. Ice spike. He layered both spells one after the other. Explosion to stagger, ice to finish. The creature collapsed in a twitching heap, half frozen and smoking. Noel stood over it, panting, one hand pressed to the bleeding cut on his thigh. Core progress, plus 0.21, he spat to the side and limped back to a defensible rock outcropping. He gritted his teeth, wiping sweat from his brow as he settled behind the outcropping, smart enough to read its rhythm, strong enough to take the hit. Fast enough to end it. Good. He downed a restorative potion in silence, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stood again. Time blurred. Noel kept moving, no hesitation, no second guessing, no words. He moved from shadow to kill, from kill to motion like a pendulum sharpened to a point. There was no hesitation, no strategy beyond what instinct refined by pain had already mapped. One creature after another. A glass maw with a translucent skull decapitated with a frozen spike through the jaw. A vein crawler that latched onto his arm ripped free and roasted alive with a close-range fireball. 3 marrow beasts came as a group, fused by rot and bound at the limbs. Noel led them between sharp rock pillars and collapsed one with a flame arc, then used frost wall to split the others, isolating them long enough to finish the job. Blood dried on his gloves. Sweat soaked his collar. His magic was growing ragged, but his body knew the movements now. His mana aligned with his violence. His mind had gone quiet. No thoughts, only control. The last kill was Messian overgrown hollow stalker that refused to die even after losing half its limbs. Noel ended it by pinning it with an ice spike, then walking up and driving Revenant Fang into its spine until it stopped twitching. No flourish, no sound, just wait. The system finally blinked into his vision. Core progress plus 1.98 total, 49.3 novice core. He stood still for a moment, chest rising and falling with quiet precision, then turned back toward the treeline without a word. He didn't run, just walked. The hollow behind him quieted, and the night began to die. The horizon had just begun to crack with pale light when Noel reached the edge of the city tunnels. His cloak was torn at the shoulder. His gloves were stained dark. His body hurt in too many places to count, but none of it showed on his face. He moved with the same calm step he'd left with, crossed the final shaft, closed the hidden grate behind him. Not a single soul had seen him come or go. He scaled the academy's outer wall again under the last shadows of night, climbed down the roof of the library, and landed silent between hedges that hadn't rustled once. He reached his dorm at 0521, locked the door, dropped the cloak, dropped the gear. Didn't bother with a bath. He wiped the worst of the blood from his hands, swallowed the last quarter of a potion, and collapsed into bed. No alarms. He closed his eyes. 2 hours. That's all he needed. Not rest. Just enough time to let the body trick itself into surviving another day. By the 7th day, the fatigue stopped hiding. Noel sat in his usual spot near the back of the lecture hall, elbows resting on the desk, shoulders just a bit too low. The air in the room was stale with early morning heat, mana residue, and the muffled rustle of pages turning. His eyes stayed open, but only just. The lecturer spell layering in dual element constructs should have been familiar by now. Easy, even. But the moment he tried to copy the sigil diagram on his parchment, his fingers faltered. The line veered slightly. His hand paused mid-stroke. He blinked. His focus returned a second too late. On the board, Professor Deemer raised an eyebrow and glanced in his direction but didn't say anything. Noel adjusted his posture, rewrote the line cleanly, and pretended nothing had happened. A few seats away, someone coughed. From across the hall, a pair of cool gray eyes never left him. Lady Elira von Estermont sat upright, posture perfect, her black braid resting neatly over one shoulder, uniform crisp with silver trim and the red crest of the student council. She didn't frown, didn't tilt her head, she just watched. Elira closed her notebook with quiet precision. Class ended without incident just like every other day. Students filed out in waves, chatting, stretching, discussing upcoming assignments. Noel moved slower than the rest, slipping into the crowd without looking at anyone. She didn't follow. Instead, Elira made her way toward Professor Deemer, waiting until the last few students had left. "Professor," she said in a low voice, "has Noel Thorne had any private lessons with you recently?" Deemer looked up, brow slightly raised. "No, none that I've been informed of." She turned and exited the room, not in haste, but with purposeful control. Instead of heading to the dining hall like most, she made a quiet detour to the second floor of the main library. The marble floors echoed under her boots, and the scent of old parchment and mana dust clung to the air. She approached the record desk. "Good afternoon," she said to the assistant behind the counter, a junior student with weak posture and a strong sense of hierarchy. "Would you mind checking something for me? I'm compiling data for the council." 5 minutes later, she stepped away knowing that Noel hadn't checked out a single advanced tome in nearly a week. No new theories, no elemental manuals, no diagnostics, nothing useful, nothing relevant. She descended the library steps slowly, fingers brushing the polished wood of the railing, her thoughts aligning with every measured pace. Is he going mad? Or maybe he's trying to do something stupid alone again. Her lips didn't move, but her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. She had seen students collapse from overwork. Noel wasn't collapsing. He was carving through himself, one night at a time. The final bell echoed through the west corridor, a long, dull chime that signaled the end of formal classes for the day. Students poured out of lecture halls in loose clusters, laughing, stretching, some already pulling off their cloaks as they headed toward the commons or the dorms. Noel exited alone. His steps were steady, but slower than usual. His eyes held that same empty focus, and his right shoulder sagged just slightly as if his body was starting to betray his control. Elira leaned against a column in the courtyard archway, arms crossed, the red crest of the student council stitched proudly into her uniform. She waited until he was 2 steps past her. Walking like an undead, she said casually, her voice light and measured, "That's a new look for you." Noel stopped, then turned his head just enough to see her. "Is that your way of saying I look tired?" "It's my way of saying you look like someone who's been picking the wrong kind of fights." He gave a half smile, not amused, just acknowledging the hit. "You here to lecture me?" he asked. "No, I came to offer you a chair and some silence." That got his attention. He turned fully to face her. "Silence?" Elira pushed off the column. "I know a place. Council keeps it off the records. No students, no ears, no professors. Just air, books, and a door that locks." He didn't ask why. Good. He knows I'm not offering this without a reason. Noel studied her for a moment, then gave a short nod. "Lead the way." She didn't smile. She simply turned and began walking. He followed. The room was quiet. It wasn't lavish, just functional. A wide window with drawn curtains, a set of old bookshelves filled with political archives and arcane law tomes, 2 deep chairs, and a worn velvet couch that looked far more expensive than it had any right to be. Elira placed her bag neatly on a corner table and sat in one of the chairs without saying a word. Noel didn't sit. He paced once, then leaned against the wall near the window, stretching his shoulder. Elira watched. "You've been scheming or doing something," she said, "and it looks like you're pushing yourself too far." "Maybe I'm just sleeping badly," Noel replied, voice dry. "You don't just look tired," she said calmly. "You look drained. I didn't realize we were measuring metaphors today." "Well, someone has to, if you don't." She leaned back in her chair, legs crossed with practiced ease. "I don't know what you've been up to lately, but if you want to stay invisible, you should start listening to your body and take better care of it." Noel finally moved to the couch and dropped onto it without elegance. "Just wait." "Appreciate the concern," he said. "Didn't know you cared about lost causes." "I don't," she replied without pause. "But I do care about valuable assets throwing themselves into the fire before I can use them properly." Noel chuckled once, short and tired. Then leaned his head back and stared at the ceiling. The silence settled between them like a blanket, thin but heavy. Elira glanced at the chair she'd just vacated, then at the couch where Noel sat staring at the ceiling, unmoving. Without comment, she crossed the room and sat beside him, not close enough to crowd him, just close enough to share the quiet. Noel didn't react. At first. "You're unusually still," Elira said, her voice softer now, more neutral than cold. "I'm practicing being a statue," he muttered. "It's going well." She rested her arms on her lap, crossing one leg over the other. "You know, I've read that exhaustion does fascinating things to sarcasm. Do tell, it makes it slower, duller, less sharp." She paused. "You're at about 60% capacity." "Still sharper than most," Noel said with a faint smirk. But his eyes didn't open again after that. Elira didn't move. The minutes passed. Noel shifted slightly, head tilting toward her shoulder. He caught himself halfway, straightened again, then a moment later gave up. His head rested gently against her thigh, his breathing already slower. Elira looked down at him. No smile, no scowl, just a subtle tilt of her head. She reached out, almost absently, and brushed a few strands of hair away from his forehead. Exhausted, reckless, brilliant. And dangerously compelling. She let her hand rest lightly on his hair, but not indestructible. And so she stayed, letting him sleep, just for a little while. The room was still. Outside, the last of the daylight faded behind the clouds, casting long shadows through the curtains. Inside, the soft rhythm of Noel's breathing filled the quiet, his head resting gently on her lap. Elira sat perfectly still, one hand resting on his shoulder, the other lightly threaded through his hair. Her posture remained composed, but her gaze was distant. Her mind wasn't here. It was there, back in a different room, a different day. A moment she hadn't forgotten because it had come from him. "I appreciate you," he said, "not because you're useful, or dangerous, or brilliant, even though you are all those things. I appreciate you because you don't look away, you don't pretend, even when it would be easier. I've seen your type before. People who hold everything together for everyone else, who don't get to break because they're the ones expected to lead. And I know you've been overlooked, forgotten, even when you should have been the one they chose." At the time, she hadn't responded. She hadn't even let it show on her face. But now, with him asleep and vulnerable in a way he'd never let anyone see, the words came back like a blade drawn gently across her thoughts. She looked down at him. His eyes were closed, his brow relaxed. The usual sharp tension in his jaw was gone. "What did you mean by that?" The thought came quietly, without her consent. Her fingers moved, almost a reflex, and brushed his hair back once more. She didn't need him, but somehow he'd started to matter, and that was inconvenient. Noel woke slowly. The air was warm and still, the faint light of a desk lamp casting a soft golden hue across the old wooden floor and shelves. It took him a moment to remember where he was. The couch, the quiet room, her. He blinked, then tilted his head slightly. Elira was asleep. Her head leaned gently against the back of the couch, one hand resting loosely in her lap. Her long black hair had come undone from its usual braid, and now fell freely over her shoulder, strands curling slightly where the light touched them. It framed her face in a way that softened the edges, revealing sharp cheekbones, calm features, and the calm, unbothered elegance that followed her even in sleep. Noel didn't move. He just watched her, eyes tracing the lines of her face, the way her chest rose in quiet rhythm, the curve of her lashes over closed eyes, so she can actually sleep. He almost smiled. Almost, then without warning, her eyes opened slowly at first, clear gray, focused, unmistakably sharp. And then came the voice, soft, dry, amused. Am I that pretty? Noel froze. His mouth opened then shut. Why, yes, no, I mean. Yes, sorry, for. Staring that hard at you, Elira blinked once, then smiled just slightly. I'm not mad, you know. Noel sat up slowly, careful not to move too fast. The weight of the moment clung to his shoulders, not heavy, just unfamiliar. He didn't look at her right away. Instead, he rubbed the back of his neck, then adjusted the collar of his shirt as if it had betrayed him in his sleep. And sorry for that, he muttered, for falling asleep. On you. Elira tilted her head slightly, still watching him. I didn't mind. Noel swallowed. What the hell do you say to that? And she doesn't mind, since when that was a thing in the novel, she rejected any guy's approach, even all the pretty guys and the imperial prince. He shifted on the couch, elbows on his knees, hands clasped loosely. His eyes stayed fixed on the floor. For letting you collapse in front of someone who could use it against you, she offered. He glanced at her, cautious, among other things, but because I could finally rest. Elira leaned back again, completely at ease, one leg crossed over the other. You're welcome. Noel ran a hand down his face. The silence that followed wasn't hostile, it was just strange, uncharted. This is ridiculous. I've faced monsters. Magic, most importantly death once, but this, sitting next to a girl who looks like she stepped out of a painting. Yeah, sure, no problem. Wait, why am I making a big deal out of this? His body was rested, but his mind was scrambling. And Elira, of course, noticed every second of it. She didn't comment. Elira shifted slightly, brushing a few strands of hair over her shoulder as if nothing had happened. Her posture returned to perfect form, legs crossed, back straight, gaze forward. Noel still sat with his elbows on his knees, fingers laced together, less tense than before but far from relaxed. Elira spoke first. Class S housing is almost complete, she said, tone light. Noel blinked. And why are you telling me that? She looked at him out of the corner of her eye. It might be useful to you. That earned her a look. Useful how? She didn't answer directly. It's not as big a deal as people think. Sure, the rooms have better security and a few extra comforts, but that's about it. So no private pools or personal chefs bringing food to your room with a snap of your fingers, he asked dryly. No, she said, lips twitching faintly, though someone did request a soundproof training hall, and let me guess, they'll be separated from the rest of us. She shook her head once. They'll still attend all the same classes as Class A, follow the same curriculum, same schedule. The only real difference, for now, is cosmetic. Noel leaned back against the couch. He wasn't sure why he was still listening, but he didn't stop her either. You get that through council intel. She didn't answer right away. Then, of course, he tilted his head slightly. You're not just telling me this for fun, are you? No, I'm also reminding you. Of what? The favor you owe me, he blinked. You still remember that? I remember everything people owe me, she replied smoothly, and I intend to use it. His brow rose. What is it then? She gave him the faintest smile. That's a secret. Noel stared at her, then muttered, I hate that. I know, she said simply, and the conversation moved on like nothing had ever happened. The clock on the wall ticked past 9. Elira stood without hurry, brushing imaginary dust from her uniform and adjusting the cuffs of her sleeves. Her hair, still loose, had shifted back over her shoulders. She didn't bother fixing it. Noel watched her rise but said nothing. She picked up her bag and moved toward the door, footsteps light against the wooden floor. Just before stepping out, she paused and glanced back over her shoulder. You need to take better care of yourself, she said, tone calm but unmistakably firm. You've seen it now. Noel didn't answer. He didn't roll his eyes. He didn't make a sarcastic comment. He just looked at her. Something in his expression, tired, uncertain, focus had said he'd heard her. Really heard her, and that was enough. Elira nodded once, then opened the door and disappeared into the hallway, leaving only silence behind. Noel stayed there a moment longer, still, quiet. Then he stood, grabbed his coat, and began to prepare. Elira walked alone through the corridor, her steps echoing softly against the polished floor. The halls were mostly empty now. Most students were in their rooms, studying or sleeping. The academy lights dimmed at this hour, leaving only ambient mana lamps glowing faintly along the walls. She didn't slow down, not until she reached the far corner near the stairwell. There, she stopped. She leaned her back gently against the wall, arms folded, eyes closed. Silence. Noel's weight still lingered faintly against her lap, the feel of his breath steady and warm, the sound of his voice tired and soft, the way he'd looked at her without suspicion for once. You must have gone insane. It wasn't a statement, it was the only explanation. This has never happened before. She exhaled slowly through her nose, but the tightness in her chest didn't ease. Am I in love? The thought hit like a stone in still water. No, that's absurd. That's not real, right? She opened her eyes, staring at the empty corridor ahead. Her heart wasn't racing, her breath wasn't quickened, her face was composed, but the question remained. And that, more than the silence, more than Noel himself, was what disturbed her. The night welcomed him like it always did, quiet, cold, and waiting. Noel moved through Varn's Hollow with precision. No hesitation, no wasted motion. His cloak barely rustled, his breath didn't fog. Every muscle in his body responded as it should. Tonight he wasn't tired, he was ready. The first kill came quickly, a hollow stalker that lunged from the ridge to his left. Noel didn't dodge. He pivoted on the ball of his foot and whispered, "Frost wall." The beast smashed into a rising plane of ice and cracked its own skull on impact. While it stumbled, dazed, Noel raised his hand again. Fireball. The explosion lit the ridge in a brief bloom of red and white. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left but scorched stone. Two more came from the far-sloped Devoralites, their thoraxes pulsing with corrupt mana. Noel darted between them like smoke, launching ice spikes in rapid succession, pinning one to a boulder, the other to the ground. Before they could even shriek, he incinerated them both with a wide flame arc, severing their cores. Too slow, need to chain faster. He adjusted his stance, eyes scanning the terrain as if it were a tactical puzzle instead of a battlefield. More came. Vein crawlers twitching and Eritich froze their limbs before they reached him, then split them with clean vertical strikes of revenant fang. Spined howlers, massive and relentless, used the terrain, kiting them into narrow passes and hammering them with overlapping spells until they fell twitching and charred. His breathing never spiked. His mana didn't destabilize. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The system pulsed faintly in the corner of his vision after the last kill of the night. Core progress, 52.12 novice core. Noel exhaled once. Decent. He wiped blood, some of it hiss off his glove, and turned back toward the exit route. The hollow still pulsed behind him, but it no longer felt like it was swallowing him. Now it felt like his hunting ground. Also, that I think about it, the Class S will have a lot of weight soon. Yeah. Too soon, perhaps. Noel sat down to feel the chill breeze, to catch a little of breath before going back. Soon the Act II will be ongoing. The entire academy had been summoned. Students from all 4 core divisions classes A through D filled the main auditorium. Hundreds of uniforms, crests, and polished boots lined the stepped seating under the glow of levitating crystal lights. The air buzzed with mana, rumors, and the weight of something important. Noel sat near the back, arms crossed, expression unreadable. He'd already read this chapter. Still, always amazes all of this. I mean, this is my daily life now, but still there's something to it. But now he was living it. The murmurs died when the doors at the back of the stage opened, and director Nicholas von Aldros stepped into view. As always, he moved with quiet authority. His robes, deep violet and gold trimmed, flowed without sound as he approached the speaking platform. His silver hair was tied back neatly, his eyes sharp beneath a composed face. When he spoke, the room fell still. Today, a new path opens for those willing to rise. He paused, letting the silence frame the weight of the moment. The Class S program has been officially activated. Its purpose, to identify and elevate students whose skill, control, and strategic acumen mark them as potential pillars of this new generation. The air stirred with a mix of confusion and anticipation. Unlike traditional stratification, he continued, Class S will not be restricted to Class A students. Candidates from all Divisions A through D will be considered, evaluated, and invited based on merit alone. Now the stir turned electric. Whispers broke out across all sections. But understand this, he added. For now, students selected for Class S will retain their current course schedules. This is not segregation, it is integration. We build forward, not apart. Work hard. Noel tapped his fingers once against his sleeve. Smart, but I know the original purpose of the class. Then the director's gaze swept the hall again. And now it is my honor to introduce 2 new additions to our student body, arriving with the full confidence of the imperial throne. And here it is, the purpose. The auditorium fell into total silence. He raised a hand toward the tall double doors behind the stage. Please welcome them now. The great double doors opened without a sound. First came the guardstuo imperial knights in black and crimson uniforms, faces hidden behind polished masks, their steps precise, silent. They flanked the entrance but didn't step forward. Then came the heirs. Seraphina of Valor stepped into the auditorium like it belonged to her. Her long, pale pink hair flowed freely over a dark navy uniform tailored with silver accents and a high collar. A short cape fell from one shoulder, embroidered with the imperial crest in soft gold. Her boots clicked lightly on the stone as she walked, posture straight, head high, expression unreadable. Her eye spell somewhere between glacial blue and silver swept the hall with a calm, distant focus. And yet every student in the room seemed to lean forward involuntarily, drawn by gravity they didn't understand. Behind her came Dior of Valor. He moved more casually, slower. His white silver hair was tousled, barely tamed, his dark green eyes sharp and disinterested. Unlike his sister, he wore no crest, no medals, no visible rank. His coat was expensive but unadorned. His hands were in his pockets. He didn't walk like royalty. He walked like someone who didn't care if you forgot who he was as long as he had the chance to remind you when it hurt most. The moment they stepped in, the auditorium reacted. Gasps, whispers. Honestly, I understand the reactions. Why the hell all the characters of this novel are this pretty? This makes no sense. A few students stood without realizing it. Others tried to approach, to greet them, to say something clever or show off. Neither of the heirs acknowledged anyone. They moved forward side by side. Seraphina's pace was calculated. Dior's was almost lazy, but they arrived at the center of the stage in perfect synchrony. Noel watched it all unfold from the upper tier. He didn't stand, didn't react. His eyes stayed locked on the two of them. It was created to watch them. He leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, and now they're here. Noel didn't blink. He already knew exactly who they were. Seraphina of Valor's imperial heir, composed, calculating, wrapped in diplomacy and distant elegance. She didn't demand attention, she drew it in effortlessly like gravity. She didn't make mistakes, didn't speak unless it served a purpose. And when she did speak, people listened. She's not a threat to the academy, she's a threat to everyone who thinks they can control her. Then there was Dior. Noel's gaze narrowed. Dior of Valor, the younger sibling, the one the Empire forget publicly at least. Behind that charming smirk and careless posture was a rotting core of envy, resentment, and buried brilliance. In the novel, he smiled while sabotaging other students, not with poison but with doubt, with setups, with public praise followed by private ruin. He's the real problem. He doesn't want the crown. He wants to see it burn in Seraphina's hands. Most people would overlook him just as intended. They'd chase Seraphina's approval, forget the quiet boy walking 2 steps behind her. But not Noel. He'd read the signs. He'd seen what Dior became when left unchecked. I need to watch him closely. The auditorium thundered with applause, but Noel didn't clap. He watched, waited, calculated. The applause still echoed when the director raised a hand, motioning for quiet. Seraphina and Dior stood side by side before the gathered academy. They didn't bow, they didn't wave. Their presence alone did more than words ever could. Noel could feel it in the air's shift. Conversations in the crowd turned sharp. Nobles from Class A whispered names. Others compared ranks, speculated on who would be admitted to Class S next. A few were already making mental lists of who to befriend and who to avoid. Even Marcus, standing near the lower rows, had straightened slightly. Clara said something beside him, but her eyes didn't leave the stage. Roberto, a few seats from Noel, leaned over and muttered, "Well, there goes the neighborhood." Noel didn't respond. Then something strange. Just as the director stepped forward again, Seraphina's gaze moved across the upper tiers. For a second, just one, and stopped on him. It was the faintest pause, but enough. Their eyes met gray ice in tired calculation. Then it was gone. She looked forward again. Noel sat still, completely still. Did she just look at me? Nah, that had to be nothing. Coincidence, I hope. He forced his eyes back to the front of the room, but the thought didn't leave. The crowd began to settle again. Director Von Aldro spoke a few final words about unity, ambition, and the responsibility of legacy. His voice, as always, was calm and steady, but even his presence was a shadow beside the two standing beside him. Noel's eyes drifted to Dior. The younger heir hadn't moved. He hadn't smiled. Hadn't said a single word, but his gaze was scanning the room with the casual focus of someone collecting data faces, gestures, reactions, calculating the room, not performing for it. Then, for just a moment, Dior's eyes met Noel's. There was no surprise, no curiosity, no challenge, just a blank, dismissive glance, and then he looked away. No smirk, no acknowledgement, as if Noel wasn't even worth the effort of pretending. Noel felt the sting of it not as insult, but as confirmation. He saw me too, but that look looked like he just decided I don't matter yet, and that's good. He leaned back in his seat again, tension buried under stillness. Underestimating me will be your first mistake. The ceremony ended with polite applause and murmurs already thick in the air. Students trickled out of the auditorium in clusters, some wide-eyed, some whispering speculation, others already scheming. Noel didn't wait. He was the first to stand from his section, slipping out of the side exit before anyone could notice him leaving. The stone hallway was quiet, cool, a welcome contrast to the hum of ambition behind him. His boots echoed lightly on the floor as he walked with his hands in his pockets, eyes down but mind sharp. He wasn't thinking about class schedules. He wasn't thinking about who would be chosen for Class S. His thoughts were entirely elsewhere. They're here, which means the real story's about to start. He turned a corner, passing by a window that overlooked the central training field. The academy grounds looked the same. But everything had shifted. He could feel it in his bones. The way Seraphina looked at Heimvenif by accident, the way Dior looked through him, the way the room itself had tilted just slightly towards something darker. He stopped walking, stared at his own reflection in the glass. Pretty as always, you bastard. This face is really something else. Some students walked by and stared at Noel like he was crazy. But most importantly, Act II is about to begin. The room was quiet. Too quiet, maybe, but Noel preferred it that way. A single mana lamp glowed low on his desk, casting pale light across the maps, notes, and the corner where Revenant Fang rested against the wall. He sat on the edge of his bed, half-dressed, one glove loose at his wrist. The status window hovered silently in front of him, pulsing faintly in the dark. Item identified, name, Revenant Fang. Type, weapon, sword. Grade, unique, awakened. Description, a relic blade passed down in the Thorn bloodline, once meant for a forgotten son. Resonates with souls bound to second chances. Status, bound to user Noel Thorn. Trait, increases clarity under life-threatening pressure. Evolves under extreme stress. Noel frowned. He read it again. Grade, unique, awakened. That hadn't been there before. He remembered exactly what it used to say. Unawakened, mysterious, undefined. Now it had form. Now it had declared itself. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes narrowing. So it finally woke up. The trait was the same, but the sword wasn't. It sat by the wall like always, but the air around it felt denser now. Like it had something to say, something to show. He stood and walked over to it, lifted the blade slowly, deliberately. It didn't hum, didn't glow. But the moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, a cold clarity settled behind his eyes. Not magic, memory. The tunnels felt narrower tonight. Noel moved through them like always should up, steps measured, cloak trailing behind him, but the silence felt different. It wasn't the usual emptiness, it was anticipation. He adjusted the strap across his shoulder, letting Revenant Fang rest closer to his back. The sword didn't hum. It didn't pulse with mana like a bonded artifact, but he felt it. The change. He didn't need to look at the window again to know it was real. The moment his fingers had closed around the hilt, something shifted in the air like the sword had finally opened its eyes. You were never dead, just waiting. The weight hadn't changed. But the way it sat in his hand balanced, expectant, made every step feel heavier. As he emerged from the tunnel mouth and stepped into the trees, moonlight spilled across the moss and rock. Wind brushed the edge of his cloak. He looked down at the sword for a moment. Awakened. So show me what you can do, you beautiful thing, hey. He walked into the hollow without slowing. The first creature appeared 10 minutes into the hunt. Noel didn't flinch when he heard the scrape of claws against stone, recognized the sound before he saw the shape. A vein crawler, its segmented body slithering across the edge of a ledge above him, pulsing with dim violet light under its cracked shell. He didn't cast, didn't prepare. He drew Revenant Fang, and moved. He stepped to the right as the creature dropped, blade already rising in a diagonal arc. The strike was smooth, too smooth. It didn't feel like one of his own. Noel had fought dozens of these things, knew their rhythms, their angles, their blind spots. But this wasn't reflex or prediction. It was instruction, his foot placement, his grip, even the rotation of his wrist, precise, economical, lethal. The blade bit through the beast's underbelly, split it open in one motion. It hit the ground and didn't move again. Noel stood still, didn't breathe. That wasn't MKE what just happened. He turned slowly, scanning the terrain. No one, no sound. The hollow felt empty, but the blade in his hand was warm, not with heat, with something deeper. The hollow was quiet again, too quiet. Noel stood over the corpse of the vein crawler, blade still dripping, but he didn't move. Something felt off, like the moment after lightning, when your ears ring and the air doesn't feel quite real. Then he saw it. Just ahead, near the edge of the clearing, something moved. Not a beast, not a student, a shadow. It stood tall, humanoid in shape, but faceless. Formed from something between smoke and steel, its limbs were vague, its body devoid of color. The outline shimmered, flickering like it was caught between worlds real and unreal at the same time. It held no weapon, but it mimicked him. Exactly. The same stance he'd just taken, the same angle of the strike. It repeated the motion, Agenshooter twist, step forward, blade trajectory perfect. Silent, effortless. Noel didn't breathe. That's me, no, not him. That's how I'm supposed to move. The shadow shifted again, performing another motion he hadn't made. A series of steps, cuts, feints, cleaner, sharper, faster. Noel watched every frame like his life depended on it, because maybe it did. You're not showing off, you little shit. And Revenant Fang, still warm in his hand, pulsed once, acknowledging. The shadow didn't wait. It slid into the next sequence for steps, a low, faint, reverse pivot, upward cut. No flare. No wasted motion. Every shift of weight was exact. Noel exhaled through his nose. All right, fine, let's see what you've got. He adjusted his stance. Right foot slightly forward, left hand open, blade low. He followed the movement. Step, twist, cut, too shallow again. Step, twist, cut, closer. The shadow kept going. Every time Noel caught up, it changed, adapting, raising the bar without a word. His muscles burned after 5 minutes. His breathing sharpened. Sweat crept down his spine despite the cold night air, but he didn't stop. This is insane. I'm mimicking a damn ghost in the woods with a sword that just woke up like it has a soul. He caught his breath barely, then grinned, and it's working. He swung again harder, cleaner. The shadow mirrored him for a split second, then vanished, not in warning, in approval. The clearing went still again. Noel stood in the dark, chest rising with slow, satisfied breaths. Okay. This changes everything. Noel sat on a flat rock near the edge of the cliff. Below him, the hollow breathed in silence, a mist curling around stone, mana humming low like distant thunder. The blood on his gloves had dried. His muscles ached, but it was the kind of pain that meant progress. Revenant Fang rested across his knees. He stared at the blade, fingers brushing the spine. It didn't glow, didn't hum, but it felt different now. Grounded, watching, waiting. You've changed. And I'm not sure what that means yet, but I honestly like it, hehehe. He stayed there, still and alone, until the cold bit through his coat. The blade was silent, but the air around it wasn't empty. All right, let's keep going. He stood, sheathed the sword, and disappeared into the night, ready for whatever came next. The inner garden of the academy was quiet at midday. A gentle breeze stirred the petals of the floating bloomtree rare plants grown from seeds enchanted to defy gravity. Their blossoms hovered a few inches above their stems, rotating slowly in the air like they were dancing to music no one could hear. The stone pathways wound through open lawns, trimmed hedges, and crystal-lit ponds filled with mana-infused koi. In the center, a circular fountain whispered over carved marble, its water shimmering with faint magical hues. Students passed in pairs and clusters, chatting softly, books tucked under arms, cloaks rustling. Many wore the academy's standard uniform, but nobles from higher houses had added their own flair, custom-tailored fits, golden embroidery, jeweled pins bearing ancient crests. Noel sat alone on one of the side benches, arms crossed over his lap, legs relaxed. His uniform was slightly disheveled, as always, collar loose, sleeves rolled halfway, gloves tucked in his belt. He wasn't reading, just letting the breeze pass over him while he stared at nothing. But his mind was awake, thinking. And something shifted in the rhythm of the garden. He didn't hear her footsteps. He simply noticed the space around him change. She walked like she owned the silence. Elena von Listeria. Her platinum hair fell freely down her back, catching the light like a silver thread. Her skin was pale, unmarred. Her uniform, though standard in structure, had been altered with precision golden elven clasps, a dark velvet mantle draped across her shoulders, and the sigil of her house embroidered on the left cuff. She moved without hurry, without hesitation. Several students turned to look. Some whispered. She ignored them all. Her amber eyes scanned the garden and then stopped, right on him. Noel didn't move. He just met her gaze like it was the most normal thing in the world. Didn't think I'd get your attention like this. She walked toward him. Elena stopped just a few steps from the bench, her gaze steady, calm. Noel didn't move. He tilted his head slightly, just enough to show he'd noticed her. Didn't expect to see you out here, she said, her tone softer than formal speech, but still laced with that noble precision. Noel shrugged, eyes half-lidded. Didn't expect you to walk straight toward me either. She smirked faintly. Maybe I was curious, dangerous habit. Only if I choose the wrong person. Noel gestured lazily to the empty spot beside him. Feel like testing your luck then? Elena didn't hesitate. She sat down, her posture relaxed but composed like someone who knew how to appear at ease without ever truly letting her guard down. A few students glanced their way, but neither of them acknowledged it. She adjusted her mantle, then spoke again, eyes forward now. You've been quieter than usual. Maybe I just have better things to do than talk. Yet here you are. He smirked. Maybe I just enjoy the weather. Liar. Noel chuckled under his breath. The fountain whispered behind them, steady and constant. Lena crossed one leg over the other, hands folded in her lap. Her voice, when it came, was quieter but sharper. Why did you do it? Noel didn't look at her. Do what? Now he glanced her way. No smirk, no sarcasm, just a tired look. It was important to you. Elena held his gaze. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. She looked at him a second longer, then exhaled softly and turned her eyes back to the pond. You could have used it, didn't need it. Still, that was a lot to give up. Noel shrugged. So just take it and move on. She was quiet after that, not because she didn't have more to say, but because for once there was nothing more to demand. The silence settled again, but it was different now. Noel leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on his knees, gaze fixed somewhere in the garden. He wasn't avoiding her, but he wasn't offering anything either. Elena tilted her head, watching him out of the corner of her eye. You're not like the others. He huffed a dry breath. That's what everyone says before they try to make me like them. That's not what I meant. He glanced at her. She wasn't smiling. She was studying him again carefully, like someone trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. You don't seek attention, she continued, but you don't exactly hide either. Maybe I just don't care enough to pretend. Elena gave a soft hum. I think you care more than you admit, just not about the things everyone else does. Noel didn't answer. But his silence wasn't dismissive this time. It was thoughtful. She's good at this. Subtle, not pushy, and she watches everything. No wonder she's top of the ranking. She let a few more seconds pass. Then in a quieter tone, do you always decide things like that? He turned his head. Like what? Who gets to win? Who gets to lose? He didn't speak right away. Then, only when it matters. Footsteps approached. Two students, both from Class A, by their uniforms walked along the path toward the fountain. One of them, a tall boy with noble posture and a too-practiced smile, recognized Elena instantly. He slowed. Lady Listeria, he called, a little too loud. I hoped I might catch a moment with. He stopped mid-step when he noticed who she was sitting with. Noel didn't move. Alina didn't even look at them. Now's not the time. Her voice was soft, even polite, but final. The other student opened his mouth, hesitated, then nodded awkwardly. Of course, they moved on. Noelle raised an eyebrow, half amused. Was that your way of saying I'm more interesting? Alina finally turned her head just enough to meet his eyes. No, that was my way of saying I'm not finished. Noelle let out a faint, half-breath laugh, not mocking, just surprised. Not finished, huh, all right then. The silence between them stretched, calm but weighty. The garden had started to empty. Afternoon light poured through the canopy of trees, making the stones shimmer under scattered petals. Everything around them felt still. Paused. Noelle stood first. Alina looked up, amber eyes sharp but unreadable. He rolled his shoulders, stuffing his gloves into his belt with casual motions. I should go. She gave a slight nod, said nothing. He turned halfway, then paused, spoke without meeting her gaze. I'm not what you think. She raised an eyebrow. No, a breath. Then, don't overthink it. I'm not that interesting. Alina studied his profile for a second longer. Noelle stood, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeves. His movements were casual, but there was a weight behind them, like he'd said more than he meant to. Alina watched him silently. He turned slightly to leave, then paused. Hey, she raised an eyebrow. What? He didn't look directly at her when he answered, just. It's okay to relax sometimes. You don't always have to be perfect. You can let yourself breathe a little. He scratched the side of his neck, already regretting opening his mouth. I mean shit, everyone needs that once in a while. Then he turned and walked away, hands in his pockets, cloak shifting gently in the garden breeze. That's what Elira told me. Might as well pass it on. Behind him, Alina remained seated. Her posture didn't change, but her gaze softened just enough. She looked down at the koi in the water, and after a long moment, exhaled quietly, all right. The sun had started to dip behind the western towers, casting long shadows across the stone floor of the Academy's main library. The room, usually filled with soft murmurs and the shuffle of pages, was nearly silent now. Only the occasional flick of parchment and the quiet ticking of a clock filled the space. Elira von Estermont sat alone at a table near the upper right alcovion of the more secluded corners. A small stack of council reports sat at her side, alongside 2 thick volumes and a neatly ordered ink set. Her long black hair was braided, coiled over one shoulder like a silk rope. Her posture was straight, precise, composed. She hadn't noticed him yet, or maybe she had and simply hadn't looked up. Noelle stepped in through the side arch, eyes scanning the rows automatically. He wasn't looking for her, not really, but there she was. Of course she's working late. He paused for a breath, considered walking past. Then her eyes flicked up. No words, just a glancing, the tiniest lift of her brow like she was saying, well, Noelle didn't smile, but he moved. He pulled out the chair across from her and sat, leaning back slightly, arms crossed over his chest. Neither of them spoke. The room didn't need it. Pages turned. Ink scratched. The clock ticked. Neither of them had spoken in almost 5 minutes. Elira continued reading, her quill hovering beside a list of minor policy proposals regarding dormitory restructuring. Her focus was absolutely almost unnatural. Noelle watched the edge of the table for a moment, then said flatly, you should rest too, you know. Elira didn't look up right away. When she did, it was slow and deliberate. Bold of you to say, considering your track record. Noelle leaned back in the chair, one leg stretched out under the table. Yeah, well, I've been lectured enough this week. Thought I'd try passing it on. That earned him a quiet exhale. Not quite a laugh, not quite not. She set her quill down beside the paper. I rest when the work is done. And when is that, you tell me. You've seen what I deal with. Noelle glanced at the reports stacked neatly on her side of the table. Then at the second cup of tea sitting beside Themen, touched, still faintly warm, 2 cups. She brought one for herself. And one for whoever might sit across from her. Or maybe she just expected me. He didn't ask. Instead, he looked her in the eye. If you break down, who's supposed to keep the rest of them in line? Her expression didn't change, but her answer was quieter. That's why I don't. Elira picked up her quill again, but didn't write. She tapped the end against the corner of the page, eyes scanning the document without truly reading it. Noelle watched the movement, then glanced toward the shelves beyond her. I heard some students from Class C are petitioning to lower the physical standards for spellcasting trials. Elira gave a soft sigh through her nose. They're convinced casting should be purely mental. Convenient how they ignore the part where collapsing mid-spell tends to kill you. Guess that's a lesson they want to learn the hard way. Her lips twitched slightly. Natural selection still works, even with mana. Noelle huffed, half amused. You sound like you've already written your response. I have, twice. One for the official record and one for when they escalate it. Efficient. She finally looked at him again. You're one to talk. You've been moving with military precision lately. Discipline, or paranoia. Hard to tell sometimes. There was a pause, and then Elira asked, not sharply, not pointedly, just quietly, why do you do it? Noelle didn't answer right away. Do what? Push yourself like that. Always on edge. Always calculating. He didn't deflect, didn't smirk. Just shrugged slightly, voice flat. Because I know what happens if I don't. She looked at him for a moment longer, and this time she didn't hide the concern in her gaze. Has anyone ever told you that's not sustainable? He leaned back again, gaze drifting up to the high-arched ceiling. Yeah, you. His silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was. Deliberate, Elira tapped her quill once more, then finally set it aside for good. She sat back in her chair, arms folded loosely, and regarded Noel with a tilt of her head. Let's make a deal. He arched an eyebrow. Those don't usually end well for me. This one's harmless. I ask you a question, you ask me one. No pressure, no obligations to answer. Noel studied her for a moment, bored, curious. He clicked his tongue once against his teeth, then nodded. Fine, one each. She didn't hesitate. Why do you always sit near the exits? He looked at her, deadpan. Because I like knowing I can leave whenever I want. She hummed quietly, expected that, still wanted to hear you say it. He tapped a finger against the edge of the table. My turn, she waited. Why do you never look surprised? This time she actually smiled, just a little, because I never am. They held each other's gaze for a beat longer than necessary. Noel shifted slightly in his chair, now leaning on one arm. The stiffness in his posture had faded, replaced by something close to comfort. All right, he said, your turn. Elira didn't need long. Why do you always act like you're one bad day away from punching someone? Noel blinked once, then smirked, because most days I am. Elira shook her head slightly, amused. Honest, at least, you asked. She nodded, conceding the hit. Your turn. Noel didn't rush. Why do you always bring 2 cups of tea when you study alone? She blinked, then glanced briefly at the extra cup on the table, still untouched, still warm. Because someone always ends up sitting across from me. He didn't respond to that, didn't have to. She slid the second cup toward him without a word. He took it, sipped once, didn't comment on the flavor, just looked at her. Your turn. Elira studied him carefully, eyes sharper now, then asked, more curious than accusing, why haven't you asked about my background yet? Noel raised his cup slightly, like offering a silent toast, because you are pretty famous already. She exhaled something between a sigh and a quiet laugh, and the silence that followed wasn't empty, it was shared. The candlelight flickered softly on the polished wood between them. Noel leaned back just slightly, letting the quiet settle for a moment before speaking again. All right, he said. Second round. Elira didn't hesitate. What's the first thing you notice about someone? He raised an eyebrow, then answered without thinking. What's the first thing you notice about someone? The figure, I guess. It's the first thing the eye catches. Why? Because it tells me how they want to be seen. And how much of that is fake? He took a sip of the tea she'd given him. Your turn, she said. Noel thought for a moment then. When do you lie? That made her pause. Then she met his gaze. When the truth would cost more than the result is worth. Noel held her stare for a second, then gave a short nod. Smart. Necessary, she corrected. A beat of silence passed. Third round. Elira tapped her finger once against the cup, thoughtful. What scares you? Noel didn't look away, didn't fidget, didn't smile. Not knowing what I'm supposed to do next. Elira's eyes narrowed, slightly not judgmental, just focused, like that answer had opened something. He didn't let it linger. Your turn. She tilted her head. Do you believe people can change? He didn't answer immediately. Then, yes, but not for free. Elira studied him a moment longer. Then she leaned back in her chair, the corners of her mouth barely curved. Fair enough. They sat in the quiet again, both of them looking at everything except each other for a few seconds. But neither of them stood up. Neither wanted to yet. The windows had darkened. Outside, the garden lights flickered to life one by one, casting pale blue glows across the stone paths. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolled low, still distant, but approaching. Elira checked the time, then quietly closed the book in front of her. She moved with unhurried efficiency, gathering her papers into a neat stack. Noel stood at the same time, arms stretched briefly behind his back before letting out a low breath. They didn't speak for the first few steps, walking side by side toward the library's exit. Just as they reached the doors, Noel broke the silence. It's late. Elira gave a quiet hum of agreement. I know. Noel glanced at her from under his hood. You should rest. Looks like you've been at it for hours. She arched a brow at him. I'm the one who said that to you earlier. Exactly. Apply it to yourself. She gave him a sidelong glance, almost amused. So this is you being considerate. Don't get used to it. A light drizzle had started outside, fine and cold, brushing against the stone as they stepped into it. They didn't hurry. The silence between them wasn't awkward. It just was, and for now, that was enough. The sky above Varn's Hollow hung heavy with clouds, dark and motionless, like slabs of stone pressed together. There was no moonlight, no stars, only a sickly haze that dulled even the soft glow of the mana lights clinging to the cliffside moss. The wind didn't whistle. It growled. It funneled through narrow gaps between stone ridges, tugging at Noel's cloak with dry, dusty hands. The air stank of wet earth, mana residue, and the faint copper sting of dried blood. He stood at the bottom of a narrow gorget 20 meters across, maybe 5 deep, with slanted walls that climbed up like jagged teeth, one of the more isolated spots in the hollow. No monsters here tonight, just rock, dust, and the smell of old violence. Perfect. Noel stepped out of his cloak, letting it fall over a flat slab of stone behind him. He rolled his shoulders once, then twice, loosening the stiffness in his spine. The cold bit into him immediately, wrapping around his skin like a warning. He didn't care. His shirt clung to his back from the earlier trek. His gloves were still damp with sweat. He wiped his palms down his thighs, then reached behind him and unhooked the sword. Revenant fang. The blade was still. Dull steel, plain hilt, no ornament, but it buzzed faintly against his skeena resonance, not a sound, like it knew what he was about to do, like it had been waiting. He stepped forward. The stone beneath his boots was uneven cracks webbed outward from old impacts, scorched black from fire magic that had burned here weeks ago. His own magic, his own fights, the terrain bore his marks. He turned the sword once in his hand. The hilt settled into his grip like it belonged there, heavy but balanced, familiar. Then it appeared. There was no noise, no shimmer, no flash, just stillness, just their shadow. It stood 10 meters away at the far end of the gorge. Humanoid, faceless, barely visible unless you knew how to look for it. Its edges bled into the air like smoke that refused to rise. It didn't move. Noel lowered into a stance, left foot forward, knees slightly bent, blade tilted across his body. His breathing slowed. The wind howled again through the gorge, catching loose dirt and lifting it into brief spirals around his feet. He narrowed his eyes. All right, let's go. The wind pulled back for a moment. Silence settled like a warning. Then the shadow moved. Noel's eyes locked on its shape. The motion was clean and humanly smooth. It shifted its footing with absolute balance, drew an invisible blade in one fluid motion, pivoted on its heel, and unleashed a full body arc that ended in a reverse step. There was no wasted movement, no flair, just efficiency. Noel lowered his stance. All right, fucker, let's see what you want from me. He inhaled once, raised Revenant Fang, and tried to replicate the motion. Step, twist, cut, and he over-rotated. The blade dragged slightly behind his pivot, his back foot slipped, and the impact point of the imaginary strike was too high. He gritted his teeth and reset. The shadow stood again, perfectly still, as if watching. Yeah, I get it, you're better, congrats, now show me again. The shadow moved, same sequence, same speed. Noel's eyes tracked it. He went again, closer but still wrong. His weight shifted too early and the momentum threw off the trajectory. He cursed under his breath. This would be easier if you fucking spoke. The shadow turned its faceless head toward him, not aggressively, not mockingly, just watching, like it was waiting for him to understand something he hadn't yet. Noel exhaled sharply. Sweat ran down his back. He reset his stance again, jaw clenched. Fine, don't talk, just keep showing me. The wind picked up once more, stirring grit and old ash across the stone, and the shadow moved again. Us clung to Noel's boots, sweat clung to everything else. He had repeated the motion 16 times, each time the same result. Wrong, too wide on the first step, too stiff on the pivot, too much tension in the grip. His footwork was solid B normal standards. His control was good B Academy standards, but this was different. Fuck this stance. He exhaled through his nose hard, reset, tried again. He slashed, turned momentum broke early, blade dipped too low. His heel scraped the rock. Sparks flew, he stumbled 2 steps backward, sword still in hand. Motherfucker. The shadow didn't move, it just stood there, still, watching. Noel raised the blade and pointed it toward the figure. What, not even a nod, a twitch, something, nothing. The wind filled the gap where a voice might have gone. Noel dropped the sword point to the ground and hunched forward, hands on his knees, chest rising and falling. It's not just form, you're hiding something in the way you move. What is it? Timing, pressure, rhythm maybe. I don't know, I can't see it, shit. He looked up again. The shadow shifted. Same motion. Exactly the same, like a fucking playback loop that didn't care how many times he failed. Noel's hands trembled slightly, not from fear, from effort. Practice makes perfect, or so they said in my old world. He took a breath, then stepped back into stance. Again, Noel lowered into the stance again, slower this time. His breath evened out, his grip adjusted lighter. His knees sank just a bit more into the rock, giving him the foundation he'd been missing. Stop forcing it. Let the blade pull. The shadow moved again. Same clean pivot, same arc. The way the feet shifted the rhythm wasn't muscle memory. It was instinct born from repetition beyond reason. Noel watched and moved, step, shift, pull. He rotated cleanly, just once. The blade followed the movement with a fluid curve, slicing through the air in a way it hadn't before. No catch, no stumble. No overcorrection. It wasn't the whole form, but it was one clean part. He froze, blinking, then looked down at his stance, his position, the way the blade hovered, perfect balance, and for a second, just a second. He stared at his own arms like he didn't recognize them. Holy shit. The shadow didn't react, it simply reset. Noel didn't care. He grinned wide, breathless, half laughing to himself. Did you fucking see that? He pointed the sword at the shadow again. I got it. You saw it. Don't even try to pretend. Still, the shadow just stood there, silent, distant. But Noel didn't need validation, not this time. He was grinning like a madman, chest still rising and falling with adrenaline. One step, asshole, I'll take it. You're not unbreakable. I'll tear your rhythm apart one fucking frame at a time. He slid back into position again. No hesitation, no complaint, just fire in his veins. The shadow moved again. No rest, no pause, no acknowledgement of progress, just a new sequence. It shifted weight to its back foot, rotated the upper body in a tight coil, then unleashed a diagonal slash that ended in a spinning step behind an invisible target, faster and more compact. Complex footwork layered into subtle shifts of momentum. Noel's grin vanished, but only for a second. Oh, fuck off. He planted his feet and tried to mirror it. First step, too heavy. Second, slipped the angle, the turn off balance, the slash too wide. He nearly dropped the sword. He cursed, caught himself, and exhaled through clenched teeth. All right, let's dance then. He reset, again, each time just a little better. 1 inch cleaner, 1 correction tighter. His breathing turned harsh, steam trailing from his skin under the cold night air. Sweat dripped from his chin, hitting the cracked stone below. His hands trembled, but he gripped tighter. You're not winning this, Shadow. I'll carve every step into my bones if I have to. He stepped, twisted, slashed. Not perfect, not even close, but he was closing the gap, and for once the hollow felt like it was listening. Then he noticed the light, faint, pale blue at first, then pink-orange, bleeding slowly across the edge of the ridge above. The sun was rising. Shit. Noel swore under his breath, wiped his forehead with the back of his arm, and sheathed revenant fang. The shadow didn't vanish immediately. It just stood still again as if watching him leave. He looked back once, save it for tomorrow. Then he ran. Boots pounding over stone and grit, cloak snapping behind him as the light crept down the cliffs. He didn't stop to rest, didn't look back again. The academy gates waited. So did the next day. The academy towers came into view just as the sun breached the horizon. Noel ran along the eastern corridor wall, breathing hard, heart pounding against his ribs like a war drum. His boots scraped over stone, cloak trailing behind him like a banner of failure. He glanced up. 8:41 a.m. Shit, class started in less than 20 minutes. His muscles screamed. His shirt clung to him like a second skin soaked in effort and frost. He turned the final corner toward the dormitory wing-high's door just meters away. And crashed into someone, hard. Both of them stumbled. Noel cursed and caught himself, one hand on the wall. The other person had barely moved. When he looked up, breath caught in his throat. Long, pale pink hair, sharp posture. Icy eyes locked on his face like a blade. Seraphina of Valor. She looked at him, expression unreadable, voice as smooth as steel. You should watch where you're going. Noel straightened immediately, his back tense. Yeah, sorry. He didn't wait for permission to move. Didn't try to explain, didn't ask questions. He stepped past her with urgency. Can't be late. Seraphina didn't stop him. She just turned slightly, watching him go. His cloak was torn at the bottom, his hair damp with sweat, his steps unsteady from exhaustion. But his eyes hadn't flinched, not once. She lingered in place for a second longer, then continued down the corridor, her boots silent on the stone. Noel slammed the door to his room, shut behind him. He had 18 minutes. No time to think, no time to breathe. Just enough time to wash his face, change his shirt, and pretend he hadn't just spent the night being destroyed by a ghost. The room was silent, but not empty. Tall windows let in soft morning light, painting long shadows across polished darkwood floors. Rich crimson curtains were drawn just enough to cast the interior in a warm glow. The scent of ink, parchment, and blooming winter roses filled the space, a subtle blend of diplomacy and discipline. Seraphina of Valor stood at the center, no throne behind her, no guards at her side, no need for pretense. Just her, a long table, and a dozen carefully arranged documents, student performance records, faculty assignments, event schedules, social charts. A folded copy of the academy charter sat at one corner, sealed with gold thread. She scanned the material in silence, long fingers resting lightly on the edge of a dossier marked with the names of high-performing first years. Her expression was neutral. Her mind was not. They back Dior because he's a son, a boy. But I'll be the one they follow because I'll give them something to believe in, not just tradition, but direction. She turned to the window, gazing out over the eastern courtyard where students had begun to gather for the day. Her reflection was barely visible in the glass, not that it mattered. She wasn't here to admire herself, like others, like always when they see their reflection. She was here to win. I need the favor of the future generations, she murmured aloud, voice calm, deliberate. So I need to become the council president. Seraphina walked without guards, but no one dared to block her path. 2 attendants followed at a respectful distance, carrying a leather case with her personal documents and a clipboard with notes from the Imperial Liaison Office. Neither spoke. They knew better. She passed through the outer courtyard slowly, letting her steps dictate the pace of the academy around her. Eyes followed her wherever she went. Not just because of her title or her presence, those things helped, but because she watched everything. Each cluster of students, each hierarchy in motion. Marcus and Clara laughing with a pair of upperclassmen. Lazil and Garen exchanging notes under a tree, Selene sparring at a distance, drawing a small crowd, Dior standing on the steps of the eastern wing surrounded by nobles. His smile was polished, his posture casual, but his eyes scanned for weakness like a predator trying not to look hungry. You are a snake, my dear little brother, she thought. Let's see how much time you can have that mask on. Then, packed, someone rounded the corner at full speed, boots scraping stone. The body hit her shoulder hard. Seraphina didn't move an inch. The boy staggered, caught himself against the wall, chest heaving. She turned, eyes locked. Sweat clung to sharp features, tension coiled beneath his skin, and behind those composed eyes burned a wild, untamed energy. Noel Thorne, his back straightened instantly. You should watch where you're going, Serafina said. His voice was dry, direct. No panic, no awe, just words. Yeah, sorry, he didn't wait, didn't explain, didn't ask. He passed her with controlled urgency, cloak brushing her side as he moved. Can't be late, then he was gone. She stood in place, gaze still on the space he'd occupied seconds before. Her age shifted beside her. Should we know, she turned, walking forward again, but her thoughts lingered. On the way he moved. On the way he didn't break eye contact. So this is what you look like. She kept walking. But a name surfaced quietly in the back of her mind. Noel Thorne. The private chamber used by the student council wasn't opulent, but it was precise. Bookshelves lined the far wall, filled not with spellbooks but with ledgers, schedules, and thick volumes of academy policy. Mana lanterns hovered just above the long oak table at the center, shedding soft, amber light. Everything smelled faintly of ink, lemon oil, and paper. Elira sat at the table, one leg crossed over the other, reading through a report with her usual silent focus. Her uniform was immaculate black, silver-trimmed, the red insignia of the council embroidered at her shoulder. Serafina entered without knocking. Elira didn't look up. You're early, she said calmly. You're always here, Serafina replied. She closed the door behind her, let her attendants wait outside, and approached the table with smooth, measured steps. There was only one other chair. She sat. Silence lingered for a few seconds. Then Serafina broke it. I'll run for president because I need to be the one. Elira looked up, blinking once. Not surprising, I already imagined that. He will too, Serafina added. Elira didn't ask who he was, she knew. Dior, the Imperial Prince of Valor. Serafina leaned forward slightly, folding her hands over the table. I need allies the council listens to, important voices, people who will help me change things. Then you're in the right room. Serafina almost smiled at that. Almost. Good, she's still sharp as always. She scanned the pile of papers in front of Elira. Then casually, tell me about Noel Thorne. The room shifted, not physically, but the energy changed, subtle but immediate. Elira's fingers stopped moving. Her expression didn't, but she blinked once, slowly. That's oddly specific. Serafina's voice didn't change. He didn't attend the honor ceremony when I was giving the medals, so I'm a bit curious about him. Elira leaned back in her seat, still calm, but the pause before speaking said enough. He was injured pretty badly. Serafina tilted her head. During the academy banquet, Serafina leaned back in the chair, hands folded behind her head as she glanced toward the ceiling. Elira gave her a look. You've been watching me. Maybe I'm still new here, but I like looking around. Well, he doesn't like bringing all the attention. That's rare around here. You tell me, girl. I think you've already seen how things work around here. People jump at the slightest chance to stand out. They don't hesitate for a second. Serafina grinned. Fair. Elira continued, tone thoughtful but relaxed. He seems like a cold person, but he's actually calculated and kind of an if he acts tough and cold. Doesn't like wasting time, and he also seems to push himself way too hard. Serafina tilted her head. Sounds useful. He is, but don't make it sound like he's just a tool. A pause. Serafina eyed her sideways, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Oh, I didn't know you were into boys now. Is that your professional opinion? Elira gave her a flat look. Don't start, just saying. You're not usually that generous when describing people, men to be specific, because most people aren't worth the effort. And he is? Elira didn't answer immediately. She sipped her tea, eyes narrowing just a little. I haven't decided that yet. Serafina smiled again, but didn't push further. That was enough for now. The tension had faded. Now they sat comfortably where young women born around power. Elira set her tea down. Serafina tapped one nail lightly against the table. I'm going to need your help. Elira raised an eyebrow, finally decided to say it. Serafina leaned back slightly, eyes on Elira over the rim of her teacup. You know me well enough, I don't like asking things from people. Elira gave a soft snort. I do know. 15 years of watching you fake patience at every family dinner says enough. Serafina smiled. Fair. Elira set her cup down, her voice calm but edged. But you also know nothing comes free from the Estermonts. Of course, I wouldn't expect it, dear friend. Serafina straightened, her tone shifting to something quieter but heavier. If I become the next queen, the Estermonts will have exclusive rights to supply resources to the royal family. Elira blinked once, then raised an eyebrow. That's generous even for you, Seraph. Serafina smirked. It's smart. Having Valor's strongest family by my side is tradition. I see no reason to break it. Elira tilted her head, among other things. Elira sipped her tea. I should make you beg a little. You won't. No, Elira said with a quiet laugh. Don't worry, that was a joke. The room fell into an easy silence again. The deal, though unstated further, was already done. The Class S dormitories was quiet at night. Silence wasn't just preferred there, it was expected. Guards patrolled without sound. Mana lanterns dimmed to a soft glow. Every inch of marble and velvet whispered of power held back, not flaunted. Inside her room, Serafina sat at her desk. The curtains were drawn. The candlelight flickered over a thick leather-bound journal, opened halfway. Her handwriting was sharp, even elegant, without a single flourish. One page was labeled with a single header, centered at the top in fine black ink. Potential allies, Phase I. Below it, a list. Marcus, strong, visible, respected by peers. Clara de Neveria, capable, composed, useful under pressure. Selene von Iskandar, genius of the North. Elena von Listeria, high prestige, popular, ideal for public face if needed. Her pen hovered for a moment. Then, just below the last name, she wrote, Noelle Thorne, unpredictable, dangerous, doesn't seek influence. Observe closely. Potential love interest of my best friend? She paused, tapped the end of the pen once against the corner of the page. You are a curious one. Serafina closed the book slowly, running her hand once across the cover. Tomorrow, things would begin to shift, and she'd be ready. Auditorium was full. More than 400 students sat facing the stage rows of pressed uniforms, family crests stitched on shoulders, whispers moving like wind through the crowd. Some exchanged quiet notes. Others leaned over to murmur predictions. Most just waited. Noelle sat in the upper third of the hall, slightly slouched, arms crossed, watching without expression. Roberto sat next to him, head tilted, lazily fidgeting with a charm tied to his belt. Then the lights dimmed, and silence followed. From stage right, a tall girl stepped forward. Short blue hair, navy eyes, uniform cut sharp and precise. She didn't smile. Mariolvana Stralis, president of the student council, 2 years at the top, uncontested. She stepped up to the podium, a structure of polished blackwood inlaid with silver runesen, let the silence breathe before speaking. I'll keep this short. A few chuckles from the front rows. The past 2 years have been good, not easy, not perfect, but still good. She looked out over the crowd, steady and confident. I've served through monster incursions, political visits, rule changes, and more than a few noble tantrums. That earned more laughter. But next year will be my last at this academy, which means it's time to step down and let someone else lead. She paused. Noelle leaned forward slightly. Her voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. Good luck. Don't screw it up. She stepped away from the podium, leaving behind only silence and possibility. The room began to stir. Noelle didn't move. And here we fucking go. The room hadn't settled yet. Whispers spread like ripples on water, names, predictions, nervous laughter. A few students looked toward the elite rows where the noble heirs usually sat, waiting to see who would move first. Dior of Valor didn't hesitate. He stood from his seat in the center left aisle, straightened his dark red coat with one clean motion, and walked toward the stage with practiced grace. Students watched in silence as he ascended the steps and turned to face the crowd, just a few steps beside Mariel, who stood with her hands behind her back, observing. Dior placed one hand over his chest. Good morning, everyone. His voice was smooth, clear, calm, and perfectly measured. Most of you know who I am. For those who don't, I am Dior of Valor, and I intend to serve as your next council president. There were no gasps, no signs of shock. Only the low murmurs of a truth everyone had already suspected. He continued, Our academy is built on discipline, structure, and the legacy of those who came before us. We stand where we are because of tradition and because we respect the strength that holds us together. He scanned the room. As president, I will reinforce that strength. I will protect the order that allows all of us to grow, to compete, and to represent our houses and nations with pride. He bowed his head slightly. And just like that, he stepped back. Some applause, strong among the nobles, polite among the rest. Dior walked to the side of the stage, composed, hands folded behind his back. Then a second figure stood. Noelle didn't need to lean forward to see who it was. Serafina. She walked alone down the center aisle-straight, tall, shoulders relaxed, presence heavy without being loud. Her cloak was deep violet, trimmed in silver, her crest woven into the collar. Her boots made no sound on the stone. She stopped at the center of the stage and faced the room. No bow, no introductions. I am Serafina of Valor, and I too will run for president. No murmurs this time, just attention. Her voice was calm but sharper than Dior's, more controlled. I will not offer promises of tradition. I respect our history, but I don't serve it. A pause. My duty is to the academy, to its students, to every one of you. She looked across the tiers. Human or not, noble or not, name or not. If you work to improve this place, we will improve it together. Silence. Then one hand clapped, then another. And suddenly the sound grew, not polite applause, but something heavier. Real. Noelle didn't clap, but he nodded to himself. She's already winning. That's good, should mean less work for me from now on. Main courtyard like a wave held too long. Chatter erupted instantly. Groups formed, fast, nobles, commoners, foreign-born students, quiet observers. The atmosphere buzzed with speculation and instinctual realignments. Of course, Dior's running. He's basically guaranteed. Serafina said, all of you. She meant it. She's serious. Did you hear her tone? Noelle stepped out into the sun with Roberto beside him, hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. I'm calling it now, Roberto said. Dior's going to win the nobles by a landslide. Noelle didn't answer. No shit, Sherlock. He watched 2 second-year students, both beastkin, talking with hopeful urgency. Another group near the fountain argued quietly, one of them glancing nervously in Dior's direction. And if he gets elected, half the school's going to end up locked under tradition again. From behind a marble column, a pair of third years whispered to one another. I heard Dior's already secured most of the house-backed votes. Noelle turned his head slightly. Serafina had exited after Dior, speaking with no one, her assistants trailing just behind. She didn't look smug, didn't look uncertain either. She came prepared. In contrast, Dior stood under the arch of the eastern wing, already surrounded by nobles shaking his hand, clapping him on the shoulder, congratulating him like it was already over. The student council chamber was quiet, its long table empty but for a few sealed scrolls and the flickering amber glow of suspended lanterns. Mariel von Astrali stood by the window, hands clasped behind her back, watching the students disperse from the courtyard below. Elira entered without ceremony. The door clicked shut behind her. "You wanted to speak." Mariel turned slightly, just enough to glance at her over her shoulder. "I wanted to ask what you think about the candidates." Mariel nodded. Elira walked to the far side of the table, fingers brushing over the polished surface as she moved. "You're not going to endorse anyone. It wasn't a question." Mariel confirmed it with a quiet exhale. "I'm stepping out. That means stepping back." She paused. "But you? You're still here. You want my opinion. I want your instinct." A pause, then Elira smiled just slightly. "I already know who I'm supporting." Mariel turned to face her fully now, one brow lifted. "That's so, it is," and Elira met her gaze without blinking. "It's a secret." Mariel gave a soft laugh through her nose. "Of course it is, the Elira special right there." Elira stepped away from the table, pacing slowly as she spoke. "You know that titles from the outside have never mattered here at the Academy. That's why I supported you half a year ago when I first arrived." She looked back over her shoulder. "What matters here is what you do, not where you come from," something like that. "They supported you for 2 years. Why not do it again with someone else?" Elira smirked faintly. "They always do, eventually." The western wing hallways had mostly cleared out. Classes hadn't started yet, but the students had already dispersed, trailing groups and voices behind them. Noel and Roberto walked toward the dorms at a steady pace, neither in a rush. Roberto broke the silence first. "I don't like Dior." Noel glanced sideways. "Oh yeah, feels like he wants to change how the academy works, and not in a good way." Noel nodded once, no hesitation. "I agree, I don't like him at all. We all know that if Dior wins, anyone without wealth or noble blood would either be pushed out of the academy or find it impossible to stay." Roberto grinned. "Then I guess I know who you're voting for." "Probably the same person you are," Noel said, "but we'll need to keep an eye on him, see what he's planning." Roberto raised an eyebrow. "You know the prince that well, thought this was your first time seeing him." Noel let out a slow breath, lips curling slightly. "If only you knew. He's not someone I care to trust, that's all." "Then I'll follow that gut of yours." "Doesn't sit right with me either." They walked a few more steps in silence before Roberto shot him a glance. "You planning something heroic again?" Noel frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Oh, come on. We both know you were the one who helped the most during the banquet attack." Noel shook his head. "Wrong. Marcus was the main hero. Him and his teams, you know that." Yeah, whatever you say." "Ghost?" Noel didn't laugh, but there was something close in the way he exhaled, and as the dorm building came into view, his thoughts drifted. "Well, I already chose to step into the story, so whatever happens next, let it come." The hollow was cold that night, colder than usual. Noel landed at the edge of the ravine just as the wind shifted, pushing fine dust across the ground like whispering ash. The sky above was starless, the cliffs on either side tall and jagged like broken teeth. He rolled his shoulders. His cloak was thrown onto a flat stone, boots dug into the cracked terrain where countless step-she's own had already worn paths of repetition. He drew Revenant Fang from his back. The blade hummed not a sound, but a weight settling into his grip like memory, and then it appeared 10 meters ahead near the edge of the ridge. The shadow, same as always. Noel tilted his head. "There you are again." The shadow didn't move. Noel shifted the blade slightly in his hand. "You never show up when anyone's around." "What's the matter?" Shy silence. He smirked. "Yeah, no answer. I don't know what I was expecting." The wind howled between the rocks again. Noel planted his feet. "All right then, let's get back to it." The shadow moved, and so did he. The noble wing of the academy was more than just walls and crests. It was carved expectation-policed marble floors, stained glass windows bearing sigils of the 5 high houses, and chandeliers that never flickered, regardless of wind or mana flux. Inside one of its larger salons, a dozen chairs circled a central table adorned with fruits, fine cheese, and bottles of chilled spell wine. And at the head, standing with quiet confidence, was Dior of Valor. He let the quiet settle before speaking. "We need a change." Some of the students raised eyebrows, curious, not concerned. Dior smiled smoothly, "Not because something bad is happening, but because the past." Changed? He stepped forward, eyes meeting every ear in the room one by one. There was a time when the academy stood for something greater. It was a sanctuary of prestige, where the strongest and most noble were molded into leaders. He paused, measured, deliberate. But over the past decade, things have changed. The purpose has been diluted, twisted, even corrupted. No one moved. The academy was founded on order, heritage, and inherited strength, not on shallow popularity or sob stories. A few soft chuckles, a few knowing smirks. Dior kept going. "If we want this place to remain what it was meant to be, beacon of excellence, you can't let it become a stage for petty experiments or feel-good reforms. Then he stopped directly in front of the table. As president, I will restore what's slipping, reinforce what still works, and ensure the council remains as it should be composed of those born to lead. The room was silent. Then came the nods, the low murmurs. A round of soft, confident applause. He'd said exactly what they wanted to hear, and more than a few of them had already decided. The seat was his. The northern corridor of the academy stretched wide, built from smooth stone with tall arched windows glowing with late morning sun. It was the busiest part of campus. Students from every background crossed through here between lectures, training, and meals. And Seraphina of Valor walked directly through the heart of it, just her, and a single assistant walking 3 steps behind, silent and watchful. Her Dior built alliances behind polished doors and embroidered banners. Seraphina walked where the voices were loudest. She paused beside a study group crammed around a bench. Mixed students, a half-elf, a dwarf, a dark-skinned human girl with an open spellbook and 2 broken quills. Seraphina didn't hover. She crouched to their level. "You short on materials?" she asked gently. The girl blinked. "We brought it up last week, but the supply office said it wasn't a priority." Seraphina nodded. "It is now." She stood again, not waiting for gratitude. Further ahead, 2 Beastkin students nearly stepped aside when they saw her. She stopped them with a quiet gesture. "Our patrol shift's still lopsided." They exchanged looks, nodded slowly. "We'll fix it. Next rotation starts Monday." One of them hesitated. "You're really running for president?" Seraphina nodded once. "I am." "Why?" She answered without hesitation. "Because this academy was meant to be the place where we all stand on equal ground. Where what matters is what you do, not where you're from." A small crowd had gathered by nothing loud, nothing formal, just presence. No one should have an advantage just because of their bloodline. Not here. It must continue as it is, but better. The Eastern Hall's private dining chamber glowed with enchantments that made the silver cutlery gleam without ever dulling, and the linens stay clean regardless of spilled wine. The room smelled of roasted manna hair, smoked truffle oil, and cinnamon pear tarts floating quite literally from a noble estate. At the head of the table sat Dior of Valor, posture relaxed, voice calm, fingers loosely wrapped around a glass of crystal-clear herbal liquor. Around him, no fewer than 20 nobles sat, laughed, and ate. House emblems gleamed on their shoulders. Every one of them had a name that mattered. "Seraphina's speeches are charming," one said with a soft laugh, "but charm doesn't write laws, or fund them," added another. Dior smiled, not interrupting, just listening, measuring. Then he spoke. "Change sounds noble, until you realize it comes at the cost of structure." The table nodded. "Tradition holds us together," he continued. "Letting emotion dictate policy only leads to chaos." From the far end of the room, a young noble added, "My father says we shouldn't let the outer lines get a voice in matters they weren't born for." Several others laughed. Dior didn't. He simply sipped from his glass, said nothing, didn't correct it, didn't condone it, just let the moment pass like so many others. Outside the chamber, 2 students commoners walked by the glass-lined wall. They couldn't hear the words, but they could see the table. Gleaming, laughing, untouchable. The lecture hall was one of the largest in the eastern wing, rows of wide desks arranged in ascending tiers, walls inlaid with runic channels that pulsed faintly during spell theory lessons. Today, Professor Deemer stood at the front, lecturing on mana flux synchronization and cooperative casting. But no one was really listening, at least not like usual. Noelle sat in the 3rd row from the back, chin resting on one hand, eyes half-lidded but focused. Not on the professor, on the people. Dior sat near the front, surrounded by noble students, all perfectly groomed, posture straight, eyes alert when Dior spoke and bored when Deemer did. Every time Dior asked a question or answered, one of the nobles around him nodded, laughed, reacted. Behind them, seated 2 rows back and one desk to the left, Seraphina took notes quietly with no one flanking her, but people looked her way. Often, Noelle noticed it. The split was already there. Nobles clustered toward Dior. Everyone else, mixed heritage, foreign-born, less famous surnames, drifted closer to Seraphina. In the center of it all, Marcus, sitting with Clara and Selene, leaned toward Seraphina's side. Lazil, too. Garen, arms crossed, looked uncomfortable but stayed near them, of course. The perfect protagonist with the perfect sense of justice, standing beside the noble yet progressive candidate. How typical. The library was never truly quiet, not for someone like Noelle. It wasn't the sound of turning pages or the faint hum of the mana lanterns that bothered him, it was the voices, the shifting weight of opinion, the tension that filled the gaps between conversation and silence. He sat in the back left corner, book open in front of him. He hadn't turned the page in 20 minutes. 2 tables over, a group of second years whispered furiously. One of Theman elven girl kept repeating that Dior was the only stable choice. The others looked unconvinced. The far end, a group of beastkin shared bread and strategy, what Seraphina's presence meant, what change might actually look like. Closer still, someone quietly scribbled a list of house allegiances on a scrap of parchment. Noelle watched him do it with the edge of his vision. His eyes drifted back to the page in front of him. It was a volume on elemental feedback loops and enchanted blades. Irrelevant, useless, she has to win. He closed the book, slowly. in the original timeline. And from that moment on, everything started falling apart. Corruption in the council, purges in the curriculum, divisions growing deeper each month. It didn't happen overnight, but it started here, with that election. He leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the closed cover of the book. I can't let that happen again. I don't care if I have to push from the shadows like last time or appear like the protagonist. If I have to cheat the system myself, Serafina has to win if I want to live. The tower looked abandoned from the outside. It stood near the edge of the eastern zone of the academy, the zone with better views of the city. Just a regular padlock-crusted old and clinging to the latch like it had something worth protecting. Noel, of course, ignored it. He took his sword and with a swing it broke. Now he was on the roof. He'd climbed out through a narrow window, careful not to dislodge the glass. The slate tiles beneath him were cold, angled, and solid. From up here, the entire academy stretched out in shadow and silver moonlight, and a bit more far away the city of Valon. He lay back, arms folded behind his head, cloak spread beneath him like a mat. For a long while he didn't move, just breath, just listened. The air was cold, the sky clear still and untouched. But below him, everything buzzed with motion. Votes, promises, lies, all echoing louder than the wind. Up here, silence. He exhaled. Well, he muttered to himself, staring at the stars, act eyes off to a good start. He raised his hand, fingers outstretched toward the sky. Status. A blue panel flickered into view, hovering silently over his palm. Monocore. Novice rank, current progress. 73.33, sword equipped. Revenant Fang grade, unique awakened, ring equipped, ashen sigil grade, unawakened, quest save the world. Noel let out a small huff of breath, almost a laugh, not bad at all. He looked at his hand, then down to the blade resting beside him. Revenant Fang's awake, and I've got this pretty new ring, ashen sigil. He turned his head to the side, eyes closed, the weight of the day slowly bleeding off his shoulders. The council chamber hadn't changed. Same stone walls polished by decades of quiet arguments. Same high windows filtering in thin, filtered light. Same long table carved from blackwood, its surface engraved with the sigils of the 10 seats. But the people around it had changed. Mariel von Astrali sat at the head, sharp-eyed and silent, her presence more ceremonial than functional now. She had spoken once at the start of the meeting, keep it civil, and hadn't said another word since. 9 other members sat spaced around the table, and the air between them was thin. One noble spoke first. Dior represents continuity. He understands how things work how they've always worked. Another noble nodded in agreement. He has the backing of tradition. That should mean something in this room. Across the table, a young mage from the outer provinces frowned, and Serafina represents everyone else. This academy isn't a royal court, someone muttered. No, came a calm voice from the far end. But it's starting to look like one. Eyes shifted to Elira von Estermont, just sipped her tea and let the silence tight. Mariel didn't interfere. She just watched them, her successors drawing their lines. And she knew this wouldn't be decided in one room or by one vote, but the battle had begun. The chamber emptied slowly. Chairs scraped back one by one. Cloaks swished as nobles exited in pairs. Whispers lingered longer than the people who spoke them. Elira didn't move. She remained in her seat, fingers gently tapping the rim of her empty teacup, her eyes fixed on the map of sigils carved into the table's center. 10 houses, 10 seats. And now 2 futures. She didn't need to write anything down. It was already sorted in her mind. 3 nobles firmly with Dior, 2 undecideds pretending neutrality, 3 quiet allies leaning towards Serafina likely to follow her lead, and then her. And Mariel still watching from her seat at the head like a ghost fading with dignity. Elira stood at last. Mariel's voice broke the silence before she reached the door. You've already decided, haven't you? Elira looked back. Of course I told you yesterday. Then why haven't you declared it? Because the timing matters more than the decision. Mariel smirked faintly. You learned that here. Elira gave a slight nod. That's why I'm not letting it fall into the wrong hands. She stepped out of the room and didn't head back to her quarters. She turned down the east hallway, toward a quiet, unused chamber she knew well. She had one more piece to move, and she knew exactly who she needed. The room hadn't changed. Dust still clung to the upper shelves. The long velvet curtain was still tied back with a strip of fraying silver thread. One of the lanterns flickered every now and then like it couldn't decide whether to stay lit. Elira sat where she always did, second chair from the window, back straight, fingers folded in her lap. Noel entered without knocking. His boots didn't echo. He made sure of that. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and let the silence stretch just enough before speaking. Heard you've been looking for me. Elira didn't glance up. I knew you'd find your way here. Noel stepped in, letting the door click shut behind him. Not that hard when you've only got one hiding place. Hiding implies shame, she replied. This is just strategic distance. He smirked slightly and walked to the window, glancing outside before turning back to her. So, what's the favor? Elira finally looked at Jaime sharp, but not cold. I need you to help Serafina win. Noel raised an eyebrow. That's it, that's it. He tilted his head, then shrugged. Keep your favor. I was going to do that anyway. Elira's eyes didn't widen, but the pause before she responded said enough. That's so. Noelle sat on the edge of the old desk near the wall. She has to win, you know it. I know it. Every person with more than 2 fingers of common sense know it. Dior gets that seat, and this place goes straight to hell. It will be like we go back in time. Elira's lips curved faintly, not in amusement, in recognition. I hoped you'd say that, but she wasn't done, not even close. Noelle stretched his legs slightly, hands resting on the edge of the desk behind him. He looked relaxed. Elira knew better than anyone that it was nothing more than a facade. So that's it then, he asked. Favor cleared. Elira tilted her head. No, Noelle narrowed his eyes just slightly. Didn't I just agree to your cause? You did. She stood, smoothing the front of her uniform with absent fingers, then met his gaze, which means I need to use the favor on something else. Noelle exhaled slowly through his nose. All right, I don't think that is fair, but go ahead. She didn't smile, but there was something behind her eyes, a glint, a calculation half hidden beneath composure. I want a date. The room went quiet. Noelle blinked once. Come again, I don't think I heard you right. A date, she repeated. With you. He stared at her as if waiting for the punchline. When it didn't come, he leaned forward a little. And the reason for this madness? Elira turned to the window, didn't look at him when she answered. I need to confirm something. That was all. No elaboration, no explanation, just that. Noelle stared at the back of her head for a moment longer. Then looked up at the ceiling. Fucking hell. Elira didn't move. Is that a yes? Do I have a choice? No, the air in the room settled again, quieter now. Noelle leaned back against the desk, arms crossed, watching Elira with something between amusement and resignation. She, on the other hand, remained standing by the window, one hand resting on the frame, the other hanging loosely at her side. You always twist things, he muttered. You don't even sound surprised when I agree to help. Because I know you, she said without turning, and I know you wouldn't stand by and let Dior win. Noelle snorted softly. I've heard this story before and I already know the ending. Elira looked back at him. Then you understand what's at stake. He nodded. The council changes everything. Budget, the policy, and public influence. If Dior takes over, it's back to nobles first. The foreign-born students, the Beastkinth'll be the first to pay the price. Then the rest will follow. Elira stepped away from the window, her voice calm but weightier. Serafina is the only one who can maintain the balance, maybe even shift it for good. Noelle didn't argue, didn't speak, just stared at the floor for a moment, thoughtful. Then, you ever do anything without a second layer of meaning? Not since I was 10, that explains a lot. She sat in the same spot he once rested on her lap. You think Serafina can actually pull this off? With the right pieces, Elira said, yes. Noelle shook his head slowly. Right, one step at a time then. The room smelled of dust, old parchment, and dried mana ink. It had become their unofficial war room, quiet, hidden, and far from the ears of anyone who mattered. The old council chamber wasn't used anymore, but Elira had claimed it weeks ago. And Noelle never asked why. He stood near the table, arms crossed, while Elira moved a scroll aside and laid down a thick folded list. They finalized it, she said. 20 names, across all 3 years. Noelle didn't move. The new S-Class dormitory roster. She unrolled it slowly. Neatly inked names glowed faintly under the candlelight, in a perfect, almost ceremonial order. Selene von Iskandar. Elira von Estermont. Serafina of Valor. Dior of Valor. Myriel von Astralis. And then, just a few lines down, Noelle Thorne. Linked once, but didn't react. He expected that much. Maybe others don't know him, but Nicholas does. Just read the rest in silence. Some names he recognized from whispers in training halls. Others he didn't know at all, but the presence of second and third year elites made one thing clear. This wasn't a popularity contest. It was a battlefield lineup. Elira watched his face. The announcement will be public soon. Once it is, your voice, your vote will carry a different weight. Noelle raised an eyebrow. All right, this makes it better for us. Yes, you are right. He glanced back down at the names. So this is how they shift the scales. Quietly from the inside, 20 students, he muttered, and every single one of them carries more weight than 100 other students put together. Elira nodded once, which is why I want you to speak to one of them. Who? She turned another page. Selene von Iskandar. Noelle kept staring at the scroll for a few more seconds before letting out a quiet sigh. Why me? Elira didn't look up from the second page she was marking. Excuse me, why do I have to talk to Selene? He clarified. You could have sent anyone. Now she did look up. Because I saw you training near her at the start of the year. You exchanged words. That already puts you ahead of most people. Noelle tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. Ah, so that's the bar. Yes, he crossed his arms. And what about the rest? Elira rolled up the scroll with practiced efficiency. I'll take care of it. I know them already. I actually have rapport. A pause. Then she added without venom. Besides, let's be honest, you don't exactly have the social grace to charm undecided voters. Noelle blinked once. Deadpan, just trying to manage resources efficiently. He pushed off the desk with a sigh. Right, I'll go find the ice wall. Try not to make it worse. No promises. He walked toward the door, muttering to himself. See you later, I guess. Elira didn't respond, just smiled faintly as he disappeared into the hall, still more reliable than most, even when he's impossible. The training grounds behind the eastern towers were mostly empty at that hour. The sun hung low, casting long shadows over the stone platforms, their surfaces worn smooth by years of footwork and mana flares. And in the center of the far ring, Selene von Iskandar was moving, graceful, precise, unshaken. In her hand, a slender wand carved from pale wood glowed faintly at the tip with mana. Each motion she made traced lines of raw arcane control circles, strikes, directional pulse, all too clean to be decorative, too sharp to be anything but combat practice. Noelle watched her for a moment from a distance, then stepped forward without hesitation. She didn't look at him, didn't stop. He waited until her next sequence finished before speaking. Selene, she halted, turned just slightly, just enough to glance at him. Us that piercing cyanic gaze, I need to talk to you. A pause, then she spoke quiet, flat. Talk, I'll keep it short, Noelle said, stepping onto the platform. Selene lowered her wand and wiped the handle with a cloth, slow and methodical. My decision is made. Noelle blinked once. Right. Selene said nothing more. She returned to her stance, standing straight in the center of the platform. She wore the standard training uniform modified for colder climates, with reinforced sleeves and a high collar. Her long blue hair was pulled into a loose braid that swayed with every movement. In her hand, the wand barely flickered. Her cyan eyes, glowing faintly, were now focused on the orb of magic hovering between her fingers. A pale blue construct, spinning slowly with layers of ice mana and internal compression. Noelle exhaled. You don't like politics, I get that, but you know what Dior becoming president means. Selene didn't stop her casting. It's not about liking anything. Then what is it about? The orb of magic expanded slightly, then compressed tighter into a fist-sized core. She turned her wand, carving a silent rune in the air, and the mana held. I made my choice, that's all. Noelle stepped closer, arms crossed. So who are you going to vote for? Selene finally looked at him again. I don't owe explanations. She nodded, didn't speak again, just turned back toward the center of the ring, and resumed her training. Noelle descended the stone path that led away from the training grounds, hands in his pockets, head tilted slightly toward the sky. The wind brushed past, dry and cold. His steps echoed softly against the tile. Selene had made herself perfectly clear. No hostility, no debate, just an immovable wall of self-contained certainty. Well, that could have gone worse. In the novel, she didn't vote at all, stayed out of it like everything else. At least this time she's choosing. He wasn't sure if that was good or bad, but it was different, and that mattered. That's already a change. One more thread pulled out of the noose this world used to wear. He exhaled through his nose, half a sigh, half a breath of relief. Now we just wait to see which way she tips the scale. Elira was in her usual spot. Second chair from the window, report folder open in front of her, the soft glow of a mana lamp casting steady light across the desk. Noelle walked in without knocking. No need. He shut the door behind him and dropped into the chair across from her like it was routine. Didn't work. Elira looked up from her notes. She refused. She said she already voted. Elira tilted her head slightly. For Serafina, Noelle shrugged. Didn't say, but not Dior, that much I'm sure of. She nodded once, thoughtful. That's better than expected. Noelle leaned back, arms crossed behind his head. Doesn't feel like a win. It's still a shift, Elira said calmly. Noelle looked at the ceiling for a moment, then back at her. Let's hope that shift doesn't tilt the wrong way. Elira closed the folder in front of her with care. If it does, we'll correct it. The main auditorium of the academy was rarely full. Today it overflowed. Every seat on the marble steps had been claimed. The nobles filled the front sections, their uniforms pristine, their voices low. The outer rings, higher up into the flanks, buzzed with students from every house and region. Dozens of professors lined the edges, murmuring among themselves. The banners of the academy fluttered along the vaulted walsmana, stitched fabric shimmering in blue and silver. Noelle entered quietly. He didn't wear anything special. Front row was full, he said with a grin. Shame. Would have been a tragedy, Noelle muttered as he sat beside him. They didn't speak further. The energy in the room was shifting, focused with the anticipation before a real fight. A hush fell as a figure walked onto the stage. He was tall, composed, dressed in a deep gray professor's robe with silver trim. His hair was black, neatly combed, and his face held a calm, diplomatic smile. Professor Larius, the new professor. One who had taken over Caldis's old position. Noelle watched him carefully. There's something smelly about you, maybe because I never read about him. He never appeared in the story. Larius raised his hand, and his voice echoed cleanly through the room, projected by a soft mana field. Each candidate will present their vision for the academy, their intentions, their priorities, and their answers to what comes next. He stepped back. Let us begin. And with that, the hall fell silent. One name was called first. Dior of Valor. The room was still. Then came footsteps measured, deliberate, echoing softly across the marble as Dior of Valor stepped onto the stage. He wore the formal uniform of the academy, trimmed in red and gold, the insignia of House Valor stitched into the collar. His hair was perfectly styled, his expression calm and composed. He stood at the center, letting the silence carry weight before speaking. Prestige, he began, voice smooth and clear, is not a luxury. It's a responsibility. There were no cheers, no noise, just attention. For generations, this academy has stood as a pillar not just of strength, but of structure. It has been the forge where leaders are refined, not through chaos, but through order. He glanced toward the noble section, careful and calculated, every movement deliberate. That structure is what allows us to grow, to push limits without losing purpose, to compete without collapsing into noise. A pause. I do not believe tradition should be discarded in the name of vague ideals. I believe it must be honored, strengthened, refined. His tone didn't rise, but it grew firmer. As president, I will ensure this academy remembers what made it great, its discipline, its values, its hierarchy. Because when the world outside looks at us, they should see excellence. He bowed his head slightly, and just like that, he stepped back. The noble sections erupted in applause. The rest of the room remained quieter, processing, watching. Noelle sat motionless, expression unreadable. Yeah, I don't like you a bit. You were one of the characters I hated the most. The applause began to fade. Dior stepped aside with a dignified nod, returning to his place near the front row. A few nobles leaned in to whisper congratulations. Some clapped him on the back. Noelle didn't move, just stared at the empty podium, then exhaled, slow and quiet. That wasn't a speech, it was more like, look at me, I'm a powerful noble. No, wait, a damn prince. Though I guess that applies to me too, huh? Except I don't follow Dior, I'm the exception. Roberto leaned in slightly, whispering, what do you think? Noelle didn't look away. Yeah, sounds like a king pretending to be a class rep. Roberto snorted, so. Still not your vote, I guess. Noelle gave a short, dry smile. Not unless I fall into a coma and someone votes for me. He leaned back in his seat, watching and waiting, because now came the real test. Larius stepped forward again and spoke a single name, Seraphina of Valor. The silence returned. Then came the sound of calm, deliberate footsteps. Seraphina of Valor stepped onto the stage alone. She wore the standard formal uniform, tailored with subtle silver trim. No visible weapons, no sigil beyond the one etched softly at her shoulder. And yet the room leaned in. She didn't wait for the silence to deepen. She began. The academy was built on strength. No one questions that. Her voice was calm, even not demanding attention, commending it. But strength without direction is just force, and force without compassion becomes tyranny. A pause, one breath. We stand at a crossroads. Where the future of this academy and what it means will be shaped by those who lead it next. She stepped forward slightly. I don't come here to undo the past. I come to improve the future. We don't need to abandon our roots to grow. We need to clear the weeds choking the new branches. Damn, that was poetic. Some heads turned at that. Others nodded. Her tone never shifted, but her words hit harder than any volume ever could. The student council should protect opportunity, not privilege. It should lead, not dictate, and no student, no matter where they come from, should ever feel less than because of something they can't control. One final breath. Then, that's the academy I want to build, and if you want that too, then walk with me. She stepped back. The room was silent for a beat longer than Dior's. Then came the applause. It started from the sides, the back, the upper rows, and it spread. The applause didn't shake the room like Dior's had. It settled in, like a quiet truth too heavy to ignore. Dior sat perfectly still, back straight, hands folded, jaw locked. His eyes followed Seraphina as she left the podium. No rush, no smile, no reaction to the crowd. He leaned slightly toward one of his aides. Start organizing meetings with second years. Quietly. The aide nodded, already scribbling. Meanwhile, Seraphina stepped down from the stage and walked with measured steps toward the waiting row near the council. Elira was already there. No words passed at first. Then, just as Seraphina sat down, Elira leaned closer. Not too close, just enough to be heard. You shifted the room. It means you did a good work on there. Seraphina didn't respond immediately. Her eyes were on the students still applauding. Some confused, some moved, some. Ready? Then she replied, quiet and curt. One breath at a time, one by one. Elira allowed herself the briefest of smiles. Dior didn't look back, but he could feel it. He was no longer the only force in the room. Fuck, I underestimated you, big sis. You will see one day. I will be the one on the throne, and I will send you married to some ugly fat pig, so you will suffer, and I will never see you again. The applause faded slowly, like waves losing strength at the shore. Students began murmuring again. Some still clapped, others just sat, quiet, thoughtful. Noelle didn't move. From his seat high on the left wing, he'd seen everything. Dior's perfection, Seraphina's presence, and the reaction that followed. He leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees. She sent a message. He muttered under his breath. Roberto, next to him, raised an eyebrow. You think she won this round? Noelle didn't answer right away. His eyes were fixed on Dior, still sitting straight, still smiling, but with that stiffness he'd seen 100 times before in other men who were losing ground. Then Noelle looked toward the shadows at the far end of the hall. Larius was still. watching. Not a word, not a twitch, too still, like he was waiting for something. Something smells wrong, Noel said quietly, Dior's losing grip. And when people like him start losing in the open, he stood up, adjusting his coat. They start doing things in the dark. Roberto blinked. Should we worry? Noel didn't look back. We should pay attention. The room fell quiet. Outside, the wind pressed against the windows, soft but constant like a warning knocking at the edge of their world. Noel tightened the glove on his right hand, eyes distant. With people like Dior, after what we saw today, you can bet he won't just sit back and do nothing. Roberto exhaled slowly, the weight of the moment settling in. Think he'll do something reckless? Noel paused at the door. Not think, he murmured. No. Then he stepped out into the hall, boots echoing with purpose, because when power slips through gilded fingers, someone always bleeds to get it back. The room was small but polished, tucked beneath the east wing in one of the old strategy chambers reserved for noble meetings. Thick velvet curtains blocked the windows. A charmed sigil carved into the door shimmered faintly, indicating no sound would escape. Dior sat at the head of the round table, fingers steepled. 3 other nobles sat with him, young, sharp, loyal. Ulrich von Valin, Cashen Thurin, Leora of Dairness, all from ancient bloodlines, all eager to prove themselves. The atmosphere was controlled. But tense, Cashen was the first to speak. Her speech hit harder than I thought it would. I mean, even I caught myself wondering what the right move was. Whoops, sorry, Prince Dior, didn't mean to betray the cause. Leora nodded and quickly tried to help Cashen. She spoke like she already believed she'd won. Ulrich leaned back in his chair. It's getting worse. Even commoners are quoting her now. In the sparring fields, Dior kept his gaze on the candle flame in the center of the table. Momentum is a dangerous thing, he said softly, especially when it starts rolling downhill. Cashen cleared his throat. We could remind people what happens when the academy forgets its structure. Dior said nothing, just looked up, met Cashen's eyes. There was some minor disturbance in the library this morning, wasn't there? Cashen hesitated, then nodded. A spell misfire, nothing serious. Dior's voice remained calm. And the one responsible was a student who supports Serafina, wasn't he? Leora's eyes lit up. Yes, one of the first-year supporters. Dior smiled faintly, didn't raise his voice, didn't issue an order. Then it would be a shame, he said softly, if people began to associate her movement with disorder. The 3 nobles exchanged glances. Nothing else needed to be said. The academy library was usually a haven of silence, high ceilings with endless shelves, lanterns enchanted to float above the reading zones, students scattered in quiet pockets, each lost in their studies or preparation for upcoming practical exams, but not today. Near the west wing, in a side aisle lined with advanced spell theory tomes, 2 voices were rising. One belonged to a second-year noble Cashen Thurin, dressed impeccably in the scarlet-accented uniform of his house. Calm, polite, but unmistakably condescending. The other, a first-year boy Rain, short brown hair, worn uniform, and a bright silver pin on his collar with Serafina's emblem. They weren't shouting, but their words were sharp. I'm just saying, Rain muttered, trying to keep his voice low. Maybe people are tired of letting old families run everything like it's their birthright. Cashen gave a smooth, quiet laugh. Ah, the voice of the enlightened future. Tell Muhin that future burns down around you. Will she offer you more words or a shield? Rain stepped forward, too close. Cashen took a step back, intentionally dramatic, and brushed against a stack of books. A spell tome slipped loose. It hit the floor and pulsed. The protective enchantment inside Ida defense array designed for emergency training activated with a flash of blue light. A shockwave burst outward, loud enough to knock over a nearby shelf. Books crashed and the pages flew. Students screamed in surprise and ducked. Instructors rushed over from the central hall. Mana flared as they locked down the area. And in the middle of it all, Cashen stood looking stunned. Rain stood frozen, half-lunged, caught in the worst possible posture. Someone already had their hand raised, pointing. He did it. The kid who supports the princess lost control, and just like that, the lie took its first breath. By the next morning, the story had already changed. Twice. What had started as a minor mishap in the west wing of the library had become something else entirely. In the common dining hall, did you hear? A Serafina supporter attacked a noble with a spell. In the training fields, apparently they're getting aggressive. First the speeches, now intimidation tactics. Yes, the nobles need to be careful. In one of the stairwells leading to the east dorms, a single unsigned poster had appeared. Simple white paper, bold black ink. Is this the unity she promised? S-class, think before you vote. No one knew who posted it, but no one really questioned it either. That was the nature of a good rumor. It didn't need truth, just momentum. Noel heard the whispers on his way to class. He didn't react, didn't slow down. But by the 3rd time someone mentioned the library incident, he finally stopped in his tracks. Roberto caught up beside him, raising an eyebrow. Something wrong. Noel's voice was quiet, flat. Yeah, with the class, with the smell. What smell? The one that follows bullshit. He turned sharply and started down another hallway, straight toward the library. The west wing of the library was quiet again, too quiet. The broken shelf had already been repaired, enchanted wood restored, books neatly returned, but the air still felt off, like a room that had recently hosted a storm and was pretending it hadn't. Noel walked in like he belonged there, which by now he did. He didn't look around. He already knew what he was searching for. Behind the main reception desk, a young assistant mage sat reviewing inventory scrolls. She flinched slightly when Noel's shadow fell over her workspace. "You were here yesterday," he said. Not a question. The girl looked up, cautious. "Why, yes, tell me exactly what happened. No, making things upling's not a great idea, right?" She blinked. I already gave a report to Instructor Valen, not to him. To me. His voice didn't rise, didn't need to. It landed like a blade set gently on a table. The assistant swallowed and spoke. A few minutes later, Noel had what he needed. Rain had barely moved. Cashin had instigated. The book's activation was no accident. It was a setup, clean and simple. Noel didn't say anything when she finished, just turned and walked out. He found Cashin 5 minutes later, not in the halls, but just outside the eastern courtyard, talking to 2 other nobles and laughing like nothing in the world could touch him. Noel approached, didn't greet him, just stopped a meter away and stared. Cashin turned, smirked. "Something I can help you with, Thorn?" Noel's voice was quiet. "If you pull a stunt like that again." He stepped forward. Cashin's smile faltered. "You won't have to worry about Seraphina ruining your campaign." Noel leaned in slightly, eyes flat, cold, because I'll end it before she does. Cashin's mouth opened. Noel didn't wait for a reply. He walked off. The silence left behind was louder than anything Cashin might have said. Noel didn't expect to be followed, but as he turned the corner of the east hallway, headed toward the back garden stairs, footsteps matched his precise, composed, and unhurried. He glanced back once. Of course, Seraphina of Valor. She wore the standard uniform, no crest or cape. Her hair was braided back, and her posture was as regal in the quiet as it had been on stage. Noel stopped beside a narrow window overlooking the courtyard. "What?" She came to a halt a few paces behind him. "I heard what you did." Noel didn't respond. "Rain told me," and the assistant librarian still nothing. She stepped closer, but not enough to break the line of tension between them. "You didn't have to step in." "You're right," he said, voice flat. "I didn't, so why did you?" Noel looked out the window, at the courtyard, the sky, anything but her. Then he said, "I don't like liars," a pause, especially bad ones. Seraphina let that sit for a second. "Then you're not as far outside the stage as you pretend to be." Noel gave a small, humorless smile. "Well, everyone does what they have to. I just like tipping the stage when it leans too far." She didn't smile, but she didn't argue either, just nodded once, and walked away, leaving him there alone again. Less distant than before, the chamber was dimly lit, a quiet office beneath the western towerone of the unused professor quarters, now claimed by Larius as his own. No sigils, no books on the desk, just 2 chairs, a plain table, and silence. Dior stood near the window, arms crossed, jaw tight. Larius sat calmly, hands folded, watching him like a physician watches a patient too proud to admit he's sick. "They shut it down," Dior muttered. "He shut it down." Larius said nothing. All that setup. All that effort, and now they're talking about him instead. Still no reply. Dior finally turned to face him. "Why didn't it work?" Larius's voice was quiet, controlled. "Because you underestimated the danger of apathy turned active." Dior frowned. "He's just some background student." "Then why is it that your movement bends around him, not the other way?" Dior didn't answer. Larius stood slowly, walked past Dior toward the center of the room. "Noel Thorn is an anomaly. And anomalies left unchecked disrupt patterns." He turned his head slightly. "Remove the anomaly." Dior hesitated. "You mean physically?" Larius smiled faintly. "Not with warmth, not yet, but go ahead and send him a message of those he can't ignore. He stepped into your path. Make sure he remembers why that's a mistake." Dior said nothing, but his silence was permission. Hallway outside the debate chamber was quiet, surprisingly quiet for something so public. Only the selected students had access, and among them, most had split into their usual clusters, nobles with nobles, hybrids and scholarship students off to the side. Marcus sat with Clara, Laziel, and Garen near the archway bench. Light from a nearby mana lantern shimmered off the trim of their uniforms. Noel approached without ceremony. He didn't ask for permission, just sat next to Laziel. They all looked at him, old surprise. Marcus smiled. "Didn't think you'd join us." Change of pace, Noel muttered. A short silence followed. Then Noel glanced at the group casually. "So, who are you all voting for?" Clara laughed softly. "Seriously, you asking that? I thought you knew us better." Marcus answered before anyone else. "Seraphina, obviously." Laziel nodded to what Marcus said. "Logically the best choice. Dior might be eloquent, but he stands for exactly what needs to be restructured." Garen crossed his arms, nodding once. Selene was there too, even if she didn't speak. But she didn't look away either. That was enough. Noel leaned back slightly. "Well, no harm in asking the obvious, just making sure, and I have to be 100% sure." The chamber was smaller than the main auditorium, but no less grand. Mana-forged pillars lined the walls, each engraved with the crest of one of the founding houses. Rows of ascending stone benches curved around a central stage, a half courtroom, half arena. Students filed in, whispering as they took their assigned seats. Only the top-ranked and most involved had been invited to watch this first official debate in person. The rest would view it later through projection crystals and transcripts. Noel sat between Lazil and Marcus, hands folded loosely in his lap, eyes scanning the room. Dior was already seated on the left side of the stage, legs crossed, posture elegant, a picture of confidence. Serafina entered a few seconds later from the opposite side. She took her seat without fanfare. Then came Larius. The new professor moved with the grace of someone who had been part of institutions far older than the academy. His robes were perfectly tailored, his expression diplomatic. He stepped to the podium at the center and raised a hand. The room quieted instantly. His voice echoed with controlled clarity, boosted gently by ambient mana. Today we begin the formal deliberation between the candidates for Student Council President. He looked at each side without blinking. Each speaker will be given equal time. No interruptions will be tolerated. The questions have been pre-selected by faculty and approved by the current council. He paused, then with a slight motion of his hand, Dior of Valor, you may begin. Larius remained centered at the podium, his hand resting lightly on the surface as a sealed scroll unfurled beside him. The first question hovered in glowing script above the center of the stage, clear for all to read. What is your vision to improve academic performance and ensure fairness across all student backgrounds? The words faded slowly. Dior stood without hesitation. He stepped forward, hands clasped lightly behind his back. The question speaks of fairness, he began, voice smooth and composed, as if performance is something owed rather than earned. A murmur swept through one side of the audience. He ignored it. This academy was built to produce the best. That is not achieved by lowering the bar for comfort. It is maintained by setting it higher and training those capable of reaching it. His eyes scanned the crowd. Reform should not mean dilution. It should mean refinement. He turned slightly toward the council table. I propose increased qualification standards for advancement, a re-evaluation of admissions quotas, and the return of advanced class isolation to preserve high-performance environments. Back straight, tone unwavering. Excellence must be protected, not compromised. He stepped back, bowing his head slightly. Applause rose sharply from the noble seats. Elsewhere, the silence was heavy. Noel didn't move. He simply exhaled through his nose, slow and unimpressed. Typical Dior. Tighten the leash, smile, and pretend it's for the greater good. Larius didn't react to the applause. His hand moved once. Serafina of Valor, your response. She stood with the same calm precision that marked her every movement. She didn't posture, didn't sweep the room with her gaze. She just looked forward, focused and steady. Performance isn't something that can be manufactured, nor is it exclusive to heritage. A few murmurs follow at this time from the outer rows. She continued, unfazed. This academy holds the best minds and the hardest workers from every corner of the continent, but not all of them arrive with the same tools. Her voice remained firm, deliberate. To raise the standard, we must raise excess, not lower expectation. She took a slow breath. I propose a reinforced mentoring system that pairs high-performing students with those who struggle, not as charity, but as leadership in action. A few surprised looks exchanged across rows. She let that hang. And then we don't need to weaken our standards to create fairness. We need to recognize that equality of opportunity strengthens performance across all ranks. She bowed her head once. No applause followed this time, just silence. Then slow, scattered claps from the upper tiers, then more, until even some among the nobles began to tap fingers or nod thoughtfully. Serafina sat down without looking at anyone. Noel tilted his head. She's got a good point. I don't know how the fuck her brother won this. Something is still off, and I don't like not knowing what. Professor Larius raised a hand. The next question materialized in the air, larger than the previous. What does leadership mean to you? A murmur moved through the chamber. It was the kind of question that stripped away policy and forced candidates to show who they were beneath the structure, beyond the talking points. Larius looked left, Dior of Valor. Dior rose again with perfect timing. He spoke without hesitation. Leadership, he said, is inheritance. It is responsibility passed from those who built the foundation to those chosen to preserve it. He took a slow step forward. It is the quiet burden of carrying the weight others cannot, and making decisions they would never dare to face. Another step. A leader is not chosen by the crowd, but shaped by bloodline, legacy, and tradition. That is where wisdom lives, where vision is born. He paused for effect. Leadership is not about being liked. It is about being right before others realize it. He nodded once and returned to his seat. Strong applause followed. Loud, but more controlled than before. Serafina didn't wait to be called this time. She stood. Her hands rested calmly in front of her, and when she spoke, the room fell quiet. Leadership is listening. She waited. It's knowing when to act and when to let others speak. It's the ability to admit when you're wrong. She glanced toward the upper seats. It's not about being chosen by blood or name. It's about rising because others see something in Yaovan when you don't see it in yourself. She looked back toward the front row. A true leader makes space for others, even if it costs them their place. Then, and if that doesn't scare you, then you're not ready to lead. Silence, until someone stood in the back, then another, then the applause returned. The stone doors of the chamber opened slowly, and students filtered out in groups, some talking in hushed voices, others already arguing in low, excited tones. Noel walked beside Marcus, with Clara and Lazil just behind. Garen was unusually quiet, his arms crossed, like for the first time in his life he had a thought in his mind. Selene trailed near the edge, expression unreadable as always. Honestly, why are you here, Selene, if you don't talk to anyone? It's stranger than me being with them. Marcus was the first to break the silence. He's sharp, I'll give him that, he muttered. Dior knows how to speak like someone born to rule. I mean, he's a prince, I give him that. Clara scoffed. Yes, speaks like he's managing a kingdom, not a future student council. Lazil added, he's too polished. You can tell every word was rehearsed and probably approved by 5 nobles before he even opened his mouth. Marcus nodded. Seraphina's words landed harder. She never raised her voice, not Ansa, but she spoke with clarity, with confidence, and every word felt deliberate. Her speech stood apart. They all looked at Noel. He was quiet, watching the lanterns flicker down the long hallway. Then finally, "What, you want my opinion too? Fine." Marcus blinked. Yes, Noel's voice was dry, measured. Honestly, Dior has a way with words. Maybe it wasn't improvised, but for people who haven't made up their minds yet, it could definitely make them hesitate. None of them spoke after that. Shit, I didn't want it to end the conversation like this. My bad, maybe I was a bit cringy. No, that wasn't the case, I just said the facts right. Because even if they didn't fully grasp the details, they understood what Noel meant and they felt it too. Elira stood by the academy's side gate, just beyond the outer garden path, where the usual patrols didn't pass until noon. She wore black, a long fitted coat with silver trim and high collar, tailored to both elegance and movement. Her hair, normally braided tight, fell loose around her shoulders. A single crimson gem hung at her neck, small, understated, but unmistakably Estermont. She held 2 sealed parchments in one hand, official passes, signed and countersigned, and she waited. Today I have to be sure, I need to understand this strange feeling. Then came the sound of approaching steps. Noel. He wore a dark blue coat, deep, almost midnight in color, with silver fastenings and a subtle thorn crest stitched onto one sleeve. His usual expression was there, unreadable, casual, a little bored, but his eyes scanned everything always. He stopped in front of her, hands in his pockets. So, are we breaking school law or just bending it creatively? Elira smiled, just faintly. Neither. We're following an exception clause, page 7, paragraph 4. You just made that up, right? No, she held out one of the documents, special clearance. 2 students for personal reasons, signed by my good friend and President Muriel. Noel took the parchment and raised an eyebrow. You forged Muriel's signature, please, she said dryly. She gave me the ink. Noel glanced at the city walls beyond the garden path. This better not be some assassination plot, only of your stress levels. She turned and began walking. Noel followed, and just like that, the gate shut behind them. No missions, just time, borrowed time. The city of Valon was alive in ways the academy never could be. Mana lanterns floated above cobblestone streets, casting shifting patterns of soft light. Vendors called out from open booths stacked with enchanted trinkets, glowing fruits, and hand-bound spell scrolls. Musicians played instruments powered by rhythm sigils, blending sound with soft pulses of color. And in the middle of it all, Noel and Elira walked together. Elira moved with purpose, weaving through the crowd with practiced ease. Noel followed, eyes drifting to every strange item and detail. Floating scarves charmed to shift color. Glass orbs with miniature illusions of thunderstorms. A dwarven booth selling fire-resistant gloves and guaranteed non-lethal potions. They stopped at a vendor with chilled drinks served in carved ice cups, the liquid glowing faintly with mana, berry or frost citrus. Elira asked, glancing over her shoulder. Noel gave her a look, whatever is best. She smirked and ordered 2 frost citrus. When he took a sip, he winced. It's cold, bitter, and slightly electric. So you then, Elira replied, sipping hers with no expression. So. Why all this? What are we doing here, really? Is this an actual date, or is it just something tied to Seraphina? She didn't answer right away. Then, finally, there's something I need to resolve. Her voice was softer than usual, not uncertain, just quieter, something that's been bothering me for a while. Noel's brows drew together slightly. What kind of something? She gave him a small, evasive smile. You'll know by the end of the day. Noel narrowed his eyes, cryptic, very on brand. Would you have followed me out here if I told you up front? He took another sip of his cursed citrus drink. Fair point. The canal cut through the old quarter like a silver ribbon, its surface still, almost mirror-like under the glow of suspended mana lanterns. Each light floated above the water, anchored by nothing, casting gentle halos across the stone path. Noel and Elira walked slowly. There was no hurry, no destination, just space to breathe. Elira walked slightly ahead, her hands clasped behind her back. Noel kept his pace even, eyes scanning the surroundings with habitual focus. Then Elira spoke, not looking at him. You're strange, Noel. He raised an eyebrow, slightly caught off guard. You act like nothing matters, she said calmly, like everything's beneath your interest but you notice everything, all the small details. She glanced sideways at him. You pretend to be cold, but you're careful, thoughtful, even. Kind sometimes. Noel gave a dry huff, dangerous accusation. Don't worry, Elira said, eyes forward again. I won't tell anyone. They passed a pair of elderly mages arguing over a levitating chessboard, the pieces glowing faintly as they hovered and clashed midair. Clara would have stopped to watch. Marcus would have challenged one of them. Noel didn't slow down. Elira finally asked, when's the last time you let yourself just exist? Noel didn't answer immediately. His gaze lingered on the water, watching the reflections distort and reform under the lantern light. Been a long time. Elira looked at him but said nothing, and Noel didn't elaborate. They kept walking. They sat by the water on a weathered bench carved into the edge of the canal. The air was still. Lanterns glowed softly above them, casting warm halos on the stone path. Elira sat straight, legs crossed, hands resting on her lap. Noel leaned back, looking out at the quiet water, chin tilted slightly up as if the sky was easier to face than the person next to him. But she didn't let him off the hook. You remember what you said to me that day? Noel didn't answer. His expression didn't change. In the old council room, still nothing. You were under the effect of that item, the one that forced you to answer truthfully. 3 questions. You remember the third? Noel exhaled slow. Yeah. I didn't think much of it at the time, Elira continued, voice calm, but it stuck. He still didn't look at her. You told me you appreciated me. A beat, not for my strength, not for my mind, not even for how dangerous I can be. Her voice was softer now, but because I don't pretend, because I carry things and never look away, and because even when I should be chosen, I'm not. She looked at him now. You meant it, didn't you? Noel closed his eyes for a moment, jaw tight, then nodded once. Yeah, I did. I mean, I had no other choice, you know. You've never said anything like that again. Because it wasn't meant to be said out loud, he muttered. I wasn't supposed to let that part out. Elira leaned back slightly. You didn't. The item did. He cracked a dry smile. Convenient scapegoat, maybe. Her voice dropped a note, but it still sounded like the real you. Noel didn't argue, because she was right, because it was the real Noel, the one who appreciated the characters from the novel. The shop was tucked between 2 larger buildings, its entrance marked only by a small brass bell and a wooden sign with worn lettering, Etha Ash Curios and Keepsakes. Elira led them in without hesitation. Inside, the air smelled faintly of polished wood and old enchantments. Shelves were packed with handmade item strings that glowed faintly under moonlight, necklaces with shifting stones, small leather charms that whispered spells if held close enough. Noel blinked once. This place is not what I expected, exactly why I brought you. She moved toward a shelf filled with accessorispins, bracelets, lapel charms while Noel drifted toward a mirror where enchanted cuffs and necklaces floated mid-air for inspection. He picked up a thin, dark bracelet inscribed with faint sigils. What does this one do? The shopkeeper, an older woman with white hair tied up in a high bun, looked over. That one glows when someone thinks about you. Noel blinked again. He quickly put it back. Elira chuckled under her breath, still browsing. Eventually, she pulled out 2 silver pendants, simple, sharp-edged designs that resembled abstract wings. Not flashy, not heavy, just precise. Try this, she said, tossing one at him. Noel caught it one-handed. You're buying me jewelry now? Try it. He sighed but looped the chain around his neck and looked at himself in the mirror. It didn't clash with his outfit. In fact, it worked. He frowned a little, adjusting it slightly. From behind, Elira spoke so low she almost didn't mean to say it aloud. Cute. Noel turned immediately. What? Her eyes widened just for a second. Then she turned away toward the register like nothing happened. Nothing. You imagined it. Pretty sure I didn't. Well, if you make me repeat it, I'll deny it harder than a noble under oath. The shopkeeper let out a single knowing laugh. Noel looked back in the mirror and didn't take the pendant off. The walk back was quieter, not the strained silence of tension, the kind that settles in after laughter fades but comfort remains. They took a slower route along the garden path behind the wall, where floating lanterns swayed gently above the trees. The night air was crisp, brushing against skin like the last whisper of winter. Somewhere in the distance, a soft wind chime rang once and fell silent. Noel walked with his hands in his pockets, the pendant still resting cool against his chest beneath his coat. Elira's steps were soundless beside him. They stopped just short of the hidden side gate, the one she had opened hours ago. Time had moved like water through his fingers. For the first time in months, his mind wasn't racing. No predictions or plans, just. Now he turned to say something, didn't even know what, but Elira stepped forward first. She didn't ask, didn't warn him. Her hand rose, fingers brushing gently against the collar of his coat as if adjusting it, and then her lips met his. Soft, deliberate, just warmth and stillness, the faint scent of frost citrus still lingering on her breath, the feeling of silk-gloved fingertips pressing lightly against the side of his neck. Noel didn't react at first. Couldn't. The world had gone very still, and then it was over. She stepped back, barely. His lips still tingled from the contact. His heart it was racing. Elira looked at him, gray eyes calm, unreadable. And then she smiled, not her usual smirk, something smaller. Well, she said softly, He confirmed it. Noelle blinked. I like you, Noelle. Noelle's face turned bright red, not just a light flushful crimson like a tomato on the verge of exploding. Why did you do that? He stammered. Elira tilted her head slightly, still smiling. I told you, I like you. She stepped back a little, folding her arms. And honestly, I think that kind of reaction is cute. I didn't expect you to blush that hard. This feels more like the real Nolnut, the broody, serious one you always pretend to be. She turned on her heel, waving as she walked away. See you tomorrow, Noelle. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Finally, he lifted a hand. Yeah. See you? His hand stayed up for a few seconds too long, frozen in place as his mind struggled to catch up. He wasn't sure what to think. Noelle's mornings had a rhythm, up before most of the academy. He didn't eat breakfast, didn't get distracted, just went straight to do his routine. Same old routine. The training yard behind the east wing was always quiet at dawn, just how he liked it. The wind carried a faint chill, sharp enough to keep the mind alert. The grass was slick with dew, and the wooden training dummies lined the wall like silent observers. Today he trained without his sword. Instead, he stood in front of one of the battered targets, his coat folded neatly on the bench behind him. His breath was calm, his right hand extended. Mana gathered across his knuckles, slow and steady. A new spell launched, Glaciales. A spike of jagged ice shot forward, sharp and clean, piercing through the straw torso of the dummy and pinning a splintered piece of wood to the wall behind it. The air hissed with cold. He exhaled once, focused, raised his hand again, Glaciales. The next shard split off into two branches mid-air, one striking the shoulder, the other tearing a line down the chest. Good dispersion, but still slow on the trigger. He stepped back, wiped sweat from his brow, and rolled his shoulders. That's when he saw them, two students, standing near the edge of the yard, half shrouded by the wall. He hadn't heard them arrive. He always heard people arrive. Their uniforms marked them as second years, nobles, faces he recognized but never paid much attention till now. They weren't watching him like spectators. They were waiting. Noelle didn't change his expression, didn't slow his movements. He picked up his coat, slipped it on, straightened the cuffs, steady and precise. Then began walking across the yard as if his training was finished for the morning. The two stepped in. Thorn one said too quickly, "Can we talk?" Noelle stopped a few feet away, hands still in his pockets. His voice was calm. "Empty, I'm busy. It'll just take a second, then make it fast." They exchanged a glance. Then, without a word, one of them nodded to the other and both stepped closer, flanking him. Noelle glanced at his surroundings. The yard was empty. No staff this early. No students, not even Selene, and she always trained here every day. He was alone, of course. Oh, come on. What is this, a novel full of cliches? Just then, from the open hallway, two more shadows stepped out. Moving into position, I take it back. But yeah, these bastards didn't come here to talk. They flanked him now, poorly. Their positioning was sloppy, too wide, too eager, leaving openings everywhere. What a shit ambush, seriously. He let out a breath through his nose. Slid his left hand behind his back, brushing the hidden mana reactive cloth sewn into his coat. Ice began to pool into his palm, slow, controlled. You picked the wrong guy on the wrong morning. I've got 100 things in my head from yesterday, and this is not the timing you wanted. His fingers twitched. Lucky you. I need to blow off some steam. And you idiots are perfect for it. They moved first. Predictable. Too eager. The moment the fourth one stepped into place behind him, one of the front attackers raised his hand, mana flaring in his palm. Ventaris, a burst of compressed wind shot toward Noelle's chest. Noelle shifted slightly to the left, letting the gust graze his shoulder. Before he could respond, the second one followed up. Ignis fractum. Fire licked forward in a sharp arc, spinning in the shape of jagged shards. Noelle raised his hand and swept it sideways. Glaciales. A curved wall of frost exploded between them, catching the flames and extinguishing them mid-air with a hiss that echoed through the empty yard. The wall cracked but held. Smoke swirled. Mana crackled. So that's how we're playing it. From behind, the third launched a spell straight at his back. Concussus, a sonic force, designed to disorient. Noelle dropped low, letting it fly overhead too wide, too slow. He turned mid-crouch and muttered, "Frigus." His foot touched the ground. A thin sheen of ice spread instantly across the stone, catching the fourth attacker mid-step. The boy slipped hard, slamming into the dirt with a grunt and skidding into one of the training poles. Noelle didn't attack further, didn't need to. The other three regrouped, circling him tighter, breathing hard, sweating. And Noelle, still calm, still untouched. He let his mana pulse again, not aggressive, just enough to show he was still loaded. Oi, they are shit, I mean they're amateurs. And I already fought for my life sometimes. They never had to fight to stay alive. One of them grit his teeth. You're just hiding behind tricks. Better than hiding behind Daddy's last name, Noelle said, flat. Another spell came. Flammilancia, a concentrated spear of fire straight for the chest. This time, Noelle didn't dodge. He planted both feet and whispered, "Crystallum." A shield of hexagonal ice plates snapped into place in front of him. The fire struck shattered against the barrier. When the smoke cleared, Noelle was still there, standing unmoved by the attacks. The air was cold now, sharp with magic, bitter with tension. He looked at the last one standing properly. Are we done? One of the others groaned on the ground, clutching his ribs. Another crawled backward, trying to stand. Noel stepped forward once. That was enough. The fourth one turned and ran. Didn't even get to use fire. Shame on you guys, it's not even worth for training. Noel exhaled once and let the frost in his veins settle, but he'd made it clear. He wasn't someone they could corner. The moment the last noble hit the ground, the air snapped. A soft pulse of blue light surged overhead, the containment array activating. Dozens of glyphs shimmered across the courtyard arches, spreading like veins of light. The system had registered excessive mana usage and spell collisions inside the academy grounds. Seconds later, footsteps sharp and fast, and then came the voice. Step back from them, Mr. Thorne. Noel turned slightly, shoulders loose but eyes sharp. Larius stood just beyond the edge of the frost-laced courtyard, flanked by two assistants wearing suppression gloves and emergency scroll belts. His robes were immaculate, untouched by haste. His hands were folded behind his back and his expression calm, controlled. How the fuck are you here this early? Didn't speak. The air between them was still thick with mana. One of the assistants hesitated. Larius took another step forward. 3 students were injured. One fled before we could arrive, multiple spells cast within a restricted zone. His gaze lingered on Noel. You will explain yourself to the headmaster. Now, Noel gave a dry, humorless shrug. I'm always happy to talk. One of the nobles on the ground groaned. Larius glanced down once, then back up, but not at Noel's eyes, at his mana, at the thin trail of ice still steaming off his gloves. His voice didn't change, but his posture sharpened slightly. Noel did. I knew you smelled fishy, dear new professor. Still, I don't know why. He knew this professor was more than he claimed to be, and that made the meeting with the headmaster feel almost secondary. The infirmary smelled faintly of antiseptic herbs and mana bombclean, sharp and oddly comforting. Noel stepped inside, the door clicking softly behind him. The room was quiet. Only one other student lay on a cot at the far end, eyes closed, arms wrapped in cooling wraps that shimmered faintly with healing runes. Behind the central counter stood the nursey woman past middle age, with short silver hair pulled into a neat twist and eyes that had seen more injuries than most professors had seen spellbooks. Scribbling something on a scroll, then said, It's been a while, Mr. Thorne. Noel raised an eyebrow. Not long enough, apparently. She looked up, scanned him briefly. But I see you've brought me some work today. He stepped closer, unbuttoning his left sleeve to show a faint scorch mark along his forearm. I'm fine, he said flatly, but I have to get checked anyway. The nurse rolled her eyes. Academy protocol. Can't let our little prodigies walk around with internal bleeding or mana feedback, now can we? Noel sat on the edge of a padded bench, letting her inspect his arms and temples with a slow, practiced hand. She pressed a rune against his wrist and waited for the result. You're not lying, I see. She turned away to prepare a small salve. Still. She muttered, applying the cold balm to a spot near his elbow. 3 in one go, that's efficiency. 4 but 1 fled, I'm an overachiever. She chuckled once, handing him a cloth to wipe the rest of the residue. Try not to make it a habit, Mr. Thorne. Don't worry, I don't like problems, miss. And just like that, he stood again, back straight, jaw set, ready for whatever the headmaster had to say. The headmaster's office was quiet. The walls were lined with shelves filled not with trophies, but with artifacts, scrolls sealed in crystal tubes, weapons dulled by time, pieces of history that hummed with forgotten mana. Noel stood in front of the desk, hands behind his back. Nicholas von Aldros sat with his fingers steepled beneath his chin. His eyes were sharp, thoughtful, but unreadable, like a man used to playing chess across lifetimes. For several seconds he said nothing. Then finally, you were attacked by 4 students, correct? Noel's voice was flat. You responded with elemental magic inside academy grounds, in an unsanctioned area. Also correct. Nicholas leaned back. Tell me what happened. Noel gave a clear, concise report. No excuses, just the facts. The ambush, the spells, the retaliation. And the last one fleeing the scene. When he finished, Nicholas was quiet again. Then he spoke. I believe you. Noel raised an eyebrow. I appreciated truth doesn't always need emotion to validate it, Nicholas said, and I've seen the records of those 4. They're aligned with Dior. Opportunistic, you maybe say, reckless. Noel exhaled. So I'm cleared then? A pause. Then, no, Noel's eyes narrowed. Excuse me. Nicholas stood slowly and walked toward the window, hands behind his back. There are rules, Mr. Thorne. Magic use within the inner campus is regulated for a reason. Even if it's self-defense, you still created enough impact to activate the emergency wards. What was I supposed to do? Let them roast me? Nicholas didn't turn. No, you did what was necessary, and I don't fault you for it. He turned now, eyes calm, but the academy is not just about fairness. Noel's jaw tightened. So what's the punishment? Nicholas returned to his desk. Effective immediately, you're removed from the S-class dormitory. Noel took one breath. You're joking. I am not. That's a fucking reward for them. Nicholas didn't flinch, and yet it's already decided. You're punishing the guy who got jumped because the others have better PR. I'm preserving stability, Mr. Thorne. Noel clenched his fists, but said nothing, just nodded once. His jaw was locked, the tension crawling down his arms like frozen iron. Then calmly Nicholas said, "You didn't seem surprised when I mentioned you was in the S class," Noel said. "I knew I was selected before the official list was released." The headmaster's eyes narrowed slightly, not suspicious curious. "How?" Noel met his gaze without flinching. "I don't owe you an explanation, do I?" He smirked bitterly. "Besides, I'm not on the list anymore. Doesn't matter, right?" Nicholas didn't press. "All right." Noel turned halfway but stopped again. His voice dropped lower, colder. "You know that if Dior wins, pause, the academy will change." Nicholas's expression didn't shift. He folded his hands again on the desk. "Yes, the academy has changed many times since I became headmaster." A flicker of something passed through his tone memory, maybe, and yet it has always preserved its prestige. Noel snorted. "How old are you anyway?" "Old enough." Nicholas gave a rare, almost faint smile. "Old enough to say I've seen change do good, and just as often harm." Noel stared at him for a beat, then said, "This one won't just be bad. If the student council presidency ends up in the wrong hands, the change won't be a reform. It'll rot the prestige that you like." Nicholas tilted his head slightly. "Do you know something?" Noel paused, eyes sharp, then answered honestly, "No, this time." "It's just my gut." Nicholas didn't reply, and Noel didn't wait. He turned and left the room with the same heavy silence he'd brought in. The hallway was quiet, too quiet. As he turned the corner near the main stairwell, he saw them. The 4 students, his attackers, one with a wrapped wrist, another limping slightly, but upright, walking, talking in hushed tones. When they saw him, they went silent, then smirked, not in mockery, not in victory, in recognition. The kind of smile that said, "We got away with it." Noel didn't say a word, didn't even slow down, but in his head, "You thought you could scare me. I hope you remember how that ended." He kept walking, but the war had already begun, and with this blow, he could lose it. The morning air was crisp, and the main courtyard buzzed with energy. Students gathered in clusters around the wide arc of the announcement pillar, an obsidian column etched with thin golden veins, humming softly with enchantment. At the center, the academy's crest spun slowly above a shimmering scroll of mana-bound script, the official list of the 20 students selected for the S-class dormitories. Elira approached with the same controlled calm she wore like armor. She already knew most of the names. Had seen the preliminary list a week ago. There were no surprises expected here. This was a formality for her, reinforcement. Still, she read every name because habits like hers didn't break easily. She needs to have everything verified and it needs to be perfect. First, Selene von Iskandar. Second, Clara de Neveria. Third, Lazil Varn. Fourth, Marcus. All of these names are normal to be here, especially if they count potential and how they helped in the last incident. The list continued. Serafina of Valor, Dior of Valor, the 2 heir siblings. She kept going, eyes sharp, not even blinking. Garen Bale, Lady Myriel von Astralis, Elira von Estermont, her name. She kept reading, and then she stopped, one line above the final name. Jareth Velrin, her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. That name hadn't been there before, and one name was missing, a very specific one. She looked back up the list again, quickly but with complete precision. He wasn't there. Noel Thorne, gone. That's not right. What just happened? There's going something wrong with this. She stepped back slightly. The students around her were murmuring, most excited, some indifferent. No one else had noticed the change. But she had, and her mind was already moving. Fast, too fast maybe, because she knew the list beforehand and there had been a change at the last moment. Elira stepped back from the announcement pillar, hands folded behind her back. The noise around her blurred into background static, students congratulating one another, friends pulling friends into impromptu celebrations, and the usual nobles commenting on who shouldn't have made it. None of that mattered for her now. She turned on her heel and walked calmly away from the crowd. Noel's name was on the preliminary list. I checked it myself, even showed and said it to him. Jareth Velrin was never there and never had been. Something is wrong here. She passed the western fountain and took the side path toward the academic wing, ignoring a greeting from one of the lower-ranked council aides. Her pace didn't change, but her mind was racing. Did something happen? Did he get himself removed? Or was this a move from someone else? Did he plan this? He doesn't like sharing his plans, so it's a possibility. She checked the library first. Noel wasn't there. She checked the sparring yard. Not today. It was too late, but she had to be sure. Not the dormitory lounge either. Where do you go when you don't want to be found but don't want to be hiding? Only one place came to mind. The place I told you, the old council room, their unofficial meeting point. The old council room was exactly as they had left it. Dim light filtered through narrow stained glass windows, casting muted reds and silvers across the stone walls. Dust motes floated in the air, undisturbed by traffic because no one came here anymore, except them. And this time he was already there. Noel stood by the window, back to the door, one hand resting against the sill, the other tucked in his coat pocket. Elira didn't announce herself. She didn't had to. She stepped in, letting the door close behind her with a soft click. He didn't turn. Didn't need to, he knew the only possibility of who could it be. You're early, he said. Elira crossed the room with even steps. You're not on the S-class list. That got him to turn. His eyes met hers, unreadable but not hostile. She spoke again, softer this time. Are you all right? Noelle looked at her for a moment, then nodded once. Physically, yeah, he turned back to the window. Mentally, I'm a bit irritated. But that's normal. Elira leaned against the old desk near him, arms crossed. What happened? He told her everything. The ambush, the retaliation, the visit to the infirmary, the conversation with Nicholas, the punishment. When he finished, silence settled between them for several seconds. Elira's expression didn't change, but her voice came colder than usual. They attacked you. And you were the one punished. You did nothing wrong. Noelle didn't answer because she already knew the answer. Elira didn't sit like she was tired. She sat like she was planning something, crossed one leg over the other, rested her hands on her knee and studied Noelle in silence. Then said, we lost a vote. Noelle gave a short, dry huff, but nothing we can't recover. Her tone didn't shift, it's just a piece. I always get what I want one way or another. Noelle arched an eyebrow, reassuring. Elira met his gaze. You're not out of the game, just move to another part of the board. Poetic. Because she wasn't wrong. After a moment, she continued, the second and final debate is coming. Soon it will be before the elections. Noelle leaned against the windowsill again. I assume you're not suggesting we just clap politely this time. Elira's smile was slight but sharp. I've known Dior since we were children. Pause. The public version of him is clean, noble and measured like the image we are seeing in the academy. She leaned in, voice lower now. But the real Dior, she made a pause and took a serious look. His pride is wrapped in silk, insecure beneath the title. Dangerous because he hates being second to anyone, especially to her sister. Noelle nodded once. So we show that side to the academy. Elira smiled without mirth. We don't have to lie. Just let him talk long enough without the mask. What's the plan? We bait him. Subtly. In the next debate, that is. She tapped a finger lightly against the desk. But to pull it off, we'll need someone who can hit his pride in just the right place publicly, but without stepping out of line. She looked at Noelle. Long, intentionally. He rolled his eyes. Of course, Noelle didn't say anything for a moment, just crossed his arms and looked at Elira like someone waiting for the second half of a joke. You want me to poke the royal heir in front of half the academy? Elira's expression didn't shift, not poke, strategically agitate. He blinked. That's worse. She leaned forward slightly, fingers steepled under her chin. Dior's weakness isn't in losing arguments. It's in being questioned, challenged especially in public. He does like being questioned. He doesn't like when things aren't going his way. If we ask him something that hits just close enough to expose the crack, he'll try to maintain control. A pause, but he's never had to do it in front of someone who isn't afraid of him. Noelle gave a half smile. Lucky for you, I'm not afraid of anyone. Just annoyed by most. She smiled faintly at that, then pulled a folded sheet from her coat, names of students selected to submit questions for the debate. She pointed to one. Selene. She's respected. Cold, and she's considered the biggest genius in our generation. She's almost at a depth despite she's still in the first year like us. Has no interest in either candidate. Publicly, Noelle nodded. If we can convince her to ask the right question, we don't need a question, Elira interrupted, voice calm. We need a statement disguised as a question, one that brushes up against Dior's ego and lets it bleed. She handed him a small parchment with a rough draft written on it. He scanned it. It was sharp, neutral on the surface, but with just enough bite to make someone like Dior feel cornered. Noelle smirked. You really never miss, do you? I make sure I don't. Elira leaned back again, folding the list and placing it neatly beside her. Noelle stared at the parchment in his hand for another second before slipping it into his coat pocket. He didn't say yes, but he didn't have to. They both understood what that meant. Elira stood, brushing imaginary dust off her coat. We'll speak with Selene soon. She'll agree if it makes sense to her. I'll handle it. Elira gave him a look. No improvisations this time. You need to be careful. We need to control the situation. Noelle glanced at her, then toward the door. I prefer control too, especially when we're this close to shaking the board. She smirked but didn't argue. Good, I'd hate to see you ruin your reputation for competence. Noelle stopped at the threshold. If we are going to expose the bastard, it is better to be perfect. You will see soon I'm going to change this world outcome little by little. The academy's public training field was still waking up. Mana lanterns flickered softly under the early sky, and the ground was slick with morning frost, some natural, most not. A few first years were running drills at the far end, but the main platform remained quiet. Two figures moved across it with deliberate rhythm. Noelle, hair damp with sweat, exhaled sharply as another spike of ice burst from his pompon, controlled, and embedded itself into a wooden dummy 20 feet away. His left arm ached faintly from repetition, but he liked the burn. It meant he was improving. Glaciales, another shard, more sharper and straighter, still. Not quite right, the timing's still not right. Good focus, but it's not translating into real efficiency yet. He took a step back and rotated his shoulder, rolling out the tension. A few meters away, Selene von Iskandar was a blur of movement and precision. Her long braid bounced lightly behind her as she shifted from stance to stance, wand tracing sigils mid-air that froze solid before erupting into fractal spears of perfect symmetry. She didn't flinch, didn't miss. Every strike was clean, perfect. If Noelle's technique was shaped by instinct and adaptation, hers was art made discipline. He watched her conjure a ring of frost mid-air and launch it through a series of floating runeseeds shattering in sequence with precise cracks like breaking glass. Goddamn, she truly is a genius. Even though I consider myself a genius too, the thought made him smirk. He finished his set, stepped back, and grabbed a chilled water bottle from his bag. Then, as naturally as breathing, walked toward her. She had just finished a final combination and was lowering her wand, breathing controlled but visibly labored sweat at her temples, her chest rising and falling under the modified training uniform suited for northern climates. Noelle held out the bottle of water. You missed a spot. Selene blinked once, eyes flicking from the bottle to him, then back. She accepted it without a word and took a long sip. He waited. When she finished, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Noelle gave her a half shrug. Got a minute. Selene's voice was cool. You talking to me already? I just figured. He gestured to the trail of frost left behind her last attack. If anyone knows how to stop wasting mana on ice spells, it's the northern prodigy. A faint twitch at the corner of her mouth. It wasn't a smile, but it wasn't nothing. You're not bad, she said simply, just too tense. Noelle took another step closer, matching her calm. I'm always tense, then you'll never master ice. He raised an eyebrow. Selene handed the bottle back. Noelle took the water back and tilted his head. What do you mean? I need to be relaxed when I use ice. Selene crossed her arms, wand still in one hand, basically. Her eyes narrowed just slightly, as if measuring whether he was actually interested or just baiting her. Noelle said nothing. That was answer enough. Selene glanced out toward the training dummies, their surfaces now covered in pockmarks and jagged icicles from her earlier spells. Let me make it simple for you. What do you think when you see snow? Noelle blinked. That it's cold. Selene sighed like a teacher correcting a slow student. That's surface level. People always associate ice with being numb, frozen, still, but that's just the outside. She tapped her wand against the inside of her wrist, where a thin stream of frost glimmered briefly before vanishing. True cold is about control. It moves when it needs to. It holds everything else still. Ice doesn't hesitate, it decides. Noelle raised an eyebrow, mildly impressed. You always talk like that, only when people ask questions worth answering. He gave a short laugh and shook his head, then shifted his stance slightly. You train like it's life or death. Where I'm from, it is. Damn, the North Mountains are no joke then, if someone like you says so. That silenced him for a moment. Then he said, I guess that makes us similar. Selene didn't respond, but her posture eased just a little. Then Noelle let the moment breathe and decided it was time to pivot. The silence stretched for a second too long, just enough for Noelle to step forward, casually wiping his forehead with the back of his arm. Then he said, like tossing a stone into still water, Hey. Have you heard about that new place in the lower quarter? Selene tilted her head slightly. Noelle didn't stop. The one that opened last week specializes in northern-style fire-grilled cuts. Auroch ribs, bone-seared dire stag, frost elk stew, all prepared on enchanted stone slabs like the old traditions. Selene's eyes sharpened. She didn't blink, but something behind her expression cracked just a little. Noelle caught it. Got you. He continued, tone off hand, like he barely cared. Apparently they import the cuts from the mountains themselves. Real glacial beasts, marinated in frostberry reduction. Selene's gaze fixed on him now, completely. They do frost elk stew, Noelle suppressed a smile, with roasted ice root and fermented spice glaze. According to the guy running the place, it's the closest thing to authentic northern campfire cuisine. There was silence. Selene stared at him, and for the first time since he met her. She looked conflicted. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, whether from training or something else. She licked her lips subtly, then cleared her throat. I might have heard something. Vaguely, Noelle stepped closer, casually tossing the empty water bottle into a bin with a flick of his wrist. I was thinking of going, but it's the kind of place you don't visit alone, right? Selene hesitated, then muttered, maybe almost there. Noelle crossed his arms. I could use someone who knows the difference between actual northern seasoning and just throwing salt and calling it tradition. Selene looked down, then said deadpan, if it's bad, I'll never forgive you. Noelle grinned. Deal. Selene finished tying her braid back, gaze neutral againth warmth from before gone, replaced by the same cool precision she carried into every duel. So, what do you want from me? Noelle didn't flinch. Back to normal, it seems. I know exactly how you like your meat, Selene. Just like your spellsklian, sharp and straight from the mountains. I need a favor, he said. During the debate, it will be nothing reckless. Selene crossed her arms. Be specific. You'll be allowed to ask a question. I want you to use it to shake Dior a little, nothing aggressive. Just something that tugs at the seams of the image he's built, and take off that mask he wears. She tilted her head. Mask, Noelle met her eyes. You're smart. So you know what I mean. I'm sure you know by now that you suspect how he truly is. Selene didn't reply immediately. She just looked at him for a long second analyzing. Then, and if I refuse, Noelle gave her a slight grin. Then I guess you'll miss out on that fire-grilled auroch. I know how your finances are. Someone's gotta invite you, right? Selene's eyes sharpened, just a flash of surprise. That kind of detail wasn't public. How do you know that? Noelle turned halfway, already walking toward the water fountain nearby. I have a reliable source, very trustworthy, you see. Selene narrowed her eyes but didn't press. Instead, she uncrossed her arms and said, send me the phrasing. If it's clumsy, I'll rewrite it. Hook, line, and sinker. And with that, the first piece of Dior's unraveling was officially in motion. The meeting room was dim, as usual. The old council space had become their unofficial headquarters, a place where the politics of the academy were quietly carved into motion. Noelle entered just after midday. Elira was already seated at the long table, flipping through a parchment notebook with her signature calm, her coat folded neatly over the back of her chair. So, Noelle dropped into the chair across from her. She said yes. Now she looked up. Selene, he nodded, conditionally. She wants final review of the question phrasing. Elira smirked faintly. All right, makes sense. She reached into the inner pocket of her coat and slid a folded piece of parchment across the table. I already had 3 options prepared. Choose whichever suits her tone best. Noelle unfolded it, scanning the content. The first option was too soft. The second had a subtle trap, a callback to Dior's failed initiative last year, phrased as a genuine inquiry. The third, he smiled. This one, it's the cleanest. It's the sharpest, Elira corrected. Noelle leaned back in his chair. Do you think you'll snap, knowing him? Yeah, no doubt. Noelle nodded once, quiet. Count your days. I hope the system rewards me again when Act II is done. Hey, let's hope for a good reward this time, too. Noelle stepped out of the old council room, letting the door close behind him with a soft click. The hallway was still. A shaft of late morning light filtered through one of the narrow windows, casting long lines across the stone floor. His boots echoed softly as he walked, hands in his pockets, shoulders loose, his mind not so much. Well, guess I kept my word, said I'd stay in the shadows, just observe, move pieces without being seen. He snorted quietly to himself. Yeah, that didn't last long. Well, it's true that I'm still keeping my word because I'm not in the shadows anymore. He turned a corner, heading toward the east wing where students were already starting to gather for midday lectures. Now I'm part of the story. Hell, maybe even important to it. Even Dior's got me in his sights now. His jaw tightened slightly at that thought. It is what it is. The grand hall of the Imperial Academy of Valon was buzzing beneath a surface of tension. Hundreds of students filled the marble-tiered seating, robes shifting, voices hushed. Floating crystal spheres hovered above the center stage, glowing with light mana, ready to transmit every word and expression. The final debate was about to begin. Noelle entered from the side arch and climbed to the third row. Roberto was already there, arms crossed, scanning the stage. You're late, he said without looking. Noelle slid into the seat beside him. Sorry, I was in the bathroom, he said dryly, but today's debate. It's going to be interesting. Roberto finally glanced at him. You sound like you already know what's going to happen. Noelle leaned back, eyes on the main platform as the candidate stepped forward. Let's see how long that patience of yours holds up, Dior. A mask only lasts so long before the pressure cracks it. Roberto caught the smirk forming at the corner of Noelle's mouth. What's got you smiling like that? Noelle's reply was low. What do you think, Elira? What? All right, chill, you overreacting for just hearing her name. Just then, Professor Larius raised his hand to begin. The name Selene von Iskandar appeared midair in glowing letters, summoned by the crystal's magic. Noelle didn't move from his seat, but he smiled wider. Professor Larius stood at the center of the stage, his posture impeccable. The ambient mana light above the platform shimmered with calm intensity. Behind him, Dior and Serafina occupied their respective sidestool figures cut from the same cloth, but colored by different forces. We begin with opening positions, Larius announced, voice steady and formal. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to express their vision for the role of student council president. Dior stepped forward first. His posture was perfect, his tone smooth, confident. The academy stands at the threshold of a new era. What we preserve today defines what we become tomorrow. I believe in tradition, in structure, in strengthening what makes this institution great. His gaze swept the hall. Too often we chase novelty, forgetting the foundation built by those who came before us. As president, I will ensure we uphold the legacy of excellence that the Imperial Academy of Valon was founded upon. Polite applause followed mostly from the noble section. Serafina moved next. This academy has always stood tall, not just because of tradition but because of the students who gave it purpose. From every land, from every bloodline. She paused, briefly scanning the rows. A wave of applause followed broader this time. Louder. Larius nodded once professionally. We now proceed to the first segment of direct questions. Answers must remain within the 1-minute limit. He raised a hand and a mana-etched crystal floated forward. The first few questions were routine. How they would handle disputes between departments, their thoughts on current training resource distribution, a brief statement on academy representation in external affairs. Dior answered with polished responses, Serafina with composed clarity. It was civil, but Noelle, seated in the third row, leaned forward just slightly, because the real question hadn't been asked yet. Professor Larius raised a hand again. The floating crystal rotated, humming softly as it scanned through the pre-selected participants. A beat, a flash of light, and then the name appeared in glowing script above the stage, Selene von Iskandar. Murmurs rippled through the audience. Selene stood from her seat without hesitation. Her posture was exact, her gaze was sharp. She walked down the central aisle, wand at her side not drawn but present. Larius nodded toward her. You may ask your question. She didn't look at Serafina. She didn't look at Larius. Her eyes were on Dior, and her voice was as cold and clear as the magic she mastered. If elected, she began, how do you plan to treat students who don't come from noble or wealthy families? You know, they're the 75 of the students inside the academy. A pause. Then, are you building a structure that excludes them? The hall went quiet. So quiet, Noelle could hear someone shift in their seat 3 rows behind him. On stage, Dior blinked once. Only once. He adjusted the collar of his uniform slightly, then smiled. I believe in rewarding merit, he said smoothly, and I believe that the academy thrives when its students are given structure. That structure naturally recognizes those who carry responsibility, nobles included. Selene's eyes didn't move. So is that a yes, a flicker, barely visible, but it was there. Dior's smile tightened. Larius stepped in before the pause stretched too long. She did, silently, expression unchanged. But as she passed by Noelle's row, he caught the briefest glance from her. Cool, precise, but satisfied, because the fuse had been lit. Selene returned to her seat without another word. The silence in the hall lingered like a held breath. But not everyone was watching from the same perspective. From his place at the center of the stage, Larus, or rather, Caliph Drozen, buried beneath carefully woven illusion, stood still, posture impeccable, expression unreadable. Inside, he was less amused. Of course, the little prince cracks the moment someone pokes his pride. I told them. Dior's nothing but a polished temper with a title. His gaze shifted subtly to the boy on his left. Dior's smile was still there, but it had lost its edgetite at the corners, shoulders too stiff. Let him spiral. It changes nothing. This election doesn't matter, not in the long game. Larius adjusted the crystal display with a flick of his hand, voice calm and perfectly timed. Next question. Let them tear him down. It might even be entertaining. The glow from Selene's question had barely faded when another hand shot up, then another, and another. Larouchi's expression still compostured to the next student. State your name and class. A boy stood in the second row, voice clear. Edric, Class B, second year. Do you think students without family names deserve the same access to combat resources as nobles? Dior blinked. We have policies that reflect performance. Larius didn't even wait for a follow-up. Another voice cut in from the left wing. Why don't you train with us? You always use private facilities. Are you hiding something? Well, this question was kind of vague. I do train alone too. I am strange like him. A third voice shouted before he could answer. Do you even know the names of the people you're supposed to represent? The auditorium had become a storm. Voices layered over voices. Questions without filters. Accusations without polish. And Dior, his expression was beginning to fracture. The smile was gone, his jaw locked, his fingers twitched. He raised a hand to speak and a fourth question came like a blade. Did you have anything to do with the last-minute changes to the S-class list? This last was Elira's doing. That one landed. Hard. From the third row, Noelle leaned forward slightly, arms folded, eyes cold. Now you feel it, the weight of everyone else. Dior took a breath, tried to speak. But another voice rose from the far balcony. You said we're all equal, we do your policies only protect nobles. The room was no longer listening. It was demanding. And Dior was no longer answering. He was bracing, visibly. Dior raised his hand sharply, rigid. The auditorium quieted just enough for his voice to carry. But it wasn't calm, it was shaking. You want honesty? He looked across the sea of faces. Angry, disrespectful. Fine, I'm tired of pretending. His voice cut through the hall like broken glass. Half of you shouldn't even be here. You got in because of quotas, charity. Murmurs rippled. Noelle leaned back in his seat, eyes steady. You think this academy is strong because we let anyone in, because we bend over backwards for sob stories. Dior turned toward the noble section, even theme especially them. And y'all don't think you're any better. Weak, cowardly, playing nice with the others so you can sleep at night. His hands trembled slightly. But the words didn't stop. I'm surrounded by incompetence, by people who have no idea what it means to carry legacy, to protect strength. You want change? Here's change. I'll burn this place back to what it should have been. Silence. Absolute silence embraced the hall. Dior's breathing had grown laudable now, rough and uneven. Professor Larius didn't speak, didn't move, but his gaze was locked onto. And there was no sympathy in it. The silence after Dior's outburst stretched for several long seconds. No one moved, no one dared. Then slowly, Serafina of Valor stood. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Her posture was perfect. her expression unreadable like carved marble. She stepped forward and spoke. Leadership isn't about blood, her words echoed. It's not about who you are when things are easy. It's about who you become when things go wrong. She glanced toward Dior but only briefly. We've seen who responds to pressure with rage. We've seen who divides when unity is needed. She turned to the crowd. I won't promise perfection, but I will promise this. I don't look down on the people I hope to represent. Noelle exhaled softly, arms crossed. Damn, Roberto muttered beside him. She didn't even swing and she knocked him out. Elira didn't say anything, but Noelle glanced at her, saw the faintest flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. Good. Across the room, Dior remained standing frozen in place, fists clenched, jaw tight, but it didn't matter anymore. The damage was done. The crystal above the stage began to dim, signaling the end of the debate. Professor Larius cleared his throat and spoke. This concludes the final council debate. Voting will take place in 3 days' time. All students are expected to participate. Noelle stood as the crowd began to rise. He didn't rush, didn't smile. But in his head, one thought landed clearly, one down. Winter had arrived at the Imperial Academy of Valon. The change wasn't announced with fanfare, but it was everywhere. The wind had teeth now, whistling through the stone corridors like a warning. Frost etched delicate veins across the outer windows of the main halls, and students moved briskly through the academy grounds, breath misting in the cold air. The uniforms had changed with the season. Robes now ran full length. Deep blues and grays replaced the lighter autumn tones. Some students wore layered jackets over their shoulders, trimmed in their family colors or personal house sigils. Noelle walked with his hands in his coat pockets, shoulders hunched slightly, not from cold, but from the low thrum of exhaustion that never seemed to leave him anymore. The aftermath of the debate still lingered in the air. Students huddled in corners of the hallway, whispering and laughing, some in disbelief, others in smug satisfaction. Even the nobles, those who had once sat tall in Dior's corner, were quieter now. One third year in pristine silver-stitched robes muttered near the entryway. Serafina was born to lead. At least she doesn't scream at us for breathing and think of us like normal living beings. Another added, I always knew Dior was an idiot. It was just a matter of time. Noelle passed them without slowing, eyes forward, jaw tight. He didn't need to hear it because he knew him better than anyone here. They're not wrong, just a bit late. He rounded the corner toward the central tower place where later that evening a meeting had been scheduled. A private one. Serafina of Valor, Elira von Estermont, and him. The meeting room was warmly lit by a pair of soft glow mana lamps mounted near the ceiling. It smelled faintly of ink, firewood, and the faintest trace of enchanted parchment. Elira sat with her usual posture, legs crossed, arms folded, expression unreadable. Noelle stood near the tall window, hands still in his pockets, the winter light reflecting off the frost-lined glass. Then the door opened. Serafina of Valor stepped in, composed as ever. She wasn't smiling, but her presence filled the room like she didn't need to. Her coat was black, cut with silver trim and pinned with her family's insignia. She nodded once at each of them. I imagine you've heard by now. Noelle met her gaze. He's leaving. Serafina didn't flinch. He'll withdraw from the academy for the remainder of the year. Voluntarily, she paused, at my insistence. Elira's eyebrow lifted just slightly. Noelle didn't move. Serafina stepped closer. What happened out there couldn't be erased, even if I wanted to. His outburst ensured that. She looked between the two of them. Noelle shrugged. Don't look at me. Elira did all the work. Elira turned her head, finally giving Noelle a glance. He added, I just showed up and offered someone meat. Elira surprised. Nothing, I just offered her some meat. What, is that so weird? Serafina looked between them, and for the first time in the evening she smiled, something close to genuine. Still, you executed perfectly. Both of you. Serafina took the seat opposite Elira, resting her gloves on the table with elegance that didn't feel force-adjust natural. Noelle remained standing near the window, posture relaxed but eyes alert. She looked to both. I'll be reorganizing the council once the official results are announced. Elira didn't blink. You mean once they finish counting the votes you already won? Serafina smiled faintly. Formality matters, Ely, says the girl who never cared for appearances unless they were strategic. Noelle glanced between them, quiet. There was no edge in their words. Serafina turned to him next. Noelle, I want you on the council. Officially. Noelle shook his head once. Not really my scene, it's too much of a burden, you see. Serafina raised an eyebrow. You'd have freedom, more than most. I don't care about formality, I care about results. Elira looked at him now too, one leg crossed over the other. You'd still have your own time. She's offering a flexible role, not a collar. Noelle exhaled slowly, still not convinced. Serafina continued, eyes calm. One request, that's all I ask. You do one thing for me. Before Noelle could respond, Elira cut in casually, and don't forget our agreement. Serafina tilted her head slightly. When do I ever? Their exchange was effortless. Two minds that had been playing this game for years. Noelle didn't interrupt but didn't look away either. Even like Thisloing, teasing Serafina still felt untouchable. Regal in her own right, Serafina leaned forward, elbows resting lightly on the table. Her voice was soft but clear. "There's something I'll need from you, Noel." Noel raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess. Not optional. You already agreed to be part of the council. This is just part of the role." He sighed through his nose. "Fine, what is it?" She didn't answer, not right away. Instead, she smiled, measured, deliberate. "You'll know when the time comes, but when I ask, I'll expect it." Noel didn't like vague deals, but something about the way she said it. He nodded. "Then I want something in return." Seraphina's smile didn't falter. "Name it." Noel leaned back. "I want unrestricted permission to leave the academy grounds whenever I want. I will not fail attendance, so don't worry." That made her pause, but not in denial. She glanced at Elira. Elira was already watching him. Then quietly, "What for?" Noel didn't break eye contact. "I need it, that's all I'll say." Elira narrowed her eyes slightly. Before she could ask more, Seraphina tilted her head toward her friend with a small grin. "You're suspicious, Ely. What, are you jealous I have a favor from him?" Elira rolled her eyes. "Of you? Never." Noel remained still, gaze flicking between them. The air in the room shifted. The political weight of the conversation faded just enough for something more human to slip through. Seraphina leaned back in her chair, arms crossed now. Her grin was sharper this time. "So, I wasn't imagining things." Noel looked at her sideways. "What things?" Seraphina glanced at Elira, amusement in her voice. "You really kissed him?" Elira didn't even blink. "Yes." Seraphina froze mid-smile. "Wait, seriously?" It was meant to be a joke. Elira turned slightly, resting her cheek on her hand with complete calm. "I like him. He already knows." Noel coughed once, eyes flicking toward the window like it might help. Seraphina shifted in her seat, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "You're surprisingly direct about that." "Why wouldn't I be?" Elira replied smoothly. "It's not like I'm ashamed of it." Seraphina stared at her for a moment longer, then exhaled. "I see." Noel still hadn't said a word. He looked calm. He wasn't. It was supposed to be a quiet conversation, a normal one about the elections and the results. Now I'm part of some romantic fallout subplot. I mean, I don't dislike it, but still is strange. The room was quiet again. Seraphina broke the silence with a breath composed but deliberate. She stood, smoothing her coat, posture regaining that noble edge she always wore when something important was being said. "Then I'm glad." Elira glanced up, one eyebrow raised. "Glad that we're on the same side." Seraphina's gaze moved from Elira to Noel. "I'll need people I trust, people who would not leave my side when needed or when times are hard." Noel didn't answer with words. He just nodded once. "I mean, I had to do it. Now I need to prepare for the outbreak for having this big of a change." Seraphina walked toward the door but stopped short and turned back. Her voice was softer this time. She didn't clarify who she meant. She didn't have to. Then she was gone, leaving the room in a quiet firelight. Noel let out a slow breath, dropping onto one of the couches and rubbing the back of his neck. Things are moving fast. Noel didn't even look at her. They always do. A beat passed. The door clicked shut behind Seraphina. Silence settled again, but this time it wasn't political. It was chill and comforting. Elira turned from the window, her gray eyes steady on Noel, who was still sprawled on the couch, one arm slung over the backrest. She didn't cross her arms, didn't sigh. She just said so. Noel looked up at her slowly. "Here it is. I knew this was coming sooner or later." He wasn't confused. He knew exactly what she meant. And for once he didn't have a clever answer. He sat up a little straighter. "Can you give me some time?" Elira tilted her head, not disappointed, just watching. "I can." She stepped closer, resting her hand on the table between them. "But you know I always get what I want." "Yeah," Noel cut in, eyes meeting hers. "I know, don't worry, but really. Just give me a bit." Elira studied him, then gave the faintest nod. "I'll wait." Noel exhaled, finally leaning back again, eyes on the ceiling. Things really aren't simple anymore. Winter mornings at the Imperial Academy of Valon had a way of sharpening the senses, but today, Noel's mind was anything but sharp. He stood alone on the frost-covered training grounds, sword in hand, breath visible in the chilled air. His training uniform was heavier now, lined with subtle enchantments against the cold, but the extra warmth did nothing to steady his distracted mind. He took a step forward, swung his sword and nearly lost his footing. Focus, damn it. He reset his stance, exhaled slowly, then struck again. His blade wavered, sluggish, imprecise. Frustration edged his movements. He knew exactly why. Elira, since that conversation, her words had echoed endlessly in his mind, a gentle but persistent question that never faded entirely away. Noel paused, sword lowered, his breath misting into the morning air as he stared blankly at the frost-rimmed trees that bordered the grounds. "Is it even right? I'm not even from this world. If I actually succeed, if I save this place, then what? Do I just leave?" His eyes narrowed slightly, discomforted by the thought, and even then. "Here, polygamy's normal. Hell, my father had 3 wives, but back home on Earth, it would be unimaginable. How could I justify something like that? Would it even be fair?" He gripped the sword tightly, shaking his head once. "No, stop, think clearly. You don't have to decide now. You have time." She said she'd wait. He sighed, seeing his breath curl into the air, dissipating slowly. His grip softened, but the tension remained. Noel raised the sword again, adjusted his stance carefully, and forced his focus back onto the blade. Even if his mind wasn't fully here, the world wasn't waiting. and he couldn't afford distractions not yet. Noel finished training sooner than usual. It wasn't productive anyway, his mind was still miles away. With a sigh, he left the training grounds and made his way toward the central wing, determined to find Elira and perhaps finally clear his thoughts. Yet something felt off as soon as he entered the main hall. Students gathered in clusters, whispering quietly. Even by academy standards, something was clearly unusual. Before he could ask anyone, Serafina appeared from around a corner, her long pink hair neatly tied back, her presence calm yet somehow grave. She immediately noticed Noel. Noel, she greeted softly, approaching him without hesitation. Good timing. I was looking for you. Noel slowed his pace. Her tone alone was enough to make him cautious. What's going on? Serafina stopped directly before him, her pale eyes carefully measuring his reaction. It's about Elira. Something twisted sharply in Noel's stomach. What about her? She took a leave of absence from the academy, Serafina said quietly, her voice gentle but firm. Her mother has fallen seriously ill. She'll be away for at least a month, maybe two. Noel stared, momentarily frozen. That never happened. This isn't right. Elira's mother was never mentioned in the novel, much less her illness. Something's off. Or did my interference cause this? He composed himself quickly, shaking off the surprise just enough to nod slowly. See, Serafina studied his face carefully. You didn't know? No, Noel admitted quietly, eyes fixed on nothing in particular. I didn't. Serafina seemed to sense the depth of his uncertainty and softened slightly. She'll be all right. Elira's stronger than most. Noel nodded absently. I know she is, but that wasn't the point. He knew Elira would be fine-ish, always was, but a new uncertainty now loomed heavily over him. If this isn't following the original story anymore, then what else is about to change? She nodded quietly, turning to leave but glancing back once more. Noel, she said gently. If you need something, just let me know. He gave a short nod, watching as she walked away. He stood motionless for a moment, gathering his thoughts. This changes everything. I need to find out what's really going on, and fast. Night had settled over the Imperial Academy, bringing with it an uneasy silence. Noel was seated alone in the Academy library, at a table covered in scattered notes, parchment maps of Valon, and a hastily sketched list of names. He traced his finger over the names carefully. 4 students, 2 civilians, all vanished within the past week. This never happened in the original novel, Noel thought, frustration rising sharply in his chest. The timeline's off, and Elira's sudden leavethis isn't just a coincidence. He leaned back, staring up at the library's vaulted ceiling, dimly lit by enchanted lamps. Elira's absence, the disappearances. It was as if the very fabric of the story he knew had begun to unravel. Ever since Dior lost, something changed. Is that the trigger? He shook his head slowly, refocusing on the names. All of them were somehow involved in thwarting the terrorist attack from months earlier. Someone was targeting them deliberately, but who and why now? He scanned the names again, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Whoever's behind this is erasing anyone who might interfere again. Noel paused, a subtle unease spreading through his chest as he considered the scale and precision of the disappearances. This isn't just random revenge. It's organized, methodical. Someone who knows exactly who to target and how to do it without leaving traces. His mind flicked briefly to the image of Dior's defeat, but quickly dismissed it. Not Dior. He's impulsive and angry, and he is not in the academy anymore for now. This is something else, something more dangerous. He stood abruptly, gathering the papers into a bundle. The sudden urge to act sharpened within him like a blade's edge. Whoever it is, they're moving fast, and I need to be faster. Noel strode toward the exit, the library doors quietly shutting behind him. He moved swiftly into the night, heading toward Valon streets, where the answers awaited him whether he was ready for them or not. Valon streets were shadowed beneath the pale winter moon, its glow reflecting off frost-slick cobblestones and dim street lamps. Noel walked swiftly, his coat tightly wrapped around him, alert to every shadow and movement around him. He hadn't gone far when he noticed a familiar figure standing quietly at the edge of a narrow street. The delicate frame, long platinum hair catching the faint moonlight, there was no mistaking her. Elena, Noel called softly, approaching slowly. She turned her head sharply toward him, amber eyes flashing briefly with surprise before quickly softening. Noel, she said quietly, pulling her cloak tighter around her slender shoulders. What brings you here at this hour? I could ask you the same thing, he replied, coming to stand beside her, his voice wary yet calm. He glanced down, noticing the distinctive silver badge pinned discreetly to her cloaked mark of the newly restructured student council. I see you've joined the council. She nodded softly, eyes thoughtful. Serafina offered me a place. I thought it was time to take on a more active role. Noel arched an eyebrow, slightly amused despite the situation. Politics never struck me as your thing. You're not wrong, she admitted softly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. But neither is sitting idly by while people vanish. Noel felt his shoulders relax just slightly, recognizing a similar determination in her quiet voice. Then you're also investigating the disappearances. She glanced around the darkened street cautiously before responding. Yes, and I'm beginning to think it goes far deeper than random kidnappings. Students, civilians, it's all connected somehow. Noelle frowned slightly. That's what I've been suspecting too. Alina looked at him again, her gaze steady, confident. Then perhaps we can help each other. Noelle hesitated briefly, wasn't used to trusting easily, but something about her calm determination and steady presence made his choice simpler. All right, he finally agreed. Where should we start? Alina turned her eyes toward the darkened alley behind them, her expression hardening slightly. This way. There's something I need to check. Noelle followed Alina into the shadowed alley, his eyes adjusting quickly to the scarce lighting. The cold seemed more intense here, wrapping around them like a cloak. He glanced briefly at Alina, noticing the subtle tension in her posture, the tightness around her eyes. Her usual composed demeanor held an edge he hadn't seen before. Alina, he started carefully, his voice quiet. You're not doing this just for the council, are you? She paused mid-step, turning slowly toward him. For a moment, hesitation flickered in her amber eyes, then faded, replaced by a quiet, steady determination. No, she admitted softly. One of the missing students is a friend of mine. Her name's Arya. Noelle's expression softened, understanding dawning on him. I'm sorry. Don't be, she responded quickly, pushing away the brief flash of vulnerability. Just help me find her. He nodded firmly. Do you have any leads? She shook her head slowly, frustration clearly etched into her graceful features. Not much, but there's been strange activity around these streets, small bursts of mana, traces of magic that aren't easily recognized. Noelle frowned thoughtfully, crossing his arms. Do you think this could be Dior's doing? Alina hesitated, considering it briefly before shaking her head firmly. No, it couldn't be him. Since he left the academy, no one has seen or heard anything about him. Only Serafina knows his whereabouts, and she's not talking. Noelle glanced away, troubled. Then we're dealing with someone else entirely. Alina nodded quietly, her eyes scanning the alley once more. Someone much more careful and dangerous. Noelle exhaled softly, his breath visible in the chilly air. We should hurry then. Alina moved forward again without another word, and Noelle followed, their steps quickening as they ventured deeper into the uncertain darkness ahead. The alley narrowed as they moved deeper into the district's older quarter where cobblestones were cracked and frost clung stubbornly to the stone walls. The moonlight barely reached here. Every sound echoed with an edge. Noelle's senses were sharpened, his mana subtly pulsing beneath his skin. Then he saw it. A smear of dried blood, barely visible along the edge of a wall, half concealed behind a rusted barrel. He stepped closer, crouching down. Alina. She was already beside him, her breath visible in the cold air as she leaned in. Fresh enough to be from this week, she whispered. Noelle traced the smear with his eyes. It trailed toward the corner, stopping abruptly where it mingled with something else. Another trail, but this one was different, darker in color, thicker in texture, not quite the same hue. Noelle stood slowly. There were two. One trail looked like it belonged to someone being dragged or trying to flee. The other, he narrowed his eyes, was more scattered, drops spaced at irregular intervals. One of them was injured, he muttered, and it wasn't just the victim. Alina nodded, her gaze hard. If they were strong enough to take someone and still leave a blood trail, then they're not invincible, Noelle finished. The two stood there for a moment, the silence heavy. Something was happening in Valen, something deliberate, and now they had proof. Noelle turned his head slightly toward Alina. We need to track this, quietly and carefully. She nodded. I'll inform the council and the director. This matter is bigger than it looks. Noelle's jaw tightened. Whoever's behind this isn't afraid of the academy or even the royal family. They're sending a message. Together, they turned and slipped back into the fog-draped streets, one lead heavier but still far from the truth. The system resounded in his mind. New mission, save the students and uncover the truth. What a pain in the ass. The streets of Valon had grown quiet, darkness gathering like thick ink spilled across a canvas. Cold moonlight filtered through thin clouds, casting eerie patterns on old, weathered cobblestones. Most citizens had long retreated into the safety of their homes, leaving only faint lanterns glowing behind shuttered windows. Caliph moved silently through the empty streets, his steps graceful and deliberate. With his dark cloak and calm, dignified posture, he appeared no different from any noble enjoying an evening stroll. The few passers-by who noticed him quickly looked away, sensing instinctively that his presence was best avoided. He turned onto a narrower road, weaving between ancient, dilapidated buildings far from the main thoroughfares, beyond watchful eyes. Only then did Caliph pause, letting the night settle around him. Slowly he raised his hands, examining them as the glamour faded, revealing the pale skin of his fingertips turning darker, shifting rapidly into obsidian-like claws. He exhaled softly, eyes closed. His body twisted and reshaped itself, supplibones elongated, his elegant features sharpened, dark veins emerging across skin that was growing steadily blacker, rougher. His eyes snapped open, blazing briefly with deep, molten crimson. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he flexed his new claws, observing them with casual appreciation. This form had always felt more honest, more satisfying. Much better, he whispered into the chill night air. Caliph tilted his head slightly, senses expanding. He listened closely to the distant murmurs of the city, searching for the faintest pulse of warmth, the tantalizing flow of lifeblood. Tonight he would feed, tonight he would grow stronger. Valon, so proud and powerful, would unknowingly nourish its own undoing. Caliph moved silently, deeper into the maze of Valon's forgotten alleys. With every step, his presence expanded like an unseen web, reaching out into the night. He paused, listening intently. There, the faint, rhythmic pulse of a heartbeat like a distant drum, a whisper of warmth drawing him forward. He turned another corner and saw Hera, a young woman, huddled beneath a flickering street lamp, hurriedly trying to make her way home. She glanced around nervously, sensing the danger but unable to pinpoint its source. Caliph smiled softly, stepping forward into the faint lamplight. Instantly, his monstrous form was shrouded by a brief flicker of illusion, appearing to her as a harmless nobleman with gentle eyes. "Lost are we," he said softly, his voice smooth, reassuring, almost melodic. The woman startled, turning sharply. Her eyes met his, momentarily wary before softening inexplicably. "Just took a wrong turn," she stammered quietly. "I'm fine." "Oh, I'm sure you are," Caliph murmured gently, stepping closer. "But it's dangerous here at night. Allow me to accompany you." Her hesitation faded, her gaze growing distant as the charm of his voice took hold. She nodded slowly, entranced, and moved toward him. Caliph raised one hand, gently caressing her cheek, feeling the pulse beneath her warm skin. He leaned closer, whispering softly, almost tenderly, "Relax." In an instant, his illusion shattered. His gentle hand became blackened claws gripping tightly around her throat, though she didn't struggle, couldn't, beneath his hold. His eyes burned crimson in the darkness. Her breath trembled once before falling still, mesmerized by a terrible calm. Caliph's other hand hovered inches from her chest, fingers spread open. With a muttered word in a guttural, ancient tongue, crimson threads of blood emerged from her pores, floating upward into his waiting grasp. As the glowing streams touched his palm, his veins pulsed and darkened visibly. Power surged, strengthening him, feeding a hunger that ran far deeper than flesh. The woman's skin paled rapidly, eyes vacant. She never screamed. She never had the chance. When the last droplets of life faded, Caliph released her, allowing her hollow form to crumple softly onto the cobblestones. He stood silently, eyes closed, savoring the newfound strength coursing through him. "One step closer," he whispered, turning away. One step closer to remaking everything. Leaving no trace but shadows behind, he vanished once more into the silent night of Valon. In the quiet shadows of a narrow street, Caliph stopped once more. He closed his eyes, breathing steadily as the surge of stolen life faded slowly into a controlled stillness. A moment later, his form began to shift once again. Darkened claws retracted, replaced by long, elegant fingers. His roughened, demonic skin softened, regaining its former pale, noble appearance. His burning crimson eyes cooled into a deep, composed violet. The monstrous presence diminished, veiled behind a mask of refinement. With a slight adjustment of his cuffs and a calm brush of his cloak, Caliph vanished. In his place stood Professor Lerusquiet, dignified and utterly unassuming. He raised one hand briefly, adjusting the collar of his academy coat, ensuring no sign of tonight's feeding remained. Satisfied, he stepped forward onto the main street, emerging from the darkness into the gentle glow of street lamps, now merely another figure among the evening pedestrians. As Larius, he walked steadily toward the Imperial Academy, each step carefully measured, each movement precise and ordinary. Passing students and faculty members greeted him politely, unaware of the darkness hidden behind his courteous nod and faint smile. His mind had already returned to his task, carefully planning the students he would soon summon, erasing threats before they became problematic. Tonight's hunger was sated, tomorrow's tasks awaited. With the serene confidence only a predator in disguise could carry, Professor Larius moved onward, blending seamlessly into the life of Valon once more. Professor Larius's office was dimly lit, illuminated only by a small, mana-infused lamp on his desk. Shelves lined with neatly arranged books stood silent along the walls, lending the room a sense of dignified calm. Yet this piece was sharply contrasted by the carefully prepared list spread across the polished wooden desk. Sitting comfortably, Larius leaned forward, his quill tracing lightly across the parchment as he reviewed the names. Gideon von Hall. First year, negligible mana capability, low priority, Maya de Salren. Second year, potential but unfocused, low priority, Jarek von Donnell. First year, quick reflexes, minimal threat, low priority. He moved methodically, calmly assessing each student, categorizing their strengths, weaknesses, and threat levels neatly in his mind. As his eyes drifted further down, the significance of the names clearly increased. Garon Bale. Physically strong, disciplined, effective under pressure, potential threat, Lazil Varn. Intelligent, resourceful, socially influential. Next target, Selene von Iskandar. Mana prodigy, cold, precise, dangerous, Marcus. Talented swordsman, charismatic leader, high priority, Clara de Niveria. Quick thinker, talented strategist, threatening, Roberto. Physically strong, observant, monitor closely. At the very bottom of the list, distinctly underlined twice. Noel Thorn. Unpredictable, unknown capabilities, highest priority. Calith's gaze lingered thoughtfully on Noel's name, his violet eyes narrowing subtly. A faint, cold smile curved at the edge of his lips. You're already causing trouble, he murmured softly, amusement coloring his tone, but not for much longer. Carefully, he folded the parchment and slid it into a discreet compartment within his desk. His next move was clear. Lazil Varn would be his first step toward dismantling any future opposition. And no one would suspect a thing until it was far, far too late. Class had just ended, and the students were filing out of the classroom in quiet groups, whispering about the day's lessons. Lazil Varn lingered a bit longer, carefully packing away his books and parchment notes into his leather bag. As usual, his movements were deliberate, organized, reflecting a mind used to precision. Professor Larius stood calmly at his desk, collecting his own materials. His violet eyes flickered subtly toward Lazil, observing him briefly before speaking in a casual, measured tone. Mr. Varn, he called softly, the classroom now almost empty, a moment, please. Lazil glanced up in mild surprise, nodding politely as he approached the professor's desk. Professor, Lazil asked respectfully, adjusting the strap of his bag. Larius offered a composed smile, his gaze steady but warm enough to feel genuine. I've noticed your aptitude for advanced magic theory. You're quite talented, I can see that, Larius continued calmly, which is why I wanted to offer you an opportunity. I've been seeking an assistant Somion capable enough to help me manage certain advanced lessons and projects. You came immediately to mind. Lazil paused briefly, clearly surprised, then quickly masked it. It would be an honor, Professor. I'm certainly interested. Larius's smile deepened slightly, just enough to convey genuine approval. Good. Meet me in my office this evening after classes end. There are some matters I'd like to discuss in private before we finalize anything. Of course, Professor, Lazil responded, nodding once more with eagerness. I'll be there. Excellent, Larius replied softly, turning back toward his notes with quiet dismissal. I look forward to our talk. Lazil left the room promptly, excitement evident in his stride. Only once the student had vanished from sight did Larius's carefully warm expression fade back into cold neutrality. A promising start, he murmured softly to himself, neatly stacking his notes, and so very trusting. The faintest of smiles touched his lips, cold as ice. It was almost too easy. The hallway outside the faculty wing was quieterly so. Most students had returned to their dormitories, and the faint hum of magical lanterns cast long, soft glows against the stone walls. Lazil Varn walked alone, the sound of his boots echoing lightly through the empty corridor. He reached Professor Larius's office and found the door slightly ajar, as if inviting him in. He knocked gently anyway. A calm, refined voice answered immediately from within. Come in, Mr. Varn. Lazil stepped inside. The office was immaculately elegantly decorated with carved wooden shelves, glowing crystals embedded in the walls, and a large desk near the back, organized with unnerving precision. A kettle of herbal tea steamed gently on a tray nearby, untouched. Larius sat behind the desk, his fingers lightly interlaced, gaze calm and steady. Lazil nodded, sitting down without hesitation. I appreciate the invitation, Professor. I've always admired your clarity in teaching. Larius gave a soft, appreciative smile. Kind of you to say. I take my role seriously. He paused, studying Lazil briefly. You're talented, not just in theory, but in how you think. Lazil didn't hide the pride that surfaced on his face. That's why I wanted to speak privately. Larius continued, reaching slowly into a drawer and pulling out a thin file. This academy needs students like you to rise above the noise, to lead. He slid the folder forward, but Lazil didn't immediately open it. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly. Laid. What exactly, Professor? Larius met his eyes without blinking. Change. A silence stretched between them, comfortable but charged. The lights dimmed slightly. The tea's steam no longer curled upward. Lazil didn't notice, but Larius did. His fingers twitched once beneath the desk, magic silently preparing behind a flawless smile. The Academy's announcement board was once again surrounded by murmurs. No ceremony, no prior warning, just a new parchment nailed cleanly in place, no crest, no signature, only the weight of the words written in firm, decisive strokes. Attention to all students. Effective immediately, curfew regulations have changed. All students must remain within their dormitories after sundown. Campus movement at night is strictly prohibited. Classes will continue as scheduled, by direct order of Headmaster Nicholas von Aldros. Noel stood at the edge of the crowd, silent. Some students read it a third time, searching for hidden meaning, some reason behind the sudden rule. There was none, no announcement from the student council either. This came straight from the headmaster. That's not normal. His gaze shifted slightly lower just beneath the parchment, and there it was, Noel Thorne Class S. The same line that had been removed weeks ago, quietly reinstated. Guess the headmaster wants me back in Class S probably to keep an eye on me. Not that I'm complaining. The facilities are better and safer. The morning frost still lingered in the air, his breath visible in thin, white puffs. He adjusted the collar of his coat. And this is worse than I thought. I knew Dior losing would have consequences, but not this kind. Without a word, he stepped away from the group, his footsteps soft against the cold marble floor. The dormitory was quiet. Outside, the sky remained a dull, oppressive gray, layered with clouds thick with snow. The enchanted glass of the window filtered the light into something colder, flatter. Noel sat at his desk, a blank scroll laid out in front of him, pen in hand. He didn't write immediately. He just stared. After a few long seconds, he finally dipped the pen in ink and began. Elira, how's your mom? How are you? Don't give me the I'm fine crap if you're not, just. Don't forget to take care of yourself while you're busy fixing everything around you as usual. Things here are off. They've put a curfew in Placino. One can leave their dorm after dark. No explanation. Not even Serafina knew it was coming. It came straight from the headmaster. Also, students are disappearing. Some of the ones who helped during the attack. Civilians too. No one's talking about it, but it's happening. If I find anything, I'll let you know. Noel. He folded the parchment and sealed it with a small imprint of wax, not a family crest, just his name. Outside the window, a pigeon perched on the railing, waiting. Noel opened the glass panel. The cold swept in instantly, brushing against his face. Without hesitation, he held out the scroll. The pigeon took it gently in its beak, claws tightening as it flapped once, twice, then took off into the sky. He watched it go, a faint exhale escaping his lips. About a week, he murmured. If nothing happens on the way. He closed the window, then stood up and grabbed his coat again, fastening the collar as he moved. Noel had no destination in mind. He walked through the eastern wing's quiet corridors, letting his thoughts wander with each step. The winter air had seeped into the very walls, even the stones felt cold to the touch. Hey, Noel, came a familiar voice. He turned to see Marcus approaching, flanked by Garen and Laziel trailing slightly behind them. The latter looked distant, unfocused. Did you see the notice they posted a few hours ago? Marcus asked. Do you know what it's about? You don't know? Noel raised an eyebrow, then gestured for them to come closer. Well, I guess it makes sense. Come here. The three of them leaned in and Noel lowered his voice. It looks like students have gone missing. Civilians too. Nobody's talking about it, but it's happening. Garen's brow furrowed, and we're just doing nothing about it. Are we seriously going to let this slide? Noel didn't answer immediately. He just watched them. Come on, Noel, Marcus added, frustration flickering in his tone. We can't sit still. Someone has to act. There it is, main character syndrome, Noel thought dryly. Poor Marcus. I wish it were that simple. He's right, Garen said. We need to start investigating. Now, if you find anything, let me know, Noel said calmly. I'd appreciate it. Marcus tilted his head mockingly. While the mysterious Noel Thorne actually asking for help, that's new. Definitely new, Garen chuckled. Right, Laziel. Marcus added with a grin. Hey, Laziel, they all turned. Laziel was still standing there, but his eyes were unfocused, lost in some far-off place. He hadn't reacted at all. Noel studied him carefully. You okay? You look pale, even more than usual. He's right, Marcus said, frowning. You don't look good. Without waiting, Marcus placed a hand on Laziel's shoulder. Later, Noel. We're taking him to the infirmary. Noel watched them go, a faint crease forming between his brows. Something was wrong with Laziel, and he didn't like it. Noel found Alina near the council records room, where the scent of old paper clung to the air and silence wrapped around every shelf. She stood beside a long table, several folders spread open in front of her. Found anything useful? Alina shook her head, not even looking up at first. I've been digging through everything I could find. Nothing. The victims from the academy. It's like they vanished without a trace. Noel leaned against the edge of the table, arms crossed. We know your friend disappeared, and a few other students, but the civilian part. That doesn't fit the equation. Yeah, Alina muttered, her eyes narrowing. Why would civilians be involved at all? Civilians, students, none of it makes sense. Noel tapped his fingers slowly against the table. How would anyone even move between targets? I doubt a killer has easy access inside the academy. I think the answer's obvious, isn't it? Sorry, Noel said, snapping out of it. I was thinking out loud, and then something clicked, a sudden stillness. His mind raced backward, connecting a chain he hadn't seen until now. Why didn't I think of this before? It has to be someone, he said slowly, eyes sharp, who can move freely, in and out, no questions asked. Alina turned to look at him fully now, catching the shift in his expression. Something had changed. Noel didn't waste another second. The moment the idea took form, he turned on his heel and bolted out of the archive room. If you don't want to be seen leaving the academy. Where would you move? His boots echoed against the stone floor as he picked up speed, coat fluttering behind him. Exactly. Underneath, through the tunnels. I know because I've done it too. Behind him, a sharp voice called out. Where are you running off to so fast? Wait, Alina sprinted after him, barely keeping pace as they turned a corner. Alina shot him a look, slightly breathless but focused. I'm not following you just because I want to help. Noel smirked, eyes already locked on the path ahead. Good. The tunnels beneath the academy stretched endlessly, ancient stone winding in disorienting pattern chambers, turns, dead ends. They had been walking for over 2 hours. Noel led the way with a torch in hand, the pale flame casting shifting shadows along the damp walls. They're bigger than I thought, he muttered. Way bigger. Alina's voice came from behind him, steady but cautious. These tunnels. They don't just belong to the academy, do they? Noel shook his head. No, I think they stretch under the whole city, probably all of Valon. That thought brought a heavy silence with it. Then he stopped. Hold up. To their left, part of the wall had collapsed, revealing a narrow side passage half concealed by rubble. At the far end, something caught the torchlight. A thick, frayed rope darkened by old stains. They approached slowly, alert. Alina crouched near it, eyes narrowing. Blood. Noel knelt as well. The rope was wrapped tightly around a rusted metal pipe. Dust and stone partially buried it, but the dark stains were clear. Whoever was tied here didn't die here, he said quietly, but they bled, enough to leave a trace. Alina ran her hand near the floor, careful not to touch the rope. It's dried. It is at least a few days old and doesn't look recent. Noel pulled a clean strip of cloth from his pouch, wrapped the rope carefully, and stored it in his side bag. Alina raised an eyebrow. What are you going to do with that? Thinking of showing it to the headmaster. If anyone can get something from Eider knows who can, it's him. She nodded, but her eyes were already scanning the rest of the tunnel. We're back at zero, Alina said quietly, rising to her feet. Noel remained crouched for a moment longer, eyes fixed on the rope's imprint in the dust. Not zero, he murmured, but we're running out of time. He stood and turned back the way they'd come. If these tunnels really run beneath all of Valon, then whoever's using them can disappear whenever they want. And they sure did. 2 days had passed, and more students had gone missing. Noel leaned against the window frame of his room, eyes fixed on the frost-covered courtyard outside, but his mind wasn't really there. This is driving me insane. I know it's someone from inside, but who? His eyes narrowed. Nicholas? No, impossible. No one could impersonate the headmaster. Dior, doubt I'd's already left. Serafina? Obviously not. She's probably drowning in problems just from this whole mess. He tapped his fingers against the glass. That leaves. The professor's a pause. Instructor Doc. Nah, all he cares about is training. Deemer? No way. He's my favorite teacher, wouldn't. He couldn't. The thought settled like a stone in his gut. Larius. He straightened slightly. You're the only one who feels off. You weren't in the original novel, and ever since Dior lost, everything's been spiraling. It's too convenient. Noel's eyes narrowed further. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, Professor. The morning air bit deep. Noel exhaled hard, steam rising from his skin as he swung his wooden blade again through the frost-filled air. His form was sharp, focused. But he didn't feel strong. He didn't feel tired either. Just drained. He lowered the blade and pressed a hand to his chest. The mana inside him felt stable but sluggish. Stubborn, with a short breath he whispered status. A pale blue screen flickered into view before him, glowing softly in the cold morning light. Current progress, 76.33 novice rank mana core. His jaw tightened. 3% in an entire month. He stared at the number like it had personally insulted him. Weeks chasing shadows, losing sleep, skipping meals. And this is all I've got to show for it. A bitter exhale escaped him. I barely trained at all, shouldn't be surprised. With a flick of his fingers, the window vanished. He grabbed a towel, wiped the sweat from his face, and returned to his room in silence. His winter uniform hung neatly on the rack, dark, fitted, with silver trim along the cuffs and shoulders. The crimson student council emblem was stitched over the chest like a silent reminder of expectations. He pulled it on piece by piece. Gloves. Boots, the final clasp at his collar. Enough to survive the cold and keep walking. It still feels like I should have made more progress this month, he muttered. 3%'s pathetic. Compared to how fast I moved back then. He glanced toward the frosted window. The academy looked the same, but it didn't feel the same anymore. It feels more dead. The path to the main building was almost empty. Noel walked alone, his coat tugged gently by the morning wind, boots crunching softly over frost-lined stone. A few students crossed the courtyard in pairs, whispering with hushed urgency, glancing around more than usual. It felt like something had broken. Like the academy was holding its breath. Feels like someone just announced the death of, I don't know, the internet back on Earth, or chocolate, something that mattered to everyone. He passed a pair of students near the courtyard arch, their voices low but clear. Have you seen Aileen? I haven't spotted her in days. Yeah, Oswald's gone quiet too. He used to hang around near the Southern Library, remember? I haven't seen him since last week. Wonder if they're okay. We used to see each other every day. Noel kept walking, head down, eyes sharp. Great, they've noticed. It's only a matter of time now. Before it all comes out, the thought sat like ice in his gut as he reached the classroom hall. Noel stepped into the main administrative wing, the air warmer but heavier. The polished stone floors reflected soft light from the mana lanterns above, and the atmosphere felt as still as a cathedral. He approached the reception desk with calm steps. "Hello," he said, tone polite but firm. "I'd like to speak with Headmaster Nicholas. There's something important I need to discuss with him." Receptionist, a woman in her mid-40s with a tidy bun and round glasses, looked up from a stack of scrolls. "Of course, your name, please." "Noel Thorne." She nodded and gestured to a nearby bench. "Take a seat. I'll let him know." Noel had just turned to sit down when she rose from her desk, walked over to the grand double doors, and knocked twice before slipping inside. Through the crack in the door, muted voices exchanged words. A moment later, she returned and called out across the room, "Mr. You may go in." A few students sitting nearby turned to look. He'd barely arrived, and already he was being called in. Noel smirked as he walked past them without missing a step. "Sucks to be you. Heh." Inside, the director's office was just as regal and austere as Everdark wood furniture, shelves of tomes, a map of the continent unfurled behind the desk. Nicholas von Aldros sat behind it, posture straight, gaze already locked on Noel. Without a word, Noel approached and set the cloth-wrapped rope gently atop the desk. "I found it in one of the lower tunnels," he said, "near where the banquet attack happened. I didn't touch it directly." The director didn't respond at first. He unfolded the cloth with careful precision and examined the rope, his fingers stopping near a dried, dark stain. Then he inhaled, just once. "It reeks of demonic blood." Noel froze. His skin bristled. "What, but?" "I thought there was a piece packed with the demons." Nicholas's eyes didn't waver. "There is, but you can't expect a filthy race like theirs to honor a pact." Nicholas folded the cloth back over the rope, his expression unreadable as ever. "I'll handle the investigation from here," he said calmly, placing the bundle inside a sealed case lined with runes. "I'll personally look into it, but it will take time." Noel gave a short nod. "Understood." The director leaned back slightly in his chair, steepling his fingers. "In the meantime, you should head to class. You'll be late otherwise." Noel didn't argue. He turned without another word, slipping out of the office and into the chilled corridor beyond. As he made his way through the academy, the usual rhythm of student life had resumed around him, though quieter, more strained. By the time he reached the classroom, the first lecture had already begun. He stepped in quietly and made his way to his seat near the back. Alina glanced at him briefly as he sat down. "You went to see the headmaster?" Noel nodded, voice low. "I gave him the rope, told him where I found it. He said it reeked of demonic blood." That made her pause mid-note. "Are you serious?" "Dead serious." A tense silence stretched between them for a beat. Then Alina muttered, eyes still on her notebook. "Well, that explains a lot, and complicates everything." Noel leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed ahead but thoughts elsewhere. The quiet hum of the classroom wrapped around them, pages turning, quills scratching, the occasional cough in the cold air. But at the back of the room, Noel and Alina kept their voices low, their words buried under the noise. "You think the headmaster suspects something bigger?" Alina asked, not looking up from her notes. Noel shrugged, just slightly. He didn't say much, but if he thinks it's demonic, then we're way past regular criminals. That changes everything. Alina's lips tightened. "No one's going to believe it, not unless someone ends up dead again. They already have," Noel said, "just not publicly." A pause. She turned a page. "Do you think it's related to Dior's fall?" Noel didn't answer immediately. He tapped a finger on his desk. "I think someone's moving behind the scenes, and Dior's defeat left a gap, one someone's already filling." Alina met his eyes. "Who do you mean?" before Noel could reply. Thwack, a piece of chalk smacked him cleanly in the forehead. Noel blinked once, stunned more by the precision than the pain. At the front of the room, Professor Larius stood beside the lectern, one hand resting casually against it, the other still raised from the throw. His voice was calm. "Mr. Thorne, Miss von Listeria." The entire room had gone silent in an instant. "The chit-chat is over." Noel slowly leaned back in his chair, lifting a hand to rub the spot where the chalk had hit. Alina, unbothered, closed her notebook with a soft snap. "Yes, Professor," she said evenly. Larius said nothing more. He turned back to the board, writing a new diagram with graceful, exact strokes. But Noel caught it just before he turned. That look again. The lecture dragged on under the weight of too much silence. Even the usual scribbles and page turns felt subdued, like the class had collectively decided not to breathe too loudly after the professor's last remark. Noel didn't take many notes. His mind was elsewhere, playing the timing, the words, the way Larius had hit him dead center with that chalk without even looking like he aimed. When the class finally ended, the usual sounds returned. Chairs scraping back, books being packed, muted voices rising as students filtered out in small groups. Noel stood slowly, slinging his satchel over his shoulder, ready to move. "Mr. Thorne," he stopped. Larius had stepped around the lectern with perfect composure, his coat flowing behind him like it was part of his posture. His voice was smooth, unhurried. "If you wouldn't mind stopping by my office later today after your last class, there's something I'd like to discuss." Noel tilted his head slightly, measuring the request. "Anything I should know ahead of time?" Larius smiled. "Just enough, just an academic matter. A short conversation, nothing formal." Their eyes locked for a moment. Noel gave the faintest nod. "All right, I'll stop by." "Excellent." The professor turned with a faint rustle of fabric, already collecting his notes as if nothing had happened. At the doorway, Alina appeared beside Noel, brows drawn low. What did he want? Noel adjusted the strap on his shoulder, his tone flat, said he wants to talk. About what, he didn't say. They walked together down the hall in silence, past stone walls lit by pale mana lanterns. Neither of them liked that answer. The hallway outside the faculty wing was quiet, lit only by faint blue mana lanterns that flickered softly against the stone walls. Noel stood before a heavy oak door marked with a subtle silver plaque. Professor Larius. He knocked once. Come in. The voice, as always, was smooth, controlled. Noel stepped inside. The office was just as polished as before, mahogany shelves perfectly aligned, scrolls ordered by color and length, a low table already set with 2 porcelain teacups and a gently steaming pot between them. Larius stood near his desk, sorting through papers with deliberate care. Noel did. Larius moved with effortless precision, pouring tea into both cups. The scent was faint mint, maybe something floral Noel couldn't quite place. I've been observing your progress, the professor said, his voice light and steady. You've grown, quietly but with intent. I respect that. Noel said nothing, just watched him. That kind of growth, Larius continued, handing him a cup, often signals a certain potential one this academy values. Noel took the cup, fingers around the porcelain, still warm. So you invited me here because I'm doing well. Larius offered the thinnest smile. In part. Noel lifted the cup slightly, the steam curling past his face. I've been thinking of selecting an assistant for advanced tasks, Larius went on. Someone disciplined, discreet, sharp. Noel raised the cup to his lips. And I believe you'd be an excellent fit. The cup touched his lips, and the world shattered. There was no sound, no sensation, no time, only blue, a flicker of light. The scent vanished, the heat disappeared. Then he was back in the same chair, same posture, same cup, rising. But still untouched, still in his hand. Noel didn't flinch, didn't blink, didn't breathe, but his mind was on fire. What just happened? The porcelain cup was still warm in his hand. Noel set it back down on the saucer with deliberate calm, his expression unreadable, even as the aftershock of the ashen sigil's activation lingered in the back of his mind. 6 seconds ago, he had taken a sip. Now the cup was untouched. Across the desk, Professor Larius continued as if nothing had happened. Someone with your profile could benefit greatly from this arrangement, he said smoothly. And I imagine you wouldn't mind a little early access to restricted material from the upper years. Noel leaned back slightly in his chair, body relaxed, hands resting loosely on his lap. Inside, he was anything but calm. He was cataloging everything. Larius's tone, the temperature of the tea, the fact that his eyes hadn't drifted even once toward the cup since offering it, whatever was in that tea. It wasn't meant to help me, but it was disguised to look like it would. Noel allowed himself a faint smile. Becoming your assistant sounds interesting. Larius's violet eyes narrowed just a touch, not with suspicion, but with approval. Pragmatic. Good, he said, folding his hands over the desk. Discretion and initiative were qualities I value highly. Noel nodded once. You really do value discretion, don't you? Favorite word of the week, I imagine. But out loud, all he said was, when do we start? Larius reached for his own cup and took a slow sip, the steam briefly fogging the lenses of his glasses. Then casually he glanced at Noel's untouched drink. Not to your taste? Noel didn't hesitate. I'm more of a coffee person. A beet. Larius chuckled softly, setting his cup back down. Bold, fitting for you. I'll be sure to prepare one next time. Noel kept his expression neutral, the corner of his mouth twitching just enough to pass as polite amusement. Inside, his thoughts were razor-edged, whatever that was. It triggered the sigil. That ring doesn't act unless it senses real danger. Could have been a spell, could have been poison, doesn't matter. He watched Larius carefully, no, not just his words, but the way he moved, how still his hands were, how perfectly paced every gesture felt. You don't rush anything, that's what makes you dangerous. I have some excellent coffee at home, Larius added casually. Next time I see you, I'll bring some. Noel gave a small nod, appreciated. The smile they exchanged was paper thin, and both of them knew it. Larius reached into a drawer and produced a sealed envelope, setting it between them. Nothing official yet. Just some preliminary task sorting evaluations, reviewing spell performance reports, and prepping advanced material for the older years. Noel took the envelope. Understood. You'll also have limited access to the restricted sections of the library and may sit in on curriculum planning sessions. Naturally, confidentiality is expected. Yeah, sure. Larius studied him for a moment longer. I don't expect full loyalty. Only caution and intelligence, both of which you've shown. Noel leaned forward slightly, enough to appear engaged without seeming eager. Then I'll take the offer. Larius gave a brief, satisfied nod. Good, we'll begin next week. Another sip of tea, another perfect movement. Let me know if your schedule changes. I'll notify the council administration about your extended academic role. You wanted me close. I'll find out why. Noel stood any time Larius replied, that smile still hanging on his face like a mask. The door clicked shut behind him. The hallway outside Larius's office was quiet, the kind of silence that felt deliberate. Noel stepped out slowly, the door clicking shut behind him. He exhaled through his nose, hand brushing against the ring on his finger. The ashen sigil was cool now, but he knew exactly what it had done. It saved me, and now it won't activate again for at least a month. That knowledge settled like a stone in his chest. One safety net, gone shit. He took a step forward, jaw clenched. Before he could turn the corner, a figure blocked his path. A faculty assistant. Pale robes, hands clasped, face unreadable. "Mr. Thorne," she said evenly. "The headmaster would like to see you." Immediately, Noel blinked once. Of course he did. He gave a slow nod, suppressing the sigh clawing up his throat. Can't catch a damn breath today. 10 minutes later, Noel stood once more before the towering oak doors of the headmaster's office. Unlike previous visits, there was no warmth in the air, no calm greetings waiting for him, just silence. The assistant opened the door without a word, and Noel stepped inside. Nicholas von Aldros stood by the far window, arms crossed behind his back, posture sharp, gaze distant as he stared out over the academy grounds. He didn't turn, shut the door. Noel obeyed without question. Only then did the headmaster speak, again his voice low and solid. "Tell me everything. No filters, no omissions. I want every detail." Noel blinked. That tone, something had changed. What the hell happened? He kept his posture relaxed, but his eyes sharpened. "Is it about the rope?" he asked carefully. Nicholas turned, his expression cold and heavy. "It's worse than we thought." He walked slowly toward the desk, each step controlled. It wasn't just demon-tainted. The traces we found residual as they were could only have come from someone extremely powerful. Noel's breath stayed even, but something deep inside him locked up. How powerful? Nicholas met his eyes. A demon of adept rank, one close to ascendant. Number, no, that's impossible. Demons of that level shouldn't appear until Act III. Nicholas placed a thick sealed folder on the desk but didn't slide it forward. "And there's more," he said. "The residue had structure, intent. It wasn't left behind by accident." "What kind of magic was it?" Noel asked, barely managing to keep his voice level. The headmaster didn't blink. "Blood magic." The words landed like a weight. Noel clenched his fists slowly at his sides. "That's a forbidden school," he said, "one of the oldest. And one of the worst. Blood magic doesn't just harm, it binds, controls, warps." Noel's thoughts were spiraling. "They're already here, someone that strong. And they're hiding in plain sight, maybe even among us." His fingers brushed the ring on his hand again, even though he knew it was useless now. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. The room stayed heavy with silence for a few seconds after Noel's question. Nicholas finally moved, stepping behind his desk once more. He didn't sit. His hands rested flat on the surface, as if anchoring himself. "Keep investigating. Whatever you found, whatever you're following, don't stop." Noel nodded once. "I wasn't planning to, but this," Nicholas's voice dropped slightly. "This has gone beyond the academy. If there's a demon of that level involved, then this is no longer just a student matter. You're walking into something deeper and darker." Noel said nothing. The headmaster's gaze hardened. "I'm giving you access to continue, but hear me clearly, do not put yourself in danger." A pause. Noel held his expression steady, lips pressed into a flat line. Inside, his thoughts whispered back, "If only I could do what you're asking." But all he said was, "Understood." Nicholas seemed to watch him for a moment longer, as if trying to decide whether that answer was the truth. Noel turned to leave, his footsteps soft against the stone as the door clicked shut behind him. The hallway outside the headmaster's office was quiet, lined with lanterns casting a pale glow that did nothing to cut through the cold settling in his chest. He walked slowly, but his thoughts weren't. Blood magic. From a demon that strong, an adept nearly ascendant, his hand brushed against the fabric over his chest where the ashen sigil ring rested beneath his coat. "It saved me once, and now I've got a month before I can rely on it again." He exhaled through his nose. "Too early. Everything's happening too early." He passed by a pair of students speaking in hushed voices, but the words didn't register. His mind was too full, too sharp. Whoever's behind this isn't just strong. They are patient, precise, and can hide very well. And now he was part of it, not by choice, but because he had no other option. He paused at the edge of the eastern stairwell, glancing through a tall arched window overlooking the academy. Everything looked the same, and yet nothing felt familiar anymore. By the time Noel reached the outer gates of the academy, the sky had shifted to a pale gray, streaked with the colorless haze of late afternoon. The guards didn't question his departure. His clearance as a member of the student council was enough to walk straight through. The path down into the Capitol spread out before him. Cold wind pressed against his coat, but he didn't slow his pace. He had a destination, and a memory from the novel. There had been a shop, barely mentioned, tucked away behind lines of vague exposition and side character dialogue. The protagonist in the book had missed it completely. Because he didn't know how to trigger the event. To get in, you had to beat the shop's owner at poker. But it wasn't regular poker. This version of the game responded to mana flow. It rewarded intuition, manipulation, and rhythm. You didn't just play the cards, you played the table, the people, the magic in the air, and the owner, a half-drunk, one-eyed dwarf with the attitude of a war veteran and the memory of a god. If you beat him, the shop opens. If you lose, he forgets you came. Noel's lips tugged into a faint, humorless smirk. Let's see if I still remember the rules. He crossed a stone bridge leading into the older districts of Valon, following twisting alleys and unmarked corners, letting instinct guide him more than memory. He wasn't entirely sure how the game worked anymore, but he knew this. It wasn't about luck. It was about control, and he had every intention of winning. Before disappearing into the winding alleys of Valon, Noel stopped just outside the city's outer district, near a narrow stone arch that framed the snowy horizon. He reached into his satchel, pulling out a small parchment and a charcoal pencil. It wasn't going to be a long message, just enough. He scribbled down the essentials. Alina, I need to step out of the academy for a few hours. It's related to the disappearances and what we discussed. If anything happens or if I don't return by nightfall, check the tunnel system again. You'll know what to look for. And he folded the paper once, sealed it with a faint touch of mana, and whistled softly. From the edge of the wall, a small gray messenger pigeon academy trained fluttered down and landed on his forearm. It stared at him with a blank, mechanical stillness. To Alina von Listeria, he said quietly. The pigeon blinked once, took the note gently in its beak, and launched into the sky with a quiet flutter of wings. Noel watched it disappear into the clouds. She'll know what to do. Noel wore a dark cloak with the hood pulled low, obscuring his face from view. His academy uniform was nowhere to be seen tonight. Blending in was more valuable than prestige. The air was cold against the outer walls of the academy, where he now stood alone beneath the pale light of the mana lamps. Beyond the gates lay the capital of Valon, and he intended to reach it before the hour turned late. Pinned to the inside of his cloak was the emblem of the student council official, enchanted and unmistakable. 2 guards stood at the gate, both in their 20s. One held a spear, the other a sword strapped to his hip. Judging by their posture and polished gear, they hadn't graduated from the academy long ago. Now, like many others, they'd ended up working these quiet night shifts. One of them squinted toward Noel's hooded figure. You know, you're not allowed to leave at this hour, kid. The other stepped forward, arms crossed. Yeah, ever since the headmaster's new policy, the rules are stricter. Best turn around and go back. Noel didn't speak. He simply reached into his cloak and produced a silver inlaid letter and the council emblem. The wax seal was unmistakable. Seraphina of Valor. I don't think going against the imperial princess would be a wise move. Don't you agree? He said calmly. The 2 guards glanced at the signature, then back at him. Their faces paled slightly. That's her signature. Apologies, we didn't realize who we were speaking to. You really are useful, Seraphina, Noel thought, tucking the letter away. One of the guards shifted uncomfortably. Still. Please remember the situation the academy is in. If another student disappears, hey, keep your voice down. That hasn't been made public yet, the other hissed. Noel raised a hand lightly. Don't worry, I know what you're referring to, and relax, I'll come back in one piece. With that, he stepped past them without another word, his cloak fluttering slightly behind him as he vanished into the dark. H-E-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y, wait. The voice rang out sharp and familiar. Noel stopped mid-step, shoulders tensing slightly as he turned. He already knew who it was, there was no mistaking that voice. Alina was rushing toward the gate, slightly out of breath and clearly annoyed. Mind telling me what the hell you're trying to pull? She demanded. The 2 guards glanced between them, stunned. Don't worry about her, Noel said flatly. She stays, don't let her through. The guards exchanged a look, then nodded and stepped in front of Alina. Excuse me, what do you mean I stay? I got your letter, I'm coming with you. Should have guessed that damned pigeon actually made it in 5 minutes. Should have factored that in. Noel sighed, then looked at her. Why do you want to come? Because it's dangerous, and I'm not letting you go alone. You know I can handle myself, right? I mean, you've seen it firsthand. Well, from a distance, but still. Exactly why I'm coming. What? One of the guards raised a hand awkwardly. Hey, look, I get that couple arguments can get heated, but maybe take it somewhere else. Not exactly the best time or place, and you're starting to draw attention. Lena flushed red instantly, caught completely off guard. We're not a couple, the guard chuckled. Ah, I see. Sorry, my bad man. What the hell was that? It's not like I confessed or anything. Noel thought, annoyed. He let out a short sigh. Fine, but change clothes so you can't go around wearing your academy uniform. And bring some money. Alina's eyes lit up in victory as she spun around and dashed off. Noel leaned against the gatepost, arms crossed, waiting. Roughly 10 minutes later, Alina returned, and she was, well, noticeable. She wore a stylish traveling outfit, not exactly subtle, tight-fitting black pants, high boots, and a deep burgundy coat with silver trim. Practical but far too clean to blend in. Noel blinked once. You didn't have anything less. Eye-catching? What? That's all you're going to say, she huffed. First, we're stopping by a shop. Then we go to the place. What place? Hey, answer me. Noel didn't respond. He just started walking. Alina grumbled behind him but followed anyway. A few blocks later, they stopped by a general outfitter. Noel bought her a dark cloak almost identical to his own, hooded, worn, and completely forgettable. Once she had it on, they blended in much better. Without another word, the two of them headed for the Drunken Hammer. They arrived just in time to see two men flying out the front door literally. The wooden doors of the tavern burst open as a brawl spilled outside, sending both fighters crashing into the muddy street. One of them groaned, the other didn't move. Before Alina could react, Noel grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her close, shielding her with his body. "Careful," he muttered. "In this place, losing focus isn't a luxury. Stay close to me just in case." She nodded quickly, a bit shaken. All right, they stepped inside. Chaos greeted them. Drunken men shouted from every corner, some singing off-key, others slamming tankards on warped tables. The air reeked of sweat, ale, and smoke. A mana-powered device in the background, but effective blared loud music, something between a battle hymn and a tavern banger. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Alina asked, eyeing the crowd warily. "Absolutely. No one dragged you here, remember." Noel replied, expression unreadable. "Right. But I don't exactly feel safe in here." Without answering, Noel took her hand. His grip was firm, steady, not tender, but protective. "Like I said, stay close. I want both of us walking out of here in one piece." They weaved through the crowd, dodging elbows and tankards until Noel spotted him. "There you are, dwarf. Come on, I found him." Found who? They stopped at a battered round table in the back, where a group of rough-looking men were in the middle of a game of magical poker. At the center, laughing and red-faced, sat Balthur the Hammer. He was unmistakable, a dwarf no taller than 1.3 meters, but built like a blacksmith's anvil. His fiery red beard hung in thick braids, his cheeks flushed, and a massive tankard of ale rested by his elbow. He had the kind of presence that filled a room even while sitting down. The gold on the table, almost all of it was stacked in front of him. Noel stepped forward. "Evening, got room for one more." Balthur squinted up at him, chuckling through a hiccup. "Always if you've got coin, lad." "Ha ha ha ha." Noel let a small pouch drop onto the table. It landed with a satisfying clink. "The last of what I've got." The cards were already being shuffled. The game was about to begin. The cards shimmered faintly as they were shuffled, glowing runes flickering across their surfaces before fading back into stillness. The air around the table was thick with heat, sweat, and smoke and tension. One of the mercenaries at the table gave Noel a curious look. "You know the rules, kid?" Noel shrugged, casual, heard a bit here and there. Balthur let out a deep, rumbling laugh, shaking the table with his broad arms. "Ha, that's what every loser says before coughing up their boots. Sit down, lad. I'll give you the quick version o' tears later." Noel pulled out the chair, cloak settling around him, and leaned forward slightly. "Magical poker," Balthur began, gesturing broadly with one thick finger. 5 card hands, betting rounds, simple enough. But here's the twist. He snapped his fingers, and one of the cards on the table lifted itself into the air and flipped slowly. "You can cheat. With mana, with sleight of hand, with whispers to the cards themselves. Anything goes." Noel raised an eyebrow. "That seems reckless. Only rule is, don't get caught." Balthur grinned. "You get caught, you lose the hand. Get caught twice, and I kick your ass out, maybe literally." The others chuckled. "Anything's wagerable," Balthur added, voice dropping just slightly. "Money, magic items, secretshell, even favors. As long as everyone agrees." Noel nodded once. "Understood." The dwarf slammed the deck down. The cards bounced, glowing briefly, ready. "Then let's begin." The first hand was a disaster. Noel barely understood the rhythm of the table, who bluffed, who twitched, who pulsed mana through their cards like amateurs. He played safe, cautious, calculated, and lost. 5 gold vanished into Balthur's growing pile with a flick of the dwarf's thick fingers. The second hand was worse. By the 5th round, Noel had nothing left to slide across the table. He turned slightly toward Alina, who stood behind him with her arms crossed and one eyebrow already rising. "So," he said quietly, "about that money." Her eyes narrowed. "Is that why you told me to bring gold?" Noel nodded without shame. "Pretty much, yeah." She sighed in defeat, pulled out her pouch, and dropped 5 coins into his palm. "Here, but you're on thin ice." He smiled like he hadn't heard the warning, and then it happened again and again. 7 times. Each round ended in loss, each bet absorbed into Balthur's ever-growing mountain of gold. Alina stood frozen beside him, jaw slightly open. "You've burned through everything I gave you." She sounded halfway between disbelief and murder. Noel didn't respond at first. He tapped his fingers on the table, watching the cards reset, watching Balthur chuckle and sip from his ale. "Guess I'm just unlucky tonight," he muttered. Alina leaned closer. "No, you're cursed." Balthur banged the table in amusement, his voice echoing. "Never seen someone lose this bad and still sit straight. You got anything else to bet, boy, or are you finally done?" Noel didn't answer yet. Because the real game was just beginning. Balthur leaned back in his chair, tankard sloshing dangerously as he took a long swig. Coins clinked as he restacked his winnings, clearly enjoying the show. "Well then," he said, wiping foam from his beard, "seems you've run dry, lad. Unless," he looked past Noel, directly at Alina, "you feelin' lucky with something else, like say." Her Alina froze. A pretty elf like that would make a fine barmaid. Could use some fresh charm behind the counter, clean, sharp, quiet if trained well. Noel's voice cut through the air like a blade. She stays out of this. He reached into his cloak and pulled something small, smooth, and dark, a black ring with a faint emerald pulse. He placed it gently on the table. The effect was immediate. The air shifted. Conversations in nearby tables softened. Even the cards stopped shuffling for a moment, as if sensing something had changed. Balthur's smile faded into something more thoughtful. He leaned in, eyes narrowing. "What's this then?" "A ring," Noel said simply. "And no, I don't know what it's made of, but I've never seen another like it." Balthur didn't touch it right away. He studied the subtle runes etched into the band, the emerald gleam that pulsed like a heartbeat. The light made the metal look deeper than black, like it held weight beyond steel. Finally, the dwarf let out a low whistle. "Boy. Now that's an offer." He reached into his own pouch and began stacking coins, in 20, 50 more. The gold towered quickly. "You wager this ring, I'll match you. 500 gold. A hush spread through the tavern. Tables turned, heads craned. Even the music seemed to lower in volume. 1,000 coins, more than most saw in a year, all resting on a single game. Alina shifted beside Noel, tense under the sudden weight of every gaze in the room. She pulled her cloak tighter, trying not to be noticed, though it was far too late for that. Noel noticed. Without a word, he pulled the chair beside him back just slightly and nodded toward it. Alina blinked, surprised, but sat. "You're more considerate than you let on, Noel," she thought. "Your words always deflect, but your actions never lie." Balthur cracked his knuckles and grinned, his eyes never leaving the ring. "All right, boy, let's see if you've got more than just bad luck in you." The cards glowed as they were dealt, slow and deliberate, sliding across the worn table like pieces in a ritual. The pot sat between them, a gleaming pile of gold on one side, the ashen sigil on the other. Noel picked up his hand without flinching. Trash. He kept his face neutral, letting the silence stretch. Balthur grinned across from him, clearly savoring the moment. They played. The first round, Noel folded quickly, let Balthur feel confident. Second round, he let the dwarf manipulate a card mid-play again, just like before. But on the third round, Noel moved. A soft twitch of his fingers, a flick of mana. His second and fourth cards swapped, barely visible to the naked eye. Balthur didn't notice. Noel won. The dwarf grunted, leaned forward. By the fifth round, the dwarf was shifting in his seat. His hand twitched once, but Noel was faster, flipping one card, then bluffing with a deadpan expression. He won again. Lena muttered under her breath, arms crossed. "You're cheating." "I'm playing the game," Noel replied, eyes on the table. "You better not lose that ring. I'm not going to lose." Sixth round. The game turned brutal. Balthur tried to double shift. Noel triple swapped and baited a raise. Then he slammed the hand down full house. The dwarf cursed loud enough that half the tavern jumped. The gold kept coming Noel's way. Seventh round. Noel didn't blink. One bluff, one real swap, one stare. Balthur snapped his cards onto the table with a growl. Lost again. It was over. The tavern held its breath as Noel calmly dragged the last pile of coins across the table, stacking it neatly in front of him. He leaned back, exhaling slowly, then reached for the ashen sigil and slid it back onto his finger. It pulsed once, warmly. Balthur stared at the gold, then threw his head back and let out a booming laugh. "By the forge, you have got fire, boy." He stood and clapped a thick hand on the table. "You know what? I like you. Got guts, brains, and you protect your woman. You're a proper man." Noel didn't react. Elena, however, turned beet red. "Oh, oys, I'm not his woman." A couple mercenaries chuckled nearby. Noel raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "Do we really look like a couple? That's the second time tonight someone said it." Balthur smirked. "Could have fooled me." He turned and jerked a thumb toward the back of the tavern. "Come on, lad, you earned it. I'm guessing you've got something you want to spend all that gold on." Noel stood, gathering his coins. Elena followed, still visibly flustered. They walked side by side behind the dwarf as he pushed open the back door, leading them into the shadows. The real reason they came had only just begun. They followed Balthur through the back door of the tavern, down a narrow hallway lit only by flickering wall-mounted mana stones. The sound of the main room laughter, music, shouting faded with each step. "Are you sure he's trustworthy?" Elena asked quietly, walking just behind Noel. "He might look like a drunk." "Well, he is a drunk," Noel admitted, "but he's good people." His voice was calm, but something flickered behind his eyes. "Yeah, good people. I remember how he helped Marcus later on, when that bastard from the circle came looking for blood. But now that I know all that ahead of time, he'll be working for me instead." "Yeah," Noel repeated aloud. "He's definitely good people." Elena gave him a skeptical side glance. "Right." Balthur stopped in front of a reinforced iron door and pressed his hand against a rune-locked panel. A soft glow responded, and with a heavy click, the door creaked open. The space beyond was nothing like the tavern they'd left behind. Rows upon rows of weapons lined the stone wallsblades, axes, spears, even magical staffs, all mounted or suspended in enchanted bindings. Shelves overflowed with alchemical bottles, dusty grimoires, enchanted scrolls, armor pieces, charms, rings, and more. Everything buzzed faintly with mana. It wasn't just a shop. It was a vault, a personal archive of forbidden goods and forgotten craftsmanship. There was barely room to walk. The paths between shelves were tight, cluttered with crates and hanging racks. It smelled of metal, dust, oil, and old power. Noel stepped forward with a faint smirk. Now this is more like it. Welcome, Balthur said, arms wide as if presenting a kingdom, to the real drunken hammer. His voice echoed slightly through the stone chamber, bouncing off shelves of steel and shelves of secrets. If it exists in Valor, you'll find it here. Weapons, armor, enchanted trinkets, grimoires, black market scrolls, illegal drugs, cursed items. Works? Alina's eyes moved warily over the walls. Charming. Noel gave a nod. Appreciate it. I'll go look for what I came here for. He started down one of the side aisles, hands casually in his pockets, eyes scanning the shelves like a man in a candy store. Behind the counter, Balthur murmured under his breath, "Smart kid. Interesting too." He hadn't meant for anyone to hear that, but Alina's ears twitched. She stepped forward quietly, leaning just close enough to whisper, "What did you mean by that?" Balthur blinked, caught off guard. Oh. You noticed that, huh? He leaned in, matching her tone. You probably didn't catch Itnubi Icebutt from the first round he was playing me. Lost everything on purpose. Made me relax, made me feel like I had the upper hand. He tapped the counter once, amused. Then he dropped a crazy bet ring. Got me so confident, I didn't hesitate to match him. But the second the stakes got real, he got serious. No hesitation, no nerves, just cleaned the table. I've been running that game for a decade, girl. He had me the moment I let my guard down. Alina glanced over her shoulder toward the aisle where Noel had disappeared, now that you say it. Yeah, he never looked nervous. Not once, exactly. Balthur crossed his arms. That's why I say he's something special. Noel moved slowly through the aisles, eyes sharp but relaxed, fingers brushing the occasional dusty label or faded rune. The cramped space made maneuvering awkward, but the sheer variety of items made up for it. He passed over a rack of enchanted daggers, a chest full of coins stamped with unknown sigils, and a dusty shelf of worn books titled Basic Hexcraft for Idiots. Nothing called to him, until bingo, tucked between a leather-bound grimoire and a box of cracked monocles sat two small potion vials. One was thick and red, almost gel-like, with dark swirls inside the liquid. The other was emerald green, crystal clear, and shimmered faintly when he tilted it. Each had a clean handwritten tag. Red 100 gold. Green 100 gold. Bundle 150 gold. Damn expensive. But hey, it's not really my money. Hey. He carefully pocketed the pair and turned to head back toward the frontonly to pause mid-step. There, on a half-empty display stand, hung a silver necklace with a polished amber gemstone set into a fine filigree chain. It pulsed faintly, warm and slow, like it was breathing. Noel reached out and picked it up. The moment his fingers touched the pendant, a small window flickered into his vision. Item, amber collar type, accessory effect. Boosts nature-based magic power by 20 value, 50 gold. He turned it over once in his hand, then gave a small nod. Not bad, practical and useful, and I know someone who can actually make the most of this. He added it to the pot and made his way back toward the counter. Noel stepped up to the counter, cloak trailing slightly behind him. Alina was already there, standing with her arms crossed, pretending she hadn't been waiting, but she looked up the moment she saw him. He placed the items down one by one. The red viscous vial, the emerald green liquid, and last the silver necklace with the amber gemstone. Balthur raised an eyebrow. He didn't even need to ask, knew exactly what they were. You sure about this, kid? The dwarf asked, serious now. The collar's one thing, but those two. They're not something you take lightly. Don't worry, Noel replied calmly. I've got it under control. What do you mean under control? Alina asked, narrowing her eyes. Noel glanced sideways at her. They're spices, exotic ones. Balthur snorted. Spices, huh? Sure, let's call them that. He tapped a few beads on an enchanted abacus behind the counter, then nodded. 150 gold total. Noel raised an eyebrow. What about the collar? It was listed at 50. Gift from the house, Balthur said with a grin. I always treat my best players right. Customer loyalty and all that. Noel didn't argue. He counted out the coins and placed them in a small reinforced pouch. The dwarf took it and locked it away without even double-checking. Noel turned to Alina and pulled something from the inside of his cloak. The necklace. He placed it gently in her hand. Here, should help with your magic. She blinked, then looked at the amber gem. Is this a gift? She asked slowly. From you, don't get used to it. He then handed her a small leather pouch. This one's the gold you lent me, with interest. She took both, visibly touched, though trying not to show it too much. You're full of surprises tonight, she muttered. A gift, and you paid me back. That's 2 miracles. If you don't want it, I'll return it. No, she said quickly. I'll treasure it. From behind the counter, Balthur chuckled and leaned his elbows on the wood. Take care of yourselves out there. He winked at Alina. Especially you, Missy. I'll manage, she said with a small smile. We'll see each other again, Balthur, Noel added, adjusting his cloak. Looking forward to it, boy. And next time, bring more gold or another clever trick. The soft clatter of cutlery and the low hum of morning conversation filled the academy cafeteria. Sunlight spilled through the tall, enchanted windows, casting warm light over the rows of students beginning their day. Alina sat at one of the side tables, a tray in front of her mostly untouched, just a piece of bread and a cup of steaming herbal tea. Her two closest friends, Myra and Tessa, sat on either side of her. Myra, the more talkative of the two, tapped her spoon restlessly against her bowl of oatmeal. "Do you really think she's all right?" she asked, her voice hushed but pressing. "It's been a week, Alina." Alina stirred her tea, watching the steam curl upward before answering. "Let's not assume the worst. There's still no evidence of anything bad happening," she said, her tone calm but tight around the edges. "We can't jump to conclusions." Tessa, always the skeptic, leaned in slightly. "But isn't it strange? No one's heard from her. No letter, no magic transmission, nothing. If she left on her own, she would have said something." Alina nodded slowly, eyes on the swirling liquid. "I know, I've thought about it too, but panicking won't help. Right now, we can only hope that wherever she is, she's safe." Myra tilted her head, glancing around before whispering, "You really think she'll come back?" Alina's amber eyes lifted from her tea, calm but resolute. "Okay, let's change the topic." "So," one of them asked, setting down her spoon, "is there any boy who's caught your eye lately?" Alina looked up, a little surprised by the question. "Huh, oh, come on, Alina," the other one pressed, leaning in with a teasing smile. "You always dodge this topic, but you can't keep hiding forever." The elf blinked. Then she looked down at her tea, gently swirling it with her spoon. "Maybe, Noelle. I don't know," she finally said, but her tone wasn't as convincing as she might have hoped. The two girls exchanged a look, then turned back to her. "There is someone, isn't there?" Alina didn't answer. She simply lifted the cup to her lips, as if the steam might hide her from their eyes. The training field was still damp from the morning dew, but it was already teeming with activity. Noelle stood slightly apart from the crowd, observing quietly as Marcus, Garen, Clara, and Lazil approached. Clara gave a small wave. "There you are." Noelle nodded. "Something happened." Marcus grinned. "Nice to see you too." Noelle raised an eyebrow, uninterested in banter. "Did you need something, or?" Lazil looks off again. "It's been days now." Marcus scratched the back of his neck. "Right, we found something during our last patrol. Clara wasn't sure if we should tell you, but Clara crossed her arms. We still don't know what it means." "It's okay," Marcus continued. "I told her we can trust you. You were the one who asked us to share anything odd we discovered." Garen nodded in agreement. "He did say that. No need to be cautious." Lazil added quietly, "Yeah." Noelle glanced at him again. "Still not normal. I'll look into it later." "So Marcus said we found traces of blood. Not human, we think, but fresh." Noelle's expression didn't change, but his mind was already working. Marcus blinked. "Just like that, I've got somewhere to be." And just like that, Noelle turned and walked away. Marcus stared after him, exhaling. "He doesn't even say goodbye." Lazil echoed softly, "Yeah." Garen clapped Lazil on the back. "Cheer up, man. You've been like a ghost for a week." Noelle knocked lightly on the office door. "Come in," came the calm voice from inside. He stepped in to find Professor Larius seated at his desk, as usual, impeccably composed. The room smelled faintly of parchment and herbal ink. A few documents lay scattered, and a thick ledger was opened in front of him. "You're early," Larius noted without looking up. "I prefer it that way." "Good. Then help me with these," he said, gesturing to a stack of papers on a side table. "Organize them by subject and date. The right drawer has tags." Noelle moved silently, grabbing the stack and doing as instructed. A few minutes passed in quiet as the only sound was the rustling of parchment. "Pass me the roster logs too," Larius added. Noelle complied. Larius glanced at him briefly. "You're good at this, almost like you've done administrative work before, just good at adapting." A brief pause, then Larius leaned back. "That'll do for today. You can leave early. I have a meeting scheduled soon." Noelle gave a short nod. "Understood." "See you tomorrow, Professor." As he turned to leave, his gaze sharpened slightly. "Wherever you're going, I doubt it's on school business." He closed the door behind him quietly. The night was still. Only the faint toll of distant bells from the academy's towers echoed on the breeze. Noelle moved like a ghost across the rooftop, slow, silent, deliberate. He wore dark leather gear tailored for stealth, nothing like the academy's uniform. A black cloak clung to his shoulders, hood pulled low to mask his features. "I look like a damn ninja," he thought, adjusting the weight of Revenant Fang on his back. "Let's see what you're up to tonight, Lazil." From his perch, he spotted the boy slipping out of the dormitory's north wing. Lazil walked alone, shoulders tense, pace steady but cautious. Something was off. Noelle trailed him, jumping between rooftops and shadowed ledges with fluid precision. When Lazil turned a corner into a small courtyard, Noelle dropped down, landing in the cover of darkness. That's when he saw it. A tall figure stepped out from behind one of the stone columns. "Professor Larius." Noelle froze. "What the hell?" The two exchanged a few hushed words. Noelle couldn't make them out from this distance, but Lazil nodded. Then Larius glanced around and motioned for him to follow. Together, they headed for the eastern gate, normally locked at night. Noelle moved quickly, keeping to the shadows. A soft shimmer of light pulsed briefly near the gate before it swung open without a sound. Magic. They slipped through and disappeared into the dark forest beyond. Noelle exhaled, low and slow. "So it's true, you're involved in something. And now I have proof." He adjusted his cloak and stepped forward, following them into the night. The night draped over the capital like a shroud, thick and silent. The farther they walked from the heart of the city, the more the streets twisted into decay. Broken windows, flickering lamps, alleyways that stank of mold and rot. Noel moved through the shadows, light on his feet, keeping a measured distance behind Larius and Laziel. The two hadn't spoken since leaving the academy gates. That, more than anything, put Noel on edge. They passed the last of the lit avenues and entered a district forgotten by the crown. No guards, no merchants, just shivering shapes curled in corners, the homeless, the drunk, the discarded. Where are you going? This place reeks of trouble. He slowed when they turned a corner and stopped before a derelict structure. The building looked like it had been abandoned for years, windows sealed with crooked wooden planks, the front door half torn from its hinges. No sign, no light, no life. Without hesitation, Larius pushed the door open and stepped inside. Laziel followed, shoulders hunched. Noel remained in the shadows, eyes narrowed. You're definitely not meeting to discuss grades. Noel didn't move immediately. He scanned the street one more time, making sure no one was watching. The silence here was unnatural and the wind seemed to hold its breath. He circled the building slowly, careful not to step on broken glass or loose gravel. Most of the windows were sealed shut with thick wooden planks, but one on the third floor had a faint glow leaking through a small gap between the boards. There, someone forgot to finish the job. With a quiet exhale, he took a few steps back and leapt, grabbing onto a ledge above a crumbled storefront. From there, he climbed, hands finding cracks in the wall, feet pressing against pipes and bricks until he reached the edge of the third floor. The light was stronger now, slipping through the narrow slit in the boards. He pressed his back to the wall and took a moment to breathe. That took some effort. Now let's see what you're hiding. Shifting his weight carefully, Noel leaned forward and brought one eye to the opening, and then he froze. From the narrow gap, Noel could see into a dimly lit room thick with dust and silence. Laziel stood rigid in the center, facing a worn wooden table. Seated across from him was Larius, but it wasn't Larius anymore. The man's body was subtlino, unmistakably changing. Skin darkened by the second, veins crawling like vines beneath the surface. Obsidian-like claws extended from his fingers, sharp and unnatural. His once elegant features twisted, bones elongating, face narrowing into something that barely resembled human. Then his eyes opened, twin orbs of molten crimson. Much better, don't you think, my little assistant? Laziel flinched. His lips parted as if to answer, but only a shaky nod followed. Noel's throat tightened. That is no Larius no more. That's a demon. He pressed his body closer to the wall, the stone cold against his spine. Inside, Larius rose slowly from his seat. Larius stepped away from the table, the floor creaking under his inhuman weight. Behind him, against the far wall, were 6 figures bound, unmoving. Noel's eyes widened. They were students, each one restrained by enchanted ropes glowing faintly red. One of them was an elven girl with soft chestnut hair and pointed ears. Noel recognized her immediately, was one of Alina's closest friends. The others. Their faces were familiar too. I've seen them all. They helped during the bloody banquet. There were no civilians, just hand-picked students. So that's it. You're targeting everyone who interfered back then. That's why you brought Laziel, which means Marcus, Clara, Elira. They're all on your list too. Larius stopped in front of the elf. His clawed hand reached forward, slow and gentle like a lover's touch. Let's see what's for dinner tonight. With horrifying ease, he pierced her wrist with the tip of his finger. The girl convulsed, a muffled whimper escaping her lips. Dark red blood began to drip slowly into a shallow glass on the table. Og. The blood of someone so young. And from an elf, no less. Exquisite, Larius murmured, closing his eyes in sick pleasure. Noel bit down on his lip, hard enough to draw blood. You're drinking their blood like it's wine. Larius turned slightly, his crimson eyes now fixed on Laziel. Wouldn't you like a taste, Laziel? He asked softly, voice smooth and coaxing like poison and honey. Laziel shook his head, his voice barely audible. No, sir. And I think that's enough, right? I've helped you with everything I could, haven't I? Larius's smile vanished. Kneel. Laziel's body jerked downward as if yanked by invisible chains. He hit the floor hard, knees slamming against the rotting wood. His arms trembled at his sides. His face contorted not with pain, but with fear, pure, helpless fear. Larius circled him slowly. You see, my little Laziel. Because of the inconvenience you and your little friends caused, I had to act earlier than I wanted. But now that we've started, well, you'll be quite useful to me. He let out a low, guttural chuckle. And you can't resist me. You've already proven that. No, Laziel muttered, almost inaudibly. Why? How do you know all those names? Why do you have a list? Larius knelt in front of him, eyes glowing. You know why. You all disrupted my plans. And as a teacher, he gently placed a claw under Laziel's chin. I have every right to discipline my misbehaving students. Noel gritted his teeth above, knuckles white against the wall. You sick bastard. Noel remained frozen at the window, his breath shallow. Below, the room reeked of blood and decay. The twisted creature that once wore the name Larius was now pacing, savoring every second of his performance. Lazil knelt like a puppet with cut strings. The students behind him didn't move, some still breathed barely. Noel's stomach churned. His fingers curled tightly around the edge of the wooden plank. His throat burned, pressure rising with every second. Breathe, breathe, don't lose it now. But the taste of bile was already rising. He pressed a hand against his mouth, trying to suppress it. Still. A whisper escaped him. Shit. The word had barely left Noel's lips when something shifted in the room. A stillness, like the air itself, recoiled. Larusno, the demon, stopped mid-step. His head tilted slightly, not like a human, but with a jagged mechanical sharpness. One clawed hand rose and hovered in the air, frozen, as if sensing a breeze where there shouldn't be one. Then his eyes turned. Slow, deliberate, like a predator locking onto heat. From below, Noel felt a pressure, a weight, a force that crawled up his spine like ice dipped in oil. It rooted him in place. He didn't breathe or even blink. The demon's crimson eyes scanned the ceiling for less than a second and found him, locked. They stared straight through the wooden gap, through the narrow slit Noel had believed to be safe, and met his eye with impossible precision. Noel's blood ran cold. His chest tightened. His hand slipped slightly from the wood, damp with sweat. The demon didn't speak right away. He smiled, slowly, the kind of smile that didn't belong on anything born of flesh. Then his voice, low and smooth, slithered through the air. Looks like we have company. Noel's heart pounded loud. Shit. The wooden ledge cracked under his weight. Noel lost his grip. He didn't scream. There wasn't time. His body dropped from the third floor like a stone, and he barely managed to twist midair before crashing onto a pile of trash bags and broken crates. Pain shot through his back and ribs as he rolled onto the ground, coughing dust and filth from his lungs. But he didn't stop. He sprang to his feet and ran. Shit, shit, shit. His heartbeat was deafening, echoing in his skull louder than his footsteps on the stone. Larius is the demon. That's confirmed. That bastard's not just playing gamishes feeding on students. I saw where they're being held, and now I know what happened to Lazil. He turned a corner and nearly slipped on the wet pavement. He was trembling. When he told him to kneel, he dropped like a puppet. He's being controlled. That's why he doesn't seem like himself anymore. A low buzz rang in his ears as adrenaline surged through his veins. I can't act without a plan. I need time. If I screw this up, everyone on that list dies. Marcus, Clara, Elira, Garen, everyone. The buildings blurred as he ran. The academy's outer spires came into view in the distance. Tomorrow I have class with him. I'll have to look that monster in the eyes. He didn't slow down and kept running. Behind him, a door creaked open. Noel didn't dare look back, but he felt it. That presence. That wrongness. Footsteps echoed faintly, precise and clean. He glanced quickly over his shoulder and saw a figure emerge from the abandoned building. Larius, but now. Human again, his hair was neatly combed, every strand in place. His robes were immaculate, smooth and dark, the fabric rippling just slightly with each measured step, and his icy blue, focused and sterile, not like a person's, more like surveillance crystals, scanning for the smallest detail, tracking motion, heat, fear. Noel pulled his hood lower, making sure his blonde hair was hidden. His cloak was thick enough to mask his silhouette, but he knew that wouldn't be enough if he stood still, so he moved. Fast, first a walk, then a jog, then a sprint. He could hear the steps behind him, soft but growing closer. Shit, he's following. He tore through the side streets, weaving through garbage piles and broken fences. His mind raced, every alley remembered, every turn calculated. Come on, almost there. Finally it burst out onto the main road. The harsh silence of the alley gave way to the warm hum of life. Lanterns glowed above shop fronts. People laughed, argued, moved in waves. Street vendors shouted over one another. Carts clattered against stone. Noel didn't stop. He yanked off his cloak and tucked it under his arm, slipping into the crowd with practiced ease. A few turned at the sudden movement, but no one paid him real attention. I know this street. Elira brought me here once, the day of the date. He caught himself and clenched his jaw, not the time for fond memories. He kept moving, breathing as steadily as he could. No glance back, no sudden steps. Just the rhythm of the city covering his escape. Looks like I lost him. Larius stepped out of the building, the door creaking softly behind him as it shut. He paused in the darkness of the alleyway, lifting his chin slightly like a hound catching a scent on the wind. The night air was still, but something was off, something lingered. His icy and sharp narrowed as they scanned the rooftops, the corners, the walls. Every movement of his head was smooth. Someone was watching. He said it softly, not as a question but as a truth. He clicked his tongue. I don't like cockroaches. His expression didn't change, but his pace quickened. I think I'll go squash this one. Larius began to move, no longer the elegant teacher walking the halls, but something else beneath the skin. Each step was precise, his feet barely making a sound as he followed the trail through the back streets. Fast little thing, he muttered, but probably not fast enough. He reached the end of the alley just in time to see a cloak disappear around the corner. He turned after it, quick and silent, then stopped. His eyes widened slightly. The street was full, dozens, maybe hundreds of people, walking shoulder to shoulder, lantern light dancing across their faces. He scanned them all in seconds. Too late. Shit. He stood there a moment longer, shoulders tight. Too many. Impossible to find him now. He turned back into the shadows, voice low, almost amused. But now I know someone's watching. Let's see how long they can hide. The door clicked shut behind him. Noel stood in the middle of his dorm room, breathing hard. The silence felt heavier and almost oppressive, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. He took a slow step forward, then another. His legs felt shaky. His back ached from the fall, and his clothes still carried the smell of alley rot and city dust. Shit, I really don't like seeing that kind of stuff. Didn't bother taking off his boots. He went straight to the bathroom, turned on the light, lifted the lid, and vomited. His hands gripped the edge of the sink as he coughed and gasped, eyes stinging not from the acid in his throat but from what his mind refused to let go. Blood, chains, a girl's muffled scream, Laszlo's blank stare. He rinsed his mouth twice, then splashed cold water on his face, stared into the mirror. His reflection stared back, Bill, tense, haunted. Pull it together, he muttered. He stumbled back into the room, sat on the edge of his bed, ran both hands through his hair. The mattress creaked beneath his weight, but he didn't lie down, didn't rest. After a long pause, he stood again. No time for comfort. I need to find Alina. Now, Noel didn't have to go far. Both he and Alina were in the Class S dormitories, and as luck had it, her room was just one floor below his. He left his room in silence, descending the stairs 2 steps at a time. The hallway was quiet, the stone floors cold beneath his boots. He stopped at her door, knocked firm, sharp. Moments later, it opened. Alina stood there, holding a book in one hand, her long hair tied in a low braid. She looked surprised, but not alarmed. Noel, he didn't answer right away. He reached into his coat, pulled out a folded sheet of paper, and handed it to her. Tomorrow, after classes, go to this location. Bring Nicholas there, please. She blinked, then opened the paper. What is this? You'll see when you get there, but promise may you go right after class. Not a minute before. Okay, she said cautiously. Wait, you found something, didn't you? About the incident. Why won't you tell me more? I don't want anyone getting hurt, Noel said, voice low. Acting too soon would be a mistake. Just trust me. We wait. I've got a plan. Alina frowned but nodded slowly. Fine. Only because you helped me during the hunt. He paused at the edge of the hallway. Please inform the headmaster and everyone else after classes. Not before, if anyone acts early. Something bad could happen, then he was gone. The sky over Valor was gray, and the wind carried a bite that hinted at snow. Noel walked through the academy halls as if nothing had changed. No sign of the night before lingered in his eyes, no tension in his shoulders, just another normal day. He knocked twice on the door of Larius's office. Come in, came the familiar, smooth voice. Noel stepped inside. As always, the office was immaculately clean. Books in perfect rows, scrolls aligned by color, incense burning faintly in the corner. Larius stood near the desk, arranging something in a wooden tray. His appearance, as usual, was flawless. Hair neatly combed, robes are perfectly pressed, not a single crest on the fabric, and those icy blue calm precise, watching everything. Ah, Noel, good timing, Larius said without turning. I brought coffee today, thought you might enjoy it. Noel kept his expression flat, only giving the faintest nod. I'd love a cup. Larius gestured to a steaming silver pot and poured 2 cups with practiced elegance. Noel took his cup without hesitation, but his other hand moved subtly into his cloak. From the inner pocket, he pulled a small green vial, just a few drops left inside. He uncorked it with his thumb and added a slow, careful splash to the dark liquid. Larius tilted his head. What's that? A juice I picked up the other day. Strange combo, but it works surprisingly well with coffee, Noel replied casually, swirling the cup once before taking a sip. Larius gave a soft chuckle and sat down across from him. You students and your strange habits. Noel took another sip, eyes calm, posture relaxed. Smile all you want, bastard. Heh. The hours slipped by beneath the quiet rhythm of routine. Noel moved like clockwork, sorting scrolls, aligning ink diagrams, organizing stacks of dry parchment by elemental category. On the surface, it was just another ordinary day. His posture remained casual, his voice collected when he spoke, never revealing the tension brewing beneath. At one point, Larius poured himself a fresh cup of coffee and leaned back slightly in his chair, watching Noel for a moment longer than usual. Do you like the coffee? He asked, his voice light, almost pleasant. Noel turned, cup in hand, and gave a nod. Yeah, it's delicious, Professor. Where did you buy it? A small vendor near the southern market, Larius replied, his tone smooth and unhurried. He roasts everything on site, no fancy enchantments, just fire and timing. Old-fashioned, Noel said, offering a faint smile. I like that. Larius nodded, sipping slowly, and then silence settled in again. But Noel could feel it, something was wrong. It started as a subtle warmth in his chest, not from the drink but from somewhere deeper. His heartbeat grew slow, heavy. Each breath felt slightly off, like the air wasn't feeding his lungs the way it should. Then came the pressure, a crawling sensation in his blood. Not sharp, no, it was patient, spreading. His hands tightened slightly over a bundle of scrolls. Okay. Now his blood is inside me. Shit, this is disgusting. Larius's blood was flowing through his veins now. Noelle could feel it, not in pain, not in fire, in pressure, in weight, in the wrongness. Larius walked past him, calm and composed, adjusting a shelf as if nothing in the world was out of place. Noelle saw his own reflection in the window, his posture steady, face unreadable. He said nothing. Neither did Larius. Every second I'm near him, it spreads. The last bell rang. Students flooded out of classrooms, laughter and idle chatter filling the corridors of the academy. Noelle had returned to his dorm briefly, just enough to grab his cloak, the same one from the night before. He pulled the hood over his head as he stepped into the courtyard. Then it started. At first he thought it was fatigue, a strange weight in his limbs, but within seconds it became clear. His legs moved, not at his command. One step, then another, then faster. Noelle's breath caught. He tried to stop, to resist, to dig his heels in. Nothing. His body pushed forward like a puppet following invisible strings. His hand even adjusted the cloak to better cover his face, not him doing it. Okay. This is bad. He crossed the outer gate, heart pounding. The guards didn't stop him. He didn't even look twice. Of course not. He was just a student on his way out, just another evening walk, but he wasn't walking. He was being taken down the side streets, past the last row of vendor stalls, into the edge of the slums, and there waiting exactly where he'd been last night stood Larius, hair perfect, robes immaculate, hands folded behind his back. And that ever-present smile etched onto his face like a sculpted mask. "Ah, my dear assistant," he said, voice dripping with mock delight. "What a pleasant surprise." Noelle said nothing. His body slowed, stopped a few steps away. Larius tilted his head slightly, eyes gleaming. "I think I've figured out who our little cockroach was." He took a single step forward, shadows clinging to his feet like mist. "Let's enjoy some after-school activities, shall we?" The shack looked exactly as it had the night before, outing wood, crooked boards nailed over the windows, the faint glow of enchanted lanterns bleeding through the cracks. Larius didn't knock. He simply waved his hand, and the door creaked open with a slow, heavy groan. Noelle stepped in, his movements still guided by that invisible pull. The stench hit immediately, blood, sweat, and rotting wood. It was worse than before. The air was thick, humid with decay and something else beneath it. And there they were. 7 students now, all of them conscious but barely. Hanging from chains along the far wall, their heads slumped forward, eyes vacant or swollen shut. Blood stained their clothes. Mana-sealing cuffs clamped around their wrists. The elven girl Alina's friend was still there, suspended in the exact same spot as last night. Alive, barely, so that's what he meant. 1 per night. Larius stepped inside behind him, walking casually, hands behind his back like a noble giving a tour of his private gallery. "You know," he began, voice pleasant as ever, "you're quite interesting." He turned, facing Noelle directly. "You were on my list too. Barely just a name, just an extra." He grinned, teeth white, too sharp. "But you're more than that now, aren't you?" He leaned in slightly, as if sharing a secret. "You're clever, you hide it well, and you don't scream like the others." He chuckled a low, amused sound. "I like you more than Laziel. I suppose I'll hang him up next to the rest soon, side by side with his little friends." "Ha ha ha ha!" Larius took slow steps across the room, his boots tapping softly against the warped floorboards. He moved past the chained students one by one, eyes gliding over their faces like a butcher inspecting cuts of meat. He paused in front of the elf girl. Her body twitched weakly. Dried blood clung to her wrists and neck. She didn't even raise her head. Larius placed a finger beneath her chin and lifted her face gently. "No, not 2 nights in a row," he murmured. He let her drop and moved on, then stopped, in front of a human boy, young, brown-haired, no visible injuries yet. His eyes were wide open, unfocused, lips trembling with silent fear. "This one," Larius said, voice light and casual. "Yes, I think today. We'll go with you." He reached out and traced the boy's cheek with a single claw. The student whimpered but couldn't move. Larius smiled. "So much fresher when they know what's coming." Noelle remained still, his heart pounding beneath the surface. "Seems like it's finally kicking in." Right on time. The grip controlling his body loosened just slightly, but enough. Noelle exhaled slowly, the sound lost beneath the creaking wood and Larius's amused humming. He slid his hand into his pants pocket, fingers closing around the red vial, warm, thick and slightly sticky to the touch. The liquid inside moved sluggishly, like syrup infused with something darker. He pulled it out slowly, keeping it hidden under the edge of his cloak. Larius had his back turned, still toying with the human boy's fear. Noelle popped the cork with his thumb. The smell hit him like iron and ash. He didn't hesitate. He drank. The liquid burned down his throat like acid laced with lightning. His lungs tightened. His heart stopped, then slammed back to life with a single deafening thud. The world tilted. The air rippled. Then came the voice. Revenant Fang trait activated. Increases clarity under life-threatening pressure. Evolves under extreme stress. Noelle's vision sharpened, edges became clearer, shadows more defined. Time slowed just slightly. His muscles snapped back under his control. "I've got 2 minutes at most." The vial hit his tongue like molten metal. Noelle didn't flinch. The burn spread instantly through his throat, his chest, his limbs like fire crawling beneath his skin. His vision pulsed, sharpened, narrowed. Every sound became louder, every heartbeat clearer. Larius was still speaking, back turned. Noel moved. Revenant Fang slid into his hand with one smooth motion, the blade's weight like an extension of his will. He dashed forward, cloak billowing behind him. No hesitation, no warning, only precision, only purpose. The distance between them vanished. He raised the blade angled for the neck, clean, silent, deadly. One strike, all or nothing. The edge of Revenant Fang stopped. Just centimeters from Larius's throat. Clank sparks erupted as Revenant Fang crashed against black obsidian claws. The sound echoed through the third floor, shaking dust from the rafters. Noel's boots skidded across the warped wood, but he held firm. His arm trembled slightly from the impact, but his stance was solid. Across from him, Larius stood with one claw raised, casually deflecting the blow. His grin widened. "Oh, like I said, you were an interesting one. To break free from my blood control. Impressive. I knew it. You're unique." He took a step forward, eyes narrowing. "And it was you, wasn't it? The one who ruined everything." Noel raised Revenant Fang again, smirking. "You thought I'd let you keep sacrificing people like cattle. For what, some pathetic blood ritual? You're insane." He shifted his weight, blade ready. "Tell your boss he's gonna have to try harder next time, ha ha ha." The amusement vanished from Larius's face. "I have no boss." Noel's smile sharpened. "Oh, I think your chatty little crystal friend would say otherwise." Calith Drozen. Larius froze, his fingers twitched. "Yow, how do you know that name?" Noel winked, trade secret. He tightened his grip on the hilt. "Didn't even remember who you were at first. But now it's Clurth Prodigy who wanted to be the seventh pillar. Calith the Butcher." He took one slow breath. "Well, enough talking. I've got 90 seconds, maybe less. Let's make them count." Noel moved first. Revenant Fang cleaved downward in a fast, precise arc aimed at Larius's side. The blow met claw with a flash of sparks and the crack of splintering floorboards. Larius's smirk faded just slightly at the force behind it. Noel didn't let up. Fire arc. Flames burst in a wide, burning crescent-eye heat, wide angle purposefully angled away from the students chained against the far wall. One misfire and they're dead. No room for mistakes. Noel pivoted back, crouched low, and shouted. Frost wall. A wall of thick, jagged ice erupted between them. He used the cover to reposition away from the captives, closer to the room's perimeter. His breathing hitched, chest tight, arms burning. It wasn't fatigue. It wasn't mana overload. It was something else, something wrong. Shit. My whole body's burning from the inside. He reached into his cloak, pulled a small sigil crystal, and slammed it to the floor. Flare trap. Then another behind a cracked beam. On the other side of the ice, Larius's voice came clear and amused. "Protecting them, how sweet." The wall shattered in an instant as shards, exploding across the floor as Larius stormed through. Noel planted his feet and raised his hand. Ignition surge. A burst of fire detonated from his palm at close range, engulfing Larius in smoke and light. When the flames cleared, Larius stood laughing, smoke curling off his chest. "You're in pain, I can see it, I can smell it." Noel didn't answer, just gripped Revenant Fang tighter, jaw clenched, knuckles white. "Keep smiling, bastard. You're running out of time." Larius moved faster now. He blurred forward, claws sweeping toward Noel's midsection. Noel reacted by instinct alone. He dropped low, barely dodging the first swipe, then spun and slashed upward with Revenant Fang. The blade carved the air, forcing Larius to leap back. Ice spike. A jagged spear of frozen mana erupted from the ground, catching Larius across the shoulder. A thin line of blood trailed down his black robes. The demon paused, touched the wound, then smiled wider. "A student made me bleed," he muttered. "Interesting." Noel was already moving. Gleicilis. Dozens of frost shards exploded outward in a spiral, whistling through the air. Larius twisted, dodging most, but two slashed across his ribs. His coat tore. He didn't even flinch. Blood spikes. Dark tendrils launched from Larius's arms, 3 sharp bolts of coagulated blood streaking toward Noel in a crisscross. Frost wall. One of them shattered against the rising ice. The second grazed Noel's leg. The third punched clean through the edge of his shoulder. He grunted, forced himself into a roll. Blood dripped down his side, hot and fast. His vision swam for a second. His hands were trembling. His breath tasted like metal. 60 seconds, or less, my body's breaking down. But I can't stop now. Larius tilted his head, watching him, still smiling, still entertained. Noel wiped blood from his mouth and forced himself upright. Larius stalked forward slowly, eyes glowing, the claw on his right hand dripping red. The air between them buzzed with unstable mana. The floor crackled beneath their feet. Noel's body was screaming. His muscles spasmed. His lungs burned. He had seconds. No plan left, just instinct. He raised his left hand toward the center of the room and shouted, "Dark Sun." The air distorted. A black orb of condensed heat and gravitational force erupted above Larius, collapsing light into shadow, flames bending unnaturally inward. The room imploded for half a second. The sound disappeared. Every loose object flew toward the orb splinters, books, broken chains. Larius barely had time to raise a claw before the spell detonated. Boom, Noel dropped to one knee, panting, his vision spinning. Too much. Too fast, that took everything I had left. He tried to lift Revenant Fang, but his arms refused to obey. He couldn't even stand. The burning inside his chest had become a raging fire. Behind the veil of smoke, a shadow moved. Noel blinked twice. And realized too late. Shit. Almost 2 ranks above is quite unfair. Before he could react, a hand closed around his throat, cold and merciless, unshakable. Larius stepped from the smoke without a scratch, his eyes glowing with molten calm. He lifted Noel into the air like he weighed nothing, feet dangling, blade slipping from his grasp. Revenant Fang fell and hit the floor. "You were entertaining," Larius murmured, voice low. "But playtime's over." Noel's vision blurred, colors fading, sound distorting. His fingers twitched, still reaching for something, anything. Noel hung from Larius's grip, feet barely touching the ground. His vision swam, his lungs burning for air. Every instinct screamed to fight, but his body was already failing. Larius leaned in, breath calm, tone almost warm. "Oh, it was fun," he said softly, "but now I'm more hungry, you see. All that blood I had to waste because of you." His smile widened, eyes glowing with hunger. Bon appetit. Noel barely registered the movement. A sharp pain exploded through his upper arm. Larius had plunged a clawed finger deep into his right bicep, twisting slowly as if savoring the sensation. Noel gasped. His body spasmed. Then came the drain. It was unlike anything he'd felt. Not just bleeding, his blood was being pulled out, thread by thread, as if every vein were unraveling. He felt it leave him. His warmth, his strength, his color, everything was being stripped from him, draining away. He vomited blood. It hit the floor with a sickening splatter. Larius moaned softly as if tasting fine wine, delicious, and then let go. Noel dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, hitting the floor hard. His arm hung useless, blood still dripping from the puncture. He couldn't move, but in his eyes there was no fear, only hate. Larius licked the blood from his fingers with a sigh of satisfaction, then paused. His hand twitched, his breath hitched. A tremor passed through his frame as he dropped to one knee, clutching his mouth. His smile vanished. Something was wrong. "What is this?" His eyes lifted shaky wide. And there, just a few feet away, Noel was still alive. Barely. He knelt on one knee, the other arm dangling limp at his side. Blood still dripped from his mouth, his wound, his clothes. But in his good hand he held a small glass vial filled with glowing green liquid. He uncorked it slowly, and drank it all in one motion. Larius stared in disbelief, coughing now, dark fluid rising to his lips. Noel wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His voice came out hoarse, low and ragged, but unmistakably clear. "Surprise, bitch." The old wooden doors at the far end of the 3rd floor exploded inward with a deafening boom, splinters flying across the room like shrapnel. Dozens of professors stormed in, robes swirling, wands and casting sigils glowing in their hands. Magic surged in the airfare, wind, earth, arcane pulse soul crackling ready. At the center of them all stood Director Nicholas von Aldros. His eyes scanned the scene onsharp, calm, merciless. And then he saw it. The demon, or let's say Larius. His once pristine form was failing now. His skin blackened and veined, looked sickly and brittle. His body twitched, pulsing with unstable mana. His smile was gone. His claws trembled. He looked decaying from the ground. Noel glanced at the doorway with a bloodied smirk. "Took you long enough. Fuck's sake." Larius let out a broken gasp as he stumbled to his feet. His claws curled. His eyes flared with raw hatred. "Shit," he screamed, voice cracking. "Not again, not again. This is your fault." His body shook violently. Blood arc and bubbling grin from his nose, his mouth, the corners of his eyes. "If I die, you're coming with me." A final burst of rage, he charged at Noel, madness in his gaze, steps unstable, breath ragged. But he never made it. A searing flash of blue-white light split the air. Crack, a bolt of pure energy struck Larius clean through the chest, lifting him off the ground. The impact flared through his body like a rupturing core, blood and steam spraying from the wound. Behind the fading trail of lightning stood Director Nicholas, hands still raised, his expression as unreadable as stone. Larius collapsed to his knees. His vision blurred, his strength failing. Then through the haze saw movement. Noel, still conscious, barely, lifting his good arm with effort. He raised his middle finger, and with a final whisper met Larius's eyes. "Fuck you, that did it." Larius roared in fury. Then spasmed, collapsed, and didn't move again. Noel's body gave in. He slumped backward onto the blood-stained floor, eyes half open, breath shallow and uneven. Everything was distant now, the noise, the movement, the voices shouting around him. He couldn't feel his arm, his chest burned. His vision had narrowed to a tunnel of gray and flickering light, but something still worked. The system. A faint blue glow flickered in his mind, calm, clinical, detached from the chaos around him. Mission complete. Save the students and uncover the truth. Act II completed. Congratulations. New rewards available, claim now. Good luck in the next act. And then. Darkness, the battle was over, but the aftermath had just begun. As Larius's corpse began to wither and crumble, the professors quickly spread out, checking the structural integrity of the floor and hurrying to the chained students. Spells lit the room, light orbs, barrier wards, purification fields, a coordinated effort to stabilize everything. Some of the professors conjured floating stretchers. Others focused on cutting the bindings off the unconscious students, catching them gently before they collapsed. Then the next wave arrived. A group of Class S students, dressed in their winter cloaks, rushed in behind the professors. They had been called as backup in case the situation escalated. It had, and now they moved without hesitation. Marcus immediately went to help Garen, who had deep cuts on his side. Clara channeled water cleanse over the unconscious elven girl. Even Selene joined, casting defensive barriers in case of a secondary threat, but Alina ran straight to Noel. She dropped to her knees beside his limp body, hands already glowing with healing light. Noel, stay with me, she whispered, voice cracking. He didn't answer. His skin was pale. One arm hung unnaturally. His chest rose, but barely. She pressed her hands to his wounds, and her mana surged outward. Come on, she breathed, you idiot. You weren't supposed to do this alone. Tears welled in her eyes, but her focus never broke. Her healing magic grew brighter. Just hold on a little longer. I think I've seen this ceiling more times than I should have. The infirmary was just as he remembered it. White stone walls, soft, floating lights, the sharp scent of healing herbs and mana-soaked gauze, his usual bed, his usual exhaustion. Somehow this place had started to feel like a second dorm. Footsteps approached. Hey, Noel, a familiar voice said dryly. What did you tell me less than a month ago? He turned his head slowly, blinking through the haze. The nurse stood by his bed, arms crossed. I said, I'd take care of myself and try not to give you more work. Good, so your brain still functions, she muttered. Honestly, I don't know how you're still alive. Who in their right mind drinks something that toxic? Noel blinked. Toxic? What are you talking about? She stared at him for a beat, then rolled her eyes. Let's just leave it at that. She raised an eyebrow. After months of dropping like this, now you ask? There was a pause, then she sighed. Claire, my name's Claire. She shook her head. You know, you really should take better care of yourself. You're still young. I'd love to, truly. Claire adjusted the blankets over him, then gestured toward the nightstand. By the way, you've been unconscious for 5 days. That girl hasn't left your side, and you've got a letter. Noel followed her gaze and saw a sealed envelope resting neatly beside a glass of water. Claire stretched her back with a groan. My shift's over. Get some real rest and try not to make me work overtime again. Yeah, sure. See you later. No, she turned halfway at the door. I don't like see you later. Noel smirked. Then. Until next time, Claire. She let out a short huff, then walked out, closing the door gently behind her. Noel turned his head and noticed someone slumped over the edge of his bed. Alina. Her platinum hair spilled over the blanket, smooth and untied. One pointed ear peeked out through the strands. She was resting her head on the mattress beside him, breathing softly, completely asleep. She looked peaceful, comfortable. She's been here the whole time. I'm not waking her. First. The letter, he shifted carefully, reaching for the envelope on the nightstand with his right arm. Pain flared instantly. Fuck, he hissed through gritted teeth. The sound jolted Alina awake. She blinked rapidly, confused, then her amber eyes locked onto him. Noel, she gasped. Sorry, he muttered. Didn't mean to wake you. Before he could finish, she launched forward and wrapped her arms around him tightly. Wait, I'm happy to be alive too, but I've got open wounds and fractured ribs. Give me a second. She pulled back instantly, flustered. Sorry, I got excited. Then the words came out in a flood. Are you okay? How do you feel? Is your body still in pain? Do you have a fever? What about your arm? Do you need help? Noel let out a long breath. Can you do 2 things for me? Alina froze. Yes, first calm down, and second. Hand me the letter. Oh, right, of course. She grabbed it from the table. Here. Without hesitation, she opened the envelope and unfolded the paper. It's from Elira. She cleared her throat and began to read aloud. I didn't expect to get a letter from the cold and enigmatic Noel. My mother's condition hasn't changed. Still high fever. Still those red marks spreading across her body. And not just her. Most of the northern region is affected now. Estermont and Iskandar territory are the worst hit. Anyway, I'll be back in a week. The final exams won't take themselves. Alina slowly lowered the paper. Noel stared at the ceiling. Shit. Alina blinked, noticing the shift in Noel's expression. What's wrong? Elira is coming back in a few days, and that's bad. No. Quite the opposite. What's bad is the final exams that come with her. Alina let out a soft laugh. Let me guess. You haven't studied. Nope. Do you want help? Noel slowly turned to face her. You'd help me study. I should warn you. I'm below average when it comes to theory, and that's being generous. Don't worry, she said with a warm smile. I always rank first in theory. You can trust me. Oh, by the way, Alina suddenly added. They told me to inform the director as soon as you woke up. I'll go call him now. She stood up from the chair and stepped